Panga City in Mariejois trembled under the thunderstorm, a crimson figure sitting majestically on the throne of void. The emperor's proclamation echoed over the ruins of the Golden Palace, as thunderous applause was offered to hell. When the 5 elders turned to charcoal in the lightning, and the 800 years of the celestial dragon's rule crumbled, the newly born emperor opened his arms to the burning world. This is the true nature of your prosperity. Chapter 1. Ascension half-invincible flow, requiring time to develop. Not invincible from the start, top-tier combat power by Chapter 20, invincible after Chapter 60. In the year 1495 of the Sea Circle calendar, the NICU's empire welcomed its new generation of emperor on a remote island in the New World. May the sun god Nika grant you endless wisdom, courage, and strength. His Majesty Nero Claudius, the 10th ruler of the NICU's empire, an elderly man with a kind yet imposing demeanor, placed a crown on a young girl's head. May your radiance shine upon the world. Can I go to shine? Asked the girl named Nero, with golden hair and blue eyes, her well-developed figure filled with excitement. The old man's smile became somewhat strained. Your Majesty, the NICU's empire still needs you to protect it. Your radiance should first shine upon your own home. But I want to go out to see the world. I recently discovered the land of gold. Shandora. Such a wonderful place. I want a palace made of gold. Nero exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as if the golden palace was right before her. Foolish princess. No, foolish emperor. Because of your worthless artistic pursuits, we've been in the red for years. Besides, isn't Shandora just a fairy tale? Hurry up and take on your responsibilities as emperor. You dare insult the emperor? How disrespectful. I will punish you to govern for 5 years. If anything goes wrong during this period, I will hold you accountable. Don't think you can fool me. Just sit on the throne honestly. The old man's fist, covered in black, struck the girl's head hard. That hurts. You old nasty man, did you really hit me? And you even used hockey? Nero squatted down, holding her head, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Shut up, you brat. I was entrusted by the late emperor to cultivate you into an excellent ruler. How could I let you run around the sea? The old man raised his muscular arm beneath his white robe, his fists creaking as he clenched them. Ahem, Lord Livord and your Majesty Nero. The ministers are still watching. A nearby maid coughed lightly as a reminder. Both turned to look at the bottom of the steps, their expressions not surprised but rather resigned, clearly accustomed to such situations. That's not surprise. The coronation mini-theater is. Interesting, right? The old man Livord forced a smile to justify himself. You ojime. Don't laugh like a villain, Nero said, sweat beading on her forehead. The ministers grumbled. Is there anyone who can manage this? In any case, the coronation ceremony ended in such an unserious manner, and the time moved to the evening banquet. Wow, time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, that Lady Nero has grown up. A nobleman chatted with a general while swirling a glass of red wine. To be honest, that lady's character really leaves one feeling uneasy. The general nodded, recalling how Nero had been clamoring to go to sea, feeling a bit of a headache. Ha. This is the reason for our existence as old ministers. The nobleman raised his glass, staring at the red liquid inside. Her Majesty is hailed as the most talented monster in history. All she lacks now is a little more time. Everyone believes that under Her Majesty Nero's leadership, the empire will surely usher in unprecedented prosperity. The general had no objections to this. Her visible talent had already reached the level of a great swordsman that many could only dream of 2 years ago. Such talent could hardly be called anything but monstrous. With that thought, the general chuckled, tossing a chicken leg into his mouth, bones and all, and mumbled, "You dare call Her Majesty a monster? You're finished. Get to the point." After swallowing the meat, the general laughed heartily, patting the nobleman on the shoulder. Well, just a joke. But the seas have been increasingly chaotic in recent years. Did you see today's newspaper? Really? Of course, I've been keeping an eye on the news. It's those pirates, right? The nobleman stroked his mustache. The remnants of the Rocks pirates have also grown up. As for the old generation like Silver Axe, John, and Wang Ji, they're mostly retired in their own territories. The general took a swig of wine and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Whitebeard, Red Lion, and that recently rising Roger are the real troubles of the future. A bunch of sea scoundrels. With Her Majesty here, they can't stir up any big waves. That's true. Suddenly, a soldier rushed over in a panic. Not good. General, what kind of behavior is this? Tonight is the banquet for Her Majesty's ascension. Watch your words. Before the general could speak, the nobleman frowned and reprimanded in a low voice. The general remained silent, looking displeased at the soldier. Sorry, I salute you. The soldier stammered, giving a military salute. Fine, just say what's the matter. The general finally raised his hand to signal him to continue. The palace gates have been locked by Her Majesty. The soldier said nervously. Gulp. The general and the nobleman swallowed hard, exchanging glances, simultaneously realizing something. This news quickly spread among others in the palace, and everyone became agitated, an atmosphere of unease gradually spreading within the royal palace. All the lights in the room went out simultaneously, plunging everything into darkness, and in an instant, the unease peaked within just a few seconds. Livord, who had been laughing like a flower all night, now had a darkened expression. With a sound, several spotlights lit up at the right moment, revealing the figure of Nero on the high platform. I am Nero. Today I become the 10th emperor of the Niku's empire, and I am very happy. Sing praises. Marvel. Offer me applause like thunder. Oh, oh, oh. The applause and cheers continued, seemingly echoing throughout the world. Let go on like this. Everyone thought in their hearts while applauding. It was not until 3 minutes later that Minister Livord raised his hand to stop the crowd's actions. What was bound to happen had to come, and if he didn't intervene, that foolish emperor on stage would certainly continue to let people applaud until the end of time. Nero also regained her senses from the lingering praises and raised the microphone again. Everyone enjoy the banquet. Eat meat heartily, drink wine heartily, and revel in the charm of music. The atmosphere cooled down, but Nero knew they were all looking forward to her singing. As the best singer in Niku's, Nero held concerts every month to share joy with the people. Although this month's concert had already taken place 2 weeks ago, today was her Ascension Day. And with everyone present, was there any more suitable time for the emperor's first concert than today? Looking at the ministers below, Nero raised the microphone, determined to give her all with 12 times the enthusiasm. Chapter 2. Pirates on My Throat Hurts. Nero slowly crawled out of bed, her voice still a bit hoarse. Who told your majesty to sing for 6 hours straight last night? A maid brought a cup of warm honey water and slowly fed it to Nero. A few of my beloved ministers have been guarding the borders and rarely return. I must do my best to satisfy them this time. Nero took small sips of honey water, feeling her throat being soothed, and comfortably squinted her eyes. I feel that those adults might not need it, the maid murmured softly as she took the empty cup from Nero. Did you say something? No, it's nothing. Pulling Nero to the dressing table, the maid skillfully began to style her hair. I want to eat pudding. Nero stretched lazily, finally opening her eyes fully. Don't move around. It's very inconvenient for me like this, your majesty. The maid straightened Nero's head before responding. As for pudding, I'll arrange for the chef to prepare it as a dessert after the meal. There's still time. I still feel that you all don't respect me as you should. I'm already the emperor. Not moving anymore. Nero's tone was a bit complaint-filled. Then if your majesty can conduct yourself properly in daily speech and behavior, everyone will naturally respect you. After finishing her hair, the maid casually took the clothes from another maid and began to help Nero change out of her pajamas. Then let's forget it. I think it's fine as it is. I really like this feeling of relaxation. Stretching her arms mechanically, Nero let the maid tidy up her outfit. Sigh. Seeing Nero like this, the maid let out a helpless sigh. Is there any schedule for today? Nero pretended not to hear, pulling at her stiff collar. Does your majesty have an interest in managing the country? The maid stepped back a few paces, hands resting on her abdomen. The Niku's empire is founded on strength, and the emperor has always been the strongest. If you do not wish to manage, the nobles will naturally take charge. After all, I am the emperor. I should at least go take a look in the morning. Picking up the supreme, great knife 12, primordial fire, placed on the bedside, Nero pondered that it was necessary to understand a bit more. Understood, in your majesty, on the western border, there are reports that the Roger pirates have been detected in the area. Pirates? Confirm their location. I will make time to deal with them today. Tucking the knife at her waist, Nero said casually about the news. Also, notify the ministers to attend the court in an hour. Yes. The maid nodded her head. After having breakfast and delicious pudding, Nero arrived at the throne, where the ministers were already waiting neatly. Hmm. You may speak freely if you have any issues, my lords. With her hands resting on the armrests, Nero sat upright. This discussion seemed casual, but Nero planned to use this opportunity to assess the abilities of her ministers, to determine whether she would need to intervene in political matters in the future. In this world where strength is paramount, and the strong can act freely, the emperor must possess great power to make the country more prosperous. As for the nobles governing the country, in Nero's view, they could be a bit weaker, but they must have corresponding responsibility, wisdom, and capability. The NICU's empire does not need idle nobodies. Of course, as long as they fulfill their obligations, indulgence and luxury will not be prohibited. After all, Nero herself is one of the most extravagant since the old emperor passed away. The royal palace in the capital has expanded several times, with commoners relocated to other islands. 2/3 of the island is the palace, and the rest are the residences of the nobles. The commoners have no complaints. Nero's concert requires everyone in the nation to attend, and the arrangement of free relocation with compensation is something they can only dream of. Your Majesty, everything is well within the borders, but the pirates along the coastline have become increasingly rampant in recent years. I humbly request your Majesty to consider conscription. More pirates? This term has appeared quite frequently today. Leaning back in the throne, one hand supporting her head, Nero crossed her legs. Show me the casualty reports from the border in recent years. Your Majesty, that is not advisable. Seeing that Nero was really considering it, Livord stepped forward. How can an emperor start conscription right after ascending the throne? Regardless of the reason, once this is done, it will surely be a topic of gossip behind her back. Nero tapped the armrest with one hand while flipping through the report in her other hand, ignoring Livord's words. Set up 10 gallows at the border and hang the pirate captains on them as a deterrent. Throwing aside the report, Nero stood up. I have heard that the recently rising Roger pirates are nearby. I will hang his corpse there too. Upon hearing this, the general at the border began to calculate in his heart. If they could hang the corpse of a notorious pirate there, it would indeed deter other pirates. However, the emperor has never left the empire and does not understand how ruthless that group of pirates is. Relying solely on her may not yield good results. Livord was even more aware that although Nero is the strongest in the NICU's empire, she would likely not be a match for the Roger pirates, let alone her arrogant attitude. It wouldn't do to let the emperor confront them at this moment. Thinking of this, Livord continued, Your Majesty, about this, but he was directly interrupted by Nero. This matter is decided. No need for further discussion. Yes. Well, better to discuss this privately with the emperor later. Next item. Yes. Regarding finances. Thus, the morning passed, and Nero gained a clearer understanding of the state of the country. Her ministers were quite capable, and she would not need to intervene further. After lunch, Nero arrived at the cliff on the back mountain of the palace, where a rose garden had been built. Nero sat in a pavilion at the cliff's edge, one side overlooking the vast ocean, and the other side filled with deep red roses. The maid beside her elegantly played the piano, and Nero took a sip of red tea, with exquisite desserts laid out on the table. Highsway, how far is it from here to the border of the NICU's empire? Your Majesty, it's about 1,000 nautical miles away. The maid Highsway replied honestly, unsure why Nero suddenly asked this. That's so far. Nero set down her cup, a smile appearing on her lips. This is the first time I've seen pirates appear in this place. What? Highsway's pupils contracted sharply as she looked out at the sea. On the broad surface of the water, a pirate ship had appeared, sailing towards them. Highsway squinted her eyes to confirm that it was indeed the Roger pirates they had been discussing today. Pirates coming right to us? I don't even have to go looking for them. How lucky. Chapter 3. Roger O. Oh, Rayleigh. I can see the city. On the bow of the Oro Jackson. GOLD. Roger excitedly pointed ahead. The supplies on board are almost exhausted. Finally, we can change the menu. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses and sighed in relief. Then let's have a banquet after we land. Let's enjoy it. Roger suddenly looked in a direction. What's wrong, Captain? The intern Shanks asked in confusion. Looks like there are some strong opponents here too. We've been discovered. Gripping the handle of Ace's sword, Roger's expression turned serious. Here they come. What? A red sword aura arrived in an instant. Drawing Ace, Roger swung out a crimson sword energy to counter it, sending massive splashes of water into the sky. Looks like there are some formidable opponents on the other side too. Although he said that, Rayleigh still wore a calm smile. Really? What's going on with this country? If it weren't for Rayleigh's coding, we would have had a hard time crossing the border, right? Buggy pulled out a few small knives, not for fighting, but in case an enemy approached, he planned to throw the knives to attract attention. Well, Rayleigh, you guys take the ship. I'll go greet them first. Without waiting for a response, Roger jumped and ran towards the island. Seriously? Even if it was just a casual strike, it was surprisingly easy to block. Nero looked at the dissipated sword energy, intrigued that this mere pirate had the caliber of a great swordsman. Did I just see that after that strike, instead of running away, he charged towards you? A smirk formed on Nero's lips. After all, he's a great swordsman, right? Then you will respond head-on. Hathaway's eyes widened as she reached out to stop him. Your Majesty, wait. However, Nero had no intention of stopping. Pushing off hard from the cliff, he leaped towards Roger's direction. The clouds parted, and under the pure blue sky, the two soon met. Pirate, lost your way. The red and white hockey of the original fire gathered on the sword, and Nero swung his blade at Roger without hesitation. Falling flower sky canopy. Roger's heart raced. He felt that taking this blow head-on would definitely mean death. Is this really a young girl? To possess such strength at this age is truly impressive. But his eyes turned a deep crimson, and Roger revealed a manic grin. There's still a long way to go, divine avoidance. The strong impact created a semicircular vacuum on the sea's surface, and the two stalemated for 2 seconds before Nero was violently knocked away. Roger took several steps in the air to stabilize his form. These kids today are ridiculously strong. On the other side, Nero skidded on the beach below the cliff, leaving long grooves with his feet and sword as he dissipated the force. Such great strength, I actually got knocked away. Withdrawing his sword, Nero's face showed disbelief as he stared at the rapidly approaching figure and readied himself again. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Nero spat out a mouthful of blood, his form swaying. What happened? I should have dodged. No wounds, but this feeling that an attack targeting my organs? But when did that happen? A giant pit appeared on the beach, and Roger's figure walked out from within. Hey, little girl, that's quite a rough way to say hello. Is that so? I think for someone who runs rampant at sea, this level is just right. With the blade aimed at Roger, Nero swallowed the blood in her mouth, defiantly replying, That's true. Ha ha ha. Roger stroked his chin, thinking for a moment before laughing boldly. Pirates are just a bunch of ruffians. Idiot. I'm not complimenting you. Nero's eye twitched, feeling that this guy wasn't very bright. Besides, my country does not welcome pirates. Don't think you can act recklessly in front of me just because you have the upper hand. An invisible pressure erupted. The conqueror's haki swept outwards, and the air suddenly felt heavy. The little girl is actually the emperor of this country? A wave of conqueror's haki, not weaker than Nero's, erupted from Roger, even slightly stronger. We just wanted to come ashore for supplies. Don't be so stingy. The two sides' haki collided, the invisible force compressing together, causing the sea and sand to continually push outward from the center of the two. I will hang your corpse on the gallows. How terrifying. Nero's figure flashed in front of Roger, her sword forming a curtain of blades, continuously accelerating. Roger's swordsmanship was of the grand and sweeping type, and facing Nero's rapid assault, he found himself in a fluster trying to defend. Using observation haki to its fullest, the depths of Nero's eyes reflected the future 2 seconds ahead. Just as she gained the upper hand and pressed Roger down, she suddenly jumped back. Again, this time it was her arm. Her high-level observation haki told her that if she hadn't dodged just now, her arm would have been injured. Not having grasped the true nature of this ability yet, Nero refrained from making any rash moves. Moreover, through the recent battle, it was clear that this man was not using his full strength. Every move he made seemed so effortless. So, although she was unwilling, Nero understood at this moment that this guy's strength surpassed her own. Wow, what a splendid young lady. Rayleigh and the crew stood at a distance. Captain, did you rush over so quickly just to play with the little girl? Show some respect, pirates. You are in front of Her Majesty the Emperor of the Nikos Empire. Seeing her is an honor for your entire life. Leeward, holding a large hammer, and a group of ministers appeared at some point. Each held weapons, and even the maids looked fierce at Roger's pirate crew. Ugh, this woman is actually the emperor? Shanks pointed at Nero in surprise. Then she must be very rich, right? Buggy stroked his chin, sizing up Nero. Shut up, pirates! Liward shouted angrily at the two. Haha, Buggy and I are just interns. Shanks scratched his head awkwardly, smiling brightly. Enough chit-chat. Do you want to fight? Barrett cracked his knuckles, looking extremely agitated. Huh? If it's a fight, bring it on, you trash. General Lorky raised his great sword, glaring angrily at Barrett. Such a hassle. I guess we'll just have to fight first. Rayleigh drew his saber. Do you think this is a place for you? Damn pirates. Liward's eyes widened as he raised his large hammer. Chapter 4. The banquet is that white. Cough. Is His Majesty still sulking in the room? Liward looked at Heather with a helpless expression. Sigh. After throwing a tantrum, she's now lying on the bed sulking. The maid Heather also wore the same helpless expression. The battle with the Roger pirates ended in a stalemate, and the Nikos Empire should be said to have had the upper hand, but it was only due to their numbers. However, in Nero's heart, she believed she had lost. Her first Waterloo in life made her exceptionally irritable. Outside, she could barely maintain the dignity of the emperor, but once back in the palace, she was like a child who lost their candy, rolling on the floor, pounding her small fists on the ground. In some ways, she still exuded a sense of authority. The battle lasted 2 days and nights, and in the end, both sides reached a consensus, allowing the Roger pirates to temporarily dock on the shore, with a small number of personnel allowed to enter the city to buy supplies. It's been like this for a whole day. It can't go on like this. Heather, think of a way to get her out. Liward anxiously looked at the tightly shut door. He had never started a family in his life. When he was young, he assisted the old emperor, and now the young emperor had grown up. In his heart, Nero was like his granddaughter. From childhood to adulthood, Nero had been a genius, never experiencing failure. The Roger pirates were the first hurdle in her life. He knew Nero could surely overcome this small obstacle, but he still couldn't help but feel worried. Those damn pirates. Just thinking about the Roger pirates made Liward fume. Sigh, I'll give it a try. Heather sighed. As Nero's personal maid, she should be the person who understood Nero the most in the world. Your Majesty, the kitchen has made your favorite strawberry cake. In the zoo behind the mountain, General Lophies brought a large ancient breed lion from the small garden, said to have golden fur. This is a bit tricky. To resist such temptation means the blow was even greater than expected. Heather frowned slightly, glancing at the anxious Duke Liward, deciding to use her trump card, heaven and earth lasting, but it was just a bit of noise. The nobles in the Nikos imperial city inexplicably felt a chill down their spines, as if being watched by something dirty. Just then, a soldier hurried over, reporting to Liward, Duke, the Roger pirates. The soldier was abruptly grabbed by Liward by the collar. What have those bastard pirates done now? They haven't done anything. They just started a banquet on the beach. The soldier managed to say with difficulty, Nanny, those bastards. While Her Majesty is still sulking in the room, those sea bandits have already started a banquet. This is outrageous. Heather's eyes turned, and she raised a hand to her mouth, increasing her volume. Really? The Roger pirates are celebrating their defeat of His Majesty Nero on the beach? Heather? What are you talking about? Liward looked at her in confusion. Shoo! Heather raised her index finger to her lips, signaling Liward to be quiet. Sure enough, the next moment, heavy footsteps were heard from inside, and the door that had been closed all day was kicked open from the inside. Nero's expression was as if she wanted to eat someone. You mean those guys are on my territory, eating my food, celebrating how they defeated me? Did I just say that? Death penalty. All of them will be executed. I want to hang them all on the gallows. Nero's face turned red with rage, stomping her foot and raising her fist, looking completely irrational. Yes, but before hanging them, Your Majesty should come and eat first, right? You need to be well-fed to have a strength, right? Heather did not oppose Nero, but instead encouraged her by following her words. With skillful techniques, she gave Liward a good lesson on the side. That makes sense. Nero rubbed her stomach and felt a bit hungry. Then hurry up and prepare the food. I want to eat. Wait. Nero suddenly thought of something and revealed an evil smile. Put the delicacies and fine wine on the beach. Right next to those bastard pirates. I want them to drool over these gourmet foods while they can only pitifully eat cheap wine and meat. Heather's eye twitched, responding with difficulty. This counterattack seems a bit childish, doesn't it? Livard had no objections. In his view, it was better for Nero to regain her spirit than anything else. In that case, then let's arrange it quickly. Nero waved her hand, finalizing the plan. I heard this country has been passed down for 10 generations. 10 generations. Buggy waved a meat bone, dancing and speaking incoherently. Then it's very likely to find someone who can interpret historical texts here. Rayleigh took a sip of wine, glancing sideways at Roger. It's a pity that someone offended the Emperor here right from start. Ha ha ha. Roger laughed, saliva flying from his mouth as he held meat in one hand and wine in the other. This is truly hard to refute. Well, but there will always be a way. That little Emperor seems like a decent guy. With our friendship, there will always be a way. Hey, Captain, are you saying you have a mutual understanding with the little Emperor while fighting him? Shanks, wearing a straw hat, looked over in confusion. Roger scratched his head. Not at all. I can feel that every strike from the little Emperor is aimed at killing me. What kind of friendship is that? The friendships at sea are indeed strange. Then, Captain, do you have a way to get the little Emperor to help? Oh, not all. Shanks spat out a mouthful of wine. So there is none? Well, now is the banquet time. So let us not think too much. Recently, we've been chased around by gold lion and carp. It's hard to come by a chance to relax, so let us not think too much. Roger waved his hand nonchalantly, making the others accustomed to it, and they continued to eat and drink. After all, there is wine today, so let us get drunk. What's going on over there? Shanks looked into the distance, where a black line was approaching. After watching for a while, he realized it was a group of people coming this way, led by a giant golden lion with someone sitting on its head. It was none other than the little Emperor Nero they had just been discussing. Such a shabby meal. Is this what the drifting pirates consider gourmet food? Sitting steadily on the lion's head, Nero disdainfully commented on the pirates' banquet. What did you say? The chef of the Roger pirates looked like he wanted to hit someone. Chapter 5 Communication Zila Zila. The high-grade Wagyu beef paired with black sauce and white sea salt emitted a rich aroma. Unlike the inferior rum essential for sea voyages, the high-quality wine had distinct layers of fragrance, complementing the flavor of the flame-grilled Wagyu beef, filling the beach with the exquisite taste of land ingredients. Delicious. Nero cut a piece of beef, his face enraptured as if he had consumed the most delicious food in the world. Shaking the red wine glass. The wine was crafted using a special technique from the Nikyu's empire, preserving the grape's fragrance without losing the wine's richness. If you bowed down to me with a sincere request, I wouldn't mind sharing such delicacies. Nero glanced sideways at the members of the Roger pirate crew. This flavor is unique to the Nikyu's empire. It's one of a kind in the whole world, and missing it may mean never having it again in your lifetime. How ridiculous. Do you think you can win us over with this? Buggy scoffed. What do you take pirates for? Shanks wore a similar expression. How about closing your mouth before saying that? You're about to drool over here. Nero looked at the two with disdain. How could you? Captain. X2 Shanks and Buggy barely closed their mouths and turned to Roger, only to find that Roger himself was no better than them. Wiping his mouth with his sleeve, Roger turned his head aside. That's right, little Emperor. If you think a mere delicacy and fine wine can make us submit, you are sorely mistaken. Right, Rayleigh? Turning to Rayleigh, he realized he had somehow already moved from his original spot. Please, Great Majesty, grant me delicious food and wine. I am eternally grateful. Next to Nero, Rayleigh bowed his head sincerely. You easily surrendered. Nero feigned innocence as he looked at Roger. Rayleigh, first mate. X2, don't you have any pride as a great pirate? Roger exclaimed in exasperation. Well, after all, it's a delicacy that might only come once in a lifetime. It would be a shame to miss it. Rayleigh waved his hand nonchalantly, half a jug of wine already downed. Don't say. There is indeed a special flavor. Of course, even in the Nikyu's empire, such fine wine can only be tasted by a few nobles and me. Is that so? Then I must savor it now. After saying that, Rayleigh took 2 more gulps and let out a satisfied burp. Ugh. Roger gave a thumbs down, looking down on Rayleigh's shameless behavior. To act like this for a bit of gluttony, Rayleigh, I misjudged you. Is that so? Then you might have misjudged quite a few people. Nanny? Please, Great Majesty, grant me delicious food and wine. I am eternally grateful. XN seeing this. Besides Roger and the three, the other crew members also bowed at 90 degrees, shouting in unison. You bunch of guys. Roger jumped up and down in anger. Sorry, Captain. The pirate's bottom line is full of flexibility. I'll make sure to include your share too. Roger, Shanks, and Buggy, don't be so stubborn. Bow your heads and come over. Mohahaha. How about it? As long as you bow down and plead with me, I might share a tiny bit of the delicacy. Nero laughed wildly, holding up his red wine glass and arrogantly eating the meat that Hester had fed him, his over-meter height somehow exuding a towering presence. How could you? I want to bow to you. I still have Buggy and Shanks. Roger pulled the two in close. You idiots. You fools. A bunch of shameless guys. The still distant Buggy and Shanks. Is it really that brave people get to enjoy the world first? Gulp, gulp, gulpa. So delicious. Rubbing his mouth with his sleeve, Roger sighed in the face of his crew's disdainful gazes. What is wrong with being a great pirate? I'm already a pirate. What is wrong with being flexible with my bottom line? At least I held out longer than my crew. Shanks, Buggy, come try this meat. It smells so good. Captain, you should try this wine. The taste is really unique. Nanny? Then I must give a good try. The crowd silently watched the delicious trio, feeling a sense of loss of dignity with such a captain. How's that? I told you this trick would work. Look at how these guys all fell for it. Nero, because of the drinking, had a lovely flush on his face, shaking Hester's arm continuously. Hey, I thought that famous pirates at sea, even if a bit eccentric, wouldn't? Hester was utterly speechless as she saw Her Majesty's plan actually working. Because I'm a genius. Nero placed his hands on his hips, lifting his head high. Sorry, I don't see how this relates to being a genius. Hester revealed a helpless expression. Also, Your Majesty, you're drunk. How could I possibly be drunk from this little wine? Hester, you're worrying too much. Nero waved his hand, signaling there was no need for further discussion. Mahahaha, keep going. Ha ha, more. Nero and Roger linked arms, holding their oak wine glasses high. The wine brought from the palace had already been consumed, and now they were drinking rum from Roger's ship. You even know about Shandora? Is it really full of gold? Just as common as the stones by the roadside. No problem using it to build houses. Then would my palace be enough if I wanted to replace it all with gold? Enough. It must be enough. I heard it's a sky island, and the locals would be very willing to exchange ground items for it. Then I'll take all the gold back to Nikyu's. I want a golden palace. Nero raised his glass and clinked it with Roger's, then drank it down in one gulp. That is a great idea. Roger also drank his wine in one go. By the way, since there's so much gold there, why are you still running around? Just take the gold and become a rich man. Well, of course, it's to reach the final island. That's what counts as circling the world. What is at the final island? More gold? Ha ha ha. It's possible. After all, that is a place no one has ever reached. Only when I get there can my voyage be complete. Roger laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. That sounds really romantic. It's decided. I'll go to the final island, and then to Shandora to build a golden palace. Nero grabbed a bottle of wine, pulled out the cork, and drank directly from the bottle, then smashed the bottle hard, swaying as he made his vow. Chapter 6, Headache, haha. It seems we came too early. Kapu, I have something to ask of you. Do you want my treasure? If you want it, I can give it all to you. Go find it. I put all the wealth of the world there. One piece. I will become the pirate king. Nero suddenly sat up in bed, a fierce headache making her groan involuntarily. Was that just now a dream? Roger, and the boy with the straw hat who appeared at the end? Frowning, a hint of red rippled in the depths of Nero's eyes. But soon, she had no time to think about that. The headache was intensifying, and she lay back down, curling up into a ball. Your Majesty? Your Majesty! Heather immediately sensed something was wrong and shouted, Quick, call the doctor! Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The voices grew more distant. In Nero's mind, fragments of dreamlike images continued to flicker, yet they were completely incoherent, with meaningless sounds and figures gradually distorting until she lost all reaction to the outside world. This is not a medical condition. It should be said that this is a kind of awakening of the Majesty's talent. Dr. Doriel's furrowed brow relaxed as she finally concluded. Whose talent awakens like this? You quack doctor. Livord grabbed the doctor by the collar, spitting as he said, "If anything happens to my Nero, I assure you will die a smooth death. I won't tell you my secret to eternal youth." Doriel sighed helplessly and slapped Livord's face. "And you, kid, calm down at your age. Don't force me to take action. Haven't you already taken action?" Livord sat on the ground, covering his slapped cheek. "But, Nero, your Majesty, this is the first time she's like this, right? It must be that group of despicable pirates using underhanded means. I'll go slaughter them right now." Slap. Another slap rang out as Doriel pulled out a bottle of alcohol and twisted off the cork. "Are you questioning my medical skills? Don't worry. Your Majesty will wake up by evening at the latest." "But," Livord said reluctantly, "there's no but. I suspect that the Majesty has awakened a special type of hockey, but its intensity is too high. Even the Majesty's great swordsman physique cannot perfectly adapt." Doriel waved her hand. "Afterward, she should experience frequent headaches until her body perfectly adapts. I'll go make some medicine to suppress the headache." "I understand. I won't be impulsive anymore." Livord regained some rationality and said coldly, "But if the Majesty doesn't wake up today, that group of pirates—" Hey. Heather, who was listening nearby, finally released her grip on her skirt but still looked worriedly at Nero lying on the bed. The normally vibrant little face now had a sickly pallor, and her brows were tightly knitted, looking in great pain. "All right, you guys don't need a crowd in here. Just leave Heather alone to take care of her." Doriel dismissively urged the crowd. "I understand," Livord replied, reluctantly waving goodbye to the group. "Heather, I leave the Majesty to you." Sigh. Heather gazed at Nero, not turning back as she softly replied, In the evening, just as Dr. Doriel said, Nero woke up, and this time the headache was truly intense. For someone who grew up in a honeypot and had never been sick, this was indeed a terrible experience. Some images still lingered in her mind, most of them unclear, like seeing flowers in a fog. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Heather's anxious voice came through. It should be the awakening of a special observation hockey. There's no major problem now." Nero felt around. The headache had dissipated, but she still felt a bit shaken. This experience was truly awful. "That's great." Heather hugged Nero tightly, her eyes slightly red. "I'm sorry. It seems I made you worry." Nero returned the hug, gently stroking Heather's hair. "No, it's fine. By the way, I'll go notify Dr. Doriel and the others now." Realizing what she had done, Heather's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly broke free from Nero's embrace and ran off. After Heather left, only Nero remained in the room. She lay back heavily on the bed, staring at the ceiling with her arms spread wide, quietly murmuring, "GOLD, Roger?" Then the room fell completely silent. Only the ticking of the clock could be heard. Before long, a large crowd of people filled the room. Livord's loud voice rang out, concern spilling over. "Your Majesty, are you all right? Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable? Are you thirsty? Hungry? Your Majesty, if you still feel unwell, you can sleep a bit longer." "Idiot! After being unconscious for so long, you must replenish your strength first. Your Majesty, eat something first." "Doriel, what is the Majesty's condition right now?" "Yeah, Doriel, quickly check on the Majesty again. Make sure to heal her." Others chimed in with their concerns. When Nero was still a princess, she had grown up under the watchful eyes of many, and this was the first time she had collapsed due to health reasons, so everyone was a bit flustered. "Do you want to know my secret to eternal youth?" "Shut up, old lady. Nobody wants to know that." Seeing everyone so concerned, Nero felt warmth in her chest and slowly spoke. "Everyone, please be quiet. I have something to say." Upon hearing this, the room instantly fell silent, and everyone looked at Nero, waiting for her orders. Let me first state my conclusion." Nero's expression was serious. "I want to go to sea." "No, absolutely not." Livord instinctively began to speak upon hearing this, but seeing Nero's serious expression, he suddenly stopped. He could tell this time was different. Nero had made up her mind. It seems the Majesty also understands her physical condition. Doriel watched Nero, not surprised by her decision. "Doriel, what do you know?" Livord immediately shifted his attention upon hearing this. "Because of my body," Nero continued, "I have awakened a special observation hockey, but my frail body is holding me back, so I want to go out to become stronger." Livord countered, "But you could do that at home too, with your talent." Livord. Nero looked at him, her emerald pupils reflecting a determined light. You should know that since I stepped into the realm of the great swordsman 2 years ago, I haven't made any progress. Livord was left speechless. This. Chapter 7 Setting Sail No. I refuse. Roger leaned over the railing of the Oro Jackson, directly rejecting Nero's request to board. Huh? What did you say? Nero jumped onto Roger's shoulder, his fists rapidly spinning at his temples. This is a command from you. You have no room to argue. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I don't want to. Besides, I'm not from your country. Roger tried to shake Nero off, but unfortunately, he failed. Huh, what's your country's name? You want to knock it down. Are you an idiot? Just because of something like this? Huh, expanding territory is the romance of a king. Not to mention that I'm from the East Blue. I'm a pirate. Even if you knock down my country, it doesn't matter. Huh, despicable guy. Nero was at a loss for words, and his grip tightened a little more. Hey. The one who came up with such a method in an instant is the despicable one, right? Grabbing Nero's wrist and pulling it apart a bit. Roger finally managed to catch his breath. Breaking free from Roger's hand, Nero flipped down and crossed his arms, saying disdainfully, Huh, since that's the case, let's treat it as a deal. Oh, what could we possibly trade between us? Roger casually picked his nose and flicked it. You're looking for someone who can understand historical texts, right? Nero smiled confidently. Our country has a lineage of 10 generations, and we know a thing or two about certain things. What? Could it be? Roger looked at Nero, unexpectedly realizing that Baggy was indeed right. Huh, that's right. It's the could it be. Nero proudly lifted his head. I know where there are people who can understand historical texts. You can interpret historical texts? The two spoke in unison, and then the atmosphere cooled down. Roger scratched his head. Then why don't you take me to see someone who can interpret the texts? Sigh. Nero sighed, not commenting on the idiot's way of thinking. Our country has its own ancient script, and there's no one who can understand historical texts. However, I know where someone can interpret them. It's in Wano country, where the Kazuki clan is also the creator of the historical texts. Without holding back, Nero directly revealed the answer. This candid attitude stunned Roger for a moment. Little Emperor, you just told me like that? Aren't you afraid I'll go back on my word? You know I'm a pirate. Huh, just call me Nero. Nero stared into Roger's eyes. As an emperor, the most important thing is to recognize people. With my insight, I won't mistake anyone, and you're not that kind of person. Ha 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 ha. Roger burst into laughter upon hearing this. The little emperor's words were just to his taste. We set sail tomorrow. Don't be late, Nero. Roger turned around gracefully and waved his hand. Everything was unspoken. Huh, time is a bit tight. Nero lowered his head and stroked his chin. Understood. I'll go back now and prepare my luggage. Roger didn't respond and waved his hand casually, indicating that he understood. The next day, Roger's eye twitched as he looked at the card in front of the port. What's in that card? Huh, of course it's luggage. Nero looked at Roger in confusion, not understanding why he would ask such a simple question. However, thinking that he was a pirate, and most pirates are not very cultured, and this guy in front of him didn't look very smart, Nero decided to be more forgiving. A cart full of luggage? Roger sensed Nero's strange gaze and felt even more speechless. How could that be? Huh, how could I be so ignorant? Nero pouted, feeling underestimated. Sigh. Roger sighed. Although a cart full of luggage is a bit much, Nero is after all an emperor, so a little extravagance is inevitable. Just as he waved his hand to signal Buggy and Shanks to help carry the luggage, Nero spoke up. How could I possibly only bring one cart of luggage? The remaining 27 carts are naturally still on their way. Everyone felt a moment of breathlessness. Did an ancestor just arrive? Idiot. You're going out to be a pirate, not to come here to be an emperor. You can only bring one cart of luggage. Roger shouted loudly, punching the railing. Huh? Nero was shocked. If it's one cart, there wouldn't even be enough clothes to fit, right? As a pirate, one outfit is enough. Huh, how could that be? At least you would change into a different outfit after bathing, right? It's very normal for pirates to go 1 or 2 months without showering. Roger's words gave Nero a chill, and he suddenly felt that the pirate ship looked filthy. No, generally everyone takes a shower every day. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and spoke seriously. Even the 2 messiest interns, the little brats, would at least wash every 3 days. Jabba glanced at Roger while leaning on the railing. What? When did you guys? Roger was also shocked, looking at the other companions, all of whom had expressions that implied this was not common sense. Barrett. All right, there's also Barrett. He is always training and looks filthy. Roger pointed at Barrett, trying to grasp at straws. Barrett raised his eyebrows, looking at Roger with an unfriendly expression, feeling an itch in his fists. Barrett, after every training session, goes to wash up, so he might actually be the cleanest on the ship. Rayleigh's statement shattered Roger's last hope. What is going on? So it turns out you're the only messy one? Nero rolled his eyes, mocking Roger. Unbelievable. Be careful, the cabinet is over there. And that vase is worth 30 million berries. What? It needs to be placed properly. It's best to secure it somehow during the sea's turbulence. The floor has been mopped twice, absolutely spotless. That should be enough. No. Why is Nero's maid naturally commanding us around? X2 Shanks and Buggy threw the mops and cloths they were holding on the ground, angrily looking at Hester. Aren't you two the ship's lackeys? Hester looked innocent. She was on a sail with Nero. Who was a lackey? Yeah, we're the interns of the Roger Pirates. Sigh. I know. Interns basically mean lackeys. Hester seriously educated the two. Damn woman. Don't underestimate us too much. So what tasks do you two usually handle on the ship? Daily maintenance of the pirate ship. The lookout tower, and Buggy trailed off, unable to continue. It's lackeys. Shanks suddenly realized with a clap of his hands. It really is lackeys. Hester nodded in confirmation once again. Buggy, Chapter 8. Conqueror's Hockey Entanglement, Your Majesty. Your Highness. Nero, The pirate ship gradually drifted away from the shore, and Liwa that could no longer hold back. How could this old man's majesty be handed over to those bastard pirates? At the very least, take me with you. Saying this, Liwa attempted to jump into the sea, but fortunately, the other ministers desperately stopped him. Stop causing a scene, Liwa. Just a moment ago, you were bowing solemnly to the pirates, asking them to take care of His Majesty, weren't you? How could those idiots do a good job? Regardless, His Majesty has already set sail, and the country still needs you. Let the country be destroyed. Is this something a duke should say? Your Majesty, Nero. Liwa wailed at the port. What a lively old man. Rayleigh chuckled lightly. Everyone on the ship basically had observation hockey, and even at this distance, they could clearly hear Liwa's words. Indeed, although Liwa keeps saying he is old, he always appears full of energy. Nero nodded in agreement with Rayleigh's words. Is there a slight misalignment in this conversation? Buggy scratched his cheek and looked at Shanks. It is indeed a bit strange. Shanks could still see the bustling port, but since he hadn't team-mastered observation hockey yet, he thought it was a farewell and waved back enthusiastically. So, are we heading to Wano country next? Jabba asked, as Roger's time was limited, and every second counted for their voyage. The land of samurai? I've heard that they have closed borders and natural geographical advantages, so it won't be easy to get in. Rayleigh placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, deep in thought. Regarding Wano country, I did come across some related documents. Nero frowned in recollection. Ever since her special observation hockey ability awakened a few days ago, she felt a noticeable decline in her memory. It's best to find the local royal family, specifically the Kazuki clan, as they should have preserved the historical texts. Speaking of which, it seems that Newgate had a samurai join them not long ago, and he is now the captain of the 2nd Division. Rayleigh suddenly recalled a piece of information. Everything seems to be falling into place. Rayleigh didn't voice his thoughts, but he shared the same feeling as Nero, as if some unknown force was pushing Roger to reach Laugh Tale as soon as possible. Then the next goal is very clear. Let us find Newgate. Roger laughed happily, as he wouldn't overthink things. His goal was clear, to reach Laugh Tale in this last bit of time and put a perfect ending to his voyage. Roger didn't care about anything else. As long as he did what he wanted, it was enough. A pirate like him couldn't just casually take on a world-saving mission, right? I still have one more thing. Nero looked at Roger's famous sword hanging at his waist. Teach me the techniques you use to attack the internal organs. And in exchange, I can fulfill one of your conditions. Conqueror's Hockey Entanglement? No conditions needed. I can teach you directly, since we are already partners now. Nero's eyes widened slightly. Are you actually a decent guy? You realized that too late. Roger said proudly. In the next 2 days, Nero began learning to use Conqueror's Haki entanglement. She had long realized that the use of Conqueror's Haki was not just for intimidation, but its potential still surprised her. Unlike armament Haki, which creates a hard armor on the surface of the body, entanglement is a flowing Haki, its nature more like an invincible spear. After 2 days, Nero finally had some clues, and her swordsmanship, which had not been practiced for years, also saw some progress. Nero spread her hand, and a red and white mass of Haki squirmed continuously in her palm, resembling an irregular blob of slime. This thing is really difficult. It seems I want to be able to master it in just a few months. The Haki in her hand dissipated, and Nero muttered to herself. Conqueror's Haki is originally a rare talent possessed by 1 in a million, and among those, very few can master Conqueror's Haki entanglement. This is a threshold that most people will struggle with their whole lives, and even for Nero, who is methodical, it would take months to master this advanced technique. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on, interrupting Nero's thoughts. Heather's voice came from outside. Your Majesty, we have reached the border. Did we finally arrive? It took longer than I expected. Nero jumped off the bed and opened the door. Heather was standing in front of the door, bowing respectfully. The two went to the deck, and the massive city gate at the border was clearly visible. Wow, what an impressive gate. They really got here quickly. It only took 2 days to reach the border. Rayleigh stroked his small beard, feeling emotional. The royal family's express route is naturally faster than when you all smuggled in before, Nero said nonchalantly. The ship approached the city gate, with soldiers lined up neatly on both sides. As they fully entered the tunnel of the city gate, a roaring sound came from behind. Wishing you great military success. Roger patted Nero's shoulder. Should I say, as expected of an emperor? Truly impressive. That is only natural. Nero proudly raised her head, a smile on her face. Meanwhile, Buggy was lost in a daydream until Shanks snapped him out of it with a slap, and the two quickly started causing a ruckus again. Thus, the pirate ship sailed out of the tunnel, revealing the vast ocean before them. A loud voice shouted from the side. I told you, the Roger pirates have infiltrated this country. We, the Navy, are here to arrest him and do anything else unnecessary. I've said it many times. The NICU's empire prohibits all foreign forces. You can't get in unless you have a noble S guarantee. Idiot. I'm just trying to maintain order at sea. The Roger pirates are. Roger? Hearing someone call his name with a somewhat familiar voice, Roger turned back in confusion. You? Carp? Quickly. Full speed. Roger shouted loudly. Is he an acquaintance? Nero was confused. Sort of. Rayleigh gripped the hilt of his sword, staring intently at Carp. Iron Fist Galaxy Impact. God avoid. In the next moment, Carp leaped high, and his fist collided with Roger's sword in midair, causing towering waves to rise from the sea at their center, even pushing the pirate ship a considerable distance away. What are you standing there for? Hurry and set sail. We need to run. Roger, who landed back on the ship, had no intention of fighting and shouted loudly. Nero looked at Roger in confusion. Chapter 9. Kazanum, what's up with that old man? Nero raised his sword in confusion. It's been 2 days, and he's still chasing us. It feels so disgusting. Well, that's what Carp said, be careful. The next wave is coming. Rayleigh looked up at the sky, where countless cannonballs were raining down on them. Rayleigh, the cannonballs are yours. Nero leaped into the air, intending to directly take down the Navy's warship. Wait, Nero. Rayleigh reached out his hand, but it was too late to stop her. Whoosh. Young people are really wild. Jabba whistled teasingly. Ha. Is that so? Did Nero really charge directly at Carp's warship? Roger was also laughing in a very unrestrained manner. Let's test the results of these 2 days. In midair, Nero's expression was serious. An immense amount of Haki surged into her sword, with red and white lightning flickering intermittently, eventually transforming into blazing crimson flames. The final bloom of the starry steed. In front of the dog-headed warship stood a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, Carp, alongside a young man with an explosive hairstyle named Kazan. Truly unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth, half of his body turned into ice, Kazan was ready to step forward and engage. A newcomer from the Roger Pirates? Let me handle this. Seeing Nero, Carp grinned broadly, clenched his fist and was ready to teach this little girl a lesson. Conqueror's haki entwined. Although still quite immature, it had already taken shape, and Kazan might not be able to keep up with it. Damn Roger. Where did he find such a genius? Karp thought to himself, and leaped high. This strike must not land on the ship. Little girl, want to join the Navy? While saying this, Karp's fist ruthlessly collided with Nero's blade. Without a response, this old man is off. Nero bodily defended, even though she had charged her power longer and used a half-baked Conqueror's haki. But this old man seemed unfazed. Her attack felt like striking a piece of extremely dense metal. The thick layer of armament haki could not break through at all. Wunia Nia. Nero let out an incomprehensible whimper, but persisted, her face turning red with effort. Are you kidding me? Can just anyone pin me down? Does Roger not care about his face? At least he used high-level techniques to win against me. But this old man? He doesn't even have Conqueror's haki. Trying to suppress me with just armament haki. What a joke. With a little more strength, a hint of red was invading Nero's green pupils. Karp, feeling the force in his hand, smiled even more happily. The power suddenly increased, sending Nero flying away. Nero only felt a tremendous force hit her. The stalemate instantly shattered, and she plummeted into the sea at an even faster speed. Like a cannonball, she splashed up a towering wave, and Heather immediately jumped into the sea to look for Nero. Jabba, Rayleigh. Roger called out the names of the two. Years of mutual understanding made them instantly grasp Roger's meaning. Got it. It would take about 2 hours. There's a deserted island there. Let's settle it there. Suddenly, the ship shook violently, as if some enormous creature was surfacing from the depths. A strangely shaped giant sea turtle burst from the water, with Nero and Heather standing on its back. Red sword energy slashed towards the dog-headed warship, as Nero wildly swung her sword. Dog-headed bastard. Taste my power. Temporary general. Flip them for me. The sea turtle beneath them roared and charged toward the dog-headed warship. Ice Age. The temperature plummeted, and the sea began to freeze, rapidly spreading outward. The temporary General Nero had just met was also frozen in place. She looked to see the source and realized it was the explosive-haired man beside Karp exerting his power, instantly feeling a sense of everything going wrong. Nero's face darkened. Conqueror's haki gushed out, stirring the clouds and shattering some of the surrounding ice. Step back. If you're interested, you can come to my country for a formal position. I will definitely not treat you poorly. Patting the Sea King beneath her, Nero made a promise. She could barely understand the meaning of these Sea Kings. Long ago, she realized that these Sea Kings were not just instinctive beasts. The larger they were, the higher their intelligence. Moo! The sea turtle-like Sea King let out a low grunt and dove back into the depths. With the ice supporting them, the battlefield was already sufficient, and everyone else realized this, jumping off the ship to start fighting. Roger, Karp! Before Nero could strike at Karp again, her captain had already been waiting for a long time, engaging Karp in a passionate battle. Others also found their opponents, their movements incredibly skilled. The explosive-haired man making ice also approached Nero, his demeanor cold, but there seemed to be a flame burning in his eyes, giving the first impression of a passionate youth. You're the newcomer who just joined the Roger Pirates, right? While the situation isn't too deep yet, it's better to withdraw early. Kazan exhaled a puff of mist, earnestly advising. I'm in a bad mood and have no intention of discussing trivial matters with you. So just step aside and don't seek your own suffering. Nero held her sword with both hands, her slightly awkward face filled with impatience. Is that so? It seems just talking won't suffice. Lowering his hat slightly, Kazan's temperature dropped a few more degrees. As Puck, white cold air radiated from his body as he jumped back, shooting several white rays at Nero. In an instant, Nero maintained her attacking posture with both hands holding the sword, but was frozen in place. Encased in transparent ice, Nero looked like a work of art, every detail visible. Crack! The sound of cracking ice echoed from within. Kazan was not surprised, gathering an ice knife in his hand, infused with armament haki. Planning to take her down the moment she broke free. Crack! Crack! The sounds grew more frequent as Kazan approached, and at the moment the ice shattered. The knife was almost resting against Nero's neck. Don't underestimate me. I am Nero Claudius. The deep red sword surged forward. This was a moment of acceleration from 0 to 100, not achieved through hard practice, but pure talent. Nanny? In Kuzan's shocked gaze. The crimson blade easily sliced through the ice knife and struck directly at Kazan's chest. No blood flowed. Instead, red crystals like rose petals scattered in the air, transforming the bloody scene into something somewhat beautiful. This was one of the abilities of the supreme Great Blade 12 works, the original flame, where blood during battle would turn into crystal petals, also known as the Sword of Roses. Chapter 10 Victory. The wound wasn't deep. It was just a shallow cut from the tip of the blade. The broken ice blade reformed in an instant, and Kazan barely managed to fend off Nero's sword. Before he could catch his breath, he was met with an endless barrage of sword strikes. With exquisite swordsmanship combined with overwhelming aggression, Kazan could only protect vital areas, and the small wounds on his body increased. He realized he couldn't continue like this. Freezing his wounds, Kazan gathered his strength and jumped backward again. Frost Peafowl. An ice sculpture of a peacock charged toward Nero like an ice phoenix. Kazan knew this move wouldn't harm Nero. It was merely to buy time for him to escape her pursuit. But while in the air, he discovered that Nero didn't chase him immediately. Instead, she had assumed an offensive stance on the spot. This is bad. He instantly recognized the problem, but it was too late to adjust his position. He could only pray that the ice peafowl could block Nero's next strike. Falling flower sky curtain. The red and white aura wrapped around her arms as Nero's body crashed into the ice peafowl, showing no signs of stopping. The ice sculpture was obliterated by her overwhelming aura. Nero burst forth from the ice mist, and the distance between her and Kazan was less than 10 centimeters. Without using the blade, Nero slammed the still sharp hilt heavily into Kazan's abdomen. Blood spurted out, and the last thing he saw was her golden hair and emerald eyes. With reluctance, Kazan's body slowly fell. Let's have a quiet rest for a while. Nero stepped over Kazan's body, having never intended to kill him. After observing for the past few days, she realized that the situation between this navy and the Roger pirates was unique. It felt more like a friendly match. Despite fighting for so long, no one had died, and she didn't quite understand this twisted relationship yet. However, she could tell that neither side was a traditional enemy. A fierce wind blew, and the residual impact of Roger and Carp's battle sent a large group of people flying. Nero stepped on Kazan's body to prevent him from being blown away, while also using it as a deterrent to keep others from interfering. With her gaze fixed on the duel of the two, her headband had fallen off unnoticed, and she let the wild wind tousle her flowing golden hair. Vice Admiral Carp. Kazan has been captured. What? The two fighters, caught up in their battle, turned to face Nero's emerald eyes simultaneously. Yahaha! Carp, this time we won. Roger laughed heartily as soon as he realized the situation. How despicable. Roger. Carp's forehead bulged with veins, glaring angrily at Roger. I'm a pirate. What's wrong with being despicable? Roger arrogantly extended his hand. Tell your warship to retreat. You can act only after we leave. If it weren't for that little girl. Nero is our ally. Let me say my final goodbye. Nero walked toward the two with her sword in one hand. What are you doing, little girl? This time I was careless. Next time, Kazan will personally get it back from you. Carp casually picked his nose with his pinky, showing no wariness toward Nero's approach. My name is Nero. Nero Claudius. Remember it. Nero swung her sword in anger, her emerald eyes instantly turning red. The others had long since stopped fighting, and all eyes in the arena were now focused on Carp and Roger. No way. Rayleigh looked at Nero's familiar technique in disbelief. Is this for real? Jabba also felt a sense of absurdity about what was about to happen. Most others were still confused, puzzled by Nero's sudden behavior. The unspoken rule of king against king, general against general, was being violated by Nero's actions. But soon, they were left speechless, staring at the scene before them. God avoidance. Carp quickly reacted, crossing his arms, and his armed aura continuously flowed into his forearms. Kid, compared to Roger's god avoidance, you're still far from enough. That said, Carp was still pushed back about 10 meters, barely managing to block the attack. How about this move then? Go to hell. Damn old man. Nero's other hand clenched into a fist, and a terrifying aura coalesced above it. Heavenly impact. Her fist struck Carp's chin hard, sending him flying. Are you kidding me? Vice Admiral Carp was knocked away. And what was that last punch? Even if it has a different name, I can recognize it. That's clearly Vice Admiral Carp's Galaxy Impact. What's up with that woman? How can she use the techniques of both Roger and Vice Admiral Carp? Nero's hands trembled, but she clenched her fists tightly to stop them. Watching Carp being sent flying, she snorted, exhaling 2 puffs of white breath, finally feeling a bit more relaxed. Ha ha ha. Everyone, it's time to retreat. Roger raised his sword, declaring victory and signaling for escape. So cunning, Captain. Did you secretly give Nero special training? Shanks, wearing a straw hat, complained with a frown. Exactly. Captain, you went too far. Buggy shouted, tilting his red nose. Idiot. Can't you see? The captain didn't teach Nero anything, whether it's got avoidance or Carp's techniques. She learned them in that brief moment. Barrett's aura surged as he became thoroughly interested in Nero. Just in that brief moment. And that punch was Carp's technique? Naturally. It's still just a clumsy imitation for now, but I've grasped the essence. As long as I practice a bit more. Wow, Nero, what happened to you? Buggy jumped in surprise at Nero's sudden addition to the conversation, and upon seeing her state, he curiously asked, no need to worry, I'm just a bit exhausted. Those 2 moves are still too much of a burden for me right now. Nero was being cradled by Hathaway in a princess carry. Compared to the neat and tidy Hathaway, Nero looked quite disheveled. Her clothes were wrinkled, her small face was smudged with dirt, and her golden hair was tousled by the wind. Yet she wore a brighter smile than usual. Next time we meet, I'll smash that old man's armed color to bits. Perhaps because the sunlight was just right, her smile looked exceptionally radiant, deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. Even years later, as tales of the Rose Emperor filled the seas, the first thing they remembered was that year's bright and beautiful girl-esque smile. Chapter 11. The bet. Hey everyone, the banquet is on. On a deserted island, Roger pretended to think for 3 seconds before raising his sword and shouting, Emperor Flying Kick. As soon as he finished speaking, Nero kicked Roger hard on the back of his head, then grabbed Roger by the collar and punched him again. Idiot. The banquet. The banquet. We've been having a banquet since we set sail. 3 months and still having a banquet? You look like a banquet. What can I do? That guy Newgate keeps running around. It's been years since I've seen him. Ha ha ha. For some reason, Roger suddenly started laughing. Nero furrowed his brow and punched Roger on the forehead twice. What is so funny about what you said? And no, it's just, I heard Newgate is starting to go bald. Yaha. Roger laughed heartily, especially when he thought of Newgate's once envied golden hair. Ha ha ha. Hee 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 hee. Kusu kusu kusu. The others also burst into laughter, except for a few new recruits. The rest were old rivals from the same era as Newgate. What's so funny about going bald? You laughed. You've never even met him, yet you start mocking a stranger. Duong. A smoking fist hit Roger on the head, and Nero rebutted with strength. I didn't laugh. Sister, the juice you wanted is chilled and ready. The sunshade and beach chairs are all set up. Thank you for your hard work, Buggy and Shanks. After thanking the 2, Nero finally let go of Roger. What's going on? Aren't you also prepared to enjoy the banquet? Roger muttered quietly. Nero kept walking, pretending she didn't hear Roger's complaints. As one of the very few female fighters on the ship, and also quite attractive, Nero naturally received a lot of attention. And you, Buggy and Shanks, you 2 are betraying me too quickly. Sorry, Captain. Sister said she would teach me the god avoidance technique. Shanks said earnestly while adjusting his straw hat. Bastard. That is my secret move. Roger roared. Sister said she would give me the treasure map of Emperor Nikyu's. So sorry, Captain. We'll communicate less in the future. I'm afraid Sister will misunderstand. Buggy even took a few steps back, drawing a line with his foot. You, how dare you? Roger angrily pounded the ground, deciding to seize the opportunity to show Nero some color. Nero, come fight me. Barrett walked up to the beach chair, his massive body casting a shadow over the sun. You got it done? Nero pulled down half of her sunglasses, looking at Barrett suspiciously. Who do you think I am? Barrett opened his fist to reveal a small bottle containing several white balls the size of ping-pong balls. The Sea King meatballs you wanted, pounded 1,000,000 times. I made them. It's time to fulfill our promise and fight me, Nero. Barrett's smile was terrifying, like a demon lost in the human world. But the sight of the meatballs in his hand kept Nero from taking him too seriously. After 2 seconds, Nero barely managed not to laugh out loud, covering her mouth with her fist before speaking. "Cool. You take care of the meatballs first. I will resolve this quickly." "Oh, are we going to fight?" "Barrett, how many times has it been?" I can't help it, being completely surpassed by newcomers in such a short time. I wouldn't be able to stand it either. In the latest wanted poster, Nero's bounty had already surpassed his, and although he knew this day would come eventually, it was too fast. Hearing this news, Barrett held back the urge to turn around. He had been pounding meatballs for 2 days, and didn't he expect to lose to Nero on the latest wanted poster? His fists began to itch. "It's open. It's open. Bet on Nero at 1-1. 1. Bet on Barrett at 1-3. Rayleigh shouted, having brought over a table from somewhere. "Nanny? Aye. I want to bet on Nero. Nero. All my assets. All in as a form of wisdom. Nero. Do we even need to think about it? Rayleigh. I also want to bet on Nero." Even Roger squeezed in, pulling out all his savings. Seeing this scene, Barrett felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. And so did Rayleigh, the dealer. Cough, cough. Everyone listen to me. Rayleigh was sweating profusely. If this went wrong, it would be starting over. Our Roger Pirates are now a well-known pirate crew. And you're telling me none of you have any fighting spirit? 1-1. 1. What is the difference from begging on your knees? This is gambling. If you're not betting on that slight chance, then why go after the bigger benefits behind it? Can you still call yourselves famous pirates? Well said, Rayleigh. Then I'll bet it all on Barrett. Roger was moved to tears by this speech, pushing his treasure towards Barrett's side while showing a devilish smile. Barrett, I'm willing to bet everything for your slight chance. At the same time, he gave Nero a look that said, today you ignore me. Tomorrow I'll make you unable to reach me. Roger, you. Rayleigh looked at Roger with emotion. A fool can also play a significant role if used in the right way. Captain, let us go for it. Rayleigh was right. How could a pirate be afraid to take a gamble? Count me in. I also want to believe in Barrett's slight chance. Go Barrett. Take down Nero. The crew cheered for Barrett in unison, making Barrett want to deal with them first. 100 million berries. Bet on His Majesty to win. Rayleigh's eye twitched as he looked at Hester's money bag, which was quickly opening. All right. Once you place your bets, there's no changing. After comparing the amounts of the other idiots on the ship and laying out a breath, thankfully, he could still make a small profit in the end. Except for Jabba. He had actually overlooked Hester. It was really careless of him. So fast. I haven't even placed my bet yet. First mate, give me a break. Buggy, who had just brought all his assets from the ship, hurriedly pleaded as he heard Rayleigh was about to close the betting. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, which reflected light and obscured his expression. Well, all right, Buggy, who do you want to bet on? Does it even need to be asked? Of course it's sister, Buggy said, confused, thinking, could there really be an idiot betting on Barrett? Rayleigh, oh, that one work? Buggy. Chapter 12, Battle. Let's get started. Nero and Barrett stood facing each other, slightly moving their wrists. I will crush you head on, Nero. Barrett gathered his aura with both arms, staring intently at Nero. A calm smile appeared at the corner of Nero's mouth. Here it comes. Her emerald eyes were stained with red, and blood-colored magic patterns emerged on her body, indicating her special state of fully unleashed aura. At this moment, Nero was no weaker than top-tier legendary strongmen like Cap and Roger. Only drawback was that this form, like Luffy's fourth gear, could only be maintained for a short time. The terrifying aura made the air feel heavy. Unlike the release of Conqueror's Haki, the atmosphere Nero exuded now was completely different from usual, radiating a powerful, demonic presence just by standing still. Cold sweat covered Barrett's forehead as he struggled to maintain his composure, his aura surging more fiercely. Come on. A corner of the earth shattered, sand erupting like a fountain, creating a moment of silence, as if the world had paused. In the blink of an eye, Nero appeared above Barrett's head, unarmed but not holding back at all. Hell's Fall. At that moment, the sound akin to a mountain collapsing echoed, resembling the roar of a volcano. Barrett's thoughts halted, his mind going blank as his honed body instinctively bypassed his brain, reacting with the fastest response possible. The shadow of death loomed over every inch of his skin. Memories of his abandoned childhood, becoming a child soldier in the army, betrayal, killing, setting sail, encountering Roger, and then being defeated and joining the Roger Pirates. Countless images and memories he thought he had long forgotten erupted from the depths of his mind, twisting and finally morphing into a pair of crimson pupils. Without using the powers of a devil fruit, all of Barrett's aura was mobilized in an instant, gathering into his right fist. Instead of retreating, Barrett swung this punch with all his might. Ultimate Faust. Invisible waves spread out, turning into a fierce wind that cracked rocks and bent trees. With the two of them locked in a standoff. Come on, Barrett. Take down Nero. Barrett, create a miracle. A few people shouted with the momentum of a tidal wave. And it was the first time Barrett received such sincere cheers in his life. Unfortunately, he was too focused on fighting Nero to hear their cheers. The sand sank slowly after reaching his ankles, and the two disproportionately sized fists grappled against each other. But it was Barrett who couldn't hold on. Both sides roared, and the balance of victory slowly tilted toward Nero. Eventually, Barrett's arm was forced back to a certain extent before being violently rebuffed, and Nero's fist landed on his face. Due to a slight deviation in force, Barrett did not sink into the sand but was instead sent flying, crashing through a cluster of trees before finally stopping against a large rock. Mwahaha, another victory for me. Nero laughed heartily, exiting her fully unleashed aura while panting slightly. Compared to the aftereffects of fainting earlier, she could now endure such side effects for a short time. Meanwhile, Barrett gazed at the azure sky, the voices of his companions finally reaching his mind. Come on, Barrett. Get up. You can do it. How can you fall here, Barrett? Nero is exhausted too. The next part is a battle of wills. Be a man and stand up. Barrett felt a bit dazed, as if a surge of power was pumping into his heart, making it thump vigorously. This was the first time. Is this what it means to have companions? Although he joined the Roger Pirates, he had always been on the periphery, his goal clear from the start, to become stronger, strong enough to defeat Roger. When did this change occur? It seemed to have started when Nero boarded the ship. He dashed forward, a true genius favored by the gods, his visible talent adding a new mountain to his path of strength. Struggling to stand up, he realized that Roger's time was running out, and he wouldn't be able to surpass him before he died, but Nero absolutely could. The king of the new era had already appeared, and he would surely surpass her in the future. Only by defeating her could he become the strongest. It was time to make a decision. Meeting you is truly wonderful. Nero, Barrett roared, transforming into a demon, unleashing his fierce conqueror's haki. Still have strength left? A smile appeared on Nero's face as her conqueror's haki clashed fiercely with Barrett's. Contrary to expectations, the clash of Conqueror's haki was not as intense. Barrett's aura burst like a bubble upon contact, causing Nero to stop her release. Frowning, she looked at Barrett, only to find he had fainted, still maintaining a standing posture with a broad smile on his face. Barrett stood fainted. The winner of this battle is Nero. Handing a bag of money to Hesterway, Rayleigh weighed the remaining belly, feeling the reassuring weight. How could this happen? I knew I should have bet against Nero. Well, don't say that. Barrett tried his best. But Captain, all the alcohol on the ship has been fully privatized. The battle isn't over for Barrett yet. Wake up. Roger was stunned. He didn't expect the cook to wager all the alcohol he made, meaning there would be no alcohol until the next supply point. Barrett, wake up. It's on fire. Barrett, run. It's raining. You haven't collected your clothes yet. With Roger leading the way, others also began shouting loudly, ignoring those raucous fools. The ship's doctor, Kurokas, approached Barrett to check on his condition. After a careful examination, he found nothing serious, just a mild concussion, concluding that a bit of saliva would fix it. As a professional ship doctor, Kurokas wanted to bring him back, but upon seeing Barrett's massive frame, he suddenly remembered that his own meat was about to burn. Once everyone confirmed that Barrett was okay, they couldn't help but feel a bit emotional looking at his body, which had not fallen even after losing. Then they took out a camera to start taking pictures. The offspring of devils, graffiti, twin tails, and lipstick combined with a smile at the corner of his mouth. The resulting photo should be what is known as pure hellish style. Nero, along with Buggy and Shanks, also came over to take several goofy pictures together. In the days that followed, rumors circulated that Barrett left the Roger Pirates because he suffered inhumane bullying on the ship, further demonizing the legend of the Roger Pirates. Chapter 13, Whitebeard. Will Whitebeard really come here? The next day, Nero lay on a beach chair, sipping iced juice, and asked boredly, "Is it going to be another waste of time?" Pushing up her sunglasses, Nero pinched a macaron and turned to Shanks beside her. "The captain said that Whitebeard is active in this sea area and is likely to rest on this small island." Shanks scratched his head. "Don't worry, big sister. Captain Roger's instincts are very accurate." "Really?" Nero lifted her sunglasses. "I can't say for sure if Whitebeard will come, but it seems like there are other guests arriving first." Enemy attack. It's the Navy," Buggy shouted from the lookout tower. "What? Why won't that guy Garp just go away?" Roger unsheathed his sword, his voice full of disdain. But a big smile was on his face. "Where's Garp?" "Seriously, if one day someone tells me Garp joined the Roger Pirates, I wouldn't be surprised at all." It seems that Roger's worthless demeanor made Nero roll over with a silent retort. In her observation hockey perception, there was no sign of Garp among this group of Navy. Just a bunch of ordinary seamen. The leader had some strength, but wasn't a threat, so Nero didn't even plan to get up. Roger also noticed that Garp was not among the Navy, and his fighting spirit dropped by 99%. But he still forced himself to muster some energy. Quickly dispatching the group of seamen, and grabbing one by the collar, he said, "If you want to catch me, bring Garp and Sengoku with you." Nero, who had been watching the situation, rolled her eyes. I bet there's no hint of provocation in that statement." "What?" Shanks was a bit confused, but quickly figured it out. It's not a nightclub. A pirate naming the Navy is like ordering a companion. If they come, wouldn't others suspect there's something shady going on here? Most of the people here were too laid back to care. If it were someone who enjoyed power plays, they would have sent you to the frontier long ago, without a second thought. Now that you mention it, that does make sense. Shanks laughed, suddenly finding the dynamics between them quite interesting. The unclear special relationships between men. It's both childish and complicated. Sitting up, Nero went back to the ship with Hestia. "Big sister?" Shanks wondered, why did she just leave like that? Confused, Shanks grabbed a piece of chocolate and stuffed it in his mouth when he heard Buggy's voice from the lookout tower again. "Whitebeard. Whitebeard's ship is docked on the other side of the island." "Wow, what is that?" "Zulfast." Buggy used binoculars to observe the rapidly approaching figure. "Is that the samurai? Newgate? Finally here, and the legendary samurai." Roger laughed, already able to see the commotion caused by the samurai running over. "Jabba, Rayleigh, let me handle this. I can't let you get hurt." Stopping the two who were ready to act, Roger bounced to the front. "Just admit you want to fight," Rayleigh said, his blade hanging down, rolling his eyes. The samurai Kazuki Odin also arrived within 20 meters of Roger, the aura of a fierce beast. Kazuki Odin sensed that Roger was like a wild beast from the mountains, brutal and powerful. But he didn't stop, holding his sword with both hands, intending to deal with the man in front of him. "Yo, samurai!" Roger cheerfully greeted him, and then drew his famous sword ace. Divine Avoidance. This sword struck directly at Kazuki Odin's abdomen, and he spat out blood, sent flying by the blow. A giant ancient tree was broken one after another, and finally, his body was embedded into the trunk of a tree that resembled rock. Kazuki Odin was stunned by the attack, blood flowing from his forehead. But he didn't care at all, his mind filled with the scene of Roger smiling as he sent him flying, pulling his body out of the tree trunk. He still looked incredulous and said, "What was that?" Then he charged again towards Roger. "Impossible. I can't accept this." Just then, he saw Whitebeard's figure overhead, also advancing toward the enemy who had just sent him flying. Without dialogue or even the names of techniques, Conqueror's haki wrapped around their weapons, and the Naginata Kongu clashed fiercely with Roger's ace. Both of their faces wore arrogant wild smiles, as if greeting each other. Their weapons did not actually collide, but it seemed that an unbeatable force was compressing and clashing between them. Soil and stones flew like waves, and many people were sent flying by the shockwave of this power. Even the seawater outside the island was affected, and the clouds in the sky were once again completely blown apart. Nero also arrived at the scene, watching this spectacle, feeling very excited, her hand gripping the original fire, itching to try. Finally, the two stopped their struggle and pulled back a little distance. Whitebeard heavily slammed Kongu onto the ground, and Roger also planted Ace into the earth. "Ace, do you know why I call Whitebeard Dad?" "Looking good, Roger. It's been how many years since we last met?" "Newgate." After greeting each other, Both burst in a loud laughter, looking very happy. Nero was left speechless, feeling that Roger seemed more confident and attractive than even herself, a beautiful woman. Roger and Whitebeard seemed to have heard Nero's thoughts, and they both stopped smiling. Leave your valuables behind. X2, then the battle was about to begin. Roger and Whitebeard, Rayleigh and Marco, Jabba and Kazuki Odin. Everyone seemed to have agreed to engage in a chaotic battle. Nero also looked around, carefully selecting a suitable target, and then charged forward with her sword. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. On the second day, when it rained, Nero even took the time to return to the ship to take a shower. By the evening of the third day, both sides were exhausted. Even the interns Shanks and Buggy showed their fierceness, standing back-to-back with weapons, glaring at the enemy. However, by the fourth day, both sides sat together exchanging gifts. But due to gambling, most people looked quite poor. Rich man Rayleigh stood high above, calmly watching the harmonious crowd, speechless in amazement. His gaze swept around, slightly frowning as he voiced his confusion. Where's Nero? Chapter 14, Kazuki Odin Embarks, Part 1. White, I want to see the final island. Kazuki Odin said impulsively, facing Roger, who was kneeling before him, and Odin's request, Whitebeard showed an unwilling expression. Just 1 year. As long as I have this guy, my journey will be complete. Please, Newgate. Roger did not raise his head, his attitude sincere. I can exchange all my treasures for it. In the end, Whitebeard did not agree. But seeing Kazuki Odin's expression, he showed a tacit acceptance. Nero, big sister, has anyone seen Nero and the others? Rayleigh asked everywhere, and everyone shook their heads in unison, indicating they didn't know. Buggy and Shanks also helped search, but found nothing. This isn't right. In such a lively situation, how could Nero not be here? Rayleigh stroked his chin, looking suspicious. At that moment, Marco hurried over. Dad, something's wrong. Weighty Bay is missing. Nanny? Whitebeard's expression changed, his eyes wide with anger. When did this happen? He did not suspect Roger. He knew through years of interaction that Roger's crew was not that kind of people. I'm not sure, we just found out. Marco stammered. No one expected this situation to occur. Damn it. Whitebeard punched the air, creating a powerful shockwave. Search. Mobilize everyone. We must find them no matter what. Let's help too, Roger said, before we fought with a group of Marines. Huh? Who do you think I am? Whitebeard's forehead bulged with veins, angered by Roger's offering. A mere Marine, I am Whitebeard. Captain, something's wrong. At that moment, Buggy rushed over in a panic. Big Sister and Hazeway have also disappeared. Nanny? That Nero? Roger was also confused, exchanging glances with Whitebeard. Newgate, let us cooperate to find them. Humph. Whitebeard snorted, indicating his tacit agreement, and shouted at the other crew members. What are you still doing here? Hurry and find them. Oh, move quickly. Hearing this, Marco immediately spread his wings and soared into the sky. Captain Roger, let us go back to the ship first. I feel that with Big Sister's strength, no one can take her away quietly. Shanks calmed down, sensing something was still off. All right, let us do that. Shanks, you go check the ship, and the others search separately, Roger instructed. He did not explicitly say it, but if Nero was fine, he would treat it as helping to find Weighty Bay. Shanks nodded and headed toward the ship, only to find Nero walking out of the woods, as if nothing had happened. No, rather, she seemed to be glowing. Hazeway followed behind with a helpless expression. The others did not think much and quickly surrounded her, asking in a flurry, Nero, where have you been? Everyone thought you were missing. Did you encounter any enemies? Nero pushed through the crowd and said, I'm fine. I didn't encounter any special enemies, just some personal matters. I was on the ship the whole time. As she spoke, Nero squeezed in front of Kazuki Odin. Is this the legendary samurai from Wano? Quite a peculiar sight. Captain, did you take care of this guy and his captain? From now on, Odin will sail with us. Roger laughed and gave a thumbs up. That's great. Hearing this, Nero's eyes clearly brightened. In contrast to Whitebeard's ugly expression, she could only pat his abdomen due to her height. As expected of the great pirate Whitebeard, truly generous. I can tell at a glance that you are a magnanimous guy. Whitebeard, with a gloomy face, pushed Nero's hand away, not refuting her praise. Nero did not mind Whitebeard's rudeness, patting her full chest. I told you, Weighty Bay's worries were unnecessary. Since it's like this, the matter is settled. After saying that, Nero intended to return the way she came, but was stopped by Whitebeard, who pressed down on her shoulder. Little girl, what do you mean Weighty Bay is with you? Whitebeard's face darkened, his tone grim. Nero blinked. Oh right, I haven't told you. Weighty Bay has decided to come with me. What is so surprising? Isn't that samurai over there the same? Nero said, as a matter of course. Little girl, I want to hear this from Weighty Bay herself. Whitebeard's forehead bulged with veins. His words filled with anger and disbelief. He could not believe that Weighty Bay would betray the Whitebeard pirates and leave silently. Of course, if you want to meet, any time is fine. Nero seemed to not hear the emotion in Whitebeard's words, still looking very confident. Hayesway had been trying to say something, but found it difficult to stop, her expression hard to describe. No, this is mine. We clearly agreed. Nero buried her face in Weighty Bay's ample bosom, holding her waist tightly, unwilling to let go. Whether it was the Whitebeard pirates or Roger's crew, everyone stood there with black lines on their foreheads, speechless. We clearly agreed. If I win, then she is mine. Raising her head from the bosom, Nero looked at Weighty Bay with watery eyes, making her feel uneasy. Isn't this something similar to a pirate's catchphrase? I've been with the Whitebeard pirates for so long. There is some understanding, but what is this little girl doing? Weighty Bay looked to her captain for help, while Whitebeard instinctively turned his face toward Roger. Roger felt Whitebeard's gaze and then shifted his attention to Rayleigh. Rayleigh, damn it. Looking at Nero, who was holding Weighty Bay and not letting go, Rayleigh felt a bit of a headache. It would be easy to knock someone else out, but with Nero's strength and the fact that she was a little girl, that method was directly ineffective. Plus, her stubbornness made Rayleigh feel at a loss for what to do. And what's wrong with giving the samurai to Roger and letting Weighty Bay go with me? What a stingy guy. I will treat her well, and I will definitely make her happier than she was with you. That's different. Whitebeard felt a bit of a headache, thinking this was truly a farce. What is different? Nero tightened her hold. The two finally looked at Roger simultaneously. You say it. Roger. Chapter 15. Boarding the ship, Part 2. At this point, I have to mention Nero's hobbies. Gold, art, music, and beautiful women. All the maids around her, including Highsway, are exceptional beauties. After such a long time, finally encountering a woman to her liking, Nero displayed an extraordinary level of determination. This determination made Whitebeard want to hit something. Upon learning that Roger was nearing the end of his life, he even began to think it would be better if Roger could die before today. Nero, you're a pirate now, not an emperor, so stop being so willful. Roger asserted his captain's authority. He had worked hard to bring Odin aboard, so how could his crew just take what they wanted? He was almost afraid to look Whitebeard in the eye. Well, isn't being a pirate about doing whatever it takes to get what you want? Nero looked at Roger in confusion, recalling that this was something he himself had taught her. That may be true. Roger scratched his head, nearly convinced. But realizing that communication wasn't working, it seemed they would have to resort to force. Jabba, Rayleigh, are you leaving behind all the treasure as well as the food? Looking at the crew members transporting supplies, Rayleigh chuckled and asked, Well, for food, let's hunt some sea kings first. After all, Odin is on board now, Roger said with a hearty laugh, nonchalantly. However, speaking of which, did Odin actually bring his wife and children along for the voyage? Roger, who generally liked children, found himself particularly fond of new life. Perhaps because he was nearing the end of his own. Shut up. You guys are so despicable, Nero shouted, her eyes seemingly saying, You guys are the worst. Be quiet. Nero, once the ship is far enough away, we'll untie you, Jabba sighed helplessly. This girl was getting stronger. She was a completely different person compared to a few months ago. Captain Roger, the Whitebeard pirates have returned all the food and said we mustn't let Odin's family go hungry. Roger laughed heartily and took a few steps to the bow of the ship, waving his hand. Oh, is that so? Ha ha. Then everyone, we should set sail. Oh, the other Whitebeard pirates were saying their final goodbyes to Odin on the shore, while Nero twisted her body, struggling to keep her eyes fixed on Waydibe on the shore, making indistinct noises that sent chills down Waydibe's spine. All right, your majesty. They're already out of sight, Highsway said, untying Nero while using a tone meant to soothe the child. Oomph. Nero pouted, turning her head away in a sulk. Your Majesty, look over there. A big cat and a big dog have snuck onto the ship. Highsway continued to comfort her. Hearing Highsway say this, Nero immediately ran over angrily. You guys, you'd rather let cats and dogs on the ship than allow Wadeye? Why are you still talking about this? These two things are completely different, okay? Roger was speechless. Was Nero really this stubborn about Wadeye? What is different? Oof. Are you looking down on Wadeye? Nero clenched her fists, ready to fight for Wadeye's honor. There's no one here but you who looks down on Wadeye. Roger rubbed his forehead. And our next stop is Skypea, the land of gold Zangdora. Nanny, are you saying the palace of you? Nero instantly forgot about Wadeye and began to envision her palace design. He. Nero entered her fantasy time. So I'll be busy for a while. Highsway, hurry up and prepare. I need to design the palace blueprint. Hey, Highsway sighed helplessly. Indeed, Her Majesty was still a child at heart. Golden Palace, Golden Palace, my Golden Palace. Nero hummed a tuneless song as she happily ran toward her bedroom. As for Wadeye, next won't be good. Hey, warrior, your top-knot hair is so strange. Shanks, your red hair is as red as Buggy's nose. Rayleigh, which of your blonde or Blackbeard's hair is dyed? Jabba, with your thick hair, a double ponytail would suit you even better. Everyone greeted by Nero looked puzzled. What was going on? Just a moment ago, she seemed to be on the verge of a breakdown. That idiot. Just let her be. Roger covered his face, feeling speechless. Back in the bedroom, Highsway prepared the tools, and Nero officially began designing her golden palace. A fountain, and a grand theater made of gold and a golden hot spring. I want a big lion fountain, a golden flower bed, and red roses, with gold and red as the overall colors. An extravagantly gorgeous palace. Your Majesty, how to transport the islands in the sky is a big problem, right? Even with the help of locals, it's not a small project. Highsway pointed out some practical issues, seeing that Nero was getting a bit too excited. I already thought of a solution for these little things. Make a big ship out of gold and slowly transport the gold back to Niku's. Nero paused, waving her quill in the air like a conductor's baton. The city of gold wasn't built in a day. I only plan to establish the basics this time. After all, I promised Roger to accompany him to the final island first. Wait, did you just say the city of gold? Highsway's eyes twitched, hoping she had misheard. Of course, I want to transform the capital of Niku's entirely into gold, and for that, I have made preparations. After saying this, Nero ran to the bedside, bent over, and rummaged under the bed to pull out a rolled-up blueprint. When she opened it, it depicted a devil fruit. Jean, the legendary gold fruit. If Zangdora's gold reserves are insufficient, my backup plan is this. But Your Majesty, the sea is so vast, finding a specific devil fruit. Highsway threw another bucket of cold water. If possible, she even hoped Nero would abandon the idea of the Golden Palace city. Such actions were too much of a burden for the people as an emperor. However, Nero completely missed the implication in Highsway's words, gently stroking the blueprint. My sixth sense tells me that I am destined to meet this fruit. It is surely waiting for me to lead it to create an immortal miracle. Highsway. Sai. Chapter 16 future yo all. The fine wine of Binks, delivered to your side. The sea breeze is free and easy, riding the waves. Where the waves reach, the afterglow sparkles. Birds sing, circling in the sky. Farewell, harbor, land of silk. Sing a song, the song of departure. Golden waves and silver tides. Surging and passionate, our journey awaits to the ends of the earth. Yamato laughed heartily, patting Nero on the back. Nero, my dear, you're completely off key. Ha ha ha. Well, Yamato, you don't understand. My singing is art. There's a huge difference between nature and ordinary people, and it requires a deep appreciation. Nero stubbornly believed that it was others who lacked the ability to appreciate his voice. Well, I heard your wife and children are on board too. Call them over. Excellent artistic genes should be cultivated from a young age. That is not a problem at all. I'll go call them now. Although I think Nero is tone deaf, it's not a big deal. Well, it seems I'll have to get my all today. Yamato went to get the microphone. Hearing that Yamato was willing to bring his family to listen to his singing, Nero was very touched and felt that today was a great day for a concert. Haha, you're truly full of vitality, my dear Nero. Kazuki Yamato smiled casually, preparing to call his wife and children. Just as he turned around to call them, he suddenly noticed something was off. It seemed like many gazes were fixed on him. However, he didn't pay much attention, thinking that since he had just boarded the ship, many people would naturally be curious about him. As he brushed past, he was suddenly grabbed by the wrist by Rayleigh, who said nothing, but his expression was twisted. Yamato paused, sensing something was wrong. He glanced at the others. Aside from the enthusiastic Nero, everyone else wore the same expression. Realizing something was amiss, he looked into the eyes of the others. No one said anything, yet everyone seemed to be saying something. Is something wrong? Yamato blinked, asking in confusion. Well, Heather, bring my speaker over too. Nero's voice came from the other side. It's fine now, I won't delay you. Rayleigh patted Yamato's arm, indicating he should go call his family quickly. What a strange bunch. Yamato was bewildered and suspicious as he went to call his family. He didn't think too much of it. It was just Nero singing. What could go wrong? Although he had just heard Nero's singing and knew he was tone deaf, the kitten-like tone was still quite cute upon first hearing. Bringing them to the deck, Nero was still fiddling with the speaker. Heather, can you make it a bit louder? Your Majesty, this is already the loudest. Heather continued adjusting it pretentiously. Well, in that case, I'll have to rely on my superior skills to make up for it. Does Your Majesty also use skills when singing? What? What did you say? I didn't say anything. Nero also noticed Yamato's family arriving, shot Heather a fierce glare, then turned to greet Yamato's wife. Well, I am Nero Claudius. And you must be Yamato's wife? Why you? Hello. Nice to meet you. I am Yamato Dano's wife, Kazuki Toki. Her voice was a bit tense, like a small animal. Her appearance was top-notch, and if she weren't married. Nero felt a bit regretful. Well, these two little ones in your hands are your children? They are quite small. Momonosuke and Hiyori, they can't speak yet, Kazuki Yamato said proudly, although he had a rather peculiar face. His gaze towards his wife and two children was very gentle. Well, she has a beauty that doesn't quite match you. Nero teased with a smile. What are you saying? I think Toki and I look very well matched, right? Yamato, your eyes and face are both quite strange. Well, and your hairstyle. Nero, dear, are you all right? Nero, big sister, Your Majesty. The scene before him twisted, consciousness gradually blurred, and after the world spun around. The last thing Nero saw was Heather and other crew members' anxious faces. A giant dragon in blue and pink. A woman with orange horns holding a wolf fawn club. A desolate land, polluted water sources. A warrior in white wearing shank straw hat. Oh, 7 dragons. Transform into my wings and soar. Is the last one me? And that guy wearing the straw hat. As if submerged by a tide. Nero's consciousness became ambiguous. Your Majesty? Are you all right? Opening her eyes, she saw Heather's worried face. Nero sat up, holding her forehead. The lingering pain seemed to still linger in her nerves. Well, Heather, I'm fine, but it seems I've forgotten something, and it feels quite important. Nero's expression was dazed, as if she was just a layer of window paper away from remembering, which made her feel very uncomfortable. It's fine, Your Majesty. As long as you're healthy, everything else can be resolved eventually. Heather hugged Nero tightly, and Nero's symptoms seemed to have lightened a lot. But Heather was even more worried. That sickly look shouldn't appear on her face. Well, I'm sorry. It seems I worried you. Nero hugged Heather back, and her usually vibrant face now bore a hint of a sickly beauty. Your Majesty, you should rest well. There's porridge heating in the kitchen. I'll bring it to you. After a moment of tenderness, Heather pushed Nero back down onto the bed to let her rest properly. Well, actually, I feel like I'm fine now. Hearing the tone like one soothing a child, Nero felt a bit unwilling. Nero, big sister. A crowd squeezed in, all looking at Nero with concern. Are you all right? Faced with the worried expressions of the crowd, Nero didn't speak but stared blankly at Shank Straw Hat. Her emerald eyes were stained red, and the familiar sharp pain in her brain returned, but she didn't pay it any mind. Holding her head, her eyes fixed on Shank Straw Hat, Nero's breathing became heavier. Big sister? Shanks felt a bit uneasy under Nero's proud gaze. Call Yamato over. His country is in trouble. Nero recalled the scene she had just seen and instructed Shanks. Huh? Oh, Shanks was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and ran out. Chapter 17, Decision Nero. Did you have a nightmare? When Kazuki Odin ran over, he was still somewhat confused. What problem could there be in Wano country? But when he saw Nero's blood-red eyes, he swallowed his words. Odin, your country is in trouble. Although I don't know when it started, there must have been signs early on. Nero's expression was serious. Odin, you need to return to Wano country. Despite being a pirate, at her core, Nero was still an emperor. Trained as a crown prince from a young age, she placed great importance on the safety of her country. Haha, Nero, you're overreacting. You said it's just a sign, right? It won't do any good for me to go back now. Odin laughed exaggeratedly. This might just be a nightmare of yours. Besides, even if it's real, who knows when it will happen? Captain Roger went to great lengths to get me on board. If I leave now, how will you all reach the final island? Nero lowered her gaze. There will always be a way. We still have plenty of time to find a solution. There's no time left. Roger. Captain Roger can't wait. During the time Nero was unconscious, Odin had learned that Roger didn't have much time left, so they needed to reach the final island as quickly as possible. Only Nero was unaware of this news. The headstrong Emperor wouldn't accept this outcome, so the other crew members tacitly kept this information from her. Later, there would be a historical marker in Wano country, and I will stay there for a while, so you could just rest easy, Nero. No need to worry about these things. Upon hearing this, the furrow in Nero's brow finally relaxed a bit. She nodded at Odin's serious face. Since you have a plan, I want to say more. After Odin and Shanks left, only Nero and Hestia remained in the room. Nero suddenly asked, Hestia, is there something you're hiding from me? Hestia, of course, knew about Roger's situation. This scene had played out in her mind countless times, so when Nero asked, she showed not a hint of a flaw. What are you talking about? Nero stared at Hestia's face, taking a full 10 seconds before looking away. It's nothing. I might be overthinking it. Hestia nodded without speaking. The crimson-eyed Nero always had an indescribable sense of pressure. Compared to her usual demeanor, at this moment, she felt more like a ruler. In the following year, Barrett left the ship, claiming he wanted to find a way to become the strongest. The Roger pirates first went to Skypiea, where Nero made a deal with the locals and sent people from the Nikyu's empire to start trade. The Golden Palace was also under construction, and the once rare soil on Skypiea was no longer precious, while local special shellfish products received high praise in Nikyu's. After coming down from Skypiea, the Roger pirates arrived at Water 7 due to damage to their ship. The shipbuilder, Fisher Tom, completed repairs on the Oro Jackson. During this time, Nero also heard that he was working on an interesting project called the Sea Train and agreed to invite Tom to build such a train in Nikyu's when she returned from the final island. Next, the group went to the Bridge Kingdom but didn't stay long before heading to Sabadi Archipelago and later to Fishman Island, located 10,000 meters underwater. In the deep sea, Nero, Roger, and Odin all heard a strange voice. Our king is about to be born. However, none of the other crew members heard it. In the silent, deep sea, there should have been no sound, yet the three heard the same words simultaneously. In the end, based on the historical text from Skypiea, they speculated that it might be the legendary Poseidon who was about to be born, likely the princess of the merfolk. It seemed that Nero and the others possessed some special talent that allowed them to hear such voices. They didn't stay long on Fishman Island either. After obtaining the red historical text from Charlotte Linlin, combined with the piece from Fishman Island, they were just 2 pieces short of the markers leading to the final island. Then, they arrived at Odin's homeland, Wano country. Upon seeing the factory emitting black smoke and the shabby subordinates, Odin immediately knew that, as Nero said, something significant had happened in Wano that he was unaware of. His wife, Toki, also fell ill on the way and could not continue sailing. Odin planned to stay in Wano out of concern for his wife, but Toki stopped him. She cared more about Odin's thoughts than the problems in Wano, not wanting to cause him to stop for any other reason. Just as Nero said, Toki was a good woman, at least in considering her husband. She was undoubtedly an excellent wife. The Roger pirates did not land, and after Odin entrusted Toki and their 2 children to his subordinates, he returned to the pirate ship in just a few hours. However, he rejected Nero's suggestion to help him solve the problems in his country. Although he didn't know the specifics, national issues couldn't be resolved overnight, and Roger didn't have much time left. They were just one piece short of the red markers. Because of this issue, the relationship between Nero and Odin gradually became distant, or rather, it was Nero who unilaterally distanced herself from Odin. After all, in Nero's view, Odin's actions made no sense. He was simply disregarding the safety of his country. Later, with the help of cat and dog, everyone arrived at the hiding place of the last marker, Zoe, on the back of a colossal creature known as the Elephant Lord. There lived a tribe of fur-like beings similar to cat and dog. After gathering all the markers in the waters of the Edwa Sea, the Roger pirates faced the fleet of the Golden Lion. The gap between both sides was clear. The Roger pirates were surrounded by numerous fleets. After Roger refused the Golden Lioness invitation, a battle was imminent. Even though the Roger pirates had many skilled fighters facing the Golden Lion Shiki, who was not weaker than Roger, they inevitably found themselves at a disadvantage after a fierce battle. Just then, for reasons unknown, an unprecedented giant wave rose in the Edwa Sea. The Golden Lion's fleet was largely destroyed by the massive wave, and the Golden Lion himself was impaled in the head by a ship's rudder. Though he did not die, he was left without the strength to continue fighting. The Roger pirates also paid a significant price, but ultimately, all members safely escaped and sailed towards the final island. Chapter 18. Did Laugh Tale know the location of the final island? Roger stepped out and looked at Odin and Rayleigh, who were studying. It has been confirmed. When do we set off? Now, Roger said with a grin that reached his ears, without any hesitation. Oh, the others also wore the same smiles. The next moment was about to create history. However, at that moment, Buggy collapsed, his body flushed and burning with fever. Even in his unconscious state, Buggy kept mumbling about going to the final island. But in this condition, he really needed to rest on land. And in the end, Shanks decided to stay behind to take care of Buggy. Are you sure, Shanks? We've come this far, and we're just one step away. Nero asked with a frown, looking at Shanks. It's fine, Captain. I've decided that I will go to the final island with my own crew in the future, Shanks said with a smile, his words showing no reluctance. What a spirited guy. Roger placed his hand on Shanks' straw hat and gave him an understanding smile. Shanks returned the smile, as if a kind of legacy continued on the straw hat. Meanwhile, as Nero looked at the straw hat, memories of the boy he had seen in observation hockey resurfaced in his mind, and he felt a bad premonition, his brows furrowing unconsciously. Heather, you should stay here and take care of Buggy with Shanks. I can't leave him alone. Your Majesty? No problem. There's just a little distance left. Were you also interested in the final island? Heather? Heather pondered. To be honest, she wasn't really interested in the final island. The reason she joined Roger's pirate crew was just to take care of Nero. Looking at Buggy and Shanks, she indeed couldn't feel at ease with the two boys who always called Nero captain. So in the end, Heather nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. Then I will wait here for your return. Nero nodded and looked at Shanks. Don't give Heather too much trouble, okay? Captain. Shanks looked at Nero with gratitude, for the one who taught him goddess avoidance. This call of captain was heartfelt. The next day, after saying goodbye to Shanks and Heather on the shore, the Oro Jackson continued towards the final island. Is this the final island? Hey, what are you doing? Roger's face fell halfway through his laughter as he glared at one of the crew members. I was planning to record the location here, so that next time we come back. Before he could finish, Roger interrupted loudly. Idiot! Places like this are only worth visiting once. He snatched the recording pointer and angrily threw it into the sea. I think it's fine. We finally arrived at this place. Keeping the pointer might help us reminisce in the future, Nero said nonchalantly. Not at all, idiot. The little girl really doesn't understand. Roger made a face at Nero, pulling down his lower eyelid. What did you say? Nero's face darkened as she rolled up her sleeves, ready to give Roger a taste of her fist. Normally, Roger would quickly back down in such situations, but this time he stubbornly held his ground and made another face at Nero. You. Nero's, I twitched as she prepared to teach Roger a lesson. Over the year, Nero's combat power was not at all inferior to top-tier strongmen like Roger and Whitebeard, but they hadn't had a serious duel yet. All right, we're here, so let us not fight. The final treasure is right up ahead. Rayleigh and Jabba pulled the two apart, These two really were the same as always. Oomph. X2, even when pulled apart, the two still had no intention of acknowledging each other, snorting coldly and turning their faces away. Their Cold War didn't affect the others. Everyone continued to chat and laugh as they walked forward. Finally, they saw the final treasure. Roger was the first to burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. And the others followed suit, laughing heartily, except for Nero. On this day, we learned everything. The truth of the world, the blank century, the ancient weapons, and the secrets of the D-clan. Ahahaha. It seems we came too early. Roger held his captain's hat, laughing so hard that he couldn't stand up straight. Joy boy, I really wish I could have been born in the same era as you. You left behind such an incredible treasure. What a grand joke. Roger said with emotion, still carrying a smile in his words. He suddenly turned to the others. Hey, everyone, the final island that hasn't been reached for 800 years. Let us call it Laugh Tale. Sound good? Let us do that. The final island, named by us, the new era begins from here. Everyone was chattering and laughing, celebrating with their arms around each other. Meanwhile, Nero, who had remained silent, lowered her head, her golden bangs covering her eyes, making it hard to see her expression. Is this really okay? There was not a hint of a smile, as if she were suppressing her rage to the limit. Her scarlet pupils opened, blood-red magical patterns spreading across her face, an unparalleled conqueror as hockey erupted. Nero was clearly on the edge of losing control. I ask you, is this really okay? Answer me. Roger. The earth let out a mournful cry, as if responding to Nero's anger, and even the air began to tremble. Came too early? Such a ridiculous reason. I will not accept it. What Joy Boy? What Nika? You're the same, right? The red and white conqueror-esque hockey flickered around Nero, who looked at the others, trying to find someone who shared her unwillingness. But she failed. Everyone accepted this result without any regrets or unwillingness. Roger looked at Nero with calm eyes, as if saying, this is the end I have reached. The next will be left to the next era. Idiot. Bastard. Slob. Nero gasped, cursing at Roger, her fists loosening and tightening. Goldie. The idiot bastard with nose hair that has grown into a beard. In the end, Nero couldn't hold back and landed a solid punch on Roger's face, sending him flying. A bunch of useless idiots. I want to accept this result. I break off relations. I will break off relations with you idiots. Nero's forehead bulged with veins, and after saying that, she turned and angrily left, leaving Roger behind shouting, Hey, I'm not a guy with nose hair that has grown into a beard. Ha, you got punched away, Roger. The captain looked so lame. The others mercilessly mocked Roger. However, it might be the best time for Nero to leave at this moment. Looking at Nero's back, Rayleigh, Jabba, and Odin silently thought to themselves. Chapter 19 Disagreement. Heathway and Shanks, who had been waiting at the port, received the newspaper announcing Roger as the Pirate King early on. A red meteor fell from the sky, landing in front of them, and the visitor was Nero, with a sour expression on his face. Sister, why are you alone? Where are Captain Roger and the others? Shanks asked curiously, craning his neck to look out to sea, but he couldn't see the Oro Jackson. We'll talk about that later. How's Buggy doing? Nero, looking glum, didn't answer Shanks's question. Buggy is fine. We've been taking turns guarding the port these days. He should be resting at the inn now. You all have worked hard these past few days, including you, Heathway. Nero walked ahead. There are some things I need to tell you. Let's discuss them at the inn. Heathway nodded silently and followed behind Nero with Shanks. Hey, that person looks like Nero from the Rose. Huh, is it the one from Roger's crew? Idiot. He should be a high-ranking officer of the Pirate King now. I can't believe we get to see such a big shot here. The whispers of the people around reached the ears of the three, making Nero, who usually loved being the center of attention, feel a wave of annoyance. The fact that people always brought up that idiot Roger when discussing her only made her mood worse. Shanks and Heathway, who originally planned to tease her, decided against it upon seeing her reaction. Buggy, stop eating. When they arrived at the inn, Buggy was struggling with a chicken leg. Hearing Shanks's voice, he turned around with a surprised expression. Sister, you're back. Where are Captain Roger and the others? The Conqueror's hockey surged, causing everyone in the room, except for Nero and the others, to lose consciousness, startling Buggy. grabbing a juice bottle from the table. Nero twisted off the cap and drank half of it as if it were alcohol, then slammed the bottle back on the table. I've cut ties with Roger and that group of bastards. Who are you two going to follow? The unexpected words caused everyone's brains to momentarily stall, and the way it sounded was akin to asking children which parent they wanted to stay with after a divorce. Sister, you're joking, right? Buggy stammered, swallowing hard. Yeah, sister, what happened between you and Captain Roger? Shanks quickly asked. Although Heathway didn't speak, she looked at Nero with a face full of confusion. I didn't just cut ties with Roger. I severed all connections with that group of idiots. All those fools. It seemed remembering something reignited the spark of anger in Nero. Stop with the nonsense. Who are you going to follow? Sister. X2 Shanks and Buggy fell silent, looking at Nero with hesitation. I understand. Sorry, this matter really doesn't concern you. I may have taken my anger out on you too. Nero seemed to calm down a bit and apologize to them. But I absolutely cannot reconcile with Roger. Nero abruptly changed the tone of the conversation, resolutely declaring, you two just pass that message to them. There is no room for negotiation. Sister, what on earth happened? Buggy sensed something was off and stood up, slamming his hand on the table as he shouted desperately. Leave this matter to Roger and the others. In a way, he has left the future to you. Nero pondered for a moment before looking at Buggy and Shanks with a complicated expression. He left the future to us? Shanks and Buggy felt a bit dazed, as if something heavy, something capable of deciding the world's fate, had been placed in their future. Your Majesty, is this really okay? On the way, Heathway cautiously spoke up. No problem. A man's choices are more important than gains and losses. Emotions are what truly matter. Nero stopped and looked at the ships docked at the port. Ships that had weathered storms and traveled the world would eventually stop at an ordinary port one day and never set sail again. Pick a good ship to set sail. From now on, I am a captain. Nero's eyes scanned the numerous ships, picking and choosing. Hearing this, Heathway frowned. Your Majesty, you've already been to the final island. We should return to the NICU's empire now. Duke Livord has been urging us these days. What nonsense are you talking about? My adventure has just begun. Besides, I won't be handling political matters when I go back. I'm just a mascot, and the title of Rose Nero carries much more weight on the seas than the title of Emperor of NICU's. Nero's well-reasoned argument left Heathway speechless. The current situation indeed was like that. As a pirate of the Pirate King, the notorious bounty of 3 billion for Rose Nero was far more intimidating than the Emperor of NICU's, who was tucked away in a corner of the New World. However, Heathway was still Heathway. If direct confrontation didn't work, she would resort to indirect tactics. Clearing her throat, she spoke, but you've been out for so long. You should at least go back to check on things. After all, you are the Emperor, and everyone has missed your concerts so much during this time. Meanwhile, far away in NICU's, Livord and a group of ministers, who were urging the construction of the Golden Palace, suddenly shivered, as if they had received a warning from their observation hockey. And sure enough, upon hearing Heathway's words, Nero, who had just been resolute, immediately wavered. But thinking about her purpose for going to sea this time, she shook her head and still struggled to refuse Heathway's suggestion. No need to say more. I've made my decision, and this matter is unchangeable. At most, I will hold a concert for them for 3 days and 3 nights as compensation when I return. Heathway's eyelid twitched. That would be pure torture. However, you do have a point, Heathway. Then for the next voyage, I will be enough alone. You can head back to NICU's. With her eyes slightly widened, Heathway looked at Nero in disbelief, feeling for the first time in her life the sensation of losing both money and soldiers. No, Your Majesty, at least I want to stay by your side. If I'm not here, how will you dress? How will you eat? How will you take a bath? What will you do if you get thirsty? Shut up. Don't make me sound like a useless person. Seeing that Heathway was about to continue, Nero's face turned red as she covered Heathway's mouth. I can do all of that myself. Heathway, What? Chapter 20 Captain Nero, the bright sunshine, the deep blue sea, and the news birds soaring freely in the sky. The pirate ship glides over the water, creating white foam. A little more effort. I'm just right. Nero lay on a deck chair, squinting his eyes and humming. Captain, Your shoulders are quite stiff. It seems you've accumulated quite a bit of fatigue. A beautiful girl with a stunning figure said while massaging Nero's shoulders. Captain, this is freshly chilled apple juice. Another equally beautiful girl held out a tray with green apple juice on it. Thank you for your hard work. The apple juice was brought to Nero's lips, and tilting his head, he bit the straw and took a big gulp. After downing half a glass, Nero sighed with satisfaction. This is paradise. Ugh, Captain, you're being too dramatic. The girls giggled. The story begins a day earlier when Nero forcefully drove away Heather and set out to sea alone on the most luxurious pirate ship in the port. Although Nero was somewhat familiar with the various processes of setting sail, piloting such a large ship alone still made him flustered. Normally, he would recruit a new crew to handle the navigation and other aspects, but Roger and the others were about to arrive, and after just breaking off relations, Nero didn't want to run into them. So, despite the chaos, he hurriedly set off to sea by himself. However, the chaotic situation improved after 20 minutes. As Nero completely gave up, there is gravity between the port and the ship. As long as I do nothing, the magnetic field will naturally take me to the next island. Standing at the bow with the sunlight shining down, Nero let the wind and waves propel the unmanned pirate ship forward. The compass needle was slightly off course, but Nero no longer cared about that damned helm. The sea was so vast that even if the course deviated, he would surely reach other islands. It was only when a slave ship approached head-on that Nero truly felt what it meant to have destiny on his side. Indeed, the emperor possessed an inexplicable fortune. Make way for the ship ahead. This is a slave transport vessel heading to the Holy Land, destined for the celestial dragons. A fat, greasy middle-aged man shouted from the bow with a loudspeaker. Such ships typically wouldn't be troubled, even by notorious pirates at sea, as they were associated with the celestial dragons and had no interest to gain. The righteous navy couldn't manage them, and the evil pirates found them disgusting, at most. They would intimidate them before letting them go. In the New World, most people had power, and so-called madmen would soon sink to the depths of the sea or be assimilated. Thus, the slave ship responsible here became a special existence. Although it had its own power, it essentially belonged to a neglected group. But today they had kicked a steel plate. Nero, who had fallen out with the Roger pirates and was among the strongest in the sea, had chosen to sail alone, making him a tyrant of the ocean. An unrestrained and willful emperor would not show any mercy to a mere group of rats. As soon as the greasy man's words fell, a red sword aura sliced through the air, cleaving the slave ship in two without any casualties. The girls from various places in the ship finally saw sunlight. It seems we've hit a nice jackpot. Looking at the various beautiful slave girls, a smile finally appeared on Nero's face. At that moment, someone finally recognized Nero's identity. That person is Nero, the high-ranking officer of the Pirate King, the Rose. How could such a big shot be here at this time? Shouldn't he be using the Pirate King's name to rally various forces? Cold sweat streamed down his body as the greasy man rubbed his hands together and stepped closer to Nero with a fawning expression. Lord Nero, I know the rules. Feel free to take the treasures, but these slaves are celestial dragons' goods, so please spare them. Ha ha ha. Celestial dragon slaves? Just in time. I currently hate the celestial dragons the most. Even Roger, that bastard, is ranked lower. Nero casually removed a slave's shackles, pinching the girl's chin and examining her beautiful face. For now, you all come onto my ship. Lord Nero, aren't you afraid of the celestial dragon's wrath? Even if you are a member of the Pirate King. The greasy man realized there was no hope as his ship was about to sink, so he had to approach Nero's ship. But he still tried to threaten Nero with his words. However, before he could finish his sentence, Nero kicked him hard in the abdomen, sending him flying into the distant sea. Filthy things aren't allowed to touch my ship. Nero roared angrily as he retracted his foot. This shout made everyone preparing to board freeze in place, staring at Nero, unable to decide whether to advance or stop. You have nothing to worry about. I only meant those filthy things. Unlucky, my lord. The girl timidly responded and, bracing herself for the worst, took a leap onto Nero's ship. After confirming there were no issues, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, and others followed suit, gathering the courage to join her. A few clever crew members of the slave ship also shackled themselves, trying to pass unnoticed, but they were all tossed into the sea by Nero. Wow, how impressive. How did Lord Nero discover these people? A girl under 10 looked at Nero in amazement. Discover what? After throwing the unattractive ones into the sea, Nero turned back in confusion. If there were fewer people, he wouldn't have been so picky. After all, he had been too busy before. But with over 100 people in front of him, of course, the Grand Pirate Nero's outing had to be grand. This question successfully made the little girl tremble and retreat, but Nero didn't mind. Having just been on the slave ship, it was inevitable that such a small child would carry some shadows. Some odd behaviors were normal. The next part was much simpler. After unlocking the shackles and asking a few questions, there were all sorts of people among the 100 or so. Doctors, nurses, helmsmen, cooks, tailors, courtesans. One step at a time, upon hearing Nero's name, nearly half of them decided to follow him. For those who still wished to go home, they would be dropped off at the next island, and in return, they would handle the ship's chores during this time. Life is truly as easy as flipping over. The sunlight shone on his back, covered in sunscreen, as Nero languidly expressed such sentiments. Chapter 21. Mermaid Island Big Sister. Where are we going next? A black-haired woman with short hair asked Nero. I plan to go to Water 7. We still need our own ship for the next leg of the journey. Nero replied, standing at the bow of the ship, already prepared for the upcoming itinerary. Isn't Water 7 in the first half of the Grand Line? That's why I need to go to Mermaid Island first, and then head to Water 7. Nero walked toward the deck, where she discovered an outdoor swimming pool hidden beneath the deck of the ship yesterday. After tidying up a bit, everyone decided to have a pool party today, and it was almost time to enjoy it. Mermaid Island. I've heard it's a dreamy place with many beautiful mermaids living there. The black-haired woman said with an expression of anticipation. Due to its geographical location, Mermaid Island is still seen as a mysterious, fairy tale-like kingdom by most people. During this time, slave ships were becoming more rampant, and every mermaid could fetch an exorbitant price worldwide, so there were rarely any mermaids active on the sea. Mermaid Island is indeed a beautiful place, but it is quite unfriendly to humans, Nero said with a mischievous smile. Is that so? Are mermaids really such evil creatures? The black-haired woman shivered, suddenly feeling less excited about going to Mermaid Island. Every species has its innate advantages. Often, beneath a beautiful exterior lies a more lethal danger, Nero said, narrowing her eyes and speaking in a haunting tone. Don't you think this is more in line with biological development than fairy tale legends? The black-haired woman responded reluctantly, struggling to accept the shock of the fairy tale kingdom turning into a dark fairy tale. I was just joking. Nero laughed, patting her on the back. Don't worry, it's even more beautiful than you can imagine. It's truly a great place. Big sister. Sorry. Your expression was just too amusing. I couldn't stop, Nero said, offering an insincere apology as she made her way to the makeshift bar beside the pool. About a month later, Nero and the others finally arrived near Mermaid Island. There were still some on the ship who understood the coding process, and a few had previously visited Mermaid Island, so they skipped the search for a coding master, simplifying the itinerary considerably. As the pirate ship descended, the sunlight gradually disappeared, and the surroundings became suddenly quiet. Although sailing on the surface of the sea usually felt lonely, it was not even on the same level compared to being underwater. It's like two different worlds. Rather than quiet, it's more of a stillness. It's still the deep sea. If there's any noise, it could mean trouble. We're about to see mermaids. Will they be as beautiful as in the storybooks? You won't be disappointed, Nero replied, but then suddenly thought of the mermaids, led by Neptune, and quickly added, female mermaids. Are there male mermaids? Aren't all males fishmen? Strictly speaking. I also believe that mermaids and fishmen are two different species, Nero said, frowning in confusion. Although both are intelligent beings capable of living underwater, mermaids and fishmen appear completely different. The only similarity should be their blood, which is also compatible with humans. So the question arises, are fishmen the result of mermaids and humans interbreeding, or did fishmen and humans produce mermaids? It can't be that mermaids and fishmen created humans, right? Regardless, The premise of shared blood indicates that in the distant past, their ancestors must have had some common interactions. For Nero, these special races beyond humans also possess unique beauty and are not off-putting. Big sister, there's light below. That's the legendary atom tree, Eve. It transmits sunlight from the surface to the seabed, a unique sun of Mermaid Island, Nero explained to everyone. Wow, I can see it already. Such big bubbles. Is that Mermaid Island? In front of the pirate ship was Mermaid Island, surrounded by several other pirate ships anchored. Since Roger became the Pirate King, pirates on the sea have mostly been in an active state. It was just a matter of time before Roger rallied to attack the world government and bring the celestial dragons down from their pedestal, successfully entering Mermaid Island. Just as they docked the pirate ship, someone called out to Nero. Nero, is that you? What are you doing here? It's you. Neptune. I'm just passing by for a brief rest before leaving. Nero turned around to greet him, stopping him from asking about Roger. That's indeed a problem. You members of the Roger Pirates are now considered the most dangerous individuals in the world, Neptune said, crossing his arms and deep in thought. But what I wanted to say was, didn't the Roger Pirates just disband? I thought you would take some time before coming here. What are you talking about? What happened to the Roger Pirates? Nero grabbed Neptune's fluffy beard, incredulously asking. No, the Roger Pirates have announced their disbandment. Most of the crew has been dismissed, and only a small number of people remain on the ship, but that number is gradually decreasing. In the end, Neptune curiously asked Nero, "You didn't know?" Huff, huff. Taking a deep breath, Nero reminded herself that she was now a mature emperor and shouldn't lose her temper at every little thing. Releasing Neptune, she patted herself on the chest to calm down. The Conqueror's haki swept through, causing those around them to faint instantly, and Neptune also felt dizzy. Bang! Bang! Nero stomped hard on the ground, creating a small pit in the hard surface. Fools! Those idiots! Nero felt a mix of anger and sorrow. It seemed that her first journey was really coming to an end. Is this your choice, Roger? Nero muttered to herself. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the deep sea, seeing the distant Oro Jackson, where those idiots were saying that her adventure had come to an end. Chapter 22. Pursuit. Hey, is the boss okay? The boss has been sitting at the bow of the ship for the past few days and hasn't even been eating desserts. Ever since we left Mermaid Island, she's been like this. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be because of the Roger Pirates, right? I think that's the reason too. Two girls whispered in a corner of the ship. Nero wasn't sitting in her usual beach chair, enjoying the service of others. For the past few days, she often sat at the bow of the ship, her usually lively emerald eyes now resembling a calm lake, quietly gazing at the horizon. The excitement surrounding the Roger Pirates was still lingering, but their presence on the sea had almost vanished. The latest news was that 3 days ago, Jotun had returned to Wano, and by then, Roger was no longer on the ship. He had disembarked much earlier, which also signified the complete dissolution of the Roger Pirates. Like a firework, the Roger Pirates withdrew at the peak of their fame, leaving behind the legend of the Pirate King. In a sense, one could say they achieved success and retired. Thinking this way made Nero feel somewhat better, but she still felt a twinge of discomfort, like embers left from a fire that didn't fully burn out. As a perfectionist, it was hard for her to accept such a half-hearted conclusion. However, everyone's wishes had been fulfilled. It truly was an amazing adventure. Therefore, the lingering dissatisfaction should be resolved by herself alone. They had merely reached the final destination and disembarked, but as long as she was still active on the seas, the legend would not end. With this thought, Nero finally found a suitable reason for herself. The fireworks were still burning. Her adventure was ongoing, and she would personally sound the notes of the second act. The primal fire radiated with a domineering aura like flames burning. Nero's gaze became steadfast once again as she gently stepped forward, as if stepping into a new era. Her wrist flipped, and a massive sword aura cleaved through the sea, splitting the clouds, flying towards the horizon, marking the beginning of a new journey. Bang! Bang! Carp, how long are you going to stay in the house, you bastard? Admiral Sengoku pushed open the door to Carp's home. Is there any news about Roger? I want to pursue him at the first opportunity. You can handle the other small fries. Carp grabbed a sunbae with one hand and picked his nose with the other. Bastard! Is this the attitude a Marine should have? Sengoku snatched the sunbae and stuffed it into his own mouth, his tone filled with exasperation. Rogers, my old friend. I'm muddled chasing after Roger. The pirate, Joe LD. Roger has already been taken over by CP, and the Navy needs to maintain stability on the seas during this special period. Haha, what a joke, Sengoku. How could that bunch of guys ever catch Roger? Carp laughed heartily, his words dripping with disdain for the world government's dogs. CP. Sengoku's eye twitched, but he didn't refute Carp's words. In his view, a man like Roger indeed wasn't someone those CP agents could capture. The stability of the sea is enough with you, Tsuru, and Zephyr. It wouldn't matter if I wasn't around, right? Carp reclined on the sofa, changing to a more relaxed posture. And what's with this GOLD? Roger. They even have to hide a single letter. The world government is really petty. Sengoku adjusted his navy hat. Not continuing with the topic. That's not something you and I need to worry about. In any case, all the big pirates are stirring, and the top combat power on the sea is currently lacking. Carp, the Navy cannot allow you to just stay here on standby. Carp fell silent, but still didn't agree, turning over to face away from Sengoku, clearly preparing to act stubbornly. Sigh. Seeing this, Sengoku sighed and didn't continue to get angry. Even the Marine Admiral Kong had no way to deal with Carp when he got worked up. Nero, the rosy Nero, for some reason, is acting alone and has already returned from the New World to the first half of the Grand Line. Nero? That blonde little girl? Alone? Is this Roger's plan? Mentioning Nero, one of Roger's crew members, instantly energized Carp, his previous lazy demeanor disappearing without a trace, immediately switching to a motivated expression. Kazan has already gone to track her down. However, facing Nero alone, he might not be her match. Carp, you need to go and join forces with Kazan to help him capture Nero. Haha, no problem. Facing that little brat Nero, Kazan is still a bit inexperienced. I'll personally go and take her down. Carp picked up his navy coat and was ready to head out, a sight that made Sengoku unable to bear to watch. Quickly calling out to him, "Wait, Zephyr will also be acting with you. You must capture Nero." Huh, I'm enough alone. Let Zephyr go with you guys to other places. Carp said carelessly, not stopping his steps. Sengoku hurriedly grabbed his shoulder. "Wait, you bastard." Carp turned back reluctantly, his disdain evident. Sengoku was exasperated. "Listen, Nero has been to that place with Roger. She's a heinous criminal. This is also an order from the Admiral. You and Zephyr must go together." Carp dug at his ear with his pinky, blowing away the earwax. "This is really unnecessary. Do they think I can't handle a little girl?" Nero's strength has also advanced by leaps and bounds in recent years. Judging from the confrontation a few months ago, she's no weaker than me at all. But now that we've said this, let's not talk about whether I can take her down alone. At this moment, I definitely can't show any weakness. Sengoku hadn't battled Nero on the front lines for a long time. Over the past year, Nero's bounty had skyrocketed, rivaling that of Roger and Whitebeard and other great pirates. But he still didn't think Nero would be Carp's opponent. They were currently at their peak of power and did not believe that the new generation could catch up so quickly. Sengoku also didn't quite understand this arrangement. Only sighing. Perhaps the higher-ups want to add another layer of insurance. And in fact, it was just as Sengoku thought, whether it was the Admiral or the world government. Their views on Nero were the same. The opponent is still young, and there's still a distance from the top-tier power. Sending Zephyr is indeed an extra layer of insurance. Carp snorted dismissively and changed the subject. By the way, where is Nero now? At this point, Sengoku also furrowed his brows. If I'm not mistaken, her current destination should be Water 7. Based on my speculation, Nero seems to be preparing to establish her own faction. Huh. Carp's eyes widened. Chapter 23, Tom. Long time no see. Nero waved at the fisherman Tom from the deck of the ship, standing next to a pile of garbage. Is that you, Nero? I guess you would come over when I saw you back from the New World. Tom also waved back enthusiastically. With a smile, Nero jumped off the ship and greeted the others nearby. Mhaha, it's been a long time since I saw Coco, Iceberg, Frankie, and little Yokozuna. Nero, I heard that you successfully reached the final island and circled the world. Is that true? Iceberg asked curiously while looking at the pirate ship behind Nero, which was manned by all sorts of beautiful people. Of course it's true. Without hesitation, Nero placed one hand on his waist and made a V sign with the other, revealing a brilliant smile. That's quite an impressive achievement. Thanks to you. Some people are now starting to call me the best shipwright. Tom patted his light yellow belly, laughing so much that his eyes squinted into slits. The Pirate King's ship is naturally the best pirate ship, and the shipwright who made it has become the best shipwright. Your skills are worthy of such a reputation. Having spent so long on the Oro Jackson, Nero had a high regard for Tom's craftsmanship. Even if his skills weren't the best in the world, they were definitely among the top. Haha, stop flattering me. You're here to have your own pirate ship made, right? No problem, leave it to me. Tom patted his chest. But you will need to prepare the materials yourself. I've already prepared the materials. Building a ship is just one part of it. I have another matter for this visit. Nero looked into Tom's eyes, wanting him to see the sincerity in his own. Come sail with me. With the best shipwright in the world, I can go anywhere. Ah, is it the sea train from NICU's? That'll take some time. As for the technology. Tom blinked, a bit taken aback. No, Nero. You know I refused Roger's invitation back in the day, right? Of course, after all. I was there at the time. Nero nodded without changing expression. My thoughts haven't changed. Seeing Nero's serious demeanor, Tom also put away his smile and replied earnestly. Times have changed, and your thoughts should change too. Nero glanced around. Don't tell me you haven't noticed at all. Sure enough, I've been targeted. Tom didn't seem surprised, his words tinged with emotion. But I still can't agree to you. I am a renowned shipwright. Even if I am willing to build ships for pirates, it doesn't mean I will become a pirate. A man's path doesn't change easily. Unlike the conqueror's hockey, a different kind of aura radiated from Tom. Looking at Tom's determined eyes, Nero knew that he still couldn't recruit him this time. Is that so? It seems you've made up your mind. Nero's brows relaxed. Are you willing to go to NICU's to continue your current work? You should understand me. Water 7 is already my second home besides Fishman Island. My family and life's work are here. How can I leave so easily? Tom said, pulling Iceberg and Frankie closer. Smiling. Mr. Tom, Master. Iceberg and Frankie realized something from their conversation, understanding that if Tom stayed here, it would definitely be dangerous. Lord Nero, please take Mr. Tom away. I will definitely protect Master Tom. The two said completely different things, and their words surprised each other. Iceberg, you have no backbone. Frankie, you big idiot. Didn't you hear that Mr. Tom will be in danger if this continues? Nanny, who are you calling an idiot? Is my expression so obscure that you can't understand? Bang, bang. Two fists came down, and Tom pressed the heads of the two. Idiot. A man's path can only be chosen loudly by himself. But Iceberg still had some concerns. There's no but. Tom turned to Nero. Let's talk about the ship now. It's a headache. Nero frowned, looking troubled. What's wrong? You don't need to worry about my matters. Just tell me your needs for the ship. Tom thought Nero was worried about him. It's not your problem. I think I may need to change my original plan. Nero waved his hand. What is going on? Tom was a bit confused. Soon, Nero snapped his fingers and made a decision. I've decided. Just make a small boat for one person. Before Tom could speak, the girl group that came with Nero became chaotic. Big sister? What does one person mean? Does it mean Big Sister is going to leave us behind? No. Please, Big Sister, let us continue to follow you. Seeing this, Nero quickly explained. I originally planned to take you all with me, but seeing Tom's situation, I changed my mind. My side is too dangerous, and your strength is too weak. Water 7, as the most advanced shipyard in the world, is also quite developed in shipping. If you have your own concerns or pursuits, this is a good starting point. If you want to continue following me, then go to NICU's. I will return there in, at most, 3 years. After speaking, Nero looked intently at everyone. The world government's reaction was stronger than she had anticipated. She had sensed something while at Fishman Island. But now, looking at Tom here, she realized how abnormal this was. And it seemed the world government was more wary of what was on the final island than she had imagined. After exchanging glances, the members of the girl group reluctantly accepted this explanation. Although some were still quite unwilling, they had no choice but to accept this decision under the pressure of reality. Seeing this, Nero nodded in satisfaction and turned back to Tom. Even if I am alone, my ship must be the most luxurious, beautiful, and powerful. Ha ha ha. Leave it to me. Chapter 24. Setting off again, Tom lifted the boat and tossed it out to sea. A small sailboat swayed left and right on the water before finally stabilizing. It's done. The golden rose. although it's much smaller than the Oro Jackson. It's definitely an excellent vessel that won't lose to any other ship. Rubbing his nose, Tom examined his masterpiece, grinning with satisfaction. Not bad. It's indeed a vehicle, just as I expected. Nero's eyes sparkled. The golden trim on the boat really matched her aesthetic. Haha, I'm glad you like it. Tom laughed heartily at Nero's praise. But a bit late, Nero. What is your purpose for going to sea this time? Tom's expression became serious. You've already landed on the final island with Roger. What else are you seeking on the ocean? Seeking? Nero recalled her experiences on the final island and the choices made by Roger and the others. It should be the future, right? I want to understand this ocean and this world better. Tom grinned, his white beard shaking. Don't use a question. Once you've decided something, you must charge forward and see it through. That's what a true man does. Nero laughed as well. Big sister, the supplies have been arranged. A little girl from the crew ran over, tilting her head up to report to Nero. Ruffling the little girl's hair, Nero suddenly said, It seems it's time to set sail. Yeah, now. The little girl was stunned. Everyone went to the city to gather supplies to prepare a farewell party for you tonight. Big sister, forget it. I don't like tearful farewells. Let us wait for my return, or perhaps meet again on the sea one day. There are still plenty of treasures left from this journey, all for you to use as you wish. After saying that, Nero didn't linger anymore. She leaped onto the boat. Big sister. The little girl was about to run towards the boat when Tom held her back. When saying goodbye, be a bit more carefree, smile, and don't let others see a sad face. That's the basic quality of a true man. And I am. A lady. The little girl cried, but still managed to force a smile and wave goodbye to Nero. For a great pirate like Nero, this might not mean much, but for her, the gold and red figure that cut through the slave ship was like a savior. Over the past few months at sea, that figure warmed their hearts like the sun, and from that moment on, she decided to follow that light forever. As the boat's figure gradually faded away, the little girl could no longer maintain her smile and burst into tears. You did well, little one. In the future, you will definitely become a great lady. Tom comforted her, patting her back. I'm not a little one. My name is Karina. I will definitely become Big Sister Nero's right-hand assistant in the future. The sobbing little girl, Karina, said intermittently. Is that so? Karina, following Nero is not an easy task. If you want to achieve that goal, you must work hard. Tom took her words seriously and responded earnestly. Bring it on. Not that kind of effort. In the cockpit of the Golden Rose, Nero looked contentedly at the unique control panel. Inside the transparent glass cover were recording pointers, and the ship would automatically move in the direction of the pointers, representing advanced unmanned technology. Walking to the bow of the ship, Nero looked back at the skull emblem on the black sail and smiled with satisfaction. The smiling golden skull, with two swords resembling the flames of the original fire below, and red roses adorning the sides. This was the pirate flag designed for Nero by the crew, and it pleased her greatly. During their time together, almost everyone had figured out Nero's aesthetic standards, particularly her preference for the opulent colors of gold and red. Setting off alone once again, compared to the previous chaotic times, Nero felt quite at ease this time. Leaning on the bow, she enjoyed the sea breeze, with the sense of sunshine and seawater greeting her. This was the taste of freedom. When she was with Roger, the sailing was always frantic. Today, it was carp. Tomorrow, it was the Golden Lion. There was never a moment of peace. Now, sailing alone without even Hathaway, Nero took out a microphone, intending to sing a song to pay tribute to freedom, the sea, the clouds, and all things bright. Then, she was abruptly stopped by the brooding figure of Kazan. Nero, surrender. This time you can't escape. Kazan stood at the bow, facing Nero. It's you, Kazan. Nero, grimached. Encountering Kazan at sea was probably the most disgusting thing. It was nearly impossible to move forward without dealing with him. The sea froze, and the ship was forced to stop in place. This guy looked cold and aloof. When it came to fighting, he was overly passionate, which honestly was quite annoying. Most importantly, he had that messy hair. Nero hated messy hair. It felt dirty, and who knows how much trash was hidden in there. Looking around, Nero activated her observation hotkey, then became even more puzzled. Just you alone? One is enough to deal with you. This was, of course, a lie. Carp and Zifa were on their way. And the real reason was that Nero had switched to a smaller boat, and she was operating solo, making it difficult to track her. In a panic, Kazan had no choice but to step into my time. But Kazan certainly wouldn't say that. He also had the thought of going one-on-one with Nero in his mind. Had he been drinking too much? In Nero's view, this was strange. A mere subordinate who had been defeated early on. I've updated my version countless times. Getting so arrogant. Do you think I can't wield a sword, or are you? Kazan, getting too high on yourself? A cross appeared on his forehead, and Kazan's cold aura intensified due to Nero's condescending attitude. Consider it my unwillingness. Nero, don't think you're the only one making progress. Nero pondered. Are you stalling for time? Carp? Kazan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Nero. Not just Carp, also Sengoku? No, is that Zifa? Is that true? Zifa and Carp are acting together? Nero looked at him in surprise, then revealed a wicked smile. Thanks for the intel, Kazan. Kazan, what did I say? How'd you guess that? Is it all exposed? Chapter 25. Slipping away the gaze from behind felt like needles pricking. Some veterans understood the grudge between Kazan and Nero, so they didn't think much of it. But the thoughts of the new recruits were different. Some people's expressions shifted from shock and confusion to determination, as if they had made some kind of resolution, tightening their grips on their weapons while staring at Kazan's back. Kazan, since you know, then don't struggle in vain, Nero. Is that so? It seems you can't be completely sure when they'll arrive. Nero did not respond to Kazan's words, still appearing deep in thought. All right, let us get started. If this mouth keeps dragging on, it might just end up on a military court. Half of Kazan's body turned into ice as he leaped from the bow of the ship, his right hand morphing into an ice-sculpted pheasant flying towards Nero. I see ice pheasant. The original fire was slowly drawn out, and a swinging blade coincided perfectly with Kazan's skill. Ice crystals filled the air, shimmering in the sunlight, and red magical patterns appeared on Nero's face, her ruby-like pupils emanating a seductive aura. Since that's the case, I don't have time to waste with you. Let's make it quick. With her other hand gripping the sword's hilt, red and white aura surged along the blade. Veins bulged from his forehead. Kazan's expression darkened. Make it quick? Are you saying you can solve me at any time? His temper was usually good, but Nero as a recognized opponent, speaking so disdainfully, made it seem like he was no different from the usual fodder. This attitude instantly enraged Kazan, freezing the sea in an instant, and he jumped off the ship, looking to confront Nero head-on. A petty man won't be liked by women, Nero teased as she jumped off the ship, her body slightly hunched, assuming an attacking stance. Falling flower sky, the red and white aura enveloped Nero's entire body like flames, pushing the air and the frozen sea aside like waves. Without holding back, just as Nero had said, she was ready to finish it quickly, her figure rushing towards Kazan as if flying low. Having been old rivals, Kazan was quite familiar with this strike. By enhancing his body with his aura, he accelerated to the utmost speed in an instant, executing a swift breakthrough maneuver. If I can't dodge this strike due to my speed being locked, then there's only one way to counter it. Break it head on. All the aura converged in his right hand, the power of the devil fruit activated. Kazan's pupils constricted. I see it. The attack path of this move. I see ice gloves. However, lowering her stance, Nero sidestepped Kazan's finishing move. It wasn't a thrust, but a slash. The falling flower sky has two variations from the start. One is a breakthrough point, and the other is a lightning-fast slash. Hunched over, Nero almost burrowed into Kazan's embrace, and as they locked eyes, her slash was unleashed. The empty fist stirred up monstrous waves, yet Nero stood within the safety zone of her attack, suffering no harm. With no time to change tactics, Kazan took the hit head-on, coughing up a large mouthful of blood, his eyes glazing over as his body was sent flying, embedding into the hull of the warship. Admiral Akiji, how could this be? Just one move? Is this the big shot of the Pirate King, the Rose Nero? Such an opponent is unbeatable. The other seamen instantly fell into a panic. As trained soldiers, their behavior was undoubtedly unqualified, but this scene truly challenged their worldview. Even a Marine admiral couldn't easily take down Admiral Kazan in one hit, right? Thus, Some people's gazes towards Kazan still held a hint of doubt. Nero did not pursue further. At the edge of her observation hockey, she vaguely sensed two massive presences, likely Karp and Zifa. Now was the time to escape. She didn't want to fight those two old men, especially since Karp was stubborn and hard to shake off like taffy. It's a bit rushed today, so I'll take my leave. We'll talk later. Back on the ship, Nero didn't forget to give Kazan a parting shot. Nero, you bastard. Trying to escape? Kazan had only temporarily lost consciousness, quickly waking up. In the final moments, his hockey and elemental transformation combined to reduce some damage. But due to being too rushed, he still took a significant amount of harm. That annoying guy is almost here. Being too persistent isn't gentlemanly, Kazan. Saying this, Nero's movements didn't pause, pushing the Golden Rose at full speed. At this moment, the small boat's performance was perfectly showcased. The speed was far beyond what a warship could compare to, and soon it disappeared from the sea. Damn it! Kazan punched the ice surface heavily, feeling powerless against Nero's departure. Though Nero had played tricks during their confrontation, he realized that the gap between him and Nero hadn't shrunk. Instead, it was continuously widening. Clearly, when they first met, they were evenly matched. Was this the difference in talent? As someone who had always been looked up to as a genius, Kazan felt the disparity in talent for the first time. Moreover, he heard that Nero had also learned the signature moves of Karp and Roger. If such a person was left unchecked, one day she would become even more troublesome than Roger. At this moment, a special sense of mission rose within Kazan. He absolutely could not let Nero go unchecked any longer. Regardless of Sengoku or Mr. Karp's emphasis on Nero, it was largely because she was a crew member of Roger, not because of Nero herself. Kazan, are you all right? The dog-headed warship approached, and Karp was seen running over with moonwalk steps from the bow. Me fine. Kazan sat down on the ice, losing all semblance of composure. Mr. Karp, you're a step late. Is that so? That little girl Nero seems to have really gotten a lot stronger. Karp was not disappointed by Nero's escape. Laughing heartily, looks like it'll be hard to explain this to Sengoku. I'll take responsibility for this. I'll report personally. Really? That's a big help. If Sengoku finds out I let Nero escape because I want to buy discounted donuts, he'll definitely scold me to death. Mr. Karp, you're really kind. I don't understand what you're saying. Karp scratched his head. But Kazan, it seems you lost. An unacceptable defeat. Covering his eyes with one hand, Kazan leaned against the warship, cold air seeping from his hand. Then I'll win it back next time. You're a young man I have high hopes for. Mr. Karp. Karp, you bastard, if you hadn't insisted on taking a detour to buy donuts. From a distance, Zifa, who was a step behind, immediately understood what had happened, delivering a merciless punch to Karp's forehead. Ouch! Karp covered his head and shouted defiantly at Zifa. Kazan has already forgiven me. Kazan. Chapter 26. Devil Fruit. The Golden Rose was docked at a remote port in the New World. Nero held up a golden ring on her finger. The legendary 100 pure gold. The shine of pure gold is indeed beautiful. Nero rubbed the ring against her cheek. It took her quite some effort to obtain it. And a little imp kept saying that pure gold could extend one's life or something. Small places certainly have their fair share of absurd rumors. Recently, she even heard that Jabba married a woman from the giant race, and that Rayleigh had become a coding master. Really, there have been quite a few false messages on the sea lately. It's been over a year since the Roger pirates disbanded, and during this year, it would be more accurate to say that Nero has been a treasure hunter rather than a pirate. Due to her constant back and forth between the first half of the Grand Line and the New World, her relationship with Fishman Island has become quite close. The biggest harvest during this year of travel should be the devil fruit, the mythical zoan-type bird fruit, which transforms into a red dragon form, and it could fetch over $1 billion at auction. Now, Nero has heard that the fruit she has always dreamed of has appeared in a small mafia family in the West Sea, and she plans to go and see if it's true. Walking through the small town, Nero's steps were light and free, wearing sunglasses and a straw hat. She looked every bit the traveler. Extra. The legendary pirate king, Joel D. Roger, has been captured by marine hero Monkey D. Garp, and will be executed in Lowtown in a week. A child shouted as he ran down the street, but the content made Nero chuckle. As the trending topic of this era, rumors about Roger could be heard everywhere. Some said he returned to Raftel, guarding his treasure and living in seclusion. Others said Roger was gathering strength to overthrow the world government, and some even said Roger had a fulfilling life and returned home to get married. In short, there were all sorts of rumors, and Nero had long since become accustomed to them. But this time, the talk of execution was quite rare. Nero didn't take it seriously, laughing it off as she intended to continue shopping, until white papers began to fall densely from the sky. She looked up and discovered it was newsbirds. These stingy little guys had a generous day today, even as a notorious pirate with a bounty of 3 billion. They had always charged fees, and today they just threw them. Could it be the world is coming to an end? The town became increasingly lively, and the frequency of the word Roger was too high. Feeling a bit uneasy, Nero picked up a newspaper to take a look. Pirate King Gold. Roger was captured by Marine hero Monkey D. Garp a month ago. Below was a picture of Roger in handcuffs, his figure somewhat hunched. Mwaha! Caught, huh? Idiot! I knew just how unreliable you are, you foolish bastard. Nero suddenly burst into laughter upon seeing this, tears streaming from her eyes. This exaggerated behavior caused some passers-by to stop and watch. Garp? How could that idiot possibly capture you? What kind of dirty tricks did he use? Marines! As she said the last word, her conqueror's haki suddenly erupted, and the crimson magic patterns appeared on Nero's face, more vivid than ever. The range of her haki filled the entire island, even affecting the distant sea, where a group of fish floated, unconscious. The town was like a disaster had passed, with almost everyone falling into a coma, and many nearby were blown away. Seems like time is a bit tight. Looks like there is no other way. Nero looked at the devil fruit in her hand. She hadn't planned to eat it, but given the situation, she couldn't care less. Without peeling it, she took a big bite of the crimson fruit, forcing down the disgusting taste, and swallowed it whole in just a few bites. Looking towards the distant sky, this should allow her to catch up. Another person made the same decision as Nero, and it was neither Rayleigh nor Jabba, but the Golden Lion Shiki, who had been waiting for Roger's actions all year. Upon receiving the news of Roger's capture, he instantly came to the same conclusion as Nero. The Marines must have used some dirty tricks. Perhaps it was the steering wheel stuck in his head that made his brain not function well. Furious, Shiki prepared to charge at Marineford. The NICU's empire also received the news. Hestia held up the newspaper and finished reading the last part. Liv Ord, leaning on his cane, frowned tightly, gripping the cane more firmly as he listened to Hestia. Still no news of His Majesty? Sigh, His Majesty's whereabouts are quite secretive. Our people always receive news very late. Hestia's expression was equally grim. She vaguely knew the reason behind Roger's choice, but at this moment, she still felt sad. After all, she had once been a member of the Roger Pirates. Then let us send more people to search. Livord seemed to have spoken to urgently, and couldn't help but cough a couple of times. Cough, cough. The letter left by those pirates must be delivered to His Majesty immediately, no matter what. This matter has already been arranged. Send the order again. Offer titles. We must complete this task as quickly as possible. Livord shook his cane violently. Those pirate bastards should just die quietly in a corner, right? Hestia did not respond, standing still with her hands gripping her skirt tighter. After a while, Livord sat down on the sofa, his body relaxing. Hey, Hestia, do you think we still have time? Sigh, His Majesty Nero will surely have strong fortune protecting her. It will be fine. Hestia's eyes drooped, her words somewhat halting. Kekekek, is that so? Ah, His Majesty will definitely be fine. Livord laughed, as if convinced by Hestia's words. Leaning on his cane, Livord walked to the window, opened it, and looked at the blue sky, but a strong wind blew through, making the curtains rustle. Seems like the wind is picking up. Above the red line, an empty island was flying rapidly. Sitting on it was the Golden Lion Shiki, whose ability allowed the island to fly freely in the sky like an airship. Without bringing his subordinates, he decided to single-handedly demand an explanation from Marineford in his anger. The ability of the float fruit allowed him to reach his destination the fastest. But today, he unexpectedly saw a giant red dragon flying alongside him in the sky above the red line. Upon noticing his figure, the giant dragon flew over without hesitation, eventually landing on his ship, its form gradually transforming into that of Nero. Heading to Marineford, are you? Shiki, let me hitch a ride. Chapter 27. The Great Battle of Marineford. Nero, I didn't expect you to eat a devil fruit too. Seeing the red dragon transformed into Nero's form, Shiki laughed heartily with a cigar in his mouth. Aren't swordsmen usually averse to this? It doesn't matter. It's not worth mentioning. Didn't you eat one too? Nero crossed her arms and looked at the sea of clouds ahead. But since we're on the topic, do you know the weaknesses of the devil fruits? Sea stone and seawater are common knowledge. Shiki looked confused, not understanding why she brought this up. In my view, the weaknesses of hockey, swordsmanship, and devil fruits are actually the same. Nero tilted her head to look at Shiki, her red pupils filled with ominous malice. That is weakness. Only those with half-hearted ambition would be affected by these external factors. If your sword isn't sharp enough, your fruit's abilities aren't strong enough, or your hockey isn't sufficient. Do you think changing to another fruit means you aren't the golden lion anymore? Nero, you've really grown into a fine woman. Let's turn the world upside down together this time. Upon hearing Nero's retort, Shiki burst into laughter, transforming much of his pent-up frustration into overwhelming bravado. A time-limited collaboration. Let me see the ambition of the Sky Pirates Grand Admiral. Breaking through the clouds, Marineford was now within reach. Then open your eyes wide and watch closely. The small island rapidly descended, and Golden Lion Shiki drew his twin swords and jumped up, floating in the air. Next to him, Nero spread her wings and flew up, maintaining a position beside him. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Marineford was in an uproar. Such a large island in the sky was visible to everyone who wasn't blind. Is that bastard Shiki? This kind of attack could only be him. Sengoku unbuttoned the cuff of his suit, his muscles nearly bursting through the fabric. Originally, he had prepared for the possibility of an attack from the Roger Pirates, but he didn't expect to catch such a big fish. Moreover, it seemed there was more than one big fish. This ominous hockey. Is it Nero? Carp directly threw aside his suit jacket and loosened his tie, as the ground beneath him cracked, propelling him like a meteor toward the descending island. Galactic impact. The fallen small island was shattered by Carp's strike, turning into various sized debris falling toward the ground. Great Buddha impact. Before the debris even hit the ground, Sengoku's palm wind pushed it toward the sea, with only a few scattered pieces landing on land, causing minimal damage. Carp, still airborne after piercing through the small island, continued charging towards Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki, you bastard. Have you gone mad? Carp, it's been a long time. While greeting, Shiki did not stop his movements. Slash wave. A massive golden sword energy ruthlessly slashed toward Carp, perfectly timed to catch him off guard. Just as Carp had only just taken flight, he was sent back by this attack. Nero, you also came, Ignoring Carp beside him, Sengoku fixed his gaze on Nero, who silently landed on the ground. No matter how many times he heard Kazan speak, upon seeing her this time, he recognized the threat she posed. A sharp pain in his nerves told him that this little girl was no longer the same as before. The overwhelming aura, like a calamity, instinctively warned him that if he maintained the same mindset as before, he would surely lose. Although I've had some minor conflicts with that idiot, that doesn't give you Marines the right to interfere. Nero tilted her head, looking at Sengoku, whose body was tense, her demonic aura growing stronger. No matter how disgraceful Roger may be, he is not someone you can capture. What kind of despicable means did you use? What's going on? How could Nero, as a core member of the Roger Pirates, not know Roger's situation? Although Sengoku didn't know why Nero was unaware of Roger's problems, he immediately realized this was a point he could exploit. If used properly, today he might be able to capture both of them, with no underhanded tactics. It would simply be a straightforward arrest. Sengoku adjusted his glasses. This is also the fate of pirates, even if they gain the title of Pirate King. A title that doesn't team match their reality, their fate will not change. The white light reflected off his glasses, obscuring his expression. Nero's pupils constricted sharply. She understood Sengoku was trying to provoke her, but to her, the word fate was the greatest humiliation to the Roger Pirates. Therefore, she became furious. The aura of Conqueror's haki expanded, containing a calamity-like essence that made even those who hadn't been bathed in haki feel an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Not good. The moment Nero released her Conqueror's haki, Sengoku sensed something was wrong. If a majority of people here were stunned by Nero's haki, the aftermath of the battle would cause unimaginable damage. He released a Conqueror's haki no less powerful than Nero's, and their fields clashed, which was the confrontation of Conqueror's haki. There was no spectacular scene. The two haki dissipated simultaneously after a brief struggle. As the proud Rose Emperor, even in a hostile state, Nero disdainfully chose not to strike at ordinary Marines, nor would she offer any special treatment. However, due to his earlier actions, Sengoku's image in her mind had already shifted from wise general to inherently evil Marine admiral. God avoidance. The moment the Conqueror's haki dissipated, Nero raised her hand and executed Roger's signature move. The sharp sword energy was not weaker than Roger himself, and Sengoku did not dare to be careless. His body swelling into the Golden Buddha form. A rare, mythical Zoan-type user, the Buddha Fruits form. Great Buddha impact. The same move, but compared to earlier, the impact wave released by Sengoku in this form was completely different in power. The sword energy of God Avoidance was fiercely knocked skyward by Sengoku's impact wave after a brief standoff. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle between Shiki and Carp was even more exaggerated. The terrain was completely altered, with various lion-shaped creations on the ground, brought to life by Shiki's float fruit ability, not only fierce in appearance, but also possessing considerable power. Carp, like a piece of steel tempered 1,000 times. With his overwhelming haki and unmatched fists, firmly suppressed Shiki. The high-intensity battle left others unable to intervene, but Shiki showed no restraint towards ordinary Marines. And many had already died at his hands before the battle had even truly begun. Chapter 28. Choice Shiki, you bastard. Carp swung a punch, shattering a stone lion that rivaled the size of a sea king. Jahaha. Carp, don't be so naive. Isn't it normal to have some casualties in war? Shiki laughed loudly, swinging his dual swords, fully embodying the villainous aura. Lion's Thousand Cuts Valley. Several sword energies swept towards Carp. Due to the presence of other Navy members behind him, Carp had no choice but to passively endure the attack. Damn, it's so despicable. Is this what a legendary pirate is like? Using such underhanded tactics just because you can't match Carp? The Navy soldiers behind him angrily spoke out, expressing their outrage at Shiki's underhanded methods, hoping to attract Shiki's attention and relieve some pressure off Carp. If we're talking about despicable, that should be your Navy, right? Taking a deep breath, the aroma of the cigar filled his lungs. Shiki's eyes widened in anger as he released his Conqueror's haki, making him appear like a demon from hell. How could a man like Roger be captured by you? He is a worthy opponent recognized by me. Carp ignored Shiki and urged the Navy soldiers to retreat quickly. Due to Roger, the defenses here were weak, and most of the high-level combatants had gone to suppress the pirates, taking advantage of the chaos. However, no one retreated. Those who remained were the elite of the Navy. Being attacked by pirates was already a disgrace. If anyone fled, it would expose their justice to the enemy, which was something they could not accept. A bunch of idiots. Carp cursed, but he didn't repeat his order to retreat. Instead, his gaze towards Shiki became even sharper. Besides anger, Shiki felt an underlying unease. The fact that Roger was captured felt like the end of an era. He shouldn't have been so impulsive. The man who was most likely to overthrow the world government was Rox, who had no rivals due to his immense power and influence. But he was defeated by Roger and Carp. Later, Roger reached the final island, transcending himself. That sudden tsunami made Shiki believe Roger possessed some unique quality, a man truly capable of overthrowing the world government. So he had been accumulating power, secretly waiting for the opportunity to not only overthrow the world government, but also to take revenge on Roger. But what happened? He did not receive Roger's call. Instead, he received the news of Roger's arrest. The enormous disparity drove Shiki mad, so he came to this place. He needed an explanation. He wanted to know the reason behind Roger's actions. With just the Navy, how could they possibly capture Roger? Shiki roared as he activated his Devil Fruit power. Lion's Might, Earth Roll, Undersea Fall. The battle between the two reached a fever pitch, and with the Navy's interference nearby, Shiki quickly fell into a disadvantage. There was no time to care about the casualties among the Navy. The fastest way to resolve the battle was the best solution. After a day and night of fighting, the tide finally turned when Shiki lost focus for a moment due to the ship's helm embedded in his head. Karp seized the opportunity, enduring a slash to his body, and delivered a powerful punch that sent Shiki crashing from the sky. Galactic impact. Without a moment's rest, Karp's fist was immediately enveloped in unparalleled hockey, resembling a meteor in the sky, and he quickly followed up, driving Shiki's body into the ground. C-Prism stone handcuffs, Karp shouted, having obtained high-purity C-Prism stone handcuffs from a Navy officer, preparing to arrest Shiki. Although his earlier punch was powerful, it was still not enough to subdue Shiki, but it was sufficient to weaken him. Not to mention that with the helm on his head, Shiki's strength was no longer at its peak. Otherwise, even if it took 3 days and nights, capturing the Golden Lion would be a pipe dream. Just then, a figure rushed in, moving so fast that Karp barely had time to defend himself before being knocked away. When he came to a stop, he realized that it was Sengoku who had collided with him. "Hey, Sengoku, are you okay?" Karp looked at Sengoku, whose eyes were rolled back and had already lost consciousness. He shook his shoulders forcefully, but it was futile. There was a deep claw mark on his chest. Amidst the smoke, a figure slowly emerged, with red horns like jade, sharp limbs, and a long dragon tail swaying freely behind. Nero, holding the primal fire, walked out, looking somewhat disheveled compared to the unconscious Sengoku. Crimson blood dripped from her claws, and her red eyes turned into slits, adding to her intimidation. "Don't worry, these little injuries are nothing. I won't die for a while. But if you wait a bit longer, it might be a different story." Nero's voice was exceptionally cold, contrasting with her usual lively demeanor, now laced with a hint of malice. "You should understand my resolve. If you want me to leave, let Roger go. Otherwise, today, Marineford will completely disappear from the map. Don't doubt my determination." Nero. Karp supported Sengoku, his face darkening, his body slightly trembling, making it hard to see his eyes. "Jahahaha. Things just got interesting, Karp. Let me see your choice." The Golden Lion Shiki flew out of the pit, looking the most disheveled among the three. But his condition was still better than the unconscious Sengoku. "Shiki." Karp's body stopped trembling, slowly placing Sengoku on the ground, stepping forward to shield Sengoku behind him. He instructed a Navy major, "Take Sengoku for treatment." "Karp, what about you?" The young Navy major initially wanted to ask Karp what to do, but when he suddenly saw Karp's eyes, he refrained from asking further. That was the gaze of a man who had already made a certain resolution. Seeing such eyes, he knew that no matter what he asked, Karp's decision would not change. So he silently picked up Sengoku, turning his back to Karp and saying, "Karp, I wish you great success." Karp's face broke into a smile again, his big white teeth gleaming brightly. "Nero and Shiki, let's go together. I'll choose to knock you all down here." A visible golden aura rose, and although Karp did not possess Conqueror's Haki, the aura emanating from him was not weaker than that of any Conqueror. Then, 2 terrifying waves of Conqueror's Haki surged forward, and both Nero and Shiki wore dark expressions. "Who do you think you're looking down on?" X2 Chapter 29 Roger's Death Boom. Bang! The flying Shiki suddenly stopped in midair using his fruit ability, the end of his cigar stained with blood. Looking at the figure grappling with Nezumi, Shiki clicked his tongue. "TSK, is this the Iron Fist Karp at his peak?" On the ground, the half-beast Nezumi was violently trading blows with Karp, their small bodies creating the noise of colossal beasts. Each collision sent shockwaves in arc shapes, as if it were a battle between giant sea monsters. If such fists were to hit, even Charlotte Linlin, known as the Iron Balloon, would probably not withstand a few blows. Shiki, having stepped out of the battle circle, did not rush back immediately, but instead swung his butcher's knife at the surrounding Navy soldiers. Lion's might, earthquake. Sand and stones gathered like a natural disaster, transforming into a giant lion charging towards the crowd at Marineford. Bone fist, galaxy impact. Suddenly, Karp unleashed a punch that sent Nezumi flying back, and the punch's wind directly blew away Shiki's lion's might, earthquake. "I already told you, old man. I will arrest all of you." Can you see your opponent still standing here? On Karp's black-armored fist, it seemed as if lava was flowing, the black-red hockey flickering like lightning. Karp tore off his tattered white shirt and threw it aside. Despite the prolonged battle, he appeared even more vigorous. Karp, you bastard. You're too tenacious. Do you really want to die in my hands? Nezumi's vertical pupils almost narrowed to a line, his voice deepening. Ha ha ha. How long can you last like this, Karp? Just obediently release Roger. Even if you can hold on, these Navy soldiers won't last much longer, or do you not care about their lives? Shiki laughed heartily, trying to undermine Karp's psychological defenses. In his view, this battle was already a victory for him and Nezumi. The next part was just a matter of time. If Karp could admit defeat, that would be even better. I'm a Navy man. There's no Navy in this world that bows to pirates. Karp grinned, setting his fists in a fighting stance, looking up at the sun in the sky. And at this time, Roger should be dead. Nanny? Nezumi's face was filled with disbelief. I just realized why it's me and Sengoku guarding the Navy headquarters while the rest of the high-level combat forces have been almost entirely dispatched. Karp's brow furrowed, his words laced with suppressed anger. You still have a big pirate like Shiki. How could you allow yourselves to run wild on the sea? At least you should know your approximate position. And why did Roger's execution time get moved up? Is it the world government? Nezumi's facial markings turned even redder, like flowing blood. But have you forgotten? The Roger pirates are not just you. Do you think everyone would allow Roger to be killed by you? Normally, that would be the case. Karp gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, but what if Roger himself is already on borrowed time? Are you starting to talk nonsense, Karp? Using such a petty trick is really unlike you. That said, Nezumi's brain began to analyze instantly, recalling the first time she met Roger. The noticeably thinner Roger upon reaching the final island, and the previously seen slightly hunched Roger in the newspaper. Scenes collided continuously, and an unthinkable conclusion that Nezumi was reluctant to accept was emerging. Nezumi? Hey, you can't really believe Karp's obvious lie, right? Shiki, flying in the sky, frowned, not believing a single word of Karp's. But Nezumi's current state clearly showed she believed it, forcing him to persuade her, while inwardly lamenting that this little girl was still too naive. Where's the One Piece, Pirate King? Where did you hide it? Want my treasure? If you want it, I can give you all of it. Go find it. I placed all the world's wealth there. One Piece. The familiar scene reappeared in Nezumi's mind, a fierce headache striking her. But for her now, this was no longer an unbearable pain. Everything aligned. The future she saw, Roger's will, all the answers were just as he said, placed on the final island, Raftel. One Piece. Is this really your choice, Roger? Around her, damaged houses, cracked earth, and the corpses of Navy soldiers lay scattered. Karp, did Roger mention the treasure on the final island? Raftel? Nezumi dropped her hand from her forehead and suddenly asked Karp a question. No. Karp shook his head, staring at Nezumi's somewhat strange expression. Then let me tell you. Nezumi smiled, a fierce fire seemingly burning in her eyes. The intense headache and the unfolding reality left her mind in chaos, making her appear somewhat deranged as she spoke. No need. I have no interest in such things. Karp decisively refused. Although he didn't know what was there from the world government's attitude, it was undoubtedly a secret that could upheave the world. The sea is already chaotic enough. Let this supposed great treasure remain a hidden legend. On the side, Shiki was quite interested. He naturally noticed Nezumi's abnormality, but as a great pirate, how could he not be intrigued by this? Therefore, he chose not to interrupt, quietly hovering in the air, listening to their conversation. Listen closely, Karp. Nezumi ignored Karp's response and continued speaking to herself. Didn't I already say I'm not interested in this? Karp did not linger, swinging his fist and charging at Nezumi. Nezumi calmly gripped her sword with both hands. Like a poet, her words flowing steadily. Disaster comes from the sea. Look closely. This is the truth of your prosperity. This is the meteor light that tears through the dome of evil. O Dragon of Seven, transform into my finger. Divine avoidance? No. Is it above that? Karp instantly sensed the prototype of this move, the crimson seven-headed beast, which is the essence of Nezumi's haki, like a monster that devours the world. Towering above the walls of Marineford, it revealed 7 strange dragon heads, drifting towards this bastion of justice. Carp's body, along with Marineford, was swallowed by the dragon heads, and even Shiki barely managed to dodge. The fires of hell burned fiercely upon the ruins of this land. Chapter 30. The Death of Livor the Rose Beast. Nero Claudius Bounty. For 700,000,000 crimes. Extremely wicked. Life or death is irrelevant. Heather looked at the bounty notice in her hand, her expression filled with worry as she gazed out the window. A week had passed since Roger's execution, and his final words had thrown the seas into chaos. Countless people set sail, searching for one piece, hoping to take advantage of the turmoil. The flower of evil bloomed, and the world suddenly became noisy. Admiral Sengoku was gravely injured and fell into a coma for 7 days before escaping danger, while Vice Admiral Garp was also seriously wounded and required long-term recuperation. The notorious Golden Lion Shiki was captured by Admirals Akainu, Kizuru, and Akiji, who worked together. Nero transformed into a great red dragon and vanished into the horizon, leaving Marineford in ruins. The Nikyu's empire was also quite tumultuous. For the past 2 years, there had been negative rumors circulating in secret. The emperor of a nation had become a notorious pirate, especially since he was once a princess known for her virtuous reputation. Nikyu's was not an isolationist country. Although it prohibited outsiders from entering, it did not ban trade, and most people in the country were engaged in business. Due to the unique environment and the national law prohibiting outsiders, Nikyu's handicrafts were quite rare in the outside world and favored by the nobility. Nero's rise as a pirate had a direct impact on Nikyu's, particularly in trade. Pirate nations were better suited for arms and similar goods. This impact peaked a year ago when Roger became the Pirate King, leading to a dire situation where products rotted in warehouses, and no one wanted to associate with Nikyu's goods. Dissatisfaction arose, and a significant portion of the populace began to resent Nero. Those without jobs sat in taverns, complaining. The national policy of prohibiting outsiders made their businesses difficult even when they made money. Coupled with Nero's lawlessness, they were driven out of the capital. Nobles and commoners were not on the same island. The good things were first enjoyed by the nobles. The palace at the center of the capital was built of gold. Similar grievances could be voiced for 3 days and nights, with a group of people spitting out their frustrations, as if Nikyu's had become a hell of extreme wickedness. Thus, a year later, a new force arose in the Nikyu's empire, called the Revolutionary Army. Of course, this revolutionary army had no relation to the one founded by Monkey D, Dragon Outside. The leader, Samgo Kukulov, was a fan of Monkey D, Dragon, and had once sailed outside. Having seen some signs of the Revolutionary Army, he yearned for such heroic deeds. With his excellent eloquence, he successfully infected many like-minded comrades during a drunken complaint. Following that, he quickly formed a team and continuously expanded over the course of a year. By the time Livord realized what was happening, it was too late. A significant portion of the populace began to support the Revolutionary Army, shouting for the emperor's removal. Nikyu's did not need a pirate as emperor. This completely angered the nobles led by Livord, who began to vigorously suppress these so-called Revolutionary Army members. But measures were not smooth due to public resistance. Just a week ago, Duke Livord of Nikyu's fell while commanding the pursuit of the Revolutionary Army. This allowed Samgo and others, who were pushed to a dead end, to escape once more. It's no longer a matter of illness. It's a natural end. After a diagnosis, Nikyu's best doctor, Doriel, concluded, "How could this be? You old hag, Livord was still full of life yesterday. Are you going blind?" Slap. The person who spoke covered their beaten face, stubbornly looking at Doriel. "My secret to eternal youth is health preservation. If you don't take care of yourself, you end up like this." Doriel waved her hand, not bothering with the person's disrespectful words. Is there really no way to extend it? Heather couldn't help but interject. No way at all. This is the natural law of running out of oil and burning out, unless a deity intervenes. Doriel spoke straightforwardly, having long been accustomed to life and death at her age. "Your Highness." Livord on the bed opened his eyes, but it seemed thick fog surrounded him, making it hard to see. He instinctively called out that familiar name, but received no familiar response. "Livord, the Emperor is about to return. When she sees the golden palace you built for her, she will be very happy. so it's not time to sleep yet. The mustached, noble Holio leaned over the bed, yelling at Livord. You wouldn't want to miss the Emperor's happy face, would you? The Emperor? Ah, it's the Emperor. Does she like this golden palace? Livord's words were somewhat confused. He felt like his head was a mess, turning slowly. If I had known that Zyangulo was real then I should have gone earlier. The princess in the golden palace? And Nero. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. The number one opponent of Nero's construction of the golden palace was this old man before them. They never expected him to still harbor such thoughts. It seemed that the successful construction of the golden palace was also inseparable from this person's stubborn opposition. Has the Emperor not been contacted yet? Someone whispered. If she doesn't return soon, we might not even see Duke Livord one last time. Others sighed. That detestable revolutionary army. Some blamed all this chaos on Samgo Kukulov. Suddenly, everyone widened their eyes as a golden-red figure appeared, as if it had always been there, casually passing by them. It was clearly a sudden appearance, but they only noticed it as it walked past. Old man, are you tired? I heard you have something to give me? Nero forced a smile, his tone still reminiscent of the past. Well, idiot princess, have you finished practicing swordsmanship today? I've told you many times not to waste money on your useless artworks. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Livord's words became much smoother, and the figure before him became clearer. Nero's visage appeared in his sight. Still the same, with a baby-faced visage, jade-green eyes, and beautiful golden hair like the old emperor. Indeed, they are of no use, so I plan to burn them all. Nero replied cheerfully, but it was hard to hide a tremor in his tone. Hearing this, Livord's words changed again. Why burn them? They were hard to collect. I actually don't mind looking at them when I have nothing to do. If you like them, just keep collecting. You're going to be emperor in the future. What's wrong with having a little hobby? Livord shouted, as if he had not opposed Nero before. Really? Then I have my eyes on. Stop. Take it slow, idiot princess. Livord hurriedly waved his hand. Your father called for me. I need to hurry over. That idiot can't live without me. How about having a meal with me first? Isn't there time for that? At that moment, Livord's mind suddenly cleared. He saw Nero's tear-streaked smile and those crimson eyes, and he used his last bit of strength to smile back. Forget it. The idiot emperor is urging me. I'll go first. You remember to eat well, too. Duke Livord of the Nikyu's empire passed away in the year 1500 of the Marine calendar. Chapter 31, Current Situation for 3 whole days. After Luada was buried, Nero locked herself alone in her room. No matter who came, there was no response, not even from Heather. If it weren't for seeing Nero walk into the room with their own eyes, everyone would have doubted whether there was anyone inside. On the 3rd day, amid the complex emotions of anticipation and worry from everyone, Nero pushed open the door to her bedroom. Heather prepared enough delicious food for me. I'm hungry. Her voice was a bit hoarse, but Nero's demeanor seemed just as usual. Heather looked like she wanted to say something, but ultimately held back, merely nodding in a bow. Everyone has been working hard lately. Let's have a meal together. Nero then turned her gaze to the others and spoke. Just in time. I also have something to say about the future. We could be casual at the dining table. Everyone exchanged glances. Although Nero spoke lightly, they all sensed a looming storm. They quickly lowered their heads in agreement and followed Nero grandly to the dining hall. The dishes were served quickly. During the days when Nero had locked herself in her room, the chefs in the kitchen had been on standby. The slow-cooked soup and meat could be served at any time, and to consider the texture, these dishes needed to be remade periodically, with those that exceeded the time basically being dealt with by the servants. Nero was eating the tender meat heartily, showing no intention of caring for others. Her fatigue over the past few days was real. Without Nero's command, no one else ate, not because of memory-related aspects, but because everyone was worried about Nero's state. Continuous streams of food were brought to the table, and Nero accepted them all. After eating the devil fruit, her appetite had increased significantly. About an hour later, Nero finally stopped eating, leaning back in her chair with a satisfied burp. After the maids cleared away the empty plates from the table, Nero looked at the others. Shall we talk about the issues now? It seems that Niku's has undergone quite a few changes in the past 2 years. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy, and no one spoke. There had been many issues and changes in the past 2 years, but they were unsure if it was appropriate for Nero to hear these matters at this moment. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Nero guessed their thoughts and did not force anyone to speak. Instead, she turned to Heather. Heather, you've been by Lord Liwa to his side this past year. Tell me all the changes you've seen. Heather had the same concerns, but upon hearing Nero's question, her body reacted faster than her brain, and without thinking, she nodded in agreement. Once she realized it, she could only helplessly relax and inform Nero of what she had seen and heard. From a merchant of the country to the Revolutionary Army, Samgo Kukulov was highlighted by her. The voices of discontent among the populace to the outside world's attitude toward Niku's. Indeed, a lot has happened. After listening, Nero lowered her head in contemplation, her fingers tapping absent-mindedly on the table. It's really interesting. When I was still a princess, I was expected to be a wise ruler, but after just a short trip outside, I became an unforgivable tyrant. Nero let out a light laugh that seemed to express her speechlessness, feeling that what was happening now was truly ridiculous. Your Majesty, the people cannot face the holy might directly, and they will inevitably be exploited by petty individuals. Since Your Majesty has returned, just taking a couple of walks will allow everyone to understand Your Majesty's greatness, and all the conspiracies will naturally collapse. The main problem still lies with that rebel Samgo. As long as he is killed, everything else is trivial. The nobles spoke one after another, and their words mostly pointed to the self-proclaimed revolutionary Samgo Kukulov. It sounds like this Samgo is quite capable. Heather, tell me more about him. Nero seemed to take an interest, raising her chin to signal Heather to continue. Your Majesty, regarding the Samgo Kukulov, there seems to be external forces involved. This man is merely a pawn pushed to the forefront. Heather recalled the information about this person and couldn't help but frown. It is well known that the Niku's empire consists of 17 islands besides the capital and the Revolutionary Army. Excuse me, the Resistance's activity areas are mostly in the poorly policed slums. There are quite a number of people there who are idle and unwilling to go to sea, merely surviving on the country's relief funds. Under Samgo's instigation, it is easy for them to join the Resistance, and even ordinary people, even if they haven't joined, have a good impression of Samgo. Vite, are you saying I still give these people relief funds? And they still lean toward Samgo? Did this person give them more wealth? Nero interrupted Heather's words. Feeling a bit confused, she had heard some things before. Wasn't that group of rebels supposed to be poor and desperate? Speaking of this, Heather also looked indignant. Your Majesty's relief funds are indeed the main source of material for the Resistance. Are you saying that the money given to those rebels is for me? Nero was truly speechless at this point. What kind of outrageous operation is this? Paying wages to the boss? Does this emperor look very foolish? Then why are the people standing on that guy's side? It seems that Samgo's plan is to make the 3 islands in the west break away from Niku's rule and promise them that they will become new nobles. Clap, clap. Nero couldn't help but applaud. Good. This empty-handed trick is played out clearly. Using my own money against me. Using my own territory to paint a big picture for others. So it turns out it's just talking? Do they really think of themselves as the dragon people? Using me as the navy? For a moment, Nero didn't even have time to get angry, and she was genuinely amused by this wave of operations. Is it that I can't hang them on a gallows? Or are their necks too sturdy? Playing like this? Are you too merciful? Heather's voice lowered. Lord Liwa hoped to build a good reputation for you among the people. So in recent years, the policies towards the commoners have been very lenient. Nero's gaze swept over the crowd, and those who met her eyes quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look at her. Forget it. When this group of people shows up again, I will deal with it personally. You just need to keep an eye on their news. One hand pressed against her forehead. Nero looked at the ministers. These people were too protective of their own feathers. Even she herself didn't care that much. The tail determines the head. As an emperor who grew up as a princess in the capital of Niku's, Nero's care for the commoners primarily came from Liwa's teachings. In fact, she herself didn't have many thoughts about those policies for the benefit of the people. They were easy to implement and didn't take much effort. In a country established by force, Niku's was not built by a group of people together, but rather by one person standing up while a group hid under their protection. Even if it is somewhat remote, this is still the new world. the most chaotic area on the sea. Chapter 32, Samgo Kukulov in a dilapidated tavern in the slums. Ha ha ha. That old man Livord has finally been brought down by us. Brothers, this is a giant leap for our revolutionary army towards freedom. Samgo raised a goblet filled with the tavern's most expensive liquor, shaking it like the nobles do, and downed it in one gulp. Smacking his lips, he honestly couldn't taste anything special about the drink. It was fragrant but had a bitter aftertaste. Yet he still thought this high-end liquor priced at 500,000 belly tasted amazing, intoxicated by the flavor of success and wealth. Ha, boss. This means we are one step closer to controlling this country. That's right. Soon, brothers will be able to live on Noble Island and in the Golden Palace. Since that little girl Nero has gone off to become a pirate, this vast Niku's empire needs someone like you to help manage it. Being strong alone doesn't qualify one to be an emperor. For the country to develop well, it needs a leader like the boss. Only a man like the boss is the true hero of Niku's. The others in the tavern raised their dirty oak mugs, drinking low-quality rum, flattering Samgo. The chaotic noise, the clinking of cups against tables, the mingled scents of sweat, liquor, and roasted meat created an environment that would suffocate outsiders upon entry. Yet those reveling inside showed no signs of discomfort, as if everyone were numb from the alcohol. Ha ha ha! It is all of you who elevate me. I am fortunate to stand here. One person's strength is small, but when we combine our strength, it becomes infinite. Samgo had a righteous face, a rugged jawline, and thick eyebrows. His deep voice carried a unique sense of power. He poured another glass of high-end liquor into his goblet, raised it high, and pointed his index finger at the crowd. I have never considered myself a hero, but you, my friends, are the true heroes. This toast is for you, brave warriors. Great heroes. I will remember the glory of each and every one of you. With that, Samgo downed the drink and turned the goblet upside down, not spilling a single drop to show his sincerity. Oh! The atmosphere instantly peaked. Cheers and loud applause erupted, and others began to make various promises, praising Samgo even more. But the protagonist, Samgo, did not continue the revelry. Holding the half-full bottle of liquor, he quietly made his way to the back door. Exhaling a breath of cold air, Samgo shook his slightly tipsy head and walked towards the coastline. And you, my friends, are the true heroes. Ha 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 ha! He laughed mockingly, his righteous face now displaying a sly look of a petty person who had achieved his goals. Dismiss the emperor? A bunch of fools. The strongest in Niku's is the emperor. How can a woman care about ordinary people with such a luxurious lifestyle? Blind idiots who can't see the situation. If it weren't for the time needed to transfer my treasures, would I still be here with you? Samgo rummaged in his pocket and pulled out a white transponder snail, casually tossing it and playing with it for a moment. Victory? Duke Livord is dead, and Nero will come back no matter what. Is there really someone in the new world who doesn't understand the power of top pirate? These idiots have been too well protected. Haven't they? With a sneer, Samgo downed the remaining liquor in one go. Forget it. I've already made enough money. Next, I'll take the world government's ship to the EC and become a wealthy man. In the sea where the pirate king died. The Navy's crackdown will definitely be stronger than in other places. He forcefully smashed the empty bottle on the ground, and Samgo's steps became lighter. Pushing aside the branches in front of him, he could see the azure coastline. In just 20 minutes, he would reach his escape boat, and then through the world government's connection, successfully leave this place. But he suddenly stopped. Before him was indeed the familiar coastline, but there was a vast array of soldiers. Samgo swallowed hard. Besides the soldiers, he also saw rows of gallows, which was not the style of those nobles. The only explanation was, Nero has returned. His hands and feet turned cold, and his slightly intoxicated mind became completely clear. Samgo immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Trembling, he retreated back, finding some sense of safety in the cover of the grass and trees. He raised the transponder snail in front of him, mechanically dialing it. The transponder snail began to ring, but the small sound frightened Samgo, who hurriedly covered it. Bururu bururu, bururu. After a long minute, the ringing ended with no one answering on the other end. Samgo instantly realized something, but was unwilling to believe it. Stubbornly, he dialed again. Bururu bururu, bururu. The same result followed. Tears and snot streamed down Samgo's face, but he held back from making any noise and continued dialing. For half an hour, Samgo kept repeating the same action, ultimately having to accept reality. He had been abandoned. Those despicable guys in the world government had used him up and discarded him. Bastards! Are you crazy? I know you were behind all this. If that woman Nero finds out, you will definitely pay for this. Samgo retreated deeper into the woods, cursing softly. He couldn't understand why this was happening. He could only say he misjudged his own value to Nero and the world government. He was not important and did not affect the bigger picture. Since Nero ascended to Raftel, the world government's attitude toward her could no longer be one of peaceful coexistence. However, Niku's was not weak in terms of geographical position or military strength. Before Nero started causing trouble, they could only test her bottom line with some small tricks. A trivial move in a boring game. Whether it succeeds or fails didn't matter. Damn it. Damn it. Samgo's face darkened. At this point, he could only resort to old methods, hoping that Nero would be a good emperor who cares for the people. The law does not punish the masses is indeed a frustrating reality. As long as enough people do this, the one in power has to weigh the pros and cons. Samgo clearly knew this was the last resort. If necessary, he might not even be able to keep his treasures, and being exiled should be his best outcome. Between life and death, he had no choice but to take a gamble. Last time, his gamble made him the leader of the Niku's revolutionary army. So this time, if things go smoothly, thinking positively, he might also be recruited, and then he could be a noble as well. Samgo's heart raced, the pessimistic reality suppressed by beautiful fantasies, and he regained his usual calm demeanor as he walked back toward the tavern. Chapter 33, Red Dragon Leader. Where have you been? Everyone has been looking for you for a long time. A bald, muscular man hugged Samgo affectionately. Spare me. I just can't hold my liquor and needed to find a place to rest. Samgo teased himself without changing his expression, completely unrecognizable from his earlier intention to escape. How filthy, lowly scum. If it weren't for the fact that you're a rare devil fruit user, do you think you deserve to touch me? Mr. Samgo, this banquet is being held for you. How can a main character leave early? At least you have some self-awareness. That's right, without me, where would you be today? Now, let's all work hard for my happy life. This is everyone's banquet, not just mine. Samgo continued to smile warmly, humbly emphasizing. Tu, bang. The tavern door was pushed open from the outside, and a person rushed in anxiously. No, it's bad. On the island, soldiers have been spotted. We're surrounded. They're all Niku's soldiers. What? How could it be so fast this time? Didn't Livor just die? It feels different from before. The tavern became noisy, but their expressions were not panicked. This situation was not new, especially with their old rival Livord already dead. Some felt uneasy about the overwhelming military presence. But there was no other way in this situation. Samgo pretended to be calm and tapped the table, and the tavern immediately fell silent. He spoke to the tavern owner. Boss, we might trouble you again this time. The boss waved his chubby hand. What's the problem? You're fighting for us lower-class people, so we naturally can't let you down. The boss was not a member of the Revolutionary Army. He was just a civilian responsible for organizing the civilians to resist when the army cornered them, making it difficult for the military to act. Organizers like him were everywhere in the slums. There would be one every 4 or 5 houses. Samgo promised these people future positions like squad leader in the army, which was also one of the key points for the Revolutionary Army's robust development. I'm really sorry to trouble you every time. Samgo pretended to act. Everyone prepare to break out and hide in the back mountains to get through this crisis. Understood. Give the order, Mr. Samgo. Wherever we go, we will follow you. Everyone was used to it. Others also showed knowing smiles. They didn't know how many times they had experienced this. The thunder was loud, but the rain was light, and they weren't afraid at all. Then let's get moving. Samgo laughed heartily, secretly praying that he was overthinking things and that it would be just like before. Civilians and Revolutionary Army members mixed together, emerging from all directions in the village, but something strange happened. In the past, as soon as they discovered the army, there would definitely be many ambushes set up around. Although they had always successfully broken through, there were inevitably some personnel losses. But today was different. Everyone rushed out in a panic, yet not a single soldier was seen. If it weren't for Samgo seeing it with his own eyes, he would have doubted the authenticity of this matter. The unease in his heart grew stronger, and he gritted his teeth and ordered everyone proceed according to the original plan. After hiding in the back mountains, we'll send someone out to scout. Samgo thought to himself. He had no sense of security at all. This unusual situation stirred up endless agitation within him. But his years of superb acting skills allowed him to suppress all negative emotions. He did not run to the front or to the back. Instead, he lowered the brim of his hat and blended into the middle and back of the large crowd. This distance allowed him ample reaction time for any sudden situations. Damn it, where did that army go? Could they have set an ambush in the mountains? But how could such a number of people not make any noise from the seaside to the back mountains? Wait, could it be that those soldiers haven't moved at all and are still lingering on the coastline? But what's the purpose of surrounding us then? Samgo ran while thinking, his brain operating rapidly. Think fast. There must be something I've overlooked. Right? The messenger had mud on his feet. Where did he spot the army? In the woods or the back mountains? It can't be the back mountains. Otherwise, they wouldn't be running to the back mountains now. Then he must have seen the army in the woods like me. Their purpose is. Realizing a certain possibility, Samgo broke out in a cold sweat. Those soldiers were not here to capture them, but to prevent anyone from escaping. But how could they distinguish between Revolutionary Army members and civilians? Samgo suddenly stopped, trembling as cold sweat soaked through his heavy clothes. People running past recognized him and were puzzled as to why he, who should be at the front, was here. Some stopped to pull him along, intending to run with him. Mr. Samgo, run? That person placed a hand on Samgo's arm and then realized he was trembling violently. His expression filled with fear, his eyes written with despair. Startled by that gaze, the person unconsciously stopped, and more people began to notice the situation. A considerable portion of the crowd looked at their leader in confusion, not understanding why he was like this. There's no way out. The back mountains won't help. New routes, new passages. Samgo bit his thumb until it bled while trying to replan a route when a massive shadow cast down from the sky. A red giant beast descended from the heavens, landing on the peak of the back mountains, its outstretched wings crushing the trees. In the air it breathed turned into a scorching wind that swept over the crowd. This was a dragon that only existed in myths, a huge body, armor like scales, claws that could easily split mountains, and a long tail that toppled trees as it swayed. What is this? A dragon? How is that possible? How do you escape from such a monster? A sense of despair spread, and the Revolutionary Army members dropped their weapons to the ground. This was a subconscious reaction of the body. Faced with an unbeatable enemy, they could only try to show their softer side, hoping for a chance to survive. There's no way out. This is Nero. Samgo recognized the giant dragon at a glance. The rose beast that destroyed Marineford, Nero Claudius. Now that such a monster had returned to its territory, it was no wonder the world government had so readily abandoned them. Chapter 34 Massacre no. There is still a final hope. I'm standing with ordinary civilians now. Samgo thought desperately, almost crazily, trying to grasp this last straw. He raised his head and locked eyes with Nero across thousands of people, feeling the hairs on his body stand on end. No, it's hopeless. In that monster's eyes, we are already dead. Samgo despaired, unable to see even a glimmer of survival. Gradually, others began to recognize the true identity of the red dragon as Nero. A quiet sigh of relief spread among the crowd as they looked to Samgo, hoping he would step up and do something. The person in charge had changed from Duke Livord to the Emperor, but to most people, it didn't matter, standing with the commoners. These high and mighty lords had no means to deal with the situation. Some even regained their courage and shouted loudly at the red dragon, "Tyrant! We will never back down." This outcry brought back the crowd's rationality, and they felt a bit ashamed. They were seasoned fighters. Yet they had been frightened by the little emperor. How embarrassing! As if to prove they were not inferior, more people began to voice their agreement. That's right. Since we've become pirates, let's leave Nikos. You are not welcome here. Go find your great treasure, pirate. Expelling commoners, building a golden palace. You tyrant do not deserve to be the emperor of Nikos. That's right, oppressing us commoners. Only Lord Samgo can lead us to a better life in the Nikos Empire. The last statement seemed to trigger something, and everyone began to echo it. They believed that after such a commotion, Nero would have to grant Samgo a noble title to appease them and calm the situation. Thus, everyone shouted without reservation. That's right. We only trust Mr. Samgo. Only Mr. Samgo is our savior. Tyrant, if you retreat now, we can still talk. Otherwise, what awaits you is all-out war. What are you idiots talking about? Savior? Who? All-out war? Can't you see that monster's gaze? Samgo, who was regarded as the savior, remained frozen in place, the voices around him seeming to come from a distant place. He felt as if he were facing that monster even while standing in the center of the crowd. Mr. Samgo, say something. Yeah, whatever choice you make. Everyone believes in you. That's right. We will always follow you, Mr. Samgo. Idiot. Stop talking. Don't look at me. Bastard. My position is exposed. Internally cursing wildly, Samgo's body remained unresponsive. Finally, the red dragon atop the mountain spoke, its huge, grotesque body producing a voice that did not match its appearance, sounding instead like a young girl's clear voice. So this so-called revolutionary army is just a rabble like this? How unpleasant. My first personal expedition is actually for you worthless people. The unexpectedly contemptuous words stunned everyone. What is going on? Isn't she here to appease us? Could it be an intimidation tactic? Hearing this, Samgo finally couldn't hold back anymore and collapsed to the ground. I surrender. I surrender. Your Majesty, it wasn't intentional. No, I still have value. This is all a conspiracy of the world government. Realizing his brainless words could not convince anyone, Samgo quickly changed his tune and began to emphasize his worth. I just took a wrong turn for a moment. I'm also a native of Nikos. Your Majesty, spare my life. Bowing his head, he looked extremely disheveled, showing no sign of determination. The dirt mixed with blood from his forehead, and snot and tears mingled together, making Samgo appear utterly ridiculous. This action astonished everyone present, who looked on in disbelief. Some even muttered, Mr. Samgo, what are you doing? And Samgo continued to self-destruct. It's all this group of idiots. They are dissatisfied with your rule, Your Majesty. I gathered them together for this moment. Your Majesty, my intentions were solely for the better development of the Nikos Empire. Ha! What funny guy. You've made me laugh. Nero laughed e artidi. Looking at Samgo with some exasperation, this guy would say anything to survive. Yes, yes. To be honest, Your Majesty, I am the best at making people laugh. If I live, I can make you happy every day. Samgo seemed oblivious to the sarcasm in Nero's words and continued to flatter shamelessly. That is a good suggestion, but Livord always looks gloomy. He should need you more, so I'll reward you to him. Make sure to cheer him up. Nero spread her wings and slowly flew into the air, speaking teasingly. Below, Samgo was overjoyed to the point where he didn't even catch Livord's name. He hurriedly bowed, pressing his forehead hard against the ground, his words filled with relief. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. I swear I will make Lord Livord. Livord. Realizing that the name sounded a bit off, Samgo looked up at Nero in the sky, making a puzzled sound. Orange-red flames rained down from the sky, constantly changing direction, evenly roasting everyone. I am not a revolutionary army. Your Majesty, it's a mistake. I am a commoner. Tyrant, I will not spare you even as a ghost. Nikos will surely be destroyed in your hands. The cries and curses were incessant, but Nero did not stop the attack. Among the people below, there might indeed be some innocent ones, as they claimed. But as the saying goes, it's possible to mistakenly kill some, but if you kill one for every one you see, there will definitely be half that escape. When Nero stopped the attack, there was no one left alive below. The flames burned houses, trees, and people. This smell was somewhat unfriendly to Nero, who had transformed into a dragon. She no longer lingered and took off from here. There is no need to put out the heather fire. Let it burn away all the filth. Landing on the coastline and transforming back into human form, Nero instructed Heather, just hang the few that escaped on the gallows. I'll 1T personally go looking for them. Yes, as you command, Heather replied, placing a hand on her chest and nodding. That's the third one. Are there any more? I want to finish this before tea time. Satisfied, Nero continued to ask. This is the last one. Samgo Kukulov is also here. turn to ashes along with your dragon flames. The people from earlier? Nero recalled the kneeling man, now that she thought about it. She had indeed heard someone refer to him that way. She had never noted Samgo's appearance, not expecting he was among that group. They really are a completely unremarkable rabble. Chapter 35. Divisionum. By the way, this is a gift from you, for Heather. Back at the palace, Nero tossed over a necklace inlaid with pure gold. According to the locals, this thing can extend one's life. It felt like he was recommending some deceptive health product. And after saying that, Nero smirked slyly. With this, Heather might live to be 500 years old. Your Majesty, you jest. There is no one in this world who can live to be 500 years old. Heather smiled gently, accepting the necklace without examining it closely, as doing so in front of Nero would be rather impolite. But Nero didn't care about that. Seeing Heather directly put it away made her pout. Wasn't the purpose of the carefully selected gift to see her surprised expression? However, such words were hard to say directly, so Nero stopped and asked, How do you like my gift? Aren't you going to take a closer look? The gift from your Majesty is naturally excellent. I will cherish whatever it is. Is that so? But you should check it carefully, right? What if it's poisonous? Hearing this absurd statement, Heather couldn't help but look up at Nero, who appeared awkward, feeling somewhat puzzled. Ahem, even if it's not poisonous, you should see if it fits, right? Seeing Heather look over, Nero coughed lightly and spoke casually. But it's a necklace. Heather felt a bit speechless, but she finally understood Her Majesty's little intentions and took out the necklace to examine it seriously. The streamlined design was exquisite, likely made of platinum, with the center inlaid with gold, which must be the pure gold that Your Majesty mentioned. It was clear that Her Majesty had indeed put in a lot of effort. The aesthetics of the necklace completely matched her own taste, and upon closer inspection, she liked it even more. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught Her Majesty pretending not to care, but her head was shaking like a rattle drum. Her Majesty is indeed her own favorite, even if the whole world calls her a tyrant or a beast. In her eyes, she is still that mischievous princess. Heather held the necklace close to her chest and sincerely said, Thank you, Your Majesty. I really like this necklace and can't wait to wear it. Is that so? You really like it? I can't help you then. Let me help you put it on. Upon hearing Heather's response, Nero instantly beamed with joy, happily taking the necklace to put it on Heather. As expected of you. This level of insight is truly rare in the world. Observing Heather wearing the necklace, Nero pulled out a camera from somewhere and started snapping photos. It wasn't until Heather felt embarrassed that Nero reluctantly stopped taking pictures. Then let us go to the rose garden next. I want to eat some small cakes today. Is strawberry chiffon cake okay? Just that one. Also inform the old Stinky. Have everyone gather in the rose garden. All right, at your command. Watching Nero's departing figure, Heather sighed deeply. It seemed that things were not as indifferent as they appeared on the surface. In the rose garden, Nero sat in a small pavilion on the cliff's edge, holding a cup of red tea, not moving for a long time. Outside, the endless horizon met the sea, and Nero's thoughts drifted back to the past, remembering the first time she met Roger, also here. Just 2 short years. Your Majesty, Your Majesty? Heather called softly from the side. It's Heather. What is wrong? Nero turned back in a bit of fluster. The ministers have all arrived, Heather reminded. Only then did Nero see that outside the pavilion, the ministers were all gathered. The pirate ship behind them had long since sailed far away. Standing up with her back to the sea, Nero faced the ministers. Everyone. Sorry to keep you waiting. The reason I called you all here today is that I have an announcement to make. I will abandon the islands outside the capital and refuse to recognize them as part of NICU's. The shocking statement caused the ministers below to widen their eyes and whisper to each other, but no one stepped forward to stop her. Everyone looked at Nero, waiting for her reasoning. Nero felt a bit uncomfortable. In the past, whenever she did something outrageous, someone would always jump out to stop her. Now this was truly unfamiliar. Suppressing the strange feeling in her heart, Nero said loudly, The NICU's empire is made up of 18 islands. It's too bloated. It's too comfortable. They seem to have forgotten that this is the new world, the most chaotic area in the world. Our existence as noble emperors is to protect them. But everyone has forgotten this. Roger's death has opened the curtain to a new era. It's time for you all to make changes. What I am doing is not abandoning other regions, but making them feel the cruelty of the new world again. Only the islands that make sufficient contributions can regain Niku's protection. This passionate speech did not elicit cheers from the crowd. They were the nobles of Niku's. Unlike the emperor, they couldn't just do as they pleased. Nero only needed to issue orders, while they had to consider much more. Your Majesty, if that's the case, what about the country's finances? Take what should be taken, and if they don't want to, make them want to, consider it rent. Your Majesty, many soldiers and officers' families come from these places. Doing this, then give them a chance to return home and share hardships. This is too. The ministers exchanged glances, feeling that Nero's approach might be too childish. What emperor would act against their own territory? But what about your Majesty's reputation? What reputation do I have now? Tyrant or pirate? Let them call me what they want. I don't care. Nero's attitude was firm, with no intention of compromising. By the way, the 3 islands I burned should not be resettled. I have other arrangements. Afterward, hand over a suitable action plan to me. Then that's all for the political matters. You all can enjoy the refreshments now. Not giving anyone a chance to refute, Nero quickly concluded the matter. Others could only agree for now. The Emperor's orders could be changed, but the Emperor's commands would absolutely not be altered in front of everyone. So even if someone had reservations about Nero's ideas, they wouldn't refute them in front of so many people. At the tea party, everyone except Nero was heavy-hearted. Even Heather found herself lost in thought. Chapter 36. O'Hara time flies. 2 years have passed. Nero and Hateway piloted the Golden Rose to the West Sea. Entering the West Sea, Nero reminisced about meeting her old friend Coloccus at Twin Cape. He was there guarding a large whale named Labu, which occasionally rammed into the Red Earth continent with its head. It seemed that the pirate crew it had once followed had gone to the Grand Line and left it here for safekeeping. In Nero's eyes, that unknown pirate crew should have long perished in the Grand Line. There were countless such cases. However, Nero did not share this with Labu, as a little hope was still good in a long life. Anything could happen at sea. What if that crew could really return one day? Who could say for sure? Hateway, do you think the crew of pirates will come back? Nero leaned on the ship's railing, feeling a bit gloomy. She had originally planned to take Labu back with her, but was stopped by Coloccus. The pirate crew named Lumba had long since disappeared, after so many years without news. They must have either disbanded or been wiped out. Coloccus, who prided himself on being Labu's guardian, also did not want to tell Labu this harsh truth. Sigh. Hateway didn't know how to respond, as she also felt that the pirates were unlikely to return. However, Nero quickly perked up. I've decided. I will turn Labu's tragic story into a wonderful song and hold a 3-day concert when we return to Niku's. Hateway's eye twitched. Tragic? Are you sure it's not miserable? After all these years, Your Majesty, you have no sense of your own singing. Then I can't waste any more time. I need to quickly write down the score while I'm inspired. With a lively sparkle in her emerald eyes, Nero instantly adjusted her mood and even felt a bit excited. Hateway, how long until we reach O'Hara? Sigh, at our current speed, it will take about a week to reach O'Hara, including supply stops. Hateway sighed helplessly. At this state, Nero had completely fallen into her own world, and no one could stop her. That's enough time. Look forward to my masterpiece. Humming a tuneless song, Nero cheerfully returned to the cabin. Hateway couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for her noble. Niku's was undergoing intense transformation due to Nero's policies. Everywhere across the country was busy, and their sovereign occasionally rewarded them with a cool punishment. Those lucky enough to escape the busy work would be personally rewarded with lullabies. It was said that the price of the silence fruit among the nobles of Niku's had now surpassed that of most natural-type fruits. Looking at the calm and peaceful sea different from the New World, Hateway silently bowed her head and mourned for the ministers for 10 seconds. But soon she realized she had mourned a bit too early. 6 days later, newly appointed music appraiser Hateway sat in a chair with vacant eyes, surrounded by Nero's self-indulgent singing. Her hands fidgeted with the chair's base, with shavings falling to the ground, while Nero was lost in her beautiful song, not even opening her eyes. Spare me. Hateway, silently cried out in despair. How is it, Hateway? Do my lyrics and melody perfectly capture the tragedy and hope of the story? As the song ended, Nero looked at Hateway with sparkling eyes. Although it was a question, her gaze was filled with a desire for praise and pride. I think if you put this in a prison, it would definitely reduce the national crime rate significantly. The dazed Hateway unconsciously spoke her mind. Can the power of my singing help criminals absorb love and hope, thus reforming themselves? That is indeed a good idea. When we return, I want all the prisons and NICUs to use this method. 24-hour loop playback. Nero completely missed the meaning behind Hateway's words. In her mind, Hateway could never say anything bad about herself. Sigh, the process of this method might be a bit off, but it should achieve the desired result. Hateway was filled with black lines. No one could endure 24 hours of uninterrupted torture. Mwahaha, I am indeed an unparalleled genius. It's decided. I will add 3 more days to the concert at the Golden Opera House. Nero laughed with her hands on her hips, once again enamored with her own excellence. That is not necessary, Your Majesty. After all, the country is rapidly developing, and the ministers are quite busy. A week is enough for their work to pile up significantly. Hateway quickly stopped her. Other matters were one thing, but she was afraid that if Nero continued singing like this, it would scatter people's hearts. That does make some sense. It seems we can only sing for 3 days. Let's make do with that, my dear ministers. Hearing Hateway say this, Nero couldn't help but frown, thinking for a moment, but still unwillingly changing the time back to 3 days. Not a bit of a grievance. If they knew, they would surely hold a banquet for this. Hateway silently complained. Suddenly, Nero paused, stopped talking to Hateway, and dashed to the deck. Hateway didn't know what was happening and hurriedly followed. Has my presence been exposed? Why are there so many warships? Nero frowned at the large fleet faintly visible in the distance through the fog. They should not be looking for us, judging by their trajectory. It seems like they have the same objective as us. Hateway observed carefully and said uncertainly, from their appearance, they probably haven't discovered us yet. If that's the case, let's temporarily stop the ship. In such thick fog, a small boat should still be quite concealed. Nero thought for a moment and ordered. Her current operation was rather sensitive and shouldn't be too ostentatious. Let's avoid this group of Navy for now. Even though she didn't know what they were going to O'Hara for, could they really burn O'Hara down? Nero was adamant that this place had existed for so long, and the Tree of Knowledge was renowned throughout the world. If the world government had issues with it, they would have burned it down long ago. How could they wait until she arrived? Sigh. Hateway obviously agreed with Nero's point of view. These Navy should be going to protect O'Hara. It seems that place is not peaceful either. In the era of great pirates, countless people choose to go to sea. Such scum will always be around. Nero looked at the departing warships with some emotion. Knowledge is humanity's treasure, but O'Hara is not wealthy. Those who would think of attacking, there are most likely idiots seeking fame. Then we will stay here for a day and continue moving tomorrow. I still need to revise my score. Shaking her head, Nero returned to the cabin and didn't take the matter to heart. Hateway followed behind Nero, her voice faintly coming through. This version is already quite perfect. I think there's no need for changes. Chapter 37. Burning O'Hara. It's on fire. It's burning fiercely. Nero and Hathaway stood on the deck of the Golden Rose, expressionless as they watched the burning O'Hara. In the distance, some warships were shelling the island, and the two could clearly hear the screams from O'Hara through their observation hockey. The current Navy, no more pretense? Is it time to lay all cards on the table? Nero said with a complicated expression, struggling to speak, as this scene was a bit beyond her understanding. Perhaps they discovered some major criminals and needed carpet bombing? Your Majesty, look over there. Isn't there a civilian evacuation ship? Hathaway pointed to a ship fleeing in the distance. Is that so? Nero responded, somewhat skeptical. It must be like that. Hathaway nodded firmly. Just as her words fell, a powerful shell struck directly at the evacuation ship. I seem to sense something is off. That shot seems to have been fired from the Navy's warship. Nero said uncertainly. Hathaway didn't answer, as her perception yielded the same result. This batch of Navy personnel definitely had some issues. Even the most notorious pirates wouldn't do such things. I seem to recall hearing about a story like this. It was said by someone with a shielded backside. Nero lifted her fingers to her eyes. Old people and children? Let me kill them first. Such a guy. Burning him could only be considered purification. Hathaway was speechless, wondering what kind of elite scum this was. I think so too. The emperor who burned down 3 islands 2 years ago nodded in agreement. However, such Navy scum must be due to some internal problems within the Navy, right? It's even possible they aren't even Navy at all. People like Karp and Kuzan would absolutely never. Hathaway continued to speculate, while Nero quietly listened, realizing that finding what they were looking for was hopeless. But it was also good to see the development of this news headline in advance. A refreshing cold wind suddenly swept in, lowering the temperature in this fiery battlefield. Nero tilted her head to glance at the distance where the cold wind was coming from, then looked at Hathaway. This seems to be Kazan's ability? Hathaway fell silent, her ears turning red as she thought. Those few words had exhausted all her trust in the Navy throughout her life. Since I've encountered an old friend, I will take a look. Hathaway, please take care of the Golden Rose. Hathaway replied softly. Absolute justice can sometimes turn into a weapon for killing. Kazan sat by the sea, wearing sunglasses that obscured his expression. Beside him stood a little girl about 7 or 8 years old. The little girl, Nico Robin, looked at Kuzan with tearful eyes, her thin body clad in tattered clothing. I have decided to let you leave here. I also want to see what kind of seed Saul protected with his life will grow into. On the sea, there was a small boat with ice blocks frozen into buoys on both sides. Kazan continued, You have the right to resent anyone, but you should also cherish the life you've regained and live as low-key as possible. Just follow the ice blocks to reach the next island. Kazan stood up and brushed past the young Robin. Remember one thing. I am not your ally. I am your enemy who will arrest you once you commit a crime. My mother is still on the island, Robin said with hope, hoping this Navy who let her go could do something. No one on the island will be saved. If you want to go back to seek death, that's your freedom, Kazan said coldly without looking back. Robin lowered her head in grievance. The images of Dr. Clover, Saul, and her mother Alvia surfaced in her mind one by one. Ripples spread around the small boat, and a golden red figure stood at the bow of the boat at some point. It's been a while. Has the Navy transformed? Kazan, suddenly frozen in place. Kuzan's pupils shrank sharply under his sunglasses, but quickly calmed down again. Are you also going to wade into this muddy water? Nero Claudius. Turning around, Kazan entered a state of readiness. Nero jumped off the boat and walked to Robin's side, gently patting her head, sarcastically teasing. Muddy water? Is this what you all are doing? Even that idiot Roger would never go after civilians. A little girl? She must have done something heinous for you. A vice admiral to take action personally, right? Enough. Nero, you don't understand anything at all. Kazan's emotions became somewhat uncontrolled. At least it attracted a big shot like you, which proves that this matter. Proves what? Nero tilted her head, looking at him with amusement. The desperate search for excuses looks so pathetic. Kazan, big sister, my mother is still on the island. Can you help me? Robin suddenly tugged at Nero's clothes, pleading. Nero picked her up and gave her a big smile. Of course, little clever girl. After saying that, she ignored Kazan and took Robin towards the island. The struggling chick, blood-stained feathers, fighting with all its might to grasp at survival. Such a Robin undoubtedly conformed to Nero's aesthetics. Even if the light is weak, Nero is willing to extend her hand to protect it. Wait, Nero. Seeing Nero's figure moving further away, Kazan's sense of duty as a Navy officer prompted him to speak. Are you going to stop me? The Navy? Turning half of her face, Nero's pupils had turned blood red and devoid of emotion. The word Navy sounded incredibly ironic in Kazan's ears. It was he who called out to Nero, yet he couldn't speak in response to her question. You just continue to hesitate here. Don't worry. I want to run far. With a sarcastic sneer, Kazan had no interest in giving any psychological counseling to the half-hearted Akiji. Turning back to hug Robin, the crimson wings behind him spread out, and then he soared into the sky. Didn't I say for you to stop? Kazan roared, the cold aura surging around him, raising his hand towards Nero's figure in the sky. Yet Nero did not turn back, nor did she defend herself, just boldly leaving her back exposed to Kazan. The corners of Kazan's eyes twitched, his hand tightened, and then relaxed. Ultimately, until Nero's figure disappeared into the sky, he still did not make a move. The raised hand fell weakly, and the reflection of the flames was mirrored in Kazan's sunglasses. He just stood there. How infuriating! After a long time, he suddenly murmured. Chapter 38. The Five Elders call, is your mother in that big tree over there? Nero's eyes twitched as he watched the enormous tree, slowly falling like a mountain. Feeling that this cursed place, O'Hara, was truly at odds with him, Robin stared blankly at the knowledge tree collapsing, unable to react for a moment. Little girl, hold on tight, I need to use a bit of force. A powerful aura gathered towards the original fire. Nero's eyes transformed into beast-like pupils and red. Jade-like horns began to grow among his golden hair. At this distance, he couldn't make it in time, so he had to act recklessly. Divine avoidance. A massive sword aura carved a gash in the earth, flying towards the burning knowledge tree. At the same time, Akainu and some CP elites on the warship also sensed Nero's presence in that instant. The divine avoidance sent the mountain-like knowledge tree flying. But Nero's face showed no signs of happiness. His body accelerated again. Robin, cradled in his arms, felt breathless. Nero didn't care, and within about 10 seconds, he landed in the pit where the knowledge tree had originally taken root. Robin gasped, the dizziness in her brain slowly dissipating as she looked around and discovered the white-haired woman trapped under the boulder. Her mother, Nico Alvia. Mom? Robin rushed over, crying, wanting to push the boulder aside, but it was impossible for her small body. She turned her head, looking at Nero for help, but Nero didn't move. This woman was barely hanging on. Even if she managed to push the boulder, it would only cause her further harm, leading to a quicker death. Cough. Robin, I'm sorry. Alvia's words came out in gasps, and her attempts to lift her hand failed repeatedly. Her gaze finally turned to Nero. Nero, sir. Tall. Robin, I leave it to you. After saying this, without waiting for Nero's response, the last glimmer in her eyes faded away. I accept your request. Although he knew she could no longer hear him, Nero solemnly made a promise. The sounds of crackling flames and Robin's cries swirled in this place, and Nero didn't urge her, but quietly waited for her to vent her emotions. The surrounding CP agents and Akainu arrived late. Upon seeing Nero, they were startled and didn't dare to approach too closely, entering a standoff with Nero. Akainu clenched his fists several times, wanting to strike, but his observation haki frantically warned him that this woman, even without facing them directly, had no flaws. Boom! Hee boom! Hee. The weeping Robin suddenly let out a strange laugh. It left Nero, who was nearby, dumbfounded. What? Is she going crazy? Could it be the acceleration from earlier? I just promised to help take care of your mother. Right? I heard that Doriel is also living in retirement in the first half of the Grand Line. I should have her take a look. Thinking of this, Nero immediately struck Robin's neck with a chop, knocking her unconscious. Before Robin passed out, her last thought was, Saul, you're lying. After doing all this, Nero planned to leave directly. This little girl in his hands should be the last survivor of O'Hara, so he felt his trip was in vain. Watching Nero act so nonchalantly, Akainu's forehead bulged with veins, and disregarding the warnings of observation haki, he decided to strike even at the risk of being injured, wanting to show this guy a lesson. Hellhound! Nero raised his leg. Akainu hadn't matured to his peak yet, so he was still too inexperienced for her. Red Dragon's Claw. Without using a sword, Nero kicked out an advanced version of the Six Styles Gale Foot. The attack, wrapped in Conqueror's haki, struck Akainu's body, sending him flying a distance away. Was my force too light? Nero tilted his head, and his limbs began to dragonize. Seeing the gap between them, and with the opponent still acting clueless, Nero decided not to hold back. Let's try this move. Evil Navy. Red and white lightning crackled on her fist, and a daunting aura emanated from Nero. Nanny? Seeing the familiar starting pose, Akainu's pupils constricted sharply. In a daze, he seemed to see Vice Admiral Garp attacking him. Then, a surge of intense anger welled up. How could a pirate claim that the righteous Navy is evil? Dog bite, Red Lotus. Akainu unleashed a fully powered strike with no reservations, his gaze colder than unmelting ice compared to his fiery fruit ability. In contrast to Kazan, who, despite being an ice fruit user, always had a passionate look in his eyes, today was an exception. Even through sunglasses, Nero could see the confusion in Kazan's eyes. It seemed that the events at O'Hara would also become an unforgettable psychological scar for him. But this guy in front of him was somewhat deranged, facing such slaughter. A Navy officer showed no signs of emotion, which was terrifyingly obsessive. Heavenly impact. Nero judged that if someone could die under this move, it would be the best outcome. As expected, Nero's fist only paused for a moment before it ruthlessly struck Akainu's face. Akainu was also quick to react, rolling his eyes and flying out. Kazan finally arrived and caught the airborne Akainu, but the force exceeded his expectations, sending both of them flying toward the edge of the island. This left Nero feeling a bit awkward, questioning whether Kazan had figured out that she intended to kill Akainu. Originally, Nero had imagined Akainu flying a distance before crashing to the ground, but Kazan's action directly took him away. The increasingly distant figure seemed to say, "This is my escape route." Nero quickly shook her head, dismissing this strange thought, and looked at the remaining CP agents present. Now it's your turn. Wait, Nero, there's a call from the 5 elders. One of the agents stepped forward, holding a Den Mushi. Nero, why are you in O'Hara? A deep voice came from the Den Mushi, and it was clear the person on the other end was frowning when saying this. Do I still need to explain where I am to you? Nero replied indifferently. Having been to the final island, she knew quite a bit about the 5 elders. Nero, abandon what you want to do. Do not force us to kill you. Although there will be a huge cost, we can indeed do it. Is this a threat to me? A sticky, blood-like aura emanated from Nero, and red magical patterns appeared on her face. Like a constricting python, a suffocating aura enveloped all the agents present, as if a monster had awakened, just opening its eyes. In the shared space, the control of life was no longer in their hands. Chapter 39, Face Silence, a silence that made the agents present feel uneasy. From a distant vantage point, Nero faced off against the 5 elders, and the air seemed to freeze. The CP agents forgot to breathe, caught between Nero and the 5 elders, not daring to move. After a long while, it was the transponder snail that first broke the silence. This is not a threat, Nero. Give up on searching for history. It would be better for both of us if we each took a step back. Nero's eyelids drooped, her brain working rapidly. She hadn't planned to search for any history. By the time she reached the final island, she had already learned most of what she needed to know. Her visit to O'Hara was merely to look for some additional information. However, the other party's attitude ignited her rebellious spirit, and it evolved into a situation where it would be unreasonable not to gain something. But the 5 elders, seeing that Nero remained silent, misunderstood her intentions. They knew that for this group of pirates, maintaining their face was paramount, so their tone became less aggressive. Nero, as we understand it, you are not someone who cares about these things, are you? Quietly return to being your emperor and let the world government and you go our separate ways. We are not enemies. Finally getting to the point. I am not interested in the nonsense you wish to hide. Nero slowly retracted her oppressive aura, her long dragon tail swaying gently as she stepped closer to the transponder snail, as if facing the 5 elders directly. I am the emperor, the privileged class of the world, born with power, wealth, and rights that ordinary people can only dream of. The people across from her sighed in relief, and when they spoke again, their tone was much lighter. So, before they could finish, Nero interrupted. But you lack respect for me, which is quite unpleasant. As soon as these words were out, the 5 elders exchanged glances, each understanding the other's thoughts. If they could use some money and so-called respect to make Nero indulge in pleasure and fall into depravity, it would not be a bad method. What are your demands? This was the right attitude for negotiation. Nero nodded in satisfaction. First, my name. Rose B sounds too unpleasant. Change it to Emperor Rose. Also, make the bounty and even 5 billion berries. Is that all? The 5 elders felt it was a bit of an overreaction, just a name after all. If Nero was so easily satisfied, it would be great. Although it was a trivial matter, The five elders still pretended to ponder for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. That. No problem. However, you must hand over the remnants of O'Hara you have. Impossible. That belongs to me. I discovered it. I found it. Nero immediately retorted upon hearing this. A little brat from O'Hara. You probably didn't know her before, right? Why? Chasing after this is truly embarrassing. If you are afraid of an 8-year-old girl, why not let me rule over you? Nero did not answer directly, but sighed and said, At least I guarantee that your courage will be much greater than it is now. It seemed the other side was choked up. The inferior provocation was indeed effective, especially when directed at an 8-year-old girl. Continuing to dwell on this issue would give off the impression of being petty. And it's not just Nero who cares about face. All right, but we will still issue a bounty on her. If she runs into bad luck, it can't be blamed on others. No problem. Nero readily agreed. And the underlying message was clear. They would not target Nico Robin again until she showed her truly dangerous side. As for the rest, I want a worldwide ban on the enslavement of Niku's people. If I discover any cases, not even the celestial dragons will be spared. Understood. We will properly restrain our subordinates, but a worldwide ban presents some issues. There will always be idiots who don't understand human language. You only need to manage your own people. I will handle the rest. In this world, slavery trading is publicly prohibited, but for the privileged class like the celestial dragons, this rule can be trampled at will. Therefore, both sides left enough room in their dialogue. Politics requires a buffer zone for negotiation. All right, Nero. We have agreed to all your demands, and you must also keep your promises. For the five elders, if Nero did not have the identity of an emperor, they would not have so readily agreed. Niku's, as a historically significant country, surviving to this day speaks volumes. The world government naturally had plans to win them over. But the old Niku's empire was too closed off, hardly communicating with the outside world. In this generation, reaching such a verbal agreement is indeed a significant progress. No need to worry. I will naturally keep my promises. Nero responded without pressure. Since Roger had wagered his life, she was also prepared to observe for a while. What kind of person was that so-called Joy Boy, the warrior who would liberate the world, that Roger was waiting for? After a round of exchanges, Her Majesty Nero was very satisfied with this outcome. Although the initial goal had failed, this unexpected joy was quite good. Essentially, she had done nothing, just strolled around, mocked her arch-nemesis the Navy, and gained some face from the world government. In the end, she gained both face and substance, and they would even have to thank her. Her ship was docked at the back of the island. You all need to fill it up with supplies, and that woman, yes, don't look away, it's you. After ending the conversation, Nero did not leave immediately, but began directing the CP agents. You carry Robin. The others can prepare the supplies. We are not your subordinates. One CP agent stepped forward and said this in the most cowardly tone. Before Nero could say anything, the CP officer intervened and bowed slightly to Nero. No problem, Her Majesty Nero. We will arrange that right away. It seems there are still reasonable people. Learn well. This is why they are your superior. With a disdainful snicker, Nero handed Robin to the female agent and turned to leave. The female agent followed behind Nero, feeling like a little maid. Meanwhile, the other agent stayed behind, preparing to put pressure on the Navy. With more than a dozen warships, the supplies would surely have to come from them. The CP officer was already calculating how much commission he could earn from this. As a master of settling accounts like Nero was not something one encountered every day. Chapter 40. Nico Robin O'Hara, burned by flames, cannonballs falling from the sky. The fallen tree of knowledge, her mother crushed beneath a boulder. Robin, I'm sorry. Mom. Robin suddenly woke up and sat up in bed. It was a lavish bedroom, with a soft large bed and bedding that felt as soft as feathers. Exquisite paintings hung on the walls, and the red carpet was adorned with golden patterns. The unfamiliar environment made her uneasy. She tugged at her collar. She was no longer wearing her old tattered clothes, but a dress that was clearly one size too big. As she got out of bed, she slipped on soft slippers, and Robin felt as if she were in paradise. It seemed she had died. So was her mother here too? Thinking of this made Robin feel a bit excited. Pushing open the door, she was greeted by an endless sea, golden sunlight warming her skin, incredibly comfortable. A female voice came from the other side of the ship, not quite clear. Robin groped her way towards it. The demon of O'Hara? What an absurd accusation. A demon trying to destroy the world. It's laughable. Sighing. The world government really was petty. Heatherwee pulled out a bounty notice and handed it to Nero. Demon's child. Nico Robin. Bounty. 79 million berries. Sinking 6 warships? That's ridiculous. Navy. Nero scoffed, his eyes full of mockery. The great pirate era initiated by Roger is looking more and more reasonable. Better to erupt in silence than to die in silence. Sigh, your majesty. Heatherwee inquired with her eyes. Come here and sit, little girl. Nero nodded towards Robin, who was hiding around the corner. Heatherwee went to fetch another chair, and Robin recognized that the blonde big sister in front of her was the one who saved her in O'Hara. Realizing that this was not a dream, a hint of disappointment arose in Robin's heart. Thank you. Robin forced a smile and thanked Nero. That feeling of disappointment quickly dissipated. As the last survivor of O'Hara, since she had survived, she would not easily die. Don't rush. Eat something first, Nero gestured with his chin, indicating that she could eat the pastries on the table. Robin didn't hold back. After so long, her stomach was already empty, and the small cakes and unknown desserts in front of her looked very appetizing. Seeing her eat so happily, Nero nodded in satisfaction. Heatherwee, go get some red tea. Heatherwee bowed her head to tidy up the empty plates and discreetly collected the newspapers from the table before heading to the kitchen. On the deck, only the sounds of Robin enjoying her food and the distant cries of seagulls remained. Suddenly, Robin made a strange noise while eating. Thunder falls. Hee. Thunder falls. Hee. Nero was taken aback, thinking she had another episode, and raised his hand to give her a physical anesthetic. What are you doing? Heatherwee, pushing a dining cart out, saw Nero's raised hand and Robin's strange laughter. Robin didn't have time to stop laughing before Nero pinched her cheek to prevent her from biting her tongue. Heatherwee, this child seems sick. She often makes that strange laugh. Should we find Doriel? You know where she is, right? Robin, being pinched, struggled and made incomprehensible whimpers. But Nero's grip did not budge. Your Majesty, is it possible she is laughing? Although it sounds strange. How could that be? Who can laugh in such a situation? This little girl is definitely sick. Nero dismissed Heatherwee's suggestion, thinking she was talking nonsense. What if we listen to what she has to say? Nero looked suspiciously at Robin's eyes, which were clear and lively, not resembling someone who was sick at all. So she tentatively spoke, if you're okay, just blink. Upon hearing this, Robin's eyes immediately blinked rapidly. Nero. Heatherwee. After Robin explained and introduced herself, Nero finally understood the situation. Giants. Those guys really do have all sorts of strange laughs. Nero crossed her arms, pretending to be serious. Robin touched the back of her neck, where she could still feel a faint sting. Hearing Nero's words, she didn't know what to say and could only awkwardly agree. But how to say, those idiots from the world government want to kill you so badly. I didn't expect you to have already learned the historical text at such a young age. Nero observed Robin with fresh eyes, considering her talent. With some training, she should become a smart character in the future. Thinking of this, Nero asked him, so what are your plans next? Next? Robin said blankly. The shock from the drastic change in her life still left her disoriented. But thinking of her mother and Dr. Clover, her gaze slowly became determined. I want to seek the truth of history, the truth that the doctor and my mother risked their lives for. Good eyes. But the first thing you need to do now is to survive. Nero first acknowledged her dream, then continued. Now your bounty is 79 million. There are hardly any bounties higher than yours in the West Sea. I will give you 2 choices. First, I will teach you survival skills for a year. After that, whether you can survive will depend on how well you learn. Nero raised one finger and shook it seriously. She didn't fully regard Robin as a child. A girl who achieved the scholar position at 8 years old was undoubtedly intelligent. What is the second option? Robin felt a tightening in her chest upon hearing this choice. She understood intellectually, but emotionally she was still a child, instinctively rejecting Nero's first option. The second one, the second is for you to join my country, the Niku's Empire. As the emperor, I will naturally protect you. Nero raised her second finger, her confidence leaving Robin somewhat dazed. Protection? This was not a choice Robin needed to contemplate. Think carefully. If you are willing to join Niku's, I will use my connections to help you. From now on, you will no longer be a survivor of O'Hara. Just as Robin was about to speak, Nero interjected. Then you can no longer touch anything related to history. Bury everything in the past and start anew. This is also one of the conditions for my negotiations with the world government. Upon hearing this, Robin visibly wavered. Everyone will want to live comfortably, right? Is history and the truth really that important? After a moment of silence, Robin made her choice. I choose the first option. She closed her eyes, her mouth dry, unsure of what else to think. But when she opened her eyes again, the confusion in them had vanished. O'Hara is my hometown, and that will never change. I will inherit the unfinished business of everyone and bring the truth to the world. From a practical standpoint, Nero hoped she would choose the second option. For a little girl, starting anew seemed to be the best outcome. But the idealism of a fledgling bird, calling out freely to the sky, what reason could there be to stop her from flying toward the sky? The howling winds and violent downpours are no excuse. The cries of the soul can resonate through heaven. This is also one of the most endearing aspects of art, the dramatic reality and the indomitable spirit, together playing a magnificent symphony that will surely shake the world. Gently stroking Robin's black hair, Nero's gaze was surprisingly tender. Then for the time being, I will teach you well. For today, have something to eat and get a good night's sleep. Chapter 41. Navy 6 Dials. What a busy autumn. 3 days later, Highsway couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the newspaper in her hands. What's happened? Nero asked, puzzled. Jean Lion Shiki has escaped from Impelled Down. Highsway handed the newspaper to Nero. What? I was wondering why there hadn't been any news about him for so long. When exactly was that guy captured? Nero grabbed the newspaper, looking confused. Even more confused than Nero was Highsway. Wasn't Shiki captured after causing a ruckus with His Majesty in Marineford? That was 2 years ago. That early? Nero recalled leaving Marineford with him, and that Shiki had been arrested right after. The absurdity of the situation left Nero speechless, feeling a strong disdain for Shiki. This guy should just quit. This was the first pirate Nero had heard of being captured since going out to sea, and this golden-haired fool had single-handedly lowered the reputation of great pirates. However, Shiki was still the first pirate to escape from Impelled Down. It was said that he had to cut off his own legs to successfully get away. Highsway spoke up to defend Shiki, saying that if it weren't for Edwar's ship's helm being stuck in Shiki's head, the Navy wouldn't have had much chance of capturing him given Shiki's abilities. Nero shrugged with a laugh. In her view, Shiki had already dropped out of the first tier with his lost legs and further disability. The Navy's announcement probably had some ulterior motive, as an injured lion would surely attract the attention of hyenas. Well, it seems Shiki will have his hands full next. Wow, I've heard of Shiki too. He's the captain of the flying pirate crew, right? His bounty is 4.6 billion. Robin, sweating and panting, joined the conversation intermittently. That was back then. That price is a bit inflated now. A little lower on the left shoulder, right there. Nero was lying on a chair, enjoying Robin's massage, which she called arm-strengthening exercise. As the user of the flower fruit, Robin was a game-changer in the massage industry, able to massage her entire body simultaneously. Even Highsway joined in on the side to enjoy the massage, noting that while Robin's strength and technique were somewhat inexperienced, her potential was limitless. Okay, big boss. Robin thought that her intentions might be more selfish than for training. However, having lived under someone else's roof since childhood, she didn't see anything wrong with it now. The luxuries of food, clothing, and shelter were things she never dared to imagine. For the past 3 days, she had been helping Highsway with whatever she could, but still felt it was just a drop in the bucket compared to what she received. So when it came to Nero's request for a massage, Robin was giving it her all, and even Highsway joined her suggestion. Putting aside that old line, Robin, your flower fruit is also a very promising fruit among the Paramecia types. Nero sat up, feeling she couldn't continue being so idle. After observing for 3 days, she confirmed that Robin was indeed a good kid, smart, grateful, persevering, and with dreams. Then it's time to start real training, beginning with improving your physical fitness and developing your fruit abilities. Nero stretched her neck, not planning to take Robin to the Grand Line, believing that a year of wandering through the four seas was enough. To sail the seas, strength was essential. Your body is too weak right now. I'll buy some medicinal herbs at the next stop to help your body grow better. Looking at Robin's body, even at 8 years old, it was too frail. In addition, she needed some form of martial arts, like a fist or palm technique. Nero pondered for 2 seconds. Let's use the Navy's 6 styles. 6 styles? Robin didn't know what kind of technique that was, but instinctively felt some aversion to the mention of the Navy. This is a technique created by the Navy that can surpass human limits. There's hardly anything more suitable for building a foundation than this. Nero didn't notice Robin's aversion and continued explaining. Techniques that make your body as hard as iron. Iron block. High-speed movement, granting you speed like teleportation. Soru. A body technique that allows you to evade attacks through changes in airflow. Jeppo. Jumping in the void, freeing yourself from gravity. Moonwalk. Kicking out vacuum slashes like a whip. Shurgon. Letting your fingers have the power of bullets. Tekai. Combining all these will not only boost your strength, but also lay a solid foundation for your future path to becoming a top-tier strong person. Nero introduced all the techniques in one breath, stating that learning these would be sufficient for the first half of the Grand Line. Upon hearing Nero's introduction, the little bit of aversion Robin had vanished completely. However, when she heard Nero mention the first half of the Grand Line, she felt a bit puzzled. Is it just the first half of the Grand Line? If I can learn all of these, wouldn't I be considered superhuman? The new world in the second half is completely different from the first half, especially with those idiots fighting for territory in the past 2 years. Their brains are almost fried. Robin blinked, unable to imagine the world Nero was describing, but she knew it was still far from her. As Nero said, she should focus on building her foundation for now. So, Big Boss, when do we start training? Robin asked eagerly, as someone who had just experienced despair. She needed the sense of security that strength brought more than anyone else. Let's wait until we gather the necessary medicinal herbs. Forcing your body to train now could easily affect your limits, Nero said, patting her little head. Choosing the 6 styles was a well-considered answer from Nero. Considering how to utilize the flower fruit, it would allow Robin to go further in the future, so Nero abandoned the idea of having her learn the techniques of Garp. For these days, just follow Highsway and learn some essential survival skills at sea. This is a rare opportunity, so make sure to seize it. Understood. Seeing Robin respond with what seemed like enthusiasm, Nero could clearly sense the disappointment lurking beneath her cheerful tone. Don't underestimate Highsway as a partner traveling with me. Highsway is not only skilled in navigation and cooking, but also has many personal tricks. Nero raised a finger. If you can learn these, I guarantee you will become the target of all the crews. Highsway is that amazing. Robin looked at Highsway, who was respectfully standing to the side, in disbelief. Of course, even when you learn the 6 styles later, you mustn't neglect Highsway's teachings. Nero proudly lifted her head, as if Robin was complimenting her. Chapter 42. Logtown. A year later, Nero and the others arrived at the final stop of the 4 seas, Logtown in the EC. The place of beginnings and endings. The hometown of Roger. Over the past year, Nero had not found what she was looking for, the legendary devil fruit that housed the sun god. The mythical Zoan-type Nika fruit. It is said that devil fruits choose their hosts, but Nero did not believe this. The Nika fruit, which had its name altered by the world government, was most likely the Paramecia-type gum fruit, according to Nero's deductions. Not to mention finding it. She had not even heard a whisper about the gum fruit during this time, as if the time had not yet come. However, Nero was not discouraged. She had reached her peak in almost every aspect: stamina, hockey, strength, speed, and had no weaknesses. Thus, she had little opinion on the so-called future warriors of Nika. This trip was more about relaxation. However, a year had passed, and it was about time for her to return to the new world. Whether it was due to the anxious world government or for the sake of the Niku's empire. Moreover, she had heard that Whitebeard, Lingling, and Kaido were almost fighting over territory, and even in the 4 seas, she received a stack of invitations to Lingling's tea parties. Big sister, we've arrived. During this year, Robin had undergone a remarkable transformation, changing from her previously frail appearance to a healthier and more proportionate figure. Her skin had also become fairer and more hydrated due to frequently using high-end skincare products like Nero and the others. Is this Roger's hometown? It's surprisingly ordinary. Nero stepped out of the cabin and looked at the island before her. It was peaceful and tranquil, a good place for ordinary people to live. Although there were many corrupt countries in the Four Seas, here compared to the New World, the climate and everything else could be described as a paradise. Hathaway had quietly stood behind Nero at some point, and looking at this place reminded her of that bold man. As the start of an adventure. It holds significant symbolic meaning. Nero did not respond, but suddenly expressed such sentiments. Robin stiffened, knowing that Nero's words were directed at her. The closer they got to the year's end, the less she wanted to discuss this topic. Big sister, let us hurry to Logtown. As the hometown of the Pirate King, it might seem ordinary on the outside, but there could be something extraordinary inside. Pulling on Nero's clothing, Robin concealed her emotions and chose to change the subject. Who knows? I plan to first visit Roger's execution platform. I heard it has become a pilgrimage site for pirates, dying with a smile. That guy was indeed one of a kind. As the ship gradually approached the harbor, they saw numerous pirate ships docked around. For pirates in the EC, this was almost a must-visit spot. Although the naval defenses here were stronger than in other places, pirates often came to boast. After all, this was just the Four Seas, and strong individuals rarely came here, while the Marine head smoker was just a rookie who had recently joined the Navy. After disembarking, the group walked through the town. As usual, Nero made various outrageous demands like a willful child, and Hathaway skillfully used various tactics to either dissuade her or directly refuse her. However, Robin cherished the present moments, like flowing water, plain yet precious. The closer they got to parting, the harder it was to let go. But no matter how much they cherished it, time continued to flow steadily forward. Is this Roger's execution platform? As the endpoint of the Pirate King, it really is shockingly simple. Nero looked at the makeshift execution platform made of a few wooden planks and felt somewhat dissatisfied. Well, after all, Roger was just a pirate. The more rudimentary the execution platform, the better. Hathaway had a black line on her forehead, as such nonsensical statements frequently came from her sovereign. However, even if we weren't present at the scene, Roger's words still caused a stir across the world. Upon hearing Hathaway say this, Nero stopped complaining and quietly looked at the execution platform, as if she could see Roger on the day of his execution through time and space. Dragging that sickly body, he met his death with the composure of a king. Nero and the other's unguarded demeanor slowly revealed her identity to many. That woman seems to be the Rose Emperor, Nero, right? What a joke. How could such a big shot come to this place? Idiot. Haven't you heard? She's been wandering around the Four Seas lately. A young man asked in confusion, is this the execution platform of the Pirate King? Is she here to commemorate the Pirate King? The world government had issued a gag order regarding Nero's past as a member of Roger's crew. Most young people were unaware of Nero's history, thinking she was just one of the legendary pirates who had contended with Roger. As for the older generation who knew about it, no one dared to speak up in the Four Seas, as that group of agents had killed many people in the past. An old man working on a ship's side as he looked at the execution platform. Roger's influence was far more profound than it appeared on the surface. He had heard about a suspected offspring of Roger in the South Sea about a year ago, who was killing local pregnant women if their months matched. Shaking his head, he fled with the others. Being around someone like Nero meant that dying would be in vain. Ordinary people naturally fled as far as they could. Before long, the originally lively place had become desolate, leaving only Nero and her companions. I followed you all the way. Do you have something to discuss? Nero was still gazing up at the execution platform when she asked calmly. Robin turned around and saw a man with sharp eyes, carrying a large sword that resembled a cross on his back. In response to Nero's inquiry, the man remained silent, standing still and quietly staring at Nero's back. Feeling the intense gaze, Nero finally turned around. Are you a swordsman? Good eyes. What is your name? The cross-like sword was slowly drawn, and the man's eyes became even sharper. Mihawk. There was no need for excessive words. Nero had encountered many like him on her journey. A swordsman, after all. Those who understood knew. The bald brother of the sea. The more pure, the more mad. I heard you're quite impressive. Take my blade. This guy clearly had a pious dedication to the sword, and honestly, Nero felt a bit inept at dealing with such people. Killing him felt like a waste. But not killing him would mean he'd de-practice for a few days and think he was capable again, only to come back shouting for a rematch, which was quite annoying. I understand your intention, but as a qualified swordsman, can't you see the gap between us? A veiled hint at superiority. Better to go home and practice for a few more years. Naturally, but to meet a big shot like you here, and as a fellow swordsman, how could I resist making a move? Mariejois held his sword with both hands, and his golden eyes seemed to burn with flames. Hey, so it turned out like this. How can such a person never understand human speech? If you attack me now, you will surely die, and your path of the sword will end here. Nero's pupils constricted sharply as her conqueror's haki surged forth like a tidal wave, pressing down on Mariejois. Mariejois's body was pressed down by this sudden impact, but he quickly stood upright inch by inch. Although he had challenged many famous swordsmen before heading to the New World, it was his first time encountering someone like Nero. Just standing there, the aura emanating from him is enough to make most people lose consciousness. Is this the strongest in the world? The gap is clear as day. An opponent I cannot defeat with my current self. But so what? If I back down here, how can I ever aim to be the strongest swordsman? A sharp aura radiates from Mariejois, standing firm like a sword under Nero's overwhelming presence. It only shows that I am nothing more than this. Even if I die, I will not back down. It seems I really can't escape this. Controlling my strength is quite troublesome. So, let's clearly see the gap between me and the world. When I reach the underworld, I must not harbor any resentment. Nero also drew the original flame from his waist, his conqueror's haki slowly retracting. Chapter 43, Mariejois. Let us see what you've got. Nero suddenly caught sight of Robin nearby, and a new idea formed as she looked at Mariejois. In this final lesson, she wanted to prevent Robin from recklessly thinking about adventuring in the New World. At present, the 6 powers were already sufficient for Robin to act freely in the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line. Once her 6 powers reached their peak, she would naturally seek the power of haki. Allowing her to clearly see the gap now was also a good approach. Aren't you going to make a move? What are you hesitating for? Nero stood relaxed with the tip of her sword lowered. Her blood-red eyes looked at him with amusement, and red demonic patterns appeared on her face, a stance that would seem utterly amateurish in the eyes of all swordsmen. But in Mariejois' eyes, there were no flaws. That seemingly casual posture should logically be full of openings, yet a strong premonition told him that he would die the moment he made a move. Leaning slightly back, Mariejois widened his eyes, incredulously questioning himself. Did I just instinctively want to retreat? This was something he could not accept more than death itself. Mariejois stepped forward half a pace, lowering his center of gravity. This posture would allow him to exert more force. Where is she? Though his gaze had never left her, Nero's figure had vanished. Cold sweat soaked Mariejois' clothes, a drop of sweat sliding from his forehead to his jawline, then falling to the ground. Until a gust of wind blew by, he caught a glimpse of a red garment in his peripheral vision, appearing hazy in his eyes. Without hesitation, Mariejois suddenly swung his sword, and the shift in his body allowed him to see Nero clearly. He didn't know when she had stood right beside him, perfectly in his blind spot. Still in that same posture, relaxed, his blade struck directly against her sword. However, Nero remained motionless, and Mariejois had no choice but to change his move, using the inertia to slide back and create distance. I thought you had already realized the gap between us. The distance in battle is established when both sides are on equal footing. A clear sound of footsteps echoed in Mariejois' mind, and Nero's figure appeared beside him once again, still in that relaxed stance. And between you and me, distance holds no significance. Her enchanting voice whispered softly in his ear, like a hand gripping his heart, making him feel as though he were walking on a tightrope of death. Stop underestimating me. Abandoning the fear in his body and suppressing the death threat in his mind, Mariejois forcefully swung his sword from this distance. The flying slash severed the distant clock tower in half, yet it merely grazed past Nero's ear. A beautiful strike. Is there more? A glance at Robin, who was stunned to the side, made Nero very satisfied with the effect. Mariejois remained silent, his moves grand and unrestrained, having given up on defense. Only wanted to showcase everything he had. He didn't harbor any thoughts that Nero would cherish talent. If he didn't possess the resolve to face death, he would challenge her. He only hoped to leave the figure of Mariejois the swordsman in Nero's life. Next comes the final strike. With the blade pointed backward, Mariejois declared coldly, "Bring it on." Nero wore a nonchalant smile, saying indifferently, without using observation hockey, relying solely on her eyesight, swordsmanship skills, and physical prowess, Nero was able to steadily suppress the current Mariejois. He was still far from being the future Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman. At present, he was just an ordinary swordsman capable of cutting iron, still quite a distance from being a great swordsman. Moreover, in Nero's eyes, this was still a performance match for Robin. Just a bit of bullying. Whatever looks cool, go for it. The sword was at a 30-degree angle to the ground, her shoulders intentionally slumping down, making her appear the most relaxed, using Soru to create a teleport-like effect. What is the gap? What is a master? Marvel at it. Be shocked. Offer a thunderous applause for the one and only. A golden spotlight shone down on her, and the inner Q-version figure of herself stood with hands on hips, laughing wildly. Nero, in reality, couldn't help but smile, the corners of her mouth curling into an arc. However, others interpreted it as calm composure, and only Hestia, who had been with Nero since childhood, vaguely sensed her mindset, helplessly covering her forehead with a sigh. It's coming. As still as a maiden, yet moving like a raging dragon. This was a strike that condensed Mariejois' spirit, and even Nero couldn't help but be somewhat amazed. To unleash a blow comparable to that of a great swordsman at the level of a swordsman was undoubtedly a consequence of overexerting the body. But if one's potential was insufficient, even desperate efforts would not be able to achieve this step. Observation hockey activated instinctively, and in a second's time, Nero, without using armament hockey, blocked this strike with a single finger, leaving a shallow cut. But this guy hasn't even learned hockey. Ever since she ate the devil fruit, her physicality had greatly improved. She hadn't suffered any harm since that battle with Wayno and Carp. Could it be that today she would break her rule against this kid? With a fearless momentum, this blow was still blocked by Nero with a single finger. But she had covered her fingertip with imperceptible armament hockey. Are you kidding? Are you cutting at the finger of the one and only? Hestia and Robin were still watching. And you clearly wanted to hit me. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Mariejois' deadpan face finally showed other expressions. Panic, suspicion, disbelief. Complex emotions spread across his face, alternating between green and white. He couldn't accept such a result at all. Looking at Nero's delicate, pale finger, soft and bouncy, yet incredibly slender, Mariejois could not imagine how this thing had resisted his full force strike. The world? Is it really this distant? Mariejois' hands trembled slightly, unsure if it was the aftereffect of that desperate strike or his shaken heart. At your current level, being able to swing such a sword is already quite impressive. Even I was a little surprised. The insecure Nero saw Mariejois about to be dispirited and immediately patted his shoulder in comfort. At least now you know your own weakness. Work hard. You have enough potential. You don't plan to kill me? Mariejois asked in surprise. Although I have a habit of hanging enemies on a gallows. Originally, Nero wanted to say, you are a pure swordsman. Dying here would be too regrettable. I still want to see if the future you can stand beside me. But seeing Robin's admiring gaze, the words turned into, it's okay. After all, will an adult go all out when playing with a child? Mariejois. Kill me, Nero. In the end, Mariejois left grumbling, and to be honest, Nero still didn't quite understand the thoughts of these people. No, actually, she did understand self-esteem, self-restraint. These self-imposed bottom lines allowed swordsmen to go further. But was it really necessary to curse so harshly? Nero squatted on the ground, drawing circles with her finger, clearly having given him a break and wasting so much time to guide him. Although the process was a bit excessive, but, as a swordsman, shouldn't one have a heart as solid as steel? Was it really necessary to be so petty? Nero felt quite wronged. Robin, who had only partially understood the battle, was still comforting Nero, but Hestia, who saw through everything, could only say one thing. Serves you right. Chapter 44, Meeting Your Majesty. Are we just leaving like this? As they stepped out of the inn, Heather turned back every few steps and finally asked, this will do. You has already left treasures and letters behind, enough for Robin to squander for a long time. Nero replied without looking back. This is the path she chose for herself. She will eventually meet other companions and begin her own adventure. Despite repeatedly emphasizing her own 2 words, Nero didn't appear as indifferent as she seemed. With the ability to protect herself and knowledge of survival, she also knew that a little girl under 10 would undoubtedly face many hardships to survive at sea. For Heather, who had rich experience in taking care of children, it wasn't easy to let go. Although she knew this day would come eventually and had mentally prepared herself, the worry was still unavoidable. There are many things a girl must pay attention to while venturing at sea. One must be careful everywhere. Even if ordinary people are not a threat, one cannot let their guard down. Nero stopped and raised her voice. If you lack strength, then just announce the name Nero Claudius. Any force will recognize it. On the balcony of the inn, a small figure crouched there, covering her mouth tightly with her hands. But occasional sobs still slipped through her fingers, with tears falling in large droplets. Robin knew that Nero must have discovered her and understood why they were leaving in the middle of the night. Robin did not show herself until Nero and Heather's figures disappeared. Then she peeked out to look at the empty street. She made a firm resolution in her heart. One day, when she finds the truth of history, she will definitely return to Nero's side. Nero and Heather left the 4 Seas aboard the Golden Rose and entered the Grand Line. The agents responsible for monitoring them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Such a ticking time bomb was freely wandering around here. It was still a small boat, moving quickly, and heaven knows how difficult it was for them. Always following, but often losing track. They were on edge, fearing that this thing might explode somewhere they didn't know. Now, she had finally left their area of responsibility, and for this, the CP agents even held a private celebration party, finally able to return to their usual lazy routine. The 5 elders of Mariejois also sighed with relief. The world could now be divided into 3 stages. The 4 Seas, almost completely controlled by the world government, was considered their backyard. The first half of the Grand Line, where the Navy and pirates fought fiercely, maintained a roughly equal balance. And recently some began to refer to it as paradise. Finally, the New World, where pirates ran rampant, was still difficult for the Navy to gain a clear advantage, even with considerable military force deployed. Most of the famous pirates were waiting here for the chance to become the new pirate king. However, after mutual checks from various parties, once their territories were roughly divided, they would likely stabilize. Mariejois. Satan Saint frowned, leaning on his cane. Nero Claudius has left the 4 Seas. The last report indicated she is nearing the Sabati archipelago. Wokely Saint crossed his arms. What do you want to say? Nico Robin. She didn't go with Nero, but stayed in the East Blue. Satan Saint closed his eyes and thought for a moment, still suggesting. Her existence is still too dangerous. As long as she is alive, she could become a second Roger. How should we explain Nero's side? That unpredictable little girl, if she kills Nico Robin. Who can guarantee that Nero won't reveal those histories? Nazashiro Saint adjusted his glasses, holding his long sword, recalling the intelligence on Nero in the battle at Marineford. That little girl's power was clearly abnormal. Too fast. The time to reach the peak was too short. She is already a monster, not weaker than Roger or Whitebeard. The cost of killing her would be significant. There are also a series of subsequent chain reactions to consider. Nero is now also a part of the balance in the New World, and we still maintain a certain tacit understanding. Wokely Saint walked to the window, pulling back the curtains slightly to let the sunlight in. Although she reached the final island with Roger, the Emperor is still different from a pirate. I've heard that Nero fell out with Roger's pirate crew on the final island. Coupled with her ambiguous attitude, I believe Nero is someone we can win over. Noble bloodlines find it hard to coexist peacefully with the commoners below. Satan Saint also found this reasoning somewhat valid, and his frowning brows relaxed a bit. Indeed, in Nero's plan, the extreme extravagance and burning of the 3 islands is no better than the celestial dragons, and may even surpass them. It seemed that everyone suddenly found their point. The thought process became clear. In this way, Nero's demands during the O'Hara incident were all about reputation and respect, these intangible things. Nezushiro Saint pondered slightly and discovered the key point. The Rose Beast and the Rose Emperor. These two titles were undoubtedly more intimidating to pirates, and they aligned better with the aesthetics of those pirates. Whereas Nero cared more about her title as an emperor than about fierce names. And that's Samgo in Nikyu's, who calls himself a revolutionary. Although it was just a small probe, Nero's attitude of preferring to wrongly kill than to let go. If she weren't a native of Nikyu's, I would doubt she possessed celestial dragon blood. If we could win over Nero, a title of celestial dragon would mean nothing. Enlightened. The problem became clear at once. Analyzing Nero's actions and personality, she was entirely a lower world version of celestial dragon. They had plenty of experience dealing with such people. In Mariejois, there were many like her. Setting aside the issue of winning her over, the struggles among the pirates in the New World had already reached a fever pitch. If Nero could die in this struggle, that would be even better. Well, then let's wait. We just need to keep the final scale in check. This suggestion ultimately gained unanimous approval. As the world's rulers, they only needed to manage the final coordination work. At this moment, Nero had just landed on the Sabati archipelago. No matter how many times I come here, it's still a nice place. Nero stomped her feet. The amusement park here was very much to her liking. It's just that the slave traders and those celestial dragons were quite off-putting. When will these guys finally be wiped out? Nero sighed, like a fly landing on the edge of a delicious dish. Even if it didn't land on the food, it was enough to be bothersome. Your Majesty, saying such things here could lead to unnecessary trouble. Please bear with it. Heather felt the same way as Nero, but if this was overheard by the celestial dragons, it would definitely lead to some trouble. Those little matters are nothing. Let's take a stroll in the slave area. We might encounter some good prospects. However, Nero was just saying this casually. After all, which emperor doesn't he love slaves? Chapter 45, Celestial Dragon, Watch Out. Move aside. A young man with seaweed-like hair rushed over in a flustered manner, stepping in a strange way. Nero and Hester had naturally noticed him early on and stepped aside in unison. The young man lost his balance and fell between the two. Sorry. I was just running too fast. The young man sat up, holding his head, and when he saw Nero's face, he suddenly froze. Is there something on your face? Nero reached out her hand towards the young man. No. It's just that your golden hair is really beautiful. The young man didn't take Nero's hand because he was covered in dust. Nero's appearance felt somewhat familiar to him, but after days of working, his mind was foggy and he couldn't remember where he'd seen her before. You have a good eye? Nero didn't mind, pulling back her hand and complimenting the young man's taste. However, there are many troublesome characters on this island, so be careful when walking next time. Hey, sorry. I'll definitely be more careful next time. By the way, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving. The young man shyly scratched his head, glanced at the time, waved apologetically to Nero, and rushed off again. What an impatient guy. Nero smiled at the corner of her eyes. She didn't dislike this energetic fellow. However, as she said, rushing around in Sabati archipelago could easily lead to problems. But a kind reminder from a chance encounter like this was already quite good. Hester, hurry up. I want to try to get this done before lunch. Nero pulled Hester and quickened her pace. The two soon arrived at the slave trading district. I want a slave, beautiful, strong, at least proficient in 2-color hockey. Must be a good cook, no more than 3 musical instruments, and the bust size should be above a D. Nero leaned over the counter of a slave shop, ignoring the increasingly dark expression of the owner, and blurted out her demands in one breath. Lady Nero, I'm very sorry. Our shop is small. And your requirements. The owner wiped his cold sweat, bowing and apologizing profusely to Nero. The name of Nero was well known among people in business. Encountering such a disaster-avoiding figure was the luckiest way to resolve the situation. Otherwise, if she was unhappy, it could lead to death, especially in their line of shady business, where even their backers would lower their heads in front of a person like Nero. Hey, what do you mean? No trade means no killing. Since you've killed, how dare you refuse to do business with me? Do you look down on me? Nero's temper flared up. It was hard for her to come here. And you can't even meet this little request? Does she really think that the emperor has no temper? If you dare to ruin my fun, just wait for me to sweep your grave. Grabbing the owner's collar, Nero threatened fiercely. This sort of person was not a good thing anyway, and there was no pressure in bullying them. Even Hester didn't stop her. Letting out the aggressive side would make her mood better, and now they could only consider the owner unlucky. Yes, yes, yes. The owner, with a face flushed red, shouted loudly. No matter if he had it or not, he knew that if he couldn't meet Nero's demands, he was definitely done for. Even if Nero didn't kill him, his boss would send him to her, and who knows, he might even personally find someone who met her requirements. The owner was on the verge of tears internally, thinking that he had really hit rock bottom today. I'll go check other shops. You'd better meet my requirements before I come back. Nero threatened fiercely and left with Hester. This kind of business tactic was something she learned when she was young. As an emperor, delegating troublesome matters to others was perfectly normal. If he couldn't do it, then don't care. Let him find a way. If he can't do it, then he can start over in the next life. In problems that seemed unsolvable, 80% could be resolved. Wasn't he there a great person who said that human potential is limitless? Excellent negotiation skills, Your Majesty. Hester praised with a smile as they exited. She had heard the teachings of Duke Livward since she was young. Haha, of course. This way, even if that guy can't find someone who meets my requirements, he will still bring out the best. Nero smiled smugly, planning to use the same tactic to check a few more shops. Otherwise, those slave traders would never bring out the best. That guy over there seems to be the reckless one from before. Nero noticed the seaweed-haired young man leaning against the window of a slave shop, actually singing. This song has a vibrant flavor, but there are still many shortcomings. Hester, wait a moment. I'll go give some pointers to the younger generation in the music industry. Upon hearing someone singing, Nero felt a sudden itch in her heart, considering herself a senior in the music industry, and planned to go offer some guidance. Wait, Your Majesty. Hester reached out to stop her, but was unsuccessful. We meet again. You're singing. Nero paused as she spoke, staring blankly at the woman behind the railing. With golden, satin-like, long hair and green eyes. Unlike her own emerald eyes, this woman's eyes were closer to the color of lake water. And even the front armor was not inferior to her own. Hester, I want this one. Nero waved to Hester. The gentle temperament was exactly her type. This woman would be mine in the future. This woman will be mine in the future. The same words made both Nero and the person across look back at each other. Oh, you look pretty good too. Let us take you back to the Holy Land. The man across, dressed in a spacesuit with a fishbowl on his head, leered at Nero with a lewd gaze. He couldn't exactly be called Mediterranean. He had a tuft of hair on his forehead that resembled an antenna, somewhat like a greasy uncle version of Teletubbies. To be noticed by me, a celestial dragon. You are truly lucky. The CP agents behind him were bewildered. This is Nero Claudius. They had received notifications before, but the celestial dragons were unwilling to back down. Now, they were at a standoff. Hearing that this celestial dragon wanted to take Nero back to the Holy Land, the sweat of the CP agents instantly drenched their bodies. Nero herself was also confused. This ugly thing wanted to take her back to the Holy Land? Just a mere celestial dragon? So inflated? Does he really think I can't wield a sword? Hey, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and cuff these two slaves for me. The celestial dragon, seeing that his CP agents were so clueless, pulled out a pistol from his pocket, urging with an unpleasant expression. And on Nero's side, her previously smiling face had now darkened. Chapter 46. Stella, wait. Stella, I've already reserved you. Just a little more money. The young Tesalo, realizing what was happening, immediately shouted. Huh? Who cares about you? The elder celestial dragon waved his hand impatiently. Take this one back too. Let us make him a labor slave. This time, the CP agents acted quickly. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Tesalo's face was already in close contact with the ground. Let go of me, Stella. Stella. Tesalo struggled violently, but it was of no use. He was still firmly pressed to the ground. The elder celestial dragon kicked him on the head. Shut up, idiot. You really make me speechless. Nero raised his head, the veins on his forehead bulging. It was the first time he had been looked down upon since birth. The air suddenly became heavy, and the CP agents froze in place. The overwhelming presence was like the scorching breath of a ferocious beast. The elder celestial dragon, upon hearing this, not only did not back down, but raised his magnificent pistol and pointed it at Nero's forehead. Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. Serving the great celestial dragon at close range is a lifetime honor for a lowly person like you. Saying this, the pistol slowly moved down, his breathing becoming heavier, as he aimed the barrel at Nero's ample chest. Enough. I'm already disgusted. Nero raised his hand to the celestial dragon's ear, snapped his fingers sharply, and at the same time, he made a mischievous sound with his mouth. Bang! Flames erupted all over the celestial dragon's body in an instant. The fish tank on his head melted, and the lush beard and sparse hair on his head burned fiercely. The smell of roasted meat and the sizzling sound of burning fat filled the air. Without curses or pleas for mercy, the elder celestial dragon died thoroughly. The flames consumed his life in an instant. Those nearby could only vaguely see a shadow in the raging fire, shrinking at a visible speed. With one less piece of trash, the world feels a little cleaner. As soon as Nero said this, it was as if the play button had been pressed. Everyone who had been frozen in place, including the CP agents, quickly began to run. There was no turning back. Regardless of the reasons for the celestial dragon's death, they would all be buried with him. There was still a glimmer of hope in escaping. The main culprit, Nero, would undoubtedly confront the world government. And for people like them, the world government would likely be too busy to care. Gripping the iron bars with a slight force, Nero pulled them apart to create a gap wide enough to pass through. Then, as the victor, I'll come to collect my spoils. Nero reached in, and sunlight streamed in from behind Stella, causing her tears to flow like a dam bursting. Clearly, this person was also here to buy slaves and had ruthlessly killed a celestial dragon. But Stella could feel that the girl in front of her was not a bad person. On the contrary, her eyes seemed to carry a gentleness that Stella couldn't quite confirm. Grabbing Nero's hand, she stepped over the railing, feeling somewhat unreal as the sunlight shone on her. Is this really freedom? Just touching the slave collar on her neck, her expression still dimmed. She wasn't sure if she had fallen into an even deeper pit. Right, there's this. Nero grasped the collar, effortlessly removing it with a powerful motion, tossing it aside where it exploded. That! Stella's eyes widened. Did she just set herself free? Isn't she afraid I'll run away? This thing is quite heavy when worn, right? Nero gave her a radiant smile, carefully checking her neck. After long-term wear, there were inevitably many small scars. Hearing Nero's concern, Stella was quite surprised. She didn't expect this seemingly impressive person to notice such details. Her nose felt a bit sore, a warm current welled up in her eyes, and her eyelids turned slightly red, but she still forced a smile. Thank you. Wait, Stella. As the CP agents fled, Tesalo finally stood up, looking at the newly freed Stella. Her hair seemed to have turned a bit greener. His throat was dry, and his pupils shook violently. By now, he understood Nero's identity. But Tesalo still insisted on saying it out loud. Stella is mine. I've saved up enough money. I'll pay you back as soon as possible. No way. Nero suddenly hugged Stella, burying her head in her ample bosom, taking a deep breath. Stella is mine, caught off guard by this sudden action. The warm breath made Stella feel itchy in her chest, and her face flushed. Wait, Lord Nero? Stella and I have already made lifelong promises. So what? I fell in love with Stella at first sight. Tesalo was dumbfounded. He had thought of many possibilities. That Nero might refuse or take this opportunity to demand more money, but he truly did not expect this answer. Don't joke around. Stella and I are going to get married. I will marry Stella. I'm not joking. I'm the one who is going to marry Stella. Nero defiantly lifted her head from Stella's bosom. Tesalo was now a bit uncertain, looking at Nero suspiciously. Are a woman, right? Of course. How can two women get married? How can you give Stella happiness? What does it matter if I'm a woman? I'm an emperor. Naturally, I can give Stella happiness. What about you? You keep saying you want to marry Stella. What can you give her? After a series of combative retorts, Tesalo found himself at a loss. His momentum diminished. Everything I have can be given to her. Even what I don't have, I will strive for it. This heartfelt declaration was somewhat lacking in force, and Tesalo pondered Nero's words. She is an emperor, lacking nothing in terms of money and power. While what about himself? He had nothing. Even if he redeemed Stella, the future was still shrouded in mist. Looking at Stella, Tesalo felt somewhat relieved. He no longer shouted like before. His voice much quieter, but filled with determination. Then I'll leave Stella to you for now. Stella couldn't help but speak up. Tesalo. Tesalo smiled freely. But I will definitely make something of myself, become a man worthy of Stella, and at that time we will compete fairly. Stella felt a bit moved by what he said, but Nero's expression fell. I don't want to compete fairly with you. Stella is already my woman, and I will hold a wedding with her as soon as we get back. Then Nero looked at Tesalo with a disdainful smile. I will invite all the prominent figures from the seas to bless us. Nero emphasized the words prominent figures, and the meaning was obvious. Tesalo was once again brought back to reality, gritting his teeth and glaring at Nero. You bastard. Nero defiantly glared back. Chapter 47. Going through the motions. It seems like a familiar face is coming this way. Abandoning her gaze with Tesalo, Nero's observation, Haki, sensed a familiar presence. Nero. A figure in the sky rapidly descended, shouting Nero's name. It's Carp. Ha ha. Heather, take care of Stella. I'll go say hello. The ground cracked, raising thick dust as Nero's body shot up into the sky, flying towards Carp like a comet crashing into Earth. Long time no see. Carp. The two quickly met in the sky, both wearing matching smiles. Killing a celestial dragon. What a reckless thing to do. Nero. Such a small matter. It's all good. Ha 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 ha. Mwah ha ha. Fist of the galaxy impact. God avoidance. It was as if a massive bomb exploded in the air, centered around Nero's blade and Carp's iron fist, blowing away the surrounding people and debris. Even houses were covered in cracks, swaying dangerously, becoming completely uninhabitable. The familiar force, the angle, the rebellious aura coming through the blade, the same red outfit. For a moment, Carp seemed to see the old Roger again. Nero didn't let this slight opening go, her limbs quickly transforming into dragon form. Horns spiraling from her head, wings erupting from her back, and a dragon tail shooting out. The power in her hands suddenly doubled, and by the time Carp reacted and tried to increase his strength, it was already too late. He was sent flying like a cannonball, kicking up a cloud of dust in the distance. Nero gently flapped her wings, softly landing on the ground, planting the primordial fire into the earth, casually resting her hand on the sword's hilt. Mwahaha! Carp! You old man haven't changed a bit. Carp walked out from the dust, looking a bit disheveled, but otherwise unharmed. You're the one who hasn't changed. It's been years, but you look exactly the same. Carp was also a bit surprised. Nero still looked like she did in the Roger Pirates, making him reminisce about Roger and Ace from Windmill Village. I'm a woman too, and I pay great attention to maintenance. Unlike you rough guys, I'm quite delicate, Nero said confidently, and at the same time, the golden ring on her finger flashed with a hint of light. However, why are you here? Have you fallen so low as to become a dog for the celestial dragons? Carp, how could that be? Their lives and deaths have nothing to do with me. Carp picked his nose and spoke nonchalantly, his tone also filled with disdain for the celestial dragons. Then he suddenly realized, turning to the Navy soldiers behind him, isn't this something we're not supposed to say? Just pretend you didn't hear it. The group of soldiers led by Bogard had clearly long been used to Carp's unreliability, covering their faces in unison, expressing their embarrassment at Carp's behavior. Seeing this, Carp turned back to Nero and said, Sengoku is about to be promoted to admiral, Zephyr is not at headquarters, and Kazan and Sakazuki are far from your level. At this point, Carp pulled out a donut from somewhere and angrily threw it into his mouth. I'm the only one left here being conscripted. That's really unfortunate. Nero put her sword back into her waist. Who do you think is responsible for this? Carp's haki also dissipated. No, are we not going to fight? A young Navy soldier asked, bewildered. It was originally just for show. The celestial dragon was dead, and the Navy couldn't possibly not respond at all. Bogart lit a cigarette, taking a long drag, clearly unimpressed by such face-saving measures. Do you know who you're dealing with? The Empress of Roses, Nero Claudius. If you want to capture her, it would require a full-scale war from the Navy. Is it really that exaggerated? She's just one person. The young Navy soldier frowned, feeling that Bogart's words were overly exaggerated. One person? Ha! Bogart chuckled lightly. The young man was adorably naive. Even if it's just one person, if a fight breaks out, only Vice Admiral Karp would be able to retreat unscathed. The young Navy soldier fell silent, but his expression showed he didn't agree with Bogart's words. Bogart didn't mind. Once he had seen more of the world, he would naturally understand. If there is nothing else, I'll be leaving. Newgate and Linland have been causing quite a stir lately. Nero dispelled her dragon form and waved to Karp, indicating she was about to leave. Oh, then you should hurry back, wait. Karp suddenly thought of something and stopped Nero. Is there anything else? Turning back in confusion. Nero didn't believe that Karp had any thoughts of arresting her. The location was simply wrong. The Sabati archipelago is right above Mariejois. If things got heated, who could guarantee that Nero wouldn't fly up and set fire or something? How should I put this? If I go back like this, it would be hard for me to explain. I need you to give them a little something. It's a good opportunity for me to take a nice break. Karp pointed his thumb behind him. The meaning was quite clear. Nero's eyelids drooped, looking speechlessly at Karp. This old man was being a bit too lax. No, can't we just let them beat each other up a bit? Well, don't say that. We've known each other for a long time. This is just a small favor. Karp waved for Nero to hurry up. What do you mean? The young Navy soldier's muscles tensed, looking puzzled at Bogart. Who knows? Bogart also had a grim expression. That idiot. And Nero, unable to tolerate Karp, felt bloodlust spreading in her eyes. Her Conqueror-S hockey erupting like a landslide and tsunami. Watch out. It's coming. Bogart shouted loudly. What S coming? Before the young Navy soldier could finish his words, he felt as if his head had been violently struck, instantly losing consciousness. What is this? Bogart also struggled to resist, feeling it was incredible. Nero's Conqueror-S hockey had grown even stronger. Truly a monster. Karp also realized the unusualness of this hockey. Its intensity had visibly increased compared to 2 years ago. What is this? Tizzolo guarded his arms in front of him, asking with difficulty. Heather stood in front of the two, blocking Nero's hockey, ignoring Tizzolo's question, and instead looked concerned at Stella. Miss Stella, please be careful and stand behind me, Mr. Tizzolo. Please quietly die on the side. What are you saying? Bastard woman. I won't die easily. I will definitely stand out and reclaim Stella. Tizzolo shouted angrily. Heather calmly stepped aside. The Conqueror-S hockey from Nero crashed over. Stella, hiding behind Heather, remained unaware, while Tizzolo maintained his stance, silently fainting. Regarding Nero's release of Conqueror-S hockey, Miss Heather had her own understanding. Chapter 48. Return to the homeland. Nero, what kind of country is Nicus? Stella asked with some concern. At first, she thought Nero's claim of wanting to marry her was a joke, but his attitude all the way had been telling her that he was not joking. After crossing the border into Nicus, they would reach the capital in about half a day, and Stella couldn't help but feel anxious. Each island has its own characteristics, and the climate varies. If we move fast enough, we can see the scenery of all 4 seasons in one day. Seeing Stella like this, Nero was quite eager to introduce it to her. However, a significant part of it is currently undergoing major renovations. The best place, of course, is the capital. There are palaces made of gold that shine brightly under the sunlight during the day. A golden palace? Stella was shocked. She couldn't even imagine how much such a palace would cost. Perhaps Nero is even richer than the celestial dragons? I previously traveled to the legendary golden city of Zandora and traded with the locals to build this golden palace. Speaking of this, Nero became animated, putting his hands on his hips and proudly humming. So impressive. It seems that His Majesty Nero is indeed a remarkable person. Stella clapped her hands in praise. That's right. I am the most amazing emperor of Nicus. Praise me more. Nero had no thoughts of modesty. Directly accepting Stella's admiration and turning his head to look at the silent Hester, his meaning clear. Hester felt a bad premonition when she saw Nero turn his head, quickly turning away to avoid looking into his eyes, but it was still a moment too late. Looking into those big eyes that seemed to twinkle with stars, Hester sighed helplessly. Sigh, His Majesty is the best. Oh, #1 in the world. The emotionless recitation was full of perfunctoriness. After hearing this, Nero directly ignored Hester's perfunctory tone and began to look down his nose at her. Then, let there be a thunderous applause for me. Sing my praises. Eh. Stella paused in her clapping, glancing at Hester. Do we need to clap with the momentum of thunder? Hester was even too lazy to raise her hand. If this continued, this foolish emperor would only demand more, and it would never end. Miss Stella, you don't need to pay attention to His Majesty. Even if you clap for 3 days and nights, he will only ask for more. How could I? I miss Robin. Nero's tone shifted, losing interest. If it's not spontaneous, it's not fun. Robin is better. She can bring out the momentum of 1,000 troops by herself. I wonder how she's doing now. Nico, Robin, when you said you were practicing finger exercises, I never expected it would be most used when clapping. I think Robin definitely wouldn't want you to think of her at this time. Hester thought, with a black line on her forehead, mercilessly mocking. At this moment, far away in the East Sea, Robin, spare me. I just had a moment of greed. I promise I won't do it again next time. Robin, have you forgotten the kindness of taking you in? A middle-aged man wearing a captain's hat, unkempt and scruffy, knelt on the deck. Are you referring to the kindness of drugging me and handing me over to the Navy? Robin sat on the railing of the pirate ship, flipping through a book without even looking at the pirate captain kneeling there. That was just a moment of greed. You need a place to hide too, right? I can help you and promise not to sell you out again. Seeing that Robin remained unmoved, he cursed inwardly while having to force a twisted smile on his face. Hey, Robin, we are comrades. Hearing the word comrade, Robin paused and looked up. That man thought his words had finally worked, thinking of how to sell Robin well next time, and showed a flattering smile. Comrades, weren't you planning to sell me out from the beginning? I just wanted to catch a ride. We are far from being comrades. Robin jumped down from the railing and used her powers to lower a lifeboat on one side. The next island was in sight, and a small lifeboat was sufficient. As if sensing that there was no hope of survival, the captain drew his saber and charged at Robin. Die, you demon! Second blooming. 2 smooth arms grew out from the captain's body, and before he could react, the 2 hands tightly grasped his neck. With a sound of skeletal agony, the captain slumped to the ground, breathless. Robin jumped from the ship and landed steadily on the lifeboat, using her powers to row towards the small island. I wonder how Nero and the others are doing now. Have they returned to the NICU's empire? It had been more than a month since she parted ways with Nero, and Robin still wasn't quite used to it. She often thought of Nero like this. Stop thinking about it. Hurry and collect the historical text so that I can reunite with Nero and the others soon. Slapping her face, Robin regained her spirits. Let me see. Is this stop Windmill Village? Meanwhile, Nero and the others had been fooling around for half a day and finally arrived at the capital of NICU's. The magnificent golden palace came into view, resembling a deity's residence, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. The Golden Rose sailed into the harbor, and Nero took the lead to disembark, with Hester and Stella following half a step behind. On both sides were welcoming nobles and a neatly organized army. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Finally home. Nero stretched lazily, instantly relaxing his body. Now, without further ado, everyone should finish their work before 9 tonight, and then gather at the Golden Theater. The celebratory smiles instantly disappeared, and everyone's faces looked as if they had eaten dead flies. They came happily, but couldn't return. Your Majesty, you must be tired from a journey and need to rest more. There's no rush for the opera house. We can come another day. Yes. Your health is the most important, and the sea is bound to be bumpy. There's no need to rush. The nobles standing in front all twisted their faces and urged Nero to prioritize his health. It's fine. An afternoon is enough. I created many excellent works during my year at sea, so you can look forward to it. Waving his hand was not a rejection, but an indication that he had too many new ideas to count. Amidst the shocking news, only the newly appointed Minister of Science from a few years ago had a fierce determination in his eyes. This time, our new product will surely withstand His Majesty's magical sound. Chapter 49, The Aristocrats Complete, Defeat Lost. Without the slightest chance to fight back, the Minister of Science stared blankly, his body hunched over as he knelt on the ground. The human hearing range is approximately 20 Hz to 20,000 Hz. The 0-degree earplugs he personally developed could completely filter out sounds in this frequency range, and after multiple experiments, wearing them was basically like being deaf. But why? The Minister of Science looked up at the center of the theater, where Nero, with a voice completely hoarse yet still determined to sing for another day, felt his heart crumble. The hellish howls still clearly reached his ears. Looking back, more than half of the science department had already collapsed. Many of them originally didn't need to be there. It's all because of me, betraying their trust. Young people who had bright futures have fallen here before even starting their dreams. The guilt inside him and the devilish sounds attacking his brain outside were mercilessly ravaging the Minister of Science's spirit. At least I have to get them out. His gaze turned resolute as the Minister of Science rushed to the door, determined to do whatever it took to get everyone out. However, when he reached the door, he was completely engulfed in despair, as if in a corner of hell, where the once elegant aristocrats were crazily slamming against the immovable door. The sounds of knocking and shouting were completely drowned out by His Majesty Nero's devilish music. Power and status were useless here. It was fine when everyone came in, but trying to get out revealed that the inside of this metal door was covered in dark red claw marks and handprints. The Minister of Science trembled and clutched his heart. Cammy, because after a year of being outside, Nero had never given up on composing, and the originally planned 3-day concert had been forcibly extended by 2 more days before it ended. The science department had been completely wiped out, and the aristocrats, who usually prided themselves on their own strength, had also fallen by more than half. The bounty for the silent fruit had risen significantly after the concert ended. At the same time, the aristocrats, in order to escape Nero's frequent concerts, finally came up with a plan after many years. Golden Trial. Do you want to become a strong person in the new world? Do you want the Rose Emperor's reward? Come on, brave adventurers. Only those who pass through the Golden Beast Arena are true experts. Due to national reforms, Nikos now only has a few islands and surrounding waters protected by the military. This also led to the once forbidden sea, most of the Nikos Sea area becoming semi-open. Some islands not only had to pay taxes to the Nikos Empire, but also had to endure pirate harassment from time to time. Officials on various islands worked hard to enhance the prosperity of their islands to receive military protection. Once this announcement was made, countless self-proclaimed brave or clever individuals rushed to buy temporary tickets to the Nikos Empire, all just to pass that golden trial. This absurd announcement had very obvious loopholes for children, but for those stubborn pirates, it was just right. Some were curious about the treasures of the Rose Emperor Nero, while others simply wanted to join Nero's pirate crew. Even without the title of emperor, Nero was one of the top powerhouses at sea, and she was also a beautiful woman. Many people came with the idea of seizing people, wealth, and power all for themselves. In short, this absurd news still attracted quite a few people. For their ambitions, they even willingly paid a daily city fee of 10 million. When Nero learned of this, she was exceptionally moved. This group of people was willing to pay such a high price just to listen to her songs. She almost refunded the money. However, the number of scapegoats was ultimately limited, and the aristocrats had to take turns. Although they still couldn't completely avoid it, they were already very satisfied to reduce the frequency. In recent years, His Majesty's singing skills have become increasingly strong, and some elderly officials feared they might not wake up one day. Your Majesty, you really can't. The mustached Holio had always appeared refined, but at this moment, he knelt before Nero, heart-wrenching. You are a monarch, and also a woman. How can you marry another woman? Especially since he had once fantasized that, being middle-aged but still in good health, he could wait for His Majesty's child to be born. Given Nero's temperament, she would definitely not be able to calm down to raise child, so it would require much effort from her ministers. He had already thought about how to teach the princes and princesses etiquette, watching them grow up elegantly. Many aristocrats shared this thought. After all, Nero herself had gone through a similar upbringing. Not to mention with Nero's talent, any child born would surely be gifted. But now, oh no, His Majesty brought a woman back and wants her to become the queen? Holio was stunned. He couldn't even imagine how he would explain to the late emperor and Livord when he met them 100 years later. Your Majesty, your daughter is wonderful, and the queen is very virtuous. The two of them are living very happily now. Just thinking about it made him feel like going crazy. I will not accept any advice. I must marry Stella. Nero, as expected, did not listen to a word. turning her head aside, not even looking at the crowd. An ordinary woman might not work, but I am the emperor. I can. Your Majesty, think twice. This is inappropriate. Stella stood beside Nero, her expression awkward and her smile forced. At first, she really thought Nero was joking, so she didn't refuse. It wasn't until they were nearing Nikos that she realized Nero was not joking, but looking at Nero's expression, she couldn't bear to refuse. And now, Nero stood up from the throne and hugged Stella tightly. This is the emperor's order. I have made up my mind. Now seeing Nero looking as if she would marry her, even if it meant being against the world, Stella couldn't find the words to speak. Your Majesty. No one was targeting Stella. When Nero was interested in something, she did not allow anyone to speak a word against it. Sometimes, even if you could criticize her, if you dared to insult Stella at this moment, Nero would definitely not let you off. Why do you all oppose me marrying Stella so much? Nero asked, puzzled. Your Majesty, your future children. Julio closed his eyes and, with a desperate attitude, said loudly, we all believe that only your child, the bloodline of Claudius, will make the country stronger. As long as it's children, why don't you research a way for 2 women to have children? Nero puffed up her cheeks and angrily looked at the crowd, as if they had committed some unforgivable mistake, not seeking solutions to the problem, but instead making it difficult for me. You bastards are too outrageous. Huh? Do you know what you were saying? Idiot emperor. Julio completely lost his composure. Someone who had been refined his whole life no longer cared about offending and shouted at Nero. You actually insult me as an idiot again. I'm not a princess anymore. Besides, did you ask the Minister of Science? Julio was also so angry that his beard trembled. Which parent could remain calm if their daughter brought home a girlfriend? This kind of thing is obvious without asking. He turned his head and glared at the Minister of Science. However, the Minister of Science did not immediately respond, pondering for a while before speaking. It might take a lot of time. Did you hear that? He said it would take, huh? Julio's worldview was shattered, and he looked at the Minister of Science in bewilderment. Chapter 50 Invitation. The wedding was unexpectedly postponed, as a group of ministers led by Julio made an agreement with Nero. A year later, regardless of whether the science department succeeded or not, Nero would marry Stella. Julio accepted this condition, thinking that if it didn't work out, he could persuade the emperor again in a year. How could he let his Majesty marry a woman who couldn't bear children? Julio, who was internally muttering, clearly had not realized how outrageous his words were. Nero, on the other hand, felt guilty as he spoke to Stella, urging her to wait a little longer. Stella. To make up for it, in the following days, Nero took her on a tour of NICUs. Speaking of NICUs, apart from the Golden Palace, the most famous place is the Four Seasons Island. On the luxurious yacht, Nero brought no one else, just her and Stella. The Flower Sea of Spring Island, the amusement park of Summer Island, the hundreds of different fruit trees on Autumn Island, the hot springs and aquarium on Winter Island. Nero introduced enthusiastically, unsure if her feelings for Stella were love. She was still too young and inexperienced, but she definitely liked her. Just like Nero said, when she first saw Stella, she felt a shocking jolt throughout her body. Her heart raced violently, followed by a surge of possessiveness, when that celestial dragon and Stella both reached out their hands. In Nero's eyes, he was already a dead man. The subsequent interactions were nothing special. It was just a beautiful woman with a stunning figure, gentle personality, golden hair, and blue eyes who would greet you with a warm smile. It's her, Nero told herself in her heart. In her view, although they were not married, they were already in a tacit relationship as, girlfriends. Therefore, this trip together was defined by Nero as a date. Stella, on the other hand, didn't think too much about it. Originally just a slave, after being rescued by Nero, she considered herself Nero's person. However, seeing that Nero wanted to marry her still made her feel a bit flustered, though she didn't reject it. If she could spend the rest of her life with His Majesty Nero, it would be a happy life. Turning her head, Stella looked at the energetic Nero. Having seen hell, she was more easily attracted to the sun. The time that followed was probably the happiest time, without worries about the future or troubles from the past. They just needed to think about how to have fun and explore unseen scenery. Nero and Stella spent a rather leisurely time together. Eventually, they returned to the capital, and Nero took her to her private garden. In the rose garden at night, Nero and Stella sat face to face in a pavilion, with the sea shimmering. The pale moon cast silver light, and Stella could only vaguely see Nero's figure, surrounded by the fragrance of roses. Supporting her head, she listened with great interest as Nero recounted her past adventures, occasionally offering her admiration. That guy Buggy back then. If it weren't for me, and Shanks. He and Buggy. Nero exaggeratedly gestured, and Stella watched her golden hair flutter like a dancing golden rose. So impressive. Your Majesty, so smart. Hey, how enviable. Nero was lost in Stella's praises, gradually being tamed. Then after we get married, let's go on a honeymoon trip together. At that time, I'll take you to see the Sky Island. Really? That sounds truly exciting. Stella smiled gently, her eyes sparkling like ripples in a calm lake, radiating a warm glow. Then you can look forward to it. The mature older sister's smile made Nero a bit dazed, her face flushed and her smile a bit silly. It had been some time since returning to NICU's. After their trip, Nero resumed her daily life. However, besides Heather, there was now also Stella by her side. The Emperor's daily life was quite plain, and Nero was no exception. Having reached a new bottleneck in strength, hard training was no longer useful. Nero herself didn't care much about this, as she had never lacked power. So she simply slacked off, enjoying the finest delicacies, buying the most beautiful artworks, petting lions at the zoo in the back mountain, and being intimate with Stella. Until one day, a letter from Totland broke Nero's routine. It's from Ling Ling. Let's see what it is. Nero sat on the throne, opened the envelope, and out jumped several cookie-shaped homies, dancing and singing the content of the letter. What is this? So cute. Stella leaned closer, looking at these creatures that seemed to have come out of fairy tale. Ling Ling is the user of the soul fruit. These things are called homies, created by Ling Ling using her fruit ability. Nero randomly picked up one homie and placed it in Stella's palm. It's an invitation to a tea party. A tea party? It sounds very much like those afternoon teas of the wealthy ladies. Stella thought for a moment and gave an example she thought was most appropriate. Compared to afternoon tea, it's more like a business banquet. There would be discussions about business at the dining table. Heather offered another, more suitable analogy to explain to Stella. It sounds like a very serious occasion. Don't worry about it. Am I level? If I say it's an ordinary tea party, then it is just an ordinary tea party. But is this person named Ling Ling an acquaintance of yours? Totland sounds very far away. Ling Ling is the notorious pirate big MOM. Stella must have heard of her, right? That big MOM? I've heard she's a rare beauty among pirates. She is actually a friend of Nero. My relationship with Ling Ling is quite good. She even wanted to invite me onto her ship once. Although I ultimately declined, our private relationship is still quite good. Your Majesty Nero, so impressive. Nero and the others chatted and laughed, completely ignoring Perispero below. He wisely did not interrupt their conversation, standing respectfully with his head bowed. Having dealt with Nero before, he was sent to deliver the invitation to the tea party. But upon seeing Nero, he did not dare to identify himself. The stronger the power, the more one could sense the aura of certain individuals. The Nero on the throne had hardly changed from their first meeting, but her aura was completely different. It was like a top predator sitting there, an overwhelming sense of life-level pressure continuously assaulting his senses. It's like seeing my mother. Perispero felt the dimensional gap, and his already lowered head dipped even lower. Chapter 51. The Eve of the Tea Party, Your Majesty. Are you really sure you want to do this? Heather frowned, with a cross mark appearing on her forehead. Nero, this doesn't seem quite right, does it? Stella's expression was equally complicated. Last time I came with Roger and the others, I was a bit reluctant, but today I must give it a try. Nero turned her back to the two, her expression resolute. Today, I will personally taste the flavor of this juicy. Nero held onto the tip of the fishing rod as Heather slowly lowered her down. As her face neared the surface of the sea, Nero first tied her hair up with one hand, extending her tongue like a little cat to take a lick. It really does taste like juice. Confirming there was no problem, Nero immediately plunged her entire head into the water. It is indeed the ocean. This sweet feeling of weakness, ha ha. How interesting. Nero opened her mouth wide, drinking deeply as various flavored drinks gurgled into her stomach. My stomach feels so uncomfortable. My hair is all sticky and disgusting. Heather, I feel completely drained. Back on the ship, Nero slumped in a chair, clutching her stomach and groaning. It's only natural for someone with powers to feel unwell after voluntarily contacting seawater and drinking so much. Heather wiped Nero's head with a wet towel, expressing her exasperation. Sigh, this one tea do. I can only wait until later to wash it with shampoo. After wiping for a while, it felt normal to the touch. But Nero's hair still emitted a strong, fruity aroma. I clearly drank juice. Totland is indeed a cunning sea. Nero looked dispirited, but still insisted. And now my mouth feels so dry. Give me a drink that's not juice. How about some ginger tea with brown sugar? It should feel much better for your stomach after drinking it. Stella carefully brought out a cup of ginger tea from the cabin. Stella, feed it to me. Such a nuisance, Nero. Although Stella pretended not to care, she honestly scooped a spoonful of ginger tea and brought it to Nero's mouth. Sitting motionless in the chair. Nero opened her mouth. So spicy. And Heather, help me rub my belly. Sigh. Heather sighed, rubbed her hands together to warm them, then lifted Nero's shirt, gently massaging her belly. So comfortable. Nero's body became even softer, squinting her eyes and feeling like a limp noodle. In fact, she was already fine. With her current physical condition, it was just a momentary discomfort. But since this opportunity to enjoy such care was too good to miss, it felt really nice to be looked after. Mama. It's been a while. Cute more. Charlotte Linlin happily stepped out to greet, still caring for Kaido, even though they were now rivals on the sea. But in her heart, the bond between them still felt like that of siblings. Linlin, I'm not here to reminisce with you. Kaido took a couple of swigs of alcohol, his face showing impatience, releasing his conqueror's haki without giving her any face. Didn't you say there's serious business that requires my presence? So hurry up. I don't have that much time to waste. Mama, don't rush. There are more guests coming, and besides, don't unleash your haki recklessly on my territory. You bastard. The same level of conqueror's haki erupted from Charlotte Linlin. Sweeping towards Kaido, the two haki clashed, neither giving way, turning the port into chaos. The originally clear sky turned dark and gloomy, with clouds forming a massive vortex. Is this the clash of conqueror's haki? Just standing here is enough to scare me. How terrifying. A clash of this level of conqueror's haki can even change the weather. Is this what it means to be a top powerhouse on the sea? People around were chattering. They rarely fought now, and most battles were between their subordinates. However, as conflicts escalated over the past 2 years, key personnel from all sides began to get involved, and even they were about to be unable to sit still. The real purpose of this gathering was to discuss the situation in the New World. Continuing would only give the Navy an opportunity to exploit. After a moment of stalemate, it was Charlotte Linlin who took a step back first, retracting her haki. Kaido did not take advantage either, also retracting his haki afterward, but his tone remained harsh. The situation in the New World? You came to me just to talk about this boring joke? Have you gone stupid from having kids? Casually sitting cross-legged, Kaido took another couple of swigs of alcohol, but did not leave directly. Currently, his influence on the sea was the weakest, not having developed to its peak. And on his territory, that group of samurai was secretly waiting for a chance to overturn him. This also led to his constant stay in Wano country, rarely going out. This was also the reason he hadn't left. He thought Linlin wanted to ally with him, so he made a show of it as soon as he arrived. Of course, it's not just the two of us. I also invited Whitebeard and Nero. Upon hearing this, Kaido instinctively wanted to leave. There's an idiot dancing in Wano country. But thinking about Wano country's closed nature, they probably didn't know this news yet, otherwise. Linlin wouldn't be the one inviting him. But that said, Kaido still felt a bit anxious if the news broke. He wouldn't be able to escape the two of them beating him up. TSK, is this about negotiating territory? Whitebeard is one thing. But why invite that little girl Nero? She doesn't need to expand her territory. That's exactly why I invited Nero. Mama. Nero is our key target for outreach. Charlotte Linlin casually sat down next to Kaido, grabbing a cream puff and tossing it into her mouth. Let us team up, Kaido. No one really wants to go to full-scale war. We all need time to develop our own forces, and only by teaming up can we secure more benefits. This struck a chord with Kaido. He wasn't Whitebeard's match in a one-on-one fight. If he could ally with Big Mom's pirate crew, even if one day the truth about Odin was discovered, he wouldn't be completely passive. But he still didn't agree right away. If he did it too quickly, it might reveal a flaw, even though he had an old friendship with her. No, rather, it was precisely because he was familiar with her that he knew not to show any flaws at this moment. Kaido remained silent, keeping his silence. Mama, just think it over carefully. Give me a reply by tomorrow. I invited you in advance. Whitebeard and Nero won't arrive until tomorrow. Charlotte Linlin stood up, and that was enough for now. The alliance was basically settled. In her view, Kaido's silence was just the pride of a great pirate. Chapter 52, Gathering at Cake Island. Welcome to Cake Island. Your Majesty Nero. Perospero bowed deeply, skillfully performing the noble gesture. It's still you who is hosting, P. Pepe. Nero got off the ship intending to greet him, but awkwardly forgot his name. And Hathaway, for some reason, also didn't remind her. Perospero replied, I apologize. Your Majesty Nero, Lord Kaido has already arrived, and Mother is inside accompanying him, which is why I was sent to welcome you. Perospero's forehead began to bead with cold sweat. Did he really care about this? Then I appreciate your hard work. Pepe? Nero still couldn't remember his name. And after waiting for a while without him introducing himself, she decided to just call him Pepe. I dare not. Please, esteemed guests, follow me. Nero's voice made Perospero feel he had escaped a disaster, and he no longer cared whether Pepe was inappropriate. He quickly bowed and gestured for them to follow. On the way, they encountered various strange sights, candy houses, talking and singing trees and flowers, and rivers of juice. Most of the passers-by wore smiles, appearing very happy as usual. It really is like a kingdom from a fairy tale. Stella exclaimed, originally worried that she might embarrass Nero due to her lack of experience. But seeing Nero tear a piece of chocolate wall here and pinch a candy flower there, she relaxed a lot. Is this your first time here too, Nero? Stella asked curiously. The relationship between you and Lingling at Sea was more like enemies than friends, to be honest. Saying this, Nero curiously licked a piece of glass. It was made of hard candy. So you is also here for the first time? It's even more interesting than I imagined. Chew. This is so delicious. Stella and Hathaway, you should try it too. Nero broke off a cookie branch and handed it to Stella and Hathaway, with one still in her mouth. It really is delicious. It's indeed very tasty. Perospero stood quietly beside them, waiting without any urge, silently imprinting Stella's appearance in his mind. A woman he had never seen before, but judging by her closeness to Nero, it seemed another untouchable person had appeared at sea. Thus, they strolled leisurely until they finally arrived at the location of the tea party. By this time, many people had already gathered there, the 6 kings of the underworld, and Nero remembered none of their names except for Morgan's. However, he had heard that this group was quite powerful, but now he saw that none of them looked particularly formidable. Morgan's, on the other hand, looked quite extraordinary, like a news bird flying around the world, somewhat resembling a fruit awakening. Well, in any case, let us greet the host here. Ya hello. Lingling. Ya hello. Nero, you finally came. Mama. Upon seeing Nero, Charlotte Lingling immediately abandoned Kaido, approaching without any airs, very friendly. Hathaway too, it's been a while. Oh, thank you for your concern. Hathaway slightly nodded in polite response. Mama, you're still the same. This one is. After greeting Hathaway, Charlotte Lingling curiously looked at Stella. Stella felt a bit nervous. Standing in front of the 8-meter-tall giant was quite imposing. This is Stella, you's fiancé. Before Stella could introduce herself, Nero hugged her waist, his tone full of pride. Nero's words shocked everyone present. Even Kaido couldn't help but glance over. Is that so? Mama, this Miss Stella is actually your fiancé? I didn't expect you to be this kind of Nero. You and Stella plan to get married next year, and you all must come. You wants to give Stella the grandest wedding in the world. And Nero seemed oblivious to the surrounding gazes, continuing to invite. I will send you an invitation then. You must come. Mama, Mama. Such an important event as a wedding, of course. I will go. I will definitely prepare a big gift to bless you. Charlotte Lingling smiled gently, reassessing Stella's importance in her heart. She originally thought she was just a plaything. But didn't he expect Nero to value her so much? It seems the gift will need to be carefully selected. The other people present thought the same. Although the two girls were a bit, it was just a personal little hobby for those who had seen the world. The shock stemmed merely from the fact that someone as significant as Nero would have such a hobby. It was akin to unique gossip about a celebrity, just a momentary novelty. Coming back to their senses, they were already thinking about how to get to know this future princess of Nikos. However, this was indeed a big event. Lingling. In the new world, besides the Navy and the world government, all the major powers seem to have arrived. After all, the new world has been too chaotic in the past 2 years. If it continues like this, it will only lead to meaningless internal strife. It's better for everyone to sit down and have a good chat first. Nero looked at her in surprise. Is this so official? Does this mean Whitebeard will be coming soon too? He should be arriving soon. Don't you want to meet Whitebeard, Nero? That's not it. Actually, I quite like his strange mustache. I've asked for it several times, but he won't let go. Nero thought of that strange mustache, and her voice unconsciously grew a bit angry. It's just unimportant hair. That stingy guy won't give it up? This is an important symbol of mine. How could I just let you play with it? A low, deep voice came from behind. Whitebeard approached with his large sword. Nero was not surprised. With her observation skills, she naturally sensed Whitebeard as soon as he got close. These few words were clearly meant for him to hear. Stingy. What did you say? I can't hear you. Nero covered her ears, not planning to communicate with Whitebeard. Gururara. Is this still a little brat? Whitebeard didn't find Nero's attitude offensive. Instead, he laughed heartily. His gaze swept over Stella, and a hint of realization flashed in his mind. With a somewhat mischievous tone, he said to Nero, "This blonde little girl is your companion, right? What are you planning to do with Wade-Ibe?" She is still bothered by that incident back then, but he found Nero looking completely bewildered. Who is Wade-Ibe? Whitebeard. If you were a man, my sword would have already fallen. Chapter 53 Dream. So, shall we negotiate here? Nero looked at Charlotte Linlin with confusion. There were only 4 people at their table. Whitebeard, Kaido, Linlin, and herself. Even Hestia and Stella were seated elsewhere. What's wrong? Is there something Nero is not satisfied with? Charlotte Linlin tilted her head. Based on her understanding of Nero, she had her own way of interacting with her. As long as she treated her like an adult verbally, she could actually treat her like a child. Not really. So hurry up and bring out the food and drinks. You need to be full to have the strength to negotiate. Charlotte Linlin didn't think much of it, assuming Nero was just hungry, and instructed her son beside her. Mama, didn't you hear our guest? Why aren't you bringing out the delicious snacks? Then she turned to Nero and gently said, "Just a moment, the snacks will be here soon." Nero nodded. She was over a meter tall. Sitting here felt like attending a giant's banquet. Compared to Kaido and Linlin, even Whitebeard, this small giant, was shorter than them, let alone Nero. The combined palms of each of them would be enough for Nero to lie down on. Then Nero curiously examined Kaido. This was the first time she had seen him, and she heard he was a rare species, a demon. Because Nero was staring too intently, Kaido felt a bit uncomfortable, wanting to turn away, but feeling it would make him seem like he was losing. So he pretended to be nonchalant, but soon his neck became a bit stiff. Fortunately, Charlotte Linlin noticed Nero's gaze and quickly introduced, Mama. Speaking of which, this is your first meeting. This is Kaido, just like my brother." "Shut up, old hag. Who's your brother?" Kaido, relieved, instinctively started to retort. After all, in such a setting, no one wanted to be called a younger brother, feeling belittled for no reason. Nero stood on her chair, her eyes still fixed on the big black-faced man. I know. This is what they call Sundara, right? Mama. Hearing Nero's words, Charlotte Linlin burst into laughter. Kaido's already dark face turned even darker, glaring at Nero. If it weren't for the plan to win her over, he would have acted long ago. Whitebeard did not join their conversation. In his eyes, Kaido was just an intern of the Rocks Pirates. He had to pass a test to even sit at the same table as him. But today was Charlotte Lean's gathering. So he said nothing, just quietly drank his wine. Before long, various delicacies, drinks, and beverages were served first to their table. Nero actually enjoyed dining with this group of small giants. Like the strawberry cake that was the same height as her, the fragrant red tea that was enough for a bath. Especially the food from the Big Mom Pirates. Both the ingredients and the chef were quite skilled. All of this was thanks to Charlotte Lin as a top foodie. She had put in a lot of effort in this area. Mama, it's been a while since we gathered like this. It's really delightful. Mama. Charlotte Lin spread her arms, looking at the scene before her. Tato land, the land of nations. This is my ideal, where all races can live together peacefully and happily like family. For this, I must become the pirate king, Charlotte Lin said. At this moment, she had a good reputation in both the pirate and navy circles, a beautiful woman. Although she had given birth to many children, her appearance showed no signs of change. Standing over 8 meters tall, with a fiery figure and a generous personality. At this time, Charlotte Lin not only held a place in terms of power, but also had a widely known reputation for her charm. I plan to establish NICUs and marry Stella. Gold. I want my country to acquire a large amount of gold. To make sure everyone hears me, Nero has climbed onto the table. I want to build the capital into a city of gold with gold. Why did the discussion suddenly turn to dreams? Women really are emotional. Whitebeard was still drinking when he noticed the gazes of Nero, and Charlotte Lin turned towards him. I don't want to discuss these things with you. Whitebeard intended to respond this way, but since it was 2 women looking at him, even the so-called strongest man in the world knew that women could be unreasonable at such times. So Whitebeard put down the gourd of wine by his mouth and laughed heartily. Gula la la la, my dream has already been realized. As long as I can live freely on the sea with these foolish children, that's enough. Whether it's the Pirate King or the Navy, I'm not interested. As long as it doesn't interfere with me. As for you, that is quite a simple wish. Nero looked at the blonde man wearing a captain's hat and suddenly said, I suddenly feel like you and that Roger guy are quite alike. Huh? How am I similar to that idiot? I can't quite say, it's just a feeling that suddenly crossed my mind. Suddenly. It's inexplicable. Nero scratched her head and smiled foolishly. I sort of feel that way too. Whitebeard tilted his head back and drank, hiding his strange expression. In fact, Roger had met him once after disbanding the pirate crew. As long as there are people still pursuing the will of freedom, someone will eventually reach Laugh Tale and find the treasure Roger left behind. One piece. By then, the world will surely undergo a huge transformation. And the D family, the enemies of gods. But Roger also mentioned another person, not his right-hand men Rayleigh and Jabba, nor the young boys, but Nero. Even traveling together and landing on the final island, Nero's essence was not that of a pirate, but an emperor. She could not accept the truth of Laugh Tale, nor could she wait for the next person to obtain one piece after a long time. So my death also serves to calm her down. Otherwise, she would surely drag everyone into a frenzy. At that time, Roger's eyes were filled with enlightenment. Create a balance for the new world, Whitebeard. After I die, perhaps only you can suppress Nero. I don't want to, since that little girl is so troublesome. Why bring her to the final island? At that time, Whitebeard looked at Roger with disdain, talking to himself. Even after death, he wanted to cause trouble for himself. How to put this? After all, we agreed long ago. Are you an idiot? Chapter 54 Negotiation Method. Whitebeard glanced at Nero and then turned his gaze towards Kaido. The pressure was now on teacher Kaido. Kaido, what is wrong with you guys? Not one of you speaks like a pirate. World peace? Acquiring gold? Traveling with family? If I say I want a world-spanning war, you all won't come together to beat me up, right? I'm not interested in discussing dreams with you. Get to the point already. In the end, Kaido still didn't reveal his dream, smashing the wine gourd on the table, his brows knitted into a frown, his words dripping with impatience. Since that's the case, let's get on with it. Nero nodded and dashed over to the table where Heather and Stella were sitting. Not knowing what she said, Princess Heather picked up Stella and started moonwalking away into the distance. Nero, what does this mean? Charlotte Lean's tone also became serious. Nero's actions were obviously problematic. Were we supposed to discuss serious matters? It's not very appropriate for them to be here. Nero drew the original flame and swung it towards the seated Kaido, who was drinking. A massive spike club enveloped in Conqueror's haki swung to block Nero's sword energy. Then, with a dark expression, he glared at Nero. What do you mean by this? Charlotte Linlin, beside him, also took off her hat, and the pink captain's hat instantly transformed into a large blade. Whitebeard gripped the hilt of Song Yunxia, exuding an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Everyone was watching Nero, waiting for her explanation. Weren't we supposed to negotiate? And it's about territory, though you has no interest in this. At this point, Nero paused, blood color creeping into her pupils, and magic patterns spread from her neck to her face. But ISNT pirate negotiation like this, you're still standing in front of you, and you're bound to get into a boring argument next, right? When discussing serious matters, I still prefer the people in front of me to kneel while speaking. A seductive yet dangerous aura spread throughout the tea party, and the other guests had long since fled as if they had coordinated their escape. Whoosh! Not bad. The world of pirates should be like this. Surprisingly, Kaido did not get angry, but rather agreed with Nero's words. Gulalala, Linlin, have you been living too comfortably? Why but suk gong dun ki, mokin li at de sing tat lo Linlin. Charlotte Linlin's face darkened, her conqueror's haki bursting forth, pressing down towards the three. A bunch of insignificant folks. If that's the case, then let's all stay here. 3 equally powerful conqueror's haki were released from Nero and the others, but this haki did not target Charlotte Linlin. Instead, it crushed down towards the other 3. The 4 top rulers of the sea collided their haki, turning the tea party into ruins in an instant. And everyone was increasing their haki output. Even the ground was being torn apart, the sky darkened in a strange phenomena, with thunder and lightning as if it were the end of the world. What is this? Are you kidding me? We've run so far already. Is this the collision of the top conqueror's haki on the sea? And there are 4 strong ones. Even the fish are fleeing wildly. Those who in team managed to escape far outside could also feel the suffocating pressure. The 4 people inside combined absolutely possessed the power to shake the heavens and the earth. They originally thought everyone had come to negotiate business. But unexpectedly, it was a black-on-black situation. Those who fled too early didn't hear Nero and the others' conversation and thought they were preparing to eliminate the others. The might at the center of the tea party grew thicker, resembling a cataclysmic disaster. How insignificant humans appeared within it. Damn it! Don't recklessly release haki on my territory. The island is about to be destroyed. As the commotion grew louder, it was Charlotte Linlin who first sensed something was off. Such a quantity and quality of conquerors' haki clashing, even she had never encountered before. If this continued, the first to collapse would be her base, Cake Island. I'll arrange the place. If you idiots want to fight, go fight there. With a dark expression, Charlotte Linlin was not pleased. Her original plan was disrupted, and Cake Island had already suffered considerable damage from the previous haki clash. She originally wanted to resolve it through negotiation and finalize things while these idiots were still unresponsive. Unexpectedly, Nero had been preparing for a fight all along and was not led astray at all. Homai Zeus transformed into dark clouds, lifting Charlotte Linlin. Come on, I'm going to teach you idiots a good lesson. Saying this, she flew into the sky without looking back. Whoosh, and let us have a good fight. Let us see who is the strongest in the world. Laughing heartily, Kaido transformed into a blue dragon, soaring into the sky. You, naturally it's you, the strongest, most beautiful, and unparalleled all-rounder. Nero also transformed into a crimson giant dragon, howling to the sky as her body temperature suddenly rose, flames igniting spontaneously. Just as she was about to fly away, she suddenly thought of something and stopped, turning her dragon head towards Whitebeard. Newgate, do you need you to give you a ride? As long as you give you your Whitebeard afterwards, it's fine. Now, it was Whitebeard's turn to frown. No need. Get lost. Seeing Nero still not moving, sitting cross-legged and not budging, Whitebeard glared at her. What are you doing here? You go first. You want to see how you plan to get over there? Nero lowered her giant dragon head, her gaze filled with curiosity. How do I get over there? Of course. I'll moonwalk over. What can I do without wings? But Whitebeard didn't say anything. and you all are flying gracefully. But want to watch me make a fool of myself? Little girl, I warn you not to go too far. But Nero really didn't react. She was just curious about how Newgate, without flying ability, would use some special method to get over. Newgate, why aren't you leaving yet? You still want to see how you plan to get over there. This can't be impossible, right? Stingy. Whitebeard tightened his grip on the Naginata, slamming it heavily on the ground. Are you lacking confidence in yourself, little girl? So you want to sneak a peek at my ultimate move and analyze in advance? What are you talking about, you stingy bastard? I want to look. Just wait. You will take all your mustaches later. After dropping a harsh word, Nero flapped her wings and flew towards the sky. Whitebeard remained standing still, unmoving, until a gust of wind blew past. And only after Nero's figure disappeared from sight did he stomp his foot and moonwalk in the direction where Nero and the others had left. Chapter 55. Each their own battle, Charlotte Linlin jumped down from the thundercloud Zeus and landed on a deserted island, holding the great sword homized Napoleon. With the thundercloud homized Zeus on either side and the sun homized Prometheus, they loomed menacingly in the sky. Before long, a roar from Kaido echoed through the air. Nero, you dare, you bastard! The crimson giant dragon hooked its claws around the azure dragon's body, and the two colossal creatures broke through the clouds. Descending from the sky, Mwahaha! It's my first time riding a dragon to make an entrance. This is the way fitting for an emperor. How can this be repaired? Underworld falls. As soon as they landed, the deserted island was smashed into a deep pit by Kaido. Nero flapped her wings a couple of times in front of the pit before slowly descending to the ground. Gow! The furious dragon roared, and even in its dragon form, it was clear that Nero was very happy. What are these idiots doing? Charlotte Linlin watched the farce with a face full of black lines, speechless. The dragon's body slowly shrank, and Nero transformed into a half-dragon form, holding the primordial fire in her hand, her laughter exuding a blood-like allure. Nero was very happy. Her power had reached a peak, and she hadn't made any progress since Roger's death. However, this wasn't her first time hitting a bottleneck. The experienced Nero knew that only by fighting strong opponents under sufficient pressure could she become stronger. That's the official statement. In reality, Nero just wanted to have a good fight. The last time she fought with abandon was at Marineford, teaming up with Shiki against Garp and Sengoku. It's been so many years, and Nero hadn't fought freely since then. At her current level, fighting with all her strength meant that even the terrain would change accordingly. The reason Nero was so eager to return to the New World was precisely for this battle, a fight with justifiable reasons. Otherwise, no matter how much they fought, it wouldn't concern her. Fighting at the gates of NICUs? Wrong. It's fighting at the gates of NICUs. Even if you buy a bucket of popcorn and a bottle of soda and sit at the border, they wouldn't really come a fight. No force would dare to push the neutral NICU's empire into opposition. After all, Nero didn't have a need for territory, and as for money and treasures, at her current level, there were plenty of people willing to offer her gifts. So, Nero was very happy now, her entire being radiating a sense of relaxation since arriving at Cake Island. Mwahaha! I am the Emperor. I am the All-Rounder. The most beautiful and powerful golden rose galloping across the earth. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Just as Nero was smugly boasting, Kaido's figure jumped out of the deep pit, no longer in the Azure Dragon form, but transformed into a half-dragon like Nero. Bastard Nero! Roaring out, purple lightning coiled around Kaido's 8 trigrams, and he swung his club fiercely towards Nero's head. The primordial fire swung upwards, red and white lightning also flashing above, with Nero still wearing a happy smile on her face. God avoidance! Not bad, Kaido. The weapons of both sides did not clash. Just like Roger and Whitebeard back in the day, the surging haki was infused into their weapons, causing the space around them to seem distorted. The ground beneath Nero kept sinking and cracking open in the distance. A fierce wind blew around the two, and Charlotte Linlin's pink hair was blown wildly by the wind. Mama, I really can't stand it. These little brats always come straight at me, fully armed and ready for battle. She did not join the fight between Nero and Kaido. In the end, everyone else here was an opponent. It was perfect for her that Nero and Kaido were exhausting each other. The strongest here, of course, was Whitebeard, whose tremor fruit ability was too overpowering. In a one-on-one fight, Charlotte Linlin knew she would likely end up losing. Thus, teaming up with Kaido became crucial. The only variable was Nero, a person who acted on her own whims, and no one knew what choice she would make. Now was also a good time to observe the progress of Nero and Kaido over the years, especially Nero, whose speed of becoming stronger was astonishingly fast. Let Nero exhaust Kaido, then eliminate Whitebeard together with Kaido, and finally take out Nero and then Kaido. If everything went smoothly, such a result wasn't out of the question, so conserving stamina was particularly important. Charlotte Linlin sat cross-legged and popped a small cake hidden somewhere into her mouth. Meanwhile, the clash between Nero and Kaido finally came to an end, with neither gaining any advantage as they were both knocked back and created a certain distance from each other. Mwaha! What a beautiful strike! Nero swung her sword down, transforming it into a circular shockwave that carried thick smoke dispersing around. On the other side, Kaido's expression wasn't so pleasant. His eyes were serious as he recognized this move. This is clearly Roger's technique. Could it be that Nero is actually Roger's successor? But the move that initially smashed him into the ground also felt familiar. Or had he seen it before? Slightly moving his wrist, a smile appeared on Kaido's face. Forget it, no matter what. Knocking her down would reveal everything. Let us try this move. Woman, descending 3 worlds, summoning the abyss. Kaido leapt into the air again, wielding the massive spiked club with a fierce wind, as if the thunder in the sky had been attracted to him. Kaido. Huh. I like your taste in naming techniques. Flames covered his body, merging with his haki, the clear flames enveloping Nero. With a light tap of his toes on the ground, it caused a destructive force opposite to the action. Dirt and rocks shattered as if a giant beast was trampling. Nero's body shot towards Kaido in the sky with incredible speed. Bestow upon you the blessing of the rose, and offer me cheers of 10,000 thunders. Lao St. Claudius. The glorious empire of the Virgin's song. It was as if the thunder from the sky collided with the fire on the ground. Invisible shockwaves spread from the sky. Gulalala. Has it begun? Whitebeard's figure also appeared in mid-air, raising his naginata and slashing towards Charlotte Linlin's direction. Linlin, then let me be your opponent. New gate. Charlotte Linlin roared back at Whitebeard while gripping Homai's Prometheus. Chapter 56. Cute. Duo Nero and Kaido were still locked in a standoff in the sky, and they naturally noticed Whitebeard's arrival. Nero's mouth curled into a smile. So Whitebeard had come here, using Moonwalk. A bit disappointing. I was hoping to see what new tricks Newgate would pull with the Tremor fruit, Nero thought to herself. With a sudden increase in strength, Kaido's massive body was sent flying by the disproportionate Nero. Glancing at Newgate, who was fiercely battling Charlotte Linlin, Nero sighed and shook her head. She had more or less figured out Kaido's strength. He was slightly weaker, around the same level as Sengoku. It would take some time to bring him down, but as long as the fight continued, the victor would definitely be herself. However, even so, Nero still did not intend to give up on this opponent, although Kaido's strength might be a bit weaker than Charlotte Linlin and Whitebeard. He was truly the best at naming moves among everyone Nero had ever seen. Nero even thought that many of Charlotte Linlin's move names might have been coined by Kaido, given their similar styles. What a freakish strength. Kaido stood up again in the ruins, looking disheveled but without any visible injuries. It's quite rude to call a lady freakishly strong. Kaido, Nero teased, her tail swaying gently, one hand holding a sword and the other clenched into a fist. Her tone playful. Who cares about you? You bastard. Military strategy dragon's might. See? I told you this guy's literary talent is impressive. Kaido's body suddenly started to spin, like a massive top, using centrifugal force to accelerate wildly. He charged toward Nero, unleashing a flurry of stick shadows with his 8 trigrams, resembling dozens of spiked clubs attacking in unison. Quick attack, a barrage? For such a massive body, it's impressive you can unleash such an attack. Nero switched to holding her sword with both hands. But when I set sail, I was known for my speed and agility. Without calling out a move name, each strike carried tremendous power. This was pure swordsmanship. The primal fire danced with Nero's steps and hand movements, steadily blocking each of Kaido's attacks. Her petite figure seemed to dance gracefully on a tightrope, moving and swinging the sword like an elegant dancer. This wasn't a technique used in battle. It was a sword dance meant to toy with an opponent when there was a power disparity. Therefore, it was highly enjoyable to watch, and, combined with Nero's red outfit, it looked like a rose blooming on the battlefield. Kaido gradually sensed this and stopped his attacks, not retreating to create distance. Instead, he remained in place, and Nero's sword struck against the scales of his half-beast form, sending sparks flying. Nero took 2 steps back, awkwardly scratching her cheek. "Kiesama! You bastard!" Kaido roared, his haki flowing like plasma, spreading outwards. His long beard and hair began to float upwards due to his anger. Haha. Seeing Kaido like this, Nero felt even more awkward. "Kiesama! Kiesama! Kiesama! Kiesama!" Kaido unleashed his conqueror-esque haki recklessly. "You dare to fight me without even using haki? Bastard, who do you think you're looking down on?" Great power, thunderous 8 trigrams. Gripping the 8 trigrams with both hands, haki entwined around it, Kaido used all his strength to swing at Nero like hitting a baseball. Divine Evade. I must say, Roger's Divine Evade is really effective against these beasts. No matter how tough you are, as long as you find the right angle, you can send them flying. Right now, Nero used her size advantage, ducking just in time to avoid Kaido's seemingly certain strike. Then, she swung her sword, hitting Kaido in the abdomen and sending the enraged Kaido flying a great distance. A massive azure dragon soared into the sky, riding on the smoke and clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning, looking incredibly majestic. "What did you do?" Kaido muttered, feeling frustrated. That strike should have landed, but suddenly it felt as if he had been blinded, and Nero had disappeared for a moment. Nero did not hide it, boldly explaining, with a small gap between her thumb and index finger and winking playfully, "It's observation kill, a technique specifically targeting observation haki. You must have heard of it, right?" However, in Kaido's eyes, this posture was downright mocking. "In that case, let us blow everything around us away." Kaido began to chant as his long dragon body twisted and turned. The wind of the heavens can destroy everything. Tornado bad wind. 3 massive tornadoes tore through heaven and earth, with only Kaido's dragon body unaffected as it weaved through them. The entire island was engulfed in Kaido's attack range, and countless azure wind blades sliced through the surroundings. "Interesting. I'm fired up." In the howling wind, Nero laughed joyfully, her form expanding as she transformed into a crimson dragon. Flames spread out from her massive dragon body, forming a circle. The azure blades and tornadoes couldn't harm her in the slightest. Like the sun falling to the earth, the pure flames under Nero's control radiated immense heat, as if about to ignite the entire island. After the flames expanded to a certain extent, they began to violently contract, absorbing heat and causing the surrounding temperature to plummet, shrouding the island in thick mist. The tornadoes and flames vanished, and amidst the fog, Nero's red figure slammed down heavily onto the ground, dispersing the mist. When she reappeared, Nero's appearance had completely transformed. She was still in the form of the red dragon. However, compared to the previous flesh and blood giant dragon, the Nero before him seemed elemental. Her body appeared to be composed of magma, with high-temperature flames flowing through her flesh. Such a monster could instill despair in most just by looking at her. The only part that still resembled flesh was her pair of scarlet beastly eyes, now fixed on Kaido. Her dragon wings spread wide, creating a storm. What new tricks do you have? Let us see them all." This contemptuous remark pushed Kaido's anger to new heights. "Who do you think I am? I am Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Fire Dragon Torch. Ascending Dragon Flame, 8 trigrams." Kaido's dragon body was also engulfed in flames, and on the surface, it looked somewhat similar to Nero's form. He spiraled toward Nero, and the battle between the two beasts resembled a scene from myth. Chapter 57. Chaos. Before Nero and Kaido could engage in battle, 2 attacks almost simultaneously struck towards them. "You little bastards! Have you forgotten that there are other people on this island?" It was Whitebeard and Charlotte Lin, both wielding weapons and looking unfriendly towards them. Nero and Kaido did not dodge. Instead, they used armament haki to block the attacks in time. Their defensive abilities were greatly enhanced in this state, and with armament haki, they easily blocked the strike without leaving any wounds. Haha, want to join the chaos? Bring it on. I'm nowhere near done having fun, Nero provocatively called out, her voice becoming increasingly demonic, and her dragon-like eyes turned even more blood-red. Nanny, are you saying that I alone can't give you enough excitement? Kaido, feeling his pride wounded, gasped heavily, flames escaping with each breath. Nero did not respond this time. Instead, her dragon form underwent further transformation. Her neck elongated like an independent dragon, flames rapidly growing on both sides of her body, ultimately forming a new head. Even among legendary dragons, this was the most fearsome appearance, as the three-headed giant dragon let out earth-shattering roars. A demonic aura, reminiscent of a bloodbath, instantly filled the entire realm. Gulalala, what is that thing? This is really chaotic. Whitebeard felt a long-lost pressure looking at Nero's current appearance, along with a hint of death's threat. Mama, I can even faintly smell blood in the air. Is this really Conqueror's haki? Charlotte's lean smile turned a bit dry. This form of Nero was something she had never seen before. If it were a one-on-one fight, her chances of winning were very low. Only Kaido did not laugh, as the suffocating pressure in the air made him feel surrounded by malice from all directions. At this point, he had to admit that he was not worthy of making Nero go all out by himself. Humiliation. An overwhelming sense of humiliation filled his entire being. It had been many years since he felt such helplessness, except for that time on the rock ship. However, Kaido did not rashly attack this time. Once he accepted the fact that Nero was stronger than him, his mind calmed down. This battle was just the beginning. The future was long, and he would eventually become stronger. This was a monster that should not exist in the world. The impression he had of Nero was that of a cheerful and lively girl, while this monster was entirely different. It was as if she was a fusion of all sins and evils, a tide of malevolence sweeping in as the battle escalated. Blood-like flowing flames spread outwards from Nero, making the ground appear as if it was covered in a layer of red-hot lava. Let the crimson tide adorn the end. Nero raised her right claw and brought it down heavily, causing the entire dragon to step forward, shaking the island to its core. Flame burns bones. Blood marks the 8 senses. Demon of karma awakens. Bones accumulate into a tower. Step forward. Mama. How about it, Newgate? Want to join forces with me? At this moment, Charlotte Lean's hair turned into burning flames, which also covered the blade. She looked at Whitebeard. Eliminating Nero first was the right choice. Thinking of this, she felt a bit speechless towards Nero. She had 3 people fighting for territory, and calling her over was just to make up the numbers. Yet she was having the most fun. What was that about? Whitebeard did not strike, instead driving his Naginata into the ground heavily, crossing his arms with a heavy shadow on his face. I will not join forces with you. Oh, really? Charlotte Linlin was not surprised by Whitebeard's choice. Based on her understanding, it would indeed be strange if this guy agreed. You want to fish in troubled waters, Newgate? Do you think I'm just anyone? Whitebeard's Conqueror's haki erupted, dispersing some of Nero's overwhelming aura in this space. Regardless of victory or defeat, all I need is Fishman Island next. If you all want to compete with me, then I will be your opponent. With Whitebeard's promise, Charlotte Linlin felt relieved. The goal of this battle was basically achieved. As for Kaido, he was still lacking in strength and influence, so he had little chance of competing for territory with her. As long as he could let go of some profits later, he would be satisfied. However, Nero was on the verge of overflowing with battle intent. It seemed they would have to fight well to satisfy her. Then, Kaido, it's been a while since we fought side by side. Mama. Kaido transformed again into his half-beast form, standing beside Charlotte Linlin. He did not refuse her words. The alliance had already been agreed upon. He had no great need for territory now. With enough strength, he could have as much as he wanted. He also realized his position. If he took too much, it would be difficult for him to maintain it. Most importantly, he just wanted to regain his honor against Nero right now. Everything else came second. Old hag, don't hold me back. The 8 precepts raised high behind him as Kaido began to gather energy. Mama, who do you think you're talking to, kid? Charlotte Linlin also adopted a stance similar to Kaido's, raising her homie's Napoleon behind her to gather energy. Their haki coalesced and compressed like a whirlpool within their weapons. Is it finally coming? Nero's body leaned slightly forward, like a beast ready to pounce. Conquer the sea. A beam of light composed of chaotic colors shot towards Nero, melting the ground in its path. The three dragon heads each gathered immense conqueror's haki, with ominous black, red, and white auras, charging towards the combined ultimate move of the two. What is that? 20 nautical miles away, the outline of an island was faintly visible. Various pirate crews and some guests invited to the tea party watched from afar the aftermath of the battle involving the Four. Natural disasters took turns manifesting: tornadoes, earthquakes, tsunamis, fire from the sky, thunder, and an ominous aura accompanied by heat waves. Even from this distance, they could clearly sense it. What on earth is happening over there? Is such a disaster really something humans can achieve? Is this the clash of legendary pirates? If a regular person accidentally stepped onto this battlefield, they would probably be obliterated in an instant. Regardless of the outcome, if one wanted to survive in the new world in the future, it seemed they could only do so under these few individuals. That's really ruling the world. On the Golden Rose, Stella watched the distance with worry. Even from so far away, she was close to losing her balance. Nero, is she okay? Her expression was anxious. Despite understanding Nero's strength, she couldn't help but worry in such an environment. Miss Stella, please don't worry. Heather supported Stella's arm, looking at the scene of disaster in the distance, confidently saying, "This level of battle can't take down His Majesty." Chapter 58: The Navy's Response Bang. In the office of Marshal Marineford, Sengoku slammed his hands heavily on the table. What are we waiting for? Are we waiting for them to finish fighting and divide the territory? Fleet Admiral Steelbone Akainu sat in his chair, silent, taking a deep puff of his cigar and slowly exhaling. Now is the best time and the last opportunity. While that group of pirates is fighting to the death, the Navy must at least gain enough say in a new world. Sengoku was still speaking passionately. We should even take this opportunity to capture one or two pirates to effectively curb this era of great pirates. Since Roger's death, the growth rate of pirates has surged by 570 in just 2 or 3 years, and this figure is still increasing. How can the Navy remain indifferent? A puff of smoke escaped Steelbone Akinu's mouth like a sigh. He did not answer Sengoku's question, but instead asked, "Sengoku, I remember your justices. The justice of ruling the world. The sea needs a more perfect order. The threat from those pirates is growing larger, and we must take appropriate measures. Right now." Sengoku. Steelbone Akinu's voice rose slightly as he finally lifted his head to look Sengoku in the eyes, his determination burning like a flame. His voice softened. "Sengoku, the world government is already preparing to leave the new world in the hands of those pirates." Nanny? Hearing something unbelievable, Sengoku's eyes behind his frog glasses widened to the maximum. The Navy's future main force will focus on maintaining order in the four seas, while the new world. Steelbone Akainu closed his eyes. The new world will be a natural defense line for those pirates on their way to the final island, One Piece. What a joke. Are we really going to let that group of garbage run rampant? Sengoku's eyelid twitched. As one of the few wielders of Conqueror's haki in the Navy, he had enough ambition. The justice of ruling the world is not just talk. So he could not accept the idea that the world government would step back on such matters. "Sengoku." Steelbone Akainu once again shouted to stop him, extinguishing the cigar in his mouth, and spoke earnestly. "I am about to be promoted. So, are you going to start pursuing stability now?" At this moment, Sengoku had more sharpness and vigor than he would in 20 years, and even though he had the reputation of a wise general, his mind was still focused on combating pirates. It is either black or white. Only by sending more criminals to impel down can the sea become more peaceful. Indeed, what I am now pursuing is stability. Unexpectedly, Steelbone Akainu did not deny Sengoku's words, but instead nodded in agreement. He lit another cigar. The purpose of the Navy's existence is to uphold justice, not just to combat pirates, compared to the harsh environment of the New World. The vast four seas have more people who need our help. So are we giving up on the New World? Well, let me finish first. Steelbone Akainu's expression was calm, and the room was already filled with smoke. The most direct issue is military strength. You know the Navy's situation. Who will you bring with you to gain the upper hand against that group of monsters? Fighting with the Navy's full strength against those pirates is not a trivial matter. It will be a war, and even if we are lucky enough to defeat them, will the remaining forces truly be enough to maintain the peace of the sea? It's just a matter of time before new villains rise up again. Sengoku fell silent. He was not completely unaware of the situation, but the risks of this opportunity were enormous, yet the rewards were equally significant. If successful, the sea would enjoy at least a decade, no, even decades of peace. Eliminating the legends among these pirates would not only boost the Navy's morale, but also effectively restrain those scoundrels who venture out to sea. How can this be? Sengoku slammed his fist on Steelbone Akainu's desk, leaving deep imprints on the surface. In any case, this is an established fact. Stop throwing childish tantrums. Furrowing his brow, Steelbone Akainu pretended to lower his head to revise documents, clearly indicating his intention to dismiss Sengoku. Sengoku remained silent for a moment, saying nothing more. Just as he turned to leave, he heard Steelbone Akainu's seemingly sighing words behind him. How can I trust you to take charge of the Navy like this? The motion of gripping the doorknob paused. In the end, Sengoku said nothing and opened the door, stepping out with heavy footsteps. The office was left with only Steelbone Akainu, who extinguished the half-smoked cigar in his mouth again. No matter how unreasonable the order is, it is still an order. No matter how reasonable the reason is, chaos is ultimately chaos. The most important thing is balance. Only by understanding this can one become a qualified admiral. Walking to the window behind him, Steelbone Akainu's expression took on a serious tone as he murmured, Sengoku, you don't have much time left. Hurry up and prepare yourself. After 10 days and nights, the commotion on the island finally subsided somewhat. Morgans, gathering his courage, flew over to try to obtain first-hand information. But the closer he got, the more his feathers fluffed up. The sea was littered with the broken bodies of various fish, dyeing the ocean red, all killed by the aftermath of the battle. Upon reaching the island, the situation was even more shocking. The few mountains that once existed here had vanished, and the entire island had turned into ruins. It was as if the whole island had been plowed, with hardly any larger stones to be found, and molten liquid seemed to be flowing through the cracks in the rocks. Morgans felt parched, wanting to swallow to relieve his dry throat, but his mouth could not produce a drop of saliva. The ground was still trembling, proving that the battle in the distance was still ongoing. This commotion was much smaller than before, but Morgan still did not dare to move forward. He was not good at fighting, and if he were accidentally struck by those monsters, he could not even confirm whether his death would make the front page of the newspaper. Yet the curiosity deep within him compelled him to continue forward. Gritting his teeth, he cautiously pressed on. Suddenly, he saw an incredible scene. Beneath the rubble ahead was Kaido of the 100 Beasts. The one hailed as the strongest creature in land, sea, and air had actually fallen. He was still breathing visibly, and the countless wounds on his body were healing at a visible rate. But clearly, he would not wake up anytime soon. Morgans raised his camera and clicked rapidly, then continued to explore. There were even bigger stories waiting for him ahead. As he expected, if even Kaido had been eliminated, then the battle must have reached its final stage. There should be 2, or perhaps a 3-way melee. Feeling the tremors in the ground cease, Morgans looked up at the still stormy sky, deciding to fly up and take a look. Chapter 59, and as Morgan's line of sight continued to rise, his perspective gradually broadened. Soon he spotted the figure of big Charlotte Linlin, not far from Kaido. Her beautiful body lay in a disheveled state on the other side, her eyes wide open but showing only the whites, revealing her unwillingness at the moment of her fall. She was also covered in dirt and stones. Morgan's heart raced. The remaining contenders were Whitebeard and the Rose Emperor, the title of the strongest in the world. The significance of this battle was enough to determine such a name. What would the final outcome be? But one thing was certain. Regardless of the outcome, these 4, or at least a few of them, would divide the discourse power of the New World. As far as he knew, the world government also intended to withdraw most of its military forces, and the New World would completely become a paradise for pirates. So, Who would the victor be? Morgan's emotions surged as he flapped his wings and flew higher. Gradually, he saw Whitebeard and Nero facing off below. Both were in a sorry state, with numerous visible wounds on their bodies. Gasping for breath, Nero was barely holding on, relying on the original flame to keep from collapsing. There were no signs of dragonification on her body, clearly indicating she had reached her limit. In contrast, Whitebeard seemed to be in better condition, although he had a penetrating wound on his right chest. Indeed, is that man holding on to the strongest throne? Morgan's thought as he looked at the scene, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The outcome was basically without suspense. The Rose Emperor, Nero, was now struggling to even stand. A preconceived notion had everyone believing that the battle on the island was a free-for-all among 4 individuals. However, the truth was that Nero had first fought against Kaido and Charlotte Linlin for 7 days and nights, and then immediately engaged in the next round of battle with Whitebeard. Nero hadn't lost. She just didn't have the stamina to continue such high-intensity fighting. Even with the power of the Red Dragon, facing these monsters, 10 days and nights of battle had nearly drained her of all her strength. Hoof. Leaning on the original flame like a crutch, Nero's legs trembled like a fawn, struggling to stay upright. Her heavy breathing made it hard for her to speak clearly. Whitebeard in front of her appeared to have a double vision, and her vision began to blur, but she still reached out her hand. Give me your beard. After forcing out that last sentence, Nero's body could no longer withstand it, collapsing with a crash and losing consciousness completely. Whitebeard, who had a certain sympathy for Nero, darkened his face upon hearing her last words. Dambrat. Watching Nero's fallen figure, Whitebeard also sat down on the ground. The battle was over, and their respective crew members would soon come to retrieve them. However, Nero Claudius? What a terrifying individual. Whitebeard didn't think he had won, but he also didn't believe he had lost. He was still in his prime, having roamed the seas for many years, and he had confidence in defeating Kaido and Charlotte Linlin together. However, if he were to fight Nero again afterward, he might very well lose. But if both sides were in their prime, then the outcome would be uncertain. Gulalala. Youth indeed. Whitebeard laughed heartily, unsure whether it was out of sentiment or mockery. But to Morgans, who was watching from the side, it was different. Whitebeard became the final victor, mocking the other 3 from the ruins, showing how far they still had to go. This kind of spirit truly deserved the title of the strongest man. As he pressed the shutter to capture the moment, Morgans recorded it in an unusual posture. Big news. Big news. Morgan's brain was in a frenzy, his expression breaking down as he reached a climax of excitement, feeling as if he was recording history. Opening her eyes to the familiar ceiling, Nero weakly sat up. Heather and Stella, who had been watching over her, hurried over to support her, placing pillows behind her back to make her sit more comfortably. Do you feel unwell anywhere? Stella asked with a worried frown. I think I'm hungry. As if to confirm Nero's words, her stomach growled loudly. Hey. The timing of that growl was too perfect, and Nero couldn't help but blush and scratch her head, smiling awkwardly. There's porridge prepared in the kitchen. Would you like to eat it in bed or move to the dining room? Heather, well-versed in taking care of Nero, had anticipated that she would be hungry upon waking, so she had prepared food early. First, there was some stomach-friendly porridge, and once Nero regained some strength, there would be other nutritious meats. Of course, for Nero's physique, there was no real difference, but Heather never thought so. Of course I'll eat in bed. I have no strength at all right now. I can't even lift my hands. I need you to feed me, Nero declared proudly, as if she were a deity who couldn't lift a finger. I understand. Please wait a moment. Heather nodded, not surprised by the expected response, and left to prepare. How is Nero? Are you still in pain? If there's anything uncomfortable, you must tell me. You can't push yourself. Stella looked at Nero's face, which was a bit paler than usual, and still felt uneasy. She didn't understand the strength of strong individuals. Seeing the weak Nero made her feel she should do something. Is there anything I can do? Nero tilted her head at Stella, thought for a moment, and then reached out her hand to signal her. Stella, a bit confused, placed her hand on Nero's. With a sudden pull from Nero, Stella leaned forward, and when she raised her head, their eyes met, with their faces less than 5 centimeters apart. Nero, a blush crept onto Stella's face, realizing the distance was too close. And Nero's face was still getting nearer. Stella felt her cheeks burning, ultimately deciding to act like an ostrich and close her eyes. She could smell Nero's warm breath, which seemed to carry a hint of rose fragrance, making her body tremble. Suddenly being embraced, Nero's hand pressed against Stella's back, their cheeks brushing against each other. Nero. Taking a deep breath against Stella's neck, Nero squinted her eyes. Stella smells so good. Let me hold you for a while. What a coincidence, the two thought the same thing. Meanwhile, Heather, pushing a food cart at the door, was left feeling. After serving Her Majesty for so many years, it was the first time she felt caught in a dilemma. Chapter 60, Trial of the Strong. 4 top-tier pirates ignite a shocking battle in the Totland Sea area. Whitebeard once again proves his strength to the world. The landscape of the new world has completely changed, and now it is the era belonging to the 4 emperors. Whitebeard Pirates, Captain, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Bounty, 5046000000. Barry's Golden Rose Pirates, Captain, Rose Emperor Nero Claudius, Bounty, 5000000000. Barry's Beast Pirates, Governor, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, Bounty, 46110000. Barry's Big Own Pirates, Captain, Big Amon Charlotte Lin, Bounty, for 388,000,000. Barry's Let us see how fresh the news bird is tonight. I'm gonna beat that damn bird leader back. Putting down the cloth used to wipe the primordial fire, Nero nodded in satisfaction. His old buddy was going to see blood again today. Halio sighed helplessly. Your Majesty, Morgan's has long hidden away. After such an incident, he won't appear in public for at least a year and a half. That's indeed a troublesome matter. Nero placed his sword on the armrest of the throne, leaned back against the chair, and lightly tapped his index finger on his lips. Then let us catch all the newsbirds. I must have my feast tonight. Halio was sweating profusely, wiping his forehead with a handkerchief, casting a pleading glance at Heather. If Nero eats all the newsbirds, with Nicuse's influence, the outside world would surely be at a loss. Heather had no good solutions either. What could Nero hear in this state? There was only one method left to try, and she shot a glance at Stella. Stella looked troubled seeing Nero like this, but upon receiving Heather's look, she decided to give it a shot. Nero, damale. I don't want to hear anything. I'm going to eat all those damn newsbirds today. Before she could finish, Nero turned his face to the side, leaving only a profile for Stella. From her perspective, she could see Nero's angry dumpling face. Morgan's probably didn't do it on purpose. What insight could a bird have? Naturally, he couldn't see the greatness of the Majesty. Stella hugged Nero from behind, and since there were others present, the affectionate gesture made her ears flush. However, this move was undoubtedly effective. Nero's stiff body softened considerably. But that's the title of the strongest. I want it too. It was clearly meant for me. Nero's tone finally carried a noticeable emotion, his small fists lightly pounding the armrest. That guy Newgate not only took away my title, but even refused to leave behind his beard. Saying this, Nero couldn't help but stomp his feet, taking all the benefits without any losses. And those two bastards, Lin and Kaido, refused to help me clarify. They were clearly defeated by me alone. Stella forced a smile. It was unlikely they would stand up to clarify such a thing. A 2-on-1 was already disgraceful, and they hadn't even won. It was embarrassing enough that the victor fought for 3 days and nights with others afterward. If Charlotte Lin and Kaido stood up to clarify this, they wouldn't be able to mix in the new world anymore. They might as well hide away and live in seclusion. But such words were clearly lost on Nero now. Stella took a deep breath, recalling Heather's teachings, her gaze firming up a bit. Apologetically glancing at the ministers led by Halio below, their familiar expressions instantly chilled everyone's hearts. Heather secretly nodded. It was time to use that move. At this moment, below, Halio and others were in a frenzy of brainstorming, constantly asking themselves, can't the newsbirds really be eaten? Aren't they all birds? Who is nobler than whom? Why can't he eat the newsbirds? Having lived as a noble all his life, what good things haven't they eaten? Don't say. They really hadn't tried those newsbirds. suppressing the tempting thoughts swirling in their minds. Ultimately, the noble's sense of responsibility prevailed. After Halio gave Stella a look of resignation, his body instantly relaxed. Stella brushed her hair back and whispered softly in Nero's ear. A week later, the doors of the Golden Theater opened. Nobles poured out one after another, and some tourists came here for a trial tour. The Golden City was magnificent. The Rose Emperor was indeed as powerful as rumored. But suddenly remembering home matters, it seemed unlikely they would return again in this lifetime. Nikyus's capital once again fell into a zombie-like state every so often. The people on the streets were stiff-limbed, dazed, swaying as they walked, and murmuring to themselves. York, hailing from the East Blue, had a handsome appearance and solid strength. After overcoming numerous challenges, he finally arrived in the New World. However, he found a New World completely different from the first half of the Grand Line. The strength he was proud of could only be considered average here, let alone that everyone looked at backgrounds. As a grassroots from the East Blue, he was looked down upon by everyone. From his initial anger to ultimate despair, he knew that, with his qualifications, it would be very hard to make a name for himself in the New World. But he didn't want to return in disgrace. Just then, he saw the trial for the strong hosted by the Rose Emperor. This was it. York knew that opportunities are fleeting. This was clearly a recruitment test by the Rose Emperor. With Nero as a backing, he could dominate even in the New World. Not to mention a little girl. If. York smirked slyly. He was also a master in matters of the heart. And the ship and the high-end drinks in the captain's cabin were all acquired through his own efforts. He sold his pirate ship, dismissed his mediocre subordinates, and came alone to the capital of Nikyus, using the alcohol he had collected over the years. He broke through the noble connections and finally obtained the qualification for the trial at the Golden Arena. Of course, he was different from others. He was pre-selected. A bunch of decaying nobles. Once I become the Emperor of Nikyus, I'll make you spit out tenfold for all you've eaten. As he stepped into the Golden Arena, York sneered in disdain, secretly thinking. And then what exactly happened? On a shabby little wooden boat at sea, York came back to his senses. Hanging up here, just thinking a little caused sharp pain in his head, as if his body was resisting. But how could it end like this, unclear and muddled? With all his strength, York suddenly felt a surge of memories flooding into his mind. Golden Arena? That was clearly hell. York felt his brain tremble, as if the whispers of ancient gods were still echoing. Caw, 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 caw. ISNT this York. Long time no see. Why are you so down and out? York dazedly looked up, and it was his twin brother Joseph who had set sail with him. Seeing York in a daze, Joseph suddenly had a fierce look in his eyes. Didn't he expect you to end up here too? Looks like you thought the same as me. I warn you, Nero is my woman. I'm the one who will become the new emperor of Nikyus. Get lost if you know what's good for you. Once I'm in power, I won't treat you badly. Hearing this, York's dazed expression suddenly changed. His eyes bulged out like a fish, dry and dull, but he still forced a strange smile on his face. Do you know about the trials of the strong? Chapter 61. Transition time flies, and 6 years have passed. Nero has set sail once again. Unlike before, this time he is aboard the royal cruise of Nikyus, which is even larger than Whitebeard's Moby Dick. The luxury of this ship rivals that of the celestial dragons, with a red sail displaying Nero's pirate flag instead of the Nikyus national flag. Nowadays, while one might not recognize the Nikyus flag, if you don't know the pirate flag of the 4 emperors, the Rose Emperor Nero, you probably won't survive 3 days in the New World. Therefore, not only Nero, but many nobles also prefer to display their own pirate flags when sailing. In the Sun Garden room on the rear deck of the ship, Nero sat on a small stone bench, frowning in thought. On a nearby small stone table, besides tea and snacks, there was a small photo frame holding a wedding photo of him and Stella. They had married a few years ago, although the scientific department still had not figured out how 2 women could have children. However, Nero firmly rejected Halio's procrastination and quickly married Stella. In the photo, both Nero and Stella are in wedding dresses, smiling brightly. But while Nero's smile looks energetic, Stella's smile is more gentle, resembling a virtuous wife. Such photos are everywhere on the ship, as the purpose of building this vessel was to serve as Nero and Stella's honeymoon. Initially, Halio was very reluctant about this princess, but later realized that having someone to keep this foolish emperor in check wasn't too bad. Why hasn't the scientific department figured out how women can have children? It's not because they lack capability. They are currently pondering how to turn the capital of NICUs into a sky city. There have been many absurd requests over the years. And the once lush mid-length hair of the science minister, Dre's, now shines from the top of his head. I've discovered a problem. Nero took a sip of red tea, his expression serious. What? Stella across from him also picked up her red tea and sniffed it. It smelled good, but was too hot to drink, so she put it back down, looking at Nero with curiosity. I'll just say it. Nero pulled out a wanted poster from his pocket. Take a look at this. Stella and the nearby Heather looked at the wanted poster in confusion, and the person on it was Nero himself. It seems the photographer's skills are quite good. They captured Nero beautifully. Stella spread the wanted poster, trying to flatten it out a bit. Indeed, from this angle, no. I meant you should look at this wanted poster. This is how I looked when I was first wanted after setting sail. Stella then noticed the reward amount was only 300 million and looked again at the current wanted poster with a reward of 5 billion. The previous one looked very lively, with a cuteness to it, while this one exuded the emperor's authority and looked quite handsome. Red bean paste? Nero's imperial authority can indeed be seen even through the wanted poster. Nero scratched his head, his face turning red, and then suddenly realized, slapping the reward amount on the table and placing it in front of himself. No, haven't you noticed that I haven't changed in appearance all these years? Stella propped her head up, a smile at the corner of her lips. Really? I actually think Nero-chan is getting cuter. Since their marriage, Stella has become much more composed than before. Hearing her say this, Nero's face flushed a bit more, but to show his seriousness, he puffed up his cheeks. Stella. Shut up. I'm talking about serious matters. Winking with one eye, Stella didn't mind and gently said, Okay, then your majesty, please continue. Nero nodded in satisfaction and continued. It's not just me who hasn't aged. You two, Stella and Heather, haven't either. Am I included? Heather tilted her head in surprise. Because of her regular exercise and skincare, her skin and complexion were good, but she had always attributed that to those things. However, hearing Nero say this, it seemed there was more to it. Heather turned to look at Stella, who, compared to when they first met, now had a noble elegance and often wore a composed smile. The change was quite obvious, but after Nero's comment, Heather realized that Stella's only change was in temperament. Her appearance seemed to have remained the same upon closer inspection. Stella was also observing Heather in the same way, only to realize that Heather's appearance had truly never changed. They initially thought it was due to being together every day, making it hard to notice any subtle changes over time. Thinking about it, they recalled that Minister Holio's temples had turned white, and he had gained quite a few wrinkles compared to 6 years ago. Both turned their gazes toward Nero, their curiosity evident. I naturally found out the reason. Nero put his hands on his hips, a proud smile on his face. It seems this reason is directly related to Nero himself. Without selling the lawsuit, Nero raised his hand. It's this pure gold ring. I reviewed a large amount of literature and finally found clues about this thing. Is it really this? Stella looked at the wedding ring in her hand, which was the same as Nero's. Heather said nothing, but also grasped the necklace around her neck. I had always thought it was extracted using some special method, but later, due to certain special reasons, I discovered it actually has strange artificial traces. Nero took off the ring and held it up to the sunlight above the flower room. Later, I found out that about 200 years ago, a father, unwilling to let his sick daughter die, invented a special substance. But that island mysteriously disappeared overnight, and no matter if it was celestial dragons, navy, or other groups, they searched for it, but in the end, found nothing. Nero put the ring back on. That father successfully held on to time. Thinking about it, the little girl I saw back then must have been from 200 years ago. Nero, what about this? Upon hearing about such a thing, Stella instantly felt her finger heavy. Even Heather, holding her necklace, felt a bit uneasy. If the value of this thing were exposed, it could trigger a world war. What I meant to say isn't this. What I wanted to say is, Nero revealed a big smile. It seems that I will have a long time to be with you. Nero, your majesty. Upon hearing this, both were moved as they looked at Nero. So, is there any pure gold left? Muhaha. Stella's wedding ring is the last one. Indeed, such a precious thing would have very little production. I also considered this aspect, which is why didn't tea take much. Chapter 62. Tiger and White Star Mermaid Island is always so magnificent. No matter how many times you visit. Stella linked her arm with Nero's as they stepped off the cruise ship. The Tree of Eve is indeed an incredible miracle tree. Nero nodded in agreement, expressing his fondness for the tree that could illuminate the depths of the ocean. Nero, you finally arrived. The ministers led by Neptune were waiting to welcome them. What is the rush in calling me over? You guys at Mermaid Island are still flying the pirate flag with a white beard. Facing Neptune's enthusiasm, Nero rolled his eyes in annoyance. Come on, don't say that. We've been old friends for a long time. Neptune quickly bent down and patted Nero's back, whispering in her ear, and this time, there really is something important. Pushing Neptune's face away and distancing herself, Nero said with a look of disdain, That sounds like trouble. You have business this time, too. And it's about that matter we discussed before. What could possibly require you, one of the four emperors, to personally intervene? Neptune only caught the first part, looking surprised. I heard that Niku's slaves are quite popular in the Sabaody archipelago, especially recently, when a noble's heir was even kidnapped. I'm here to show those idiots some color. Nero crossed her arms, looking displeased. It seems over the years they've gotten too comfortable, daring to provoke me. We'll see if their lives are tough enough. That's great. No, I mean... Anyway, just come with me for now. Neptune spoke in a flustered manner, finally pulling Nero aside. What is the matter? Stop beating around the bush, it's so annoying. Nero let Neptune pull her along, but was clearly at her wit's end. Neptune leaned his large body closer to Nero's ear. Actually, my daughter was born. So what? You and Stella will eventually. As she was speaking, Nero suddenly realized, her eyes widening in disbelief. Is it that one? Most likely. Neptune nodded solemnly. At this time? Interesting. Nero laughed artidi, leaving Stella and Hathaway looking surprised. It had been a long time since they had seen Nero like this. When did this happen? Why didn't you invite me then? I sent you several invitations, but you never responded. I thought that once you became one of the four emperors, you looked down on me. Neptune felt wronged as he said this. Nanny? Nero turned to look at Hathaway. The music festival. Hathaway said, her voice filled with sorrow. Then, I'll forgive you this time. Nero quickly turned back to Neptune, no longer glancing at Hathaway and Stella's mournful expressions. Neptune looked confused. As they talked, the group arrived at the castle. Stella and Hathaway went to rest, while only Nero and Neptune walked to another place together. Just then, a tall red merman approached, nodding to Neptune. As they were about to pass each other, Nero called out, Stop. Nero turned to examine the red merman, who didn't seem particularly special. However, his gaze and the figure he sensed with his observation hockey seemed very familiar. Who is this guy? The red merman remained silent, standing still. Neptune quickly stepped forward to mediate, introducing him to Nero. This is the famous adventurer from Mermaid Island, Fisher Tiger, just returned from abroad. Nero studied him, tapping her finger on her lip in thought. You know who I am, right? Fisher Tiger paused for a moment before calmly stating, one of the four emperors, the Rose Emperor Nero Claudius. You should be well known across the seas. I see. Nero seemed unconcerned with his answer, her emerald eyes fixated on Fisher Tiger, as if trying to see through him. Wait a moment. Once I'm done here, I'll come meet you. Perhaps I can provide some assistance with what you plan to do. Fisher Tiger's expression changed, his pupils trembling violently, as he approached the task ahead with a mindset of going all out. Are you kidding? You know what I plan to do? Even if you're one of the four emperors. Nero turned and continued walking forward, leaving him with her back, only raising her right hand to point upwards. Nero, you. Neptune hurried to catch up, hesitating over what to say. I was just thinking about how to resolve the issue, and this guy might give me a satisfactory solution. Nero waved her hand dismissively. By the way, Niku's mermaid paradise is almost completed. For those who want to live in Niku's, I'll bring them along on my way back. That's no problem. But the number might be significantly less than you expect. Neptune patted his chest, assuring her. It's fine. After I handle my matters, The number will definitely increase a lot. Let's hope so. Neptune opened a door and gestured to Nero. We're here. This is the place. As Nero walked through the door, her eyes widened. Neptune, did you do something to betray Princess Odoheim? Of course not. This is my daughter with Odoheim. Her name is White Star. Are you telling me this baby, who is bigger than you, was born by Odoheim? Are you treating me like a fool? Nero couldn't believe it. Who would joke about something like this? Neptune raised his forehead, clearly having heard this before. Hearing him say that, Nero also stared at White Star, hesitating for a moment. You're really not joking? Of course not. It's true. Got it. I haven't even said anything yet. Nero waved her hand dismissively, her tone suggesting she didn't believe him but was too lazy to argue. This attitude successfully left Neptune with a face full of black lines. So, what do you want me to do? Nero spread her wings and flew above White Star, carefully observing this prophesied existence. I hope, Nero, you can protect White Star. Neptune lowered his head in silence for a moment before looking up at Nero seriously. No problem. I'll give White Star a pirate flag, just for her. No, I mean let White Star return to Niku's with you. Nero looked back in surprise, meeting Neptune's determined gaze. For some reason, she suddenly felt that this guy was somewhat similar to Riverwood. Chapter 63. Princess Okihum saving slaves? Nero looked at Fisher Tiger in front of him with some surprise. I thought you would have more backbone and choose to kill a few celestial dragons for revenge instead of saving people who have nothing to do with you. Saving slaves and causing a ruckus in Mariejois is my revenge against the celestial dragons. Fisher Tiger clenched his fists, blood seeping from them. If I kill the celestial dragons, then Fishman Island will also be implicated. So it seems you do have some thoughts on this. Nero jumped onto the table, his emerald eyes turning crimson, his voice filled with a devilish temptation. This time, I will join you. Let's kill to our heart's content. I promise this time the slaughter won't involve Fishman Island. You want revenge too, right? In Nero's blood-red pupils, Fisher Tiger's own reflection appeared, standing atop the corpses of the celestial dragons in the burning Mariejois, bathing in their blood. The blazing fire burned away the sins, the blood washed away the past shame, and the whales around celebrated his rebirth. His heart raced violently, cold sweat oozing from his body. Nero's words seemed like a devil's temptation. I. My mouth was dry, and Fisher Tiger couldn't even form a complete sentence. Suddenly, he raised his hand and punched himself hard, the intense impact restoring clarity to his gaze. I want to do that. His body seemed to shiver from enduring something, but Fisher Tiger's eyes became resolute. If I kill humans out of hatred, then humans will retaliate against the ignorant fishmen out of hatred as well. My goal is freedom and liberation. Only hatred will not lead to a future. I see. Nero returned to his usual self, sitting back in a chair, leaning against the armrest with his legs crossed on the table. Your ideology is somewhat different from mine. However, I am an emperor who understands righteousness. Just do it your way. Fishman Island still flies the flag of Whitebeard and won't be implicated. I will also take some actions. In terms of results, it should help you restrain quite a bit of military power. Nero spoke lightly, as if he had tossed 2 unopened bottles of wine to Tiger at the dinner table, saying, "Here, little brother, take it home and enjoy." His lofty attitude should have been what Fisher Tiger hated most at the moment, yet he bowed to express his gratitude. Nero didn't shy away, accepting the thanks. Fisher Tiger returned to Fishman Street, planning to say his final goodbyes. Nero was also aimlessly wandering the streets of Fishman Island for the first time in a while. We must understand humans. Most of those who come to Fishman Island are a bunch of scoundrels called pirates. The ones who trade in mermaids and fishmen are just a small part of the nobility. A passionate speech came from a nearby square, and Nero halted his steps. The 2 groups mentioned in that speech, the aggression and direction were a bit too explicit. Following the sound, it turned out to be that idiot Oki doing useless work again. Looking at the figure smaller than himself, Nero sighed and prepared to take another route. But before he could leave, he was stopped by the very perceptive Oki, who had a strong observation color. Nero, I can't hear anything. Covering his ears, Nero quickened his pace. But Oki also sped up, calling out continuously. Nero, Nero, can you hear me? Nero, why is it that your special observation color understands people's hearts, but you can't hear me now? Nero didn't understand, but Oki had tightly hugged his arm. Let go of me, Oki. I don't want to do these idiotic things with you. Dragging Princess Oki along, Nero continued walking without any intention of stopping. Please, Nero, with your title as one of the 4 emperors, everyone will definitely believe it. Oki exerted all her strength to try to pull Nero back, but her little strength couldn't even bend Nero's finger. Isn't that fraud? I don't want to do that. It's not fraud. Do you think everyone going to Nikos will continue to be traded? That's because of my reputation as a deterrent. It's different from your idea of going to Sabaody to die. As long as we understand further, humans will definitely accept fishmen and mermaids. I also believe that their fish tanks will surely accept these. Nero, Oki shouted loudly. So annoying. Nero impatiently yelled back. Let go. Oki's voice weakened a bit. Crack. Nero stopped in his tracks, looking at the idiot princess who had dislocated his arm in an effort to hold him back. His expression filled with black lines. Every time he came to Fishman Island, this was an essential routine, and Nero skillfully set Oki's bones back in place. Oki was probably the one he had the best relationship with on Fishman Island, having known each other for over a decade. For such a passionate idiot, Nero truly couldn't hate her, even if her dreams seemed unrealistic in his eyes. Humans, as a species, wouldn't even show mercy to their own, let alone to the less numerous fishmen. However, it's perfectly normal for dreams to be ridiculed at first. Still, taking action for them, continuously striving and persisting, is something no one could find annoying, right? Even Nero occasionally thought that perhaps one day Oki's dream would really come true and humans, fishmen, and mermaids might really coexist peacefully. The decision to bring back the fishmen and mermaids to Nikos was also largely a small show of support for this old friend. Some see death, some see peace, some see the unrealistic, and some see the struggle for dreams. Thank you, Nero. You are truly a kind person. Oki looked at Nero with tearful eyes, her face smeared with snot and tears. Then please don't cause me any trouble. Nero stood up irritably. Besides, you should know about Tiger's situation, right? I also plan to get involved, so this timing isn't suitable for helping you with any publicity. Is that so? Oki sniffled. That's fine. I want to think less of you, Nero. Nero's eye twitched. But I think less of you right now. However, she ultimately didn't say that out loud, sighing as she picked up Oki, signaling to Oki's guards to disperse the crowd. She then carried Oki toward the palace. Oki, you should stop causing a scene. Princess Shirahoshi has already been born, and the day of change will eventually come. You should just stay calm. Then it's even more necessary to make a change. Oki leaned in Nero's embrace, her eyes determined, clearly intending to persist. Chapter 64. Claney on a reef at the sea surface of the Red Earth continent. Nero and Fisher Tage looked up at the endless cliffs. Are you sure you want to climb up from here? Nero glanced at the fully armed merman in front of him, feeling that this method might be a bit unreliable. Don't worry, I've made plenty of preparations, and I'm sure I'll succeed, Fisher Tage said, looking at his large red-fleshed hand, clenching it into a fist firmly as he spoke to Nero. He had climbed down from above before and had calculated the location and distance. According to his climbing speed, he could reach the top in about 3 days. He also brought plenty of food, ensuring he wouldn't exhaust his energy before reaching the top. All right, then let me give you a lift. With limbs transforming into beast claws and red jade horns twisting above his head, Nero's tail swayed gently. Thanks. Are we flying up like this? Fisher Tage nodded in gratitude without refusing. Flying? A smile flashed across Nero's face. Just make sure you don't fly too high. What? Fisher Tage looked at Nero in confusion. The next moment, his arm was grabbed by Nero. I need to make a trip to the Sabaody Islands first. So you just keep it up. Wait. Not listening to Fisher Tage's words, Nero gave a strong toss, and he was sent flying towards the sky by that force. This should save about 2 days of distance, right? I need to pick up the pace here. It was only after Fisher Tage's figure disappeared that Nero lowered his head and muttered to himself. Claney was a noble. Her father Lorky was the lord of Winter Island and also a general of Nikos. As an active and lively girl, Claney had heard that the merman paradise of Nikos was about to be completed. For someone who had never left Niku's, mermen were creatures from fairy tales. Therefore, she secretly slipped out of her residence one night, avoiding her parents and servants, and took a small speedboat by the shore, heading towards the merman paradise. Then, as expected, she got lost, and to make matters worse, she encountered a pirate ship. In the backstage of the auction, Claney buried her face in her legs, thinking that if she could do it all over again, she would never be so reckless. Ah, is this little brat caught here at this age too? Riley looked at the crying little girl with some emotion, thinking he might take her along when he left. At this moment, Riley had aged a lot compared to his younger days, though his appearance hadn't changed much. It was just that half of his hair had turned white. Of course, he hadn't been captured. He was just in a tight spot and planned to sell himself for some drinking money. He was also commissioned by the 9 serpents to help find their royal heir, the 3 sisters. They were likely taken as slaves, but there had been no news of them for 3 years, making the hope very slim given the current situation. Hey, little brat, do you remember where your home is? Annoyed by the crying noise, Riley casually struck up a conversation with Claney to divert her attention. Niku's, Claney stammered. A little girl under 10, she hadn't learned to refuse adult questions yet. Riley, hearing the familiar place name, felt a bit nostalgic. There were indeed Niku's slaves in the slave market, and they often had absurdly high prices without anything particularly special. Is it similar to a pedigree certificate for cats? It was more or less something like that. How did you end up here? Where are your parents? Riley continued to ask. I wanted to see mermen, so I secretly ran out of the residence. Wah, father. Halfway through, Claney couldn't help but burst into tears. Riley, however, found this no longer bothersome. The information was quite significant. A residence and a father. Lord, this child is a noble? He recalled how Nero had once told him about the founding history of Niku's. The first emperor was a very powerful swordsman. The early Niku's was merely a violent gang. Although it was just one island, it was very united, and the people within Niku's called each other brothers and sisters. At that time, amidst the chaos of war, many civilians gradually came to affiliate with them, and later, a nation was slowly built. This was the initial emperor and nobles, and this pure friendship had been preserved as a tradition between both sides. For Niku's, the relationship between the emperor and nobles was more like family, while the civilians were just the subjects of governance. Now, a noble girl appeared in the auction market of the Shambodi Islands. No matter how you think about it, this is a big deal. Based on Riley's understanding of Nero, anyone involved in this would probably not survive. But what if it was a misunderstanding? Clinging to the last glimmer of hope, Riley asked, So, little friend, do you know your father's name? Ed. Lorky. My dad is the Lord of Winter Island. Uncle. Do you know my dad? Claney replied with sobs. Lorky. A general with a big sword flashed in Riley's mind. He had fought with him the first time he met Nero. A beast-like guy. He never expected he would have children. I am an old friend of your father's. Don't worry. I will definitely take you out. Riley patted his chest and promised. But uncle, you were captured yourself. How are you going to rescue me? Claney finally stopped crying when she heard this, expressing doubt about Riley's words. I was intentionally captured. Once I finish this little task, I will take you away. Riley laughed, but still planned to get the money first. Then uncle, do you know Her Majesty? Nero? Of course, we are old friends too. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Riley's eyes, thinking he hadn't seen Nero for almost 10 years. However, this time Claney didn't believe him, pouting and looking at Riley sideways. Uncle, you're bragging. Our Majesty is so beautiful and so powerful. How could she know someone like you? Just that singing is a bit lacking. Not at all. I heard that Our Majesty's concerts are always full, and no one leaves halfway. Is that so? That's really unfortunate. What do you mean by that, uncle? Claney tilted her head, feeling that something was off in the conversation between them. Thus, as the two chatted, Claney's fears were temporarily set aside. On the auction stage, next up was a rare gem from a sea, a noble from Niku's, and a little girl. The auctioneer enthusiastically praised. In short, any slave collector cannot refuse this super rare slave. A lady next to him pushed a cage covered with red cloth onto the stage. Just then, the door of the auction was kicked open from the outside. A 3-meter tall red little dragon man strutted in. Chapter 65. The The Celestial Dragon's mini-play, who is it? So noisy. Go die. The Celestial Dragon family, sitting in the front row, was caught in a predicament at that moment, not caring about others. Furiously pulled out a handgun and fired a shot towards the door. The sound of metal clashing echoed, and little Celestial Dragon Nero swaggered in, swaying his tail. You came a bit late, so I'll forgive your rudeness. Nero's figure emerged from the smoke, becoming clearer, while an unusual aura gradually filled the entire auction hall. But I haven't forgiven you yet. The bubble-headed Celestial Dragon fired another shot, cursing. The incident where Nero killed a Celestial Dragon was suppressed by the 5 elders, only circulating among the Celestial Dragons. The purpose was to warn the Celestial Dragons that when encountering a madman like Nero, they should never act and should quietly wait for rescue. But after so many years, basically no Celestial Dragon would remember this. And who among the trash below would keep it in mind? Even for NICUs, they only thought the geographical environment was special. Only a few high-ranking Celestial Dragons would know about Nero's terror. Trudisore. How should I make amends? Nero approached the Celestial Dragon, tilting his head and smiling lightly. You're quite perceptive for a commoner. He carefully examined Nero's appearance, then swallowed hard. Since you're so perceptive, I'll let you be my 17th wife. What an honor. Nero's smile brightened a bit. But I have a better compensation here. Stop the nonsense. Before he could finish his sentence, Nero raised a hand. The head of a Celestial Dragon. High quality, just harvested. Look, it's still warm. Father. He stared blankly at the head before him, as if water splashed on his hood, his body mechanically twisting. A headless corpse beside him had not yet fallen, blood gushing from its neck like a fountain. You commoner, what have you done? Raising his hand to shoot, the bubble-headed Celestial Dragon was now both startled and fearful. Don't like it? Precisely using the head to block every shot, Nero casually tossed the head away. No problem. I have more. Just after throwing away the head with both hands, Nero raised his left hand, holding another female head. This should please you. For young men, isn't a female better? Sister. The bubble-headed Celestial Dragon sat down on the ground, his eyes filled with despair. You damn bastard. How dare you kill a Celestial Dragon? Just wait. A Navy Admiral will come and kill you all. Admiral? Are you talking about that 3-color peach Teru group? That is really something to look forward to. But before that, it's your turn now. Nero's expression darkened. Nanny? You still want to kill me? Do you know what crime it is to kill a Celestial Dragon? The bubble-headed Celestial Dragon, sitting on the ground, crawled backward using hands and feet. Help! Quickly kill him. No one moved. The guard were like dead men. He then realized that the once lively auction was now so quiet that only his voice echoed. Hey, are you all dead? Can't wait for my order? His furious roaring was of no use. Everyone was frozen in place by Nero, fear spreading through their limbs, immersed in their own world. Red dragon claws covered the fish tank of the Celestial Dragon. The overlapping scales looked like red jade, warm and glossy. But this Celestial Dragon didn't feel that way. Through the dragon claws, the faintly visible red blood pupils, the cracks on the glass, kept expanding. Each point was a test of his spirit. Just when he couldn't help but beg for mercy, Nero suddenly moved his hand away. Just kidding. Were you scared? What met his eyes was Nero's suddenly changed smile, and he was somewhat dazed, not understanding what was happening now. But the previous situation made him hesitant to act rashly. You all say your bloodline is noble. I'm a bit interested too. Ignoring the Celestial Dragon's bewildered reaction, Nero continued with a smile. Cheer up. I plan to take you back to NICU's for dissection, to see what is special about you. The mask shattered loudly. The last fragments of consciousness still had Nero's claws, gradually magnifying. Having dealt with the Celestial Dragon family, Nero walked onto the stage, snatched the microphone. The intermission mini-play ends here. You may applaud and cheer. A dead silence ensued. The oppressive feelings still lingered, let alone the Celestial Dragon was dead. Even when Nero spoke, no one dared to make sound. I said, you can applaud and cheer. With a heavier tone, Nero's dragon tail stretched out, instantly crushing the people in the front few rows into a pulp. Clap, clap, clap. The intense applause erupted, as if it were the end of a musical. The gentlemen and ladies could only express their inner excitement with applause. Where's the cheer? Don't I deserve it? Or is it that the celestial dragon's acting skills are too poor? Nero, however, was not satisfied, tilting his head in feigned confusion. The demonic tone clearly reached everyone's ears amidst the enthusiastic applause. Lord Nero, long, live, amazing. I've never seen such a wonderful performance. Truly art. Your Majesty Nero is wonderful, as brilliant as a rose. To see Your Majesty Nero's performance in person, it's worth it in this lifetime. Various praises flowed out freely, and the Nero on stage finally nodded as if satisfied. Raising his hand to signal 2 times, Nero indicated for everyone to quiet down. In an instant, the auction returned to a dead silence. Since that's the case, I announce that the auction will continue, and I will take over the stage. Nero spread his arms, as if welcoming everyone. Now, the next auction item is a noble from Nikyus, a 6-year-old girl, the only daughter of General Claney Gurenfield under the Rose Emperor Nero. And not only that, but it seems there's also a buy one get one free under this red curtain, with an added little gift. Nero's hand reached for the iron cage covered with red fabric. Let me see what this little gift is. 3, 2, 1. With a wave of Nero's large hand, the curtain was suddenly pulled back, revealing 2 figures, one big and one small. On the other side, Fisher Tiger was indeed saved a lot of time by Nero's toss. Looking up, still obscured by clouds and mist, the peak was nowhere in sight. Fisher Tiger estimated it would take about another day. Thinking about what he had to do next, a surge of strength rushed into his body, and silently, he continued to climb up the steep rock wall. Chapter 66. Kizuri Usasi doesn't care, Nana. Nero-chan. Rayleigh awkwardly raised his hand to greet, his stiff body resembling a lucky cat. Thick-skinned as he was, being discovered begging by a junior from 10 years ago made even his thick skin feel a bit uncomfortable. Your Majesty Nero. But Claney had no such concerns, looking at Nero with the adoration of a playful husky. You rascal. Nero seemed to ignore Rayleigh, casually unfastening the bomb collar around Claney's neck like discarding trash, then lifting her up. Next time, let us see if you dare to be naughty again. I won't dare next time. Claney chuckled awkwardly. As for the gruesome scene before her, she felt no discomfort. As the daughter of a general, she had seen her father kill many enemies, even though she had been spoiled growing up. Not to mention, on Winter Island, there were 10 gallows set up by Nero, which would only be released when new people arrived. I want to preach to you. Your father, Loriki, has been saving things up for you since you disappeared. After putting Claney down, Nero lost interest in playing with the group. He raised his finger, and countless light bullets shot from his fingertips, accurately hitting the center of everyone's foreheads. No one ran away. Everyone sat there like they were asleep, heads bowed. Only Rayleigh silently lowered his hand covered in hockey. Trembling slightly, his attack had clearly been enhanced. It was only then that Nero seemed to notice Rayleigh, turning back in surprise, his tone astonished. Isn't this our new era's guardian? How come you're in place like this? Nero. Rayleigh's expression twisted. He knew that the past would not be easily forgotten by Nero. What's your identity? What is my identity? Don't act so familiar. Call me your majesty. Nero lifted his chin, the tip of his dragon tail hitting the ground with a dull thud. Nero, you know the truth. There were reasons for what happened back then. After all, Roger was on his last legs. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, wondering how Hathaway had passed that hurdle. Hathaway, is this the reason you kept it from us? Your master and servant. But Roger, tell me one more time. The light reflecting off his round glasses concealed Rayleigh's expression at that moment. It's all Roger. You know that guy is the captain. I opposed it, but under Roger's insistence, no one dared to reveal it to you. Even Shanks and Buggy knew the truth? Only you and Hathaway didn't he know? Finally, Rayleigh understood how Hathaway had gotten through that obstacle. There's no way. You know how stubborn he is. No one can go against him on such matters. Not to mention, at that time, Roger was already a dying man. Who could really refuse his requests? Otherwise, with our relationship, how could I have hidden it from you? There was really no way back then. That bastard Roger had everything arranged. Rayleigh's heartfelt lament successfully softened Nero's attitude. Given Nero's understanding of Roger, it wasn't impossible for him to have single-handedly decided these matters. Although the voyage at that time lasted only a year, for Nero, it was indeed an unforgettable experience. Have they arrived? Nero turned back. The outside of the auction had already been filled with people. Claney, I'll leave it to you. I need to go out and cause a bit of a ruckus. Nero ignored Rayleigh, stepping outside and leaving Claney in his care. Oh, no problem. Leave it to me. Rayleigh quickly agreed 3 times. He knew that with Nero's attitude, it was basically settled. Being able to ease relations with an old friend he hadn't seen for years made Rayleigh very happy. He had thought that his relationship with Nero would remain strained for life. Roger, even though it's been buried for 10 years, you're helping me once again. Rayleigh touched his eyes, wiping away non-existent tears. Moses, the thugs inside, give up resistance and surrender obediently. Borisolino said weakly while holding the den mushy, his tone soft like an overworked employee forced to work overtime. Admiral, what you have is a battleship den mushy. The broadcast den mushy for the auction is here. A nearby Navy soldier carefully held up a purple den mushy and placed it beside Borisolino. I see. No wonder the people inside didn't react at all. After glancing at the den mushy in his hand, Borisolino calmly put it back in his pocket, slowly taking the other den mushy handed to him by the Marine. Just as he was about to continue, the big door of the venue slowly opened. I've already killed all the people inside the auction. I have other matters to attend to, so there's no need to go through the process. A deep, sinister aura emanated from the doorway, instantly alerting the outside Navy that this mission might not be simple. How scary! Borisolino still maintained his soft tone, but his body had tensed up. Looks like a big shot. Nero slowly walked out from inside, and everyone finally saw the appearance of the visitor. You can leave after I give you a beating. Don't worry. It won't hurt at all. Looking around, Nero's lips curled into a charming arc. Oh dear. I didn't expect that the 4 emperors would personally grace us with their presence. Borisolino's eye twitched. It seemed this mission was going to be in vain, and he might end up just like what Nero said, having to take a beating. May I ask about the celestial dragons inside? All killed. Huh, that's really troubling. Borisolino scratched his cheek. It seemed he had no choice but to take action, and even if he did, he would likely be scolded harshly when he returned. Sigh, what a terrible job. Like teleportation, he appeared behind Nero. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked to the speed of light? Borisolino's leg shone with light, hockey gathering on it. The power of the dragon can shake the heavens and the earth. Monkey experienced the might of the dragon. With his observation hockey failing, Borisolino felt as if he had been blindfolded. Even though Nero was right in front of him, it felt like he had detached from the world. However, he watched Nero's body, not moving. This strike was my speed faster. At the moment he kicked out, he felt a violent impact on his left abdomen, and his whole body was sent flying. In midair, he caught a glimpse of Nero slowly retracting his dragon tail. Is that a tail? Coughing up blood, a numbness spread through his abdomen. He hadn't even had time to use armament hockey for that strike. Rebbe Mudd, how scary. Standing up straight, Borisolino was already calculating how long he would need to ask for leave when he returned. Chapter 67 Mariejois Fisher Tiger continued to climb the Red Earth continent, estimating that he would reach the summit in about 5 more hours. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind hit him, causing him to lose his balance and nearly fall. Out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to catch a flash of bright red. Once he stabilized, he looked around but saw nothing, thinking it was just his imagination. He shook his head, trying to clear his mind, and continued to climb upwards. Let us call a day here. I have other things to attend to, so I can only play with you until now. We can play together next time if there's an opportunity. In midair, Nero waved his dragon wing gently at Borisolino, who was lying in the ruins. Spare me. Once is enough for this kind of thing. Borisolino pushed aside the dirt and rocks covering him, sighed helplessly, sat up halfway, and then lay back down. Don't say that. I think you and I get along pretty well, and I had a lot of fun this time. Nero expressed high praise for him, noting that he was more powerful and faster than Akiji and Akainu. He spoke nicely, fought with dazzling brilliance, and was quite durable. If it weren't for the matters he had to attend to next, Nero would want to play with him for a few more days. So, for the sake of making it easier for me to report back, can you tell me what important matters you have next? Borisolino thought to himself that this was finally over, calculating that with his injuries and the mental blow, he might still be able to negotiate for a year of paid leave. He asked this question with no other meaning. If he could extract some intelligence, it would make it easier to secure his future vacation. However, if he couldn't get anything out of it, that was fine too. Having encountered a small dragon in the Sabati archipelago and not being able to defeat it with all his might was reason enough. The rest was just a matter of hitting or missing. Do you want to know? Nero didn't directly say no, but showed a mischievous smile, looking at him with an evil expression. I just have to ask this one more time. Do I want to know? Or do I not want to know? Borisolino wanted nothing more than a faint right then and there. That smile looked anything but friendly. Fortunately, Nero soon continued. Unfortunately, even if you want to know, I won't tell you right now. But don't worry, you'll know what I have to do very soon. Borisolino didn't dare to ask more, fearing that if he did, he might end up in trouble. See you later. After saying that, Nero swung his dragon wings sharply and quickly disappeared into the horizon. No one stopped him, and Borisolino lay back in a more relaxed posture. Someone help me carry this red bean paste. I feel like my back is broken. And there's. Meanwhile, the departing Nero was not lying. She indeed had important matters to attend to. Accelerating continuously, Nero returned to the spot where she had separated from Fisher Tiger and flew rapidly upward towards the Red Earth continent. Before long, she spotted Fisher Tiger climbing and swiftly swept past him, creating a gust of wind. Breaking through the clouds, once more, Nero reached the summit of the Red Earth continent, the holy land of the celestial dragons, Mariejois. She had wanted to come here for a long time, especially since the celestial dragons always had their noses in the air. And there was the master of the empty throne, along with the celestial dragon's national treasure, Uranus. According to the truth Nero learned in Laugh Tale, even now, her chances against them seemed slim. She suppressed her breath to the utmost. It was also due to the nature of observation hockey that she could perfectly control her presence, even avoiding detection by others. That was why she could swagger in here. However, what Nero did not know was that the moment she set foot on the Red Earth continent, deep in the Panga city of Mariejois, on the empty throne among the flowers, a woman slowly opened her eyes. What is this breath? Like Joy Boy, it carries a special quality, a truly bad feeling. Filth, destruction, tyranny, chaos in the end. At this point, she fell silent, as if a nameless monster born from the end of an era. Even more terrifying than Joy Boy. If the warrior of freedom and liberation is destined to be an enemy, then this breath is the malevolence that devours everything. Truly ominous. Finally, she closed her eyes again, not directly seeking the source of this breath, planning to let the Gorosei gather some information first before making a decision. Although they hadn't formally met, both Nero and had developed a strong sense of wariness towards each other. Nero, like a traveler, mixed in with the celestial dragon's residence. With her presence suppressed to the utmost, she could be subconsciously overlooked even when passing by others. Along the way, she learned more about the existence of the celestial dragons, treating all lives other than her own as garbage. Countless resources, towering power, and their treatment of these so-called slaves, not even considering them as servants. Like a child pouring water into an anthole, it was taken for granted and even done without much malice. Since it was her first visit, Nero had no specific purpose, just wandering aimlessly. Eventually, she arrived at a place different from the others, resembling a mad scientist's laboratory. Hundreds of cylindrical, transparent glass cabinets resembling nutrient tanks contained all sorts of strange creatures. Humans with bizarre wings, their bodies deformed and twisted. Nero had learned some knowledge in this area. It seemed to be a genetic fusion, but it looked like a failure, and this person was on the verge of death. Like a horror exhibit, Nero walked through what felt like hell. Bang! Bang bang! The sudden sounds were particularly jarring in the quiet room. Anyone else in such an environment would probably be terrified, but Nero clearly had a high tolerance for such things. She followed the sound toward the direction. After just a few steps, she saw a woman in one of the nutrient tanks attempting to break the glass to escape. This was the first awake person she had seen inside. Driven by curiosity, She stopped to watch the struggling woman. In a tank filled with nutrient fluid, the woman could not exert herself properly, let alone with her neck and limbs bound. The woman had several small, scale-like gemstones on her face, but their gray color made them unappealing. Nero suddenly frowned, staring at the woman's abdomen, where she sensed a breath of life. Is this person pregnant? Comment section. I saw a review asking why we started by losing to Roger, then lost to Whitebeard. Various defeats? I'm really a bit confused. Can I start by hanging Roger on the gallows? Then why is I'm sitting on the throne? As for Whitebeard, winning against 2 in a 1v3 and then being exhausted is also called losing? You signed up for 3 marathons without a break, 1-2, and had no strength left for the third. So is it your strength that's lacking? I'm writing a novel, not a menu. Can I just have Roger taken out, Whitebeard taken out, Garp taken out, Gorsey Eye taken out, and him taken out? There are bottlenecks in combat power, otherwise. Why would Shanks become one of the 4 emperors? Wouldn't the old Whitebeard directly explode stars? Those in the world government who have lived long, can they still compete with that group of cultivators? No. According to this logic, that group of cultivators would also be scared. Everyone breaks their limits, growing directly to max. Immortal Emperor, you are terrifying. You must not be spared. Chapter 68, Old Familiar Faces Moses. Days Glue. Nero gently tapped on a glass from the outside, curiously observing the pink-haired figure inside. Since Nero had spoken up, the woman inside also noticed her, and her gaze clearly recognized Nero, making her movements more frantic. However, due to her mouth being restrained, she could only emit muffled whimpers. Even though Nero couldn't understand her words, she grasped her intent. Do you want to get out? Nero blinked. I still plan to look around for a while. It should get chaotic here in the evening, and you can run with me then. As she pressed her finger against the glass, a crack spread across it. At this rate, you could break the glass even in your current state, but I wouldn't recommend you come out now. If you're discovered, it's over. The pink-haired woman inside quieted down significantly upon hearing this and nodded gratefully to Nero, as if still crying. But she was submerged in nutrient solution, making it hard for Nero to see clearly. All she could tell was that the woman's eyes were filled with sadness. Moreover, it seemed she didn't have much time left, especially with the child in her belly. Nero sighed. She had seen countless scenes more tragic than this today and was somewhat numb by now. The city of the celestial dragons seemed to gather all the possible evils of humanity, with life here devoid of dignity. So that's that. I still have other places to check out. You just wait quietly and conserve your strength. Nero waved at her, adjusted her breathing, and left the place. When she stepped outside, it was already dark. Calculating the time, Fisher Tiger should be arriving soon, and before that, Nero planned to walk deeper into the area. It would be even better if she could meet Uranus, which would make the trip worthwhile. An hour later, this cursed place is indeed vast, and the buildings are almost identical. The Emperor, who had wandered to who knows where, complained while looking at a familiar intersection. It seemed she wouldn't be able to meet Uranus this time. However, considering the foundational prestige and the shallow intelligence gathering, she had still exceeded her mission. As for Tiger, has he already come up? It looks like this exploration is coming to an end. I'll walk a little further before turning back. But the moment Nero took a step forward, an intense gaze that was hard to ignore came her way. A cold, emotionless stare instantly put Nero on high alert. That gaze seemed to say, no passage ahead. Her raised foot hesitated to touch down, and the strong sense of threat ultimately made Nero retract her step. She took a few steps back to indicate she had no intention of confronting them now, and the owner of that gaze seemed to finally withdraw their attention. The intense feeling of being watched slowly dissipating. Was that just now? The legendary king of the celestial dragons? Nero stood still for a moment, merely the gaze alone. The malicious intent that felt like countless little bugs crawling all over her was almost overwhelming. Meanwhile, him on the throne, looking grave. Did that monster just now intend to come over? Was the target him? Nero was shocked by Im's strength. She still had a ways to go to reach that level. Im, on the other hand, was surprised by something deeper within Nero, realizing that if that thing were to escalate, she might not be able to escape unscathed. Even if she were to narrowly win, she would definitely lose against the approaching Joy Boy. Fortunately, that monster retreated. Im closed her eyes again. wondering if Joy Boy would truly return. Nero walked back the way she came, feeling the presence of him for the first time. She was somewhat silent now. She wasn't clear about him sensing her own essence, but she had a vague feeling. It was just that many years later, she felt that perhaps Roger was indeed right back then. If she had followed her instincts back then, gathered forces to storm the world government, and created a new era, perhaps they would all have perished by now. In an instant, she understood that the owner of that gaze, him, was definitely not someone the Roger pirates could have provoked back in the day, even with the current 4 emperors, let alone the ancient weapon Uranus. This truth made Nero somewhat uneasy, as if she were the one being reckless back then. Bowing her head as she walked forward, she suddenly heard a commotion ahead. Nero looked up. Mariejois was ablaze, and Fisher Tiger's operation had begun. Continuing her way out of the Celestial Dragon's residential area, the streets grew lively. Everywhere, slaves were fleeing, and the number. Nero swept her observation hockey around, estimating there were about a few thousand. Just as Fisher Tiger had said, he came for freedom and liberation. The escaping slaves were of various races: fishmen, humans, long-arms, furfolk, pirates, civilians, nobles. Everything was organized by Fisher Tiger, and it was clear he had prepared an escape route as well. Flames gradually ignited the Celestial Dragon's residential area, and Nero sensed that the high-level fighters here were basically all guarding the Celestial Dragons. Indeed, in their eyes, the life of a Celestial Dragon is far more valuable than the mere lives of these thousands of slaves. Nero stood in a remote corner, no longer hiding her presence. But in the chaos of the Holy Land, no one noticed her for the time being. Nero? Suddenly, someone called out to her. Was she really that conspicuous? Not surprising. When Nero turned around, she saw a disheveled, seaweed-haired figure. You are. It's Tesalo. Gilded Tesalo. The seaweed-haired Tesalo shouted with a twitching eye. That's right. I remembered. Nero nodded, indicating that the reminder was unnecessary. Tesalo didn't comment on that. What are you doing here? Didn't you refuse to go to Nikos with me back then, claiming you wanted to make a name for yourself? As she said this, Nero looked around and suddenly realized, so that's it. This is indeed a good place to stand out. However, you too, Nero didn't know what to say. Tesalo, you truly are someone. Tesalo's forehead broke into a cross. He didn't know how to tell Nero directly. What could he say? Should he tell Nero that after they parted ways with grand ambitions, he was caught within 5 minutes, and then had to work here for several years in the shadows? To be honest, he hadn't wanted to see Nero at this time, but there was news he had to know, which also supported him to survive in this hell. Is that Stella doing well? She's okay. It's just that when I married Stella, I couldn't find you, so I couldn't send the wedding invitation to you. Chapter 69. The 5 elders step in, is that so? The tone of Tesalo was disappointed, but he quickly perked up. As long as Stella can be happy. That's good. Stella is naturally very happy with you. Nero nodded in agreement. Tesalo was no longer anxious. With Nero here, there was no safer place in the entire Holy Land. So what do you plan to do next? Nero asked again. You can arrange a job for you. And living a quiet life, honestly, is also a good choice. Next, Tesalo was also confused. The option that Nero gave him was first ruled out. After all, the two were rivals in love. Not to mention that deep down, he still had thoughts about winning Stella back. The childhood dream resurfaced in his mind, along with the distorted desire for money over the years, leading him to make a decision. If he had money, these subsequent issues wouldn't have arisen, whether it was Stella or the Celestial Dragons. But he didn't tell Nero any of this. However, Nero could see his change and didn't press further. Nero actually maintained a relative respect for others' awakenings, so she rarely probed into these matters. Then let's go, follow Tesalo's group. Hopefully one day in the future, we will meet again on the sea. And Nero. Thank you. Tesalo's bangs covered his eyes, making it hard to see his expression. After expressing his gratitude, he began his escape journey with the large group. I didn't expect it to be you. Nero Claudius. Just after Tesalo fled, a few figures emerged from the shadow of the flames. The 5 elders? Is this our first formal meeting? Nero was not surprised. The conqueror's hockey erupted and took the initiative. The nobles of Nikos are being sold as slaves here. Are you testing you's bottom line? The air became thick. and red magic patterns appeared on Nero's body, adding a seductive demonic quality to her conqueror's haki. So this is the monster that Lord mentioned? This unusual feeling could indeed be more dangerous than Joy Boy. Although we are the apparent rulers of the sea, we cannot completely control everyone's thoughts. Satan's saint lightly tapped the ground and gave an explanation in a surprisingly weak attitude. In the eyes of the 5 elders, these are trivial matters. Even the slave escape tonight is a small issue. Their purpose for coming tonight is singular. Nero. If Nero can honestly stay in NICUs and be an emperor for life, it will be a happy ending for everyone. Just now, Lordum issued a new order to try to win Nero over. If that fails, they cannot be enemies. Treasure. If it can appease Nero, give it freely. After all, these will eventually return to the world government's hands. They believe that sooner or later, Nero will die, unless she can choose to submit to Lordum like them. Otherwise, she would just be a fleeting era of defiance. As for Nero's unchanged appearance, the 5 elders thought of it as good maintenance or some other method to preserve her looks. They did not consider the pure gold aspect, after all. Pure gold had almost disappeared upon its birth, and they had never seen what it looked like. Your little brother caused trouble, and it falls on you leaders. You think this is reasonable? The body grew larger, covered in red scales, sharp horns of ruby twisting and growing, the temperature of the burning Mariejois rising again. Wait, Nero, we're not here to fight you. The pressure around them intensified again, and the 5 elders quickly spoke to stop her. Then what are you here for? To invite you to dinner? If you want, we can eat and talk at the same time. Nero frowned. Is this attitude genuinely want to talk? At this stage, shouldn't both sides at least show a bit of muscle? Looking at their sincere expressions, Nero realized that it seemed the one wanting to negotiate was that Lordum. The 5 had no disagreements and showed no airs of superiority, especially with that strange greeting upon their arrival. It seems that there is also something about you that they are wary of. Reining in her haki, a smirk appeared on Nero's lips. Since that's the case, let's talk. Here's fine. Still taking the lead, Satan's saint began. First, regarding the recent kidnapping and auction incident of the nobles of NICUs. We can guarantee it won't happen again. Secondly, as compensation, how do you feel about Nero Claudius Gong? Nero was momentarily surprised. So generous? Just like that. You want to bestow me with the identity of a celestial dragon? This is not charity, Nero. This is our sincerity. In fact, your rights could be above those of ordinary celestial dragons. And then, to serve under the throne like you? The conversation fell silent at this point. This outcome was the best for the 5 elders. Even if they had to share a portion of the world's power, they deemed it worthwhile. However, they also knew that a rebellious young person like Nero could never be subordinate to others. Satan's saint's voice became strained. No, Nero, we are in a cooperative relationship. There was some shame in this statement. It was akin to the world government bowing to Nero without any follow-up plans. It was a clear bow, as they originally intended to bestow Nero the identity of a celestial dragon in a charitable manner. We are not enemies. The status of celestial dragons is our sincerity. Sincerity. Nero's expression was mocking, successfully making the expressions of the 5 elders even stiffer. That said, if there could be negotiations, Nero also held the same thought of negotiation. That so-called M was a bit too powerful. She needed more time to grow, so the current pretense was indeed necessary. However, after the recent probing, she understood that had absolute dominion over the 5 elders, to the point where they had to lower their heads to negotiate with her. With both sides willing, all that remains is to strive for more benefits. I accept your sincerity, but there are still some details left that I cannot negotiate. Nero crossed her arms, lightly tapping her fingers. Send someone to NICUs. This negotiation requires a more formal environment for both of us. There will likely be a long honeymoon period with the world government ahead, so some details that she usually overlooked should be addressed all at once. Moreover, becoming a celestial dragon in the Holy Land and becoming one in NICUs would have completely different implications. No problem. Chapter 70. The Sun Pirates things have been discussed quite a bit, and logically, Nero should be heading back now. However, she pointed to the burning Mariejois. Can I take a look around a bit more? Go ahead. What is there to look around at in a big fire? It looks like it's all because of that group of slaves that just escaped, right? The five elders thought to themselves, and Nero had the same idea. As long as she was here, the five elders, and even the world government would have to spare some troops to keep an eye on her. The reason she didn't directly help Tiger and the others was due to her position. As an emperor, Nero wouldn't actively declare her support for the slaves, as it would make her stance ambiguous. With Nero's current identity, if she sent such a signal to the outside world, she would undoubtedly become the spiritual leader of the slaves. Who are the slaves looking forward to right now? The Revolutionary Army. Slaves all over the world are hoping for them to come and shake things up. And after today, Fisher Tiger would likely also become the spiritual leader of the slaves. A great hero of the liberation movement, daring to take food from the celestial dragons. Such a strong man is rare to find in a decade. They can hope for the Revolutionary Army and see Tiger as a hero, but if the same perspective is applied to Nero, for those who sacrifice greatly, daring to call for a new world, this rotten world government has been sitting atop for long enough. Today, under the leadership of Her Majesty Nero, we officially declare that we do not recognize the legitimacy of the world government. The decayed order is about to collapse, and the reincarnation of the sun god, Nero Claudius, is the one destined for this. Even Nico would get slapped twice and be called a fake. The fire gradually diminished, and the noisy escape seemed to still echo around. Next, we will stand against the world. Those who are prepared, come up. Tiger raised an iron rod branded with his sun emblem. The end of the mark was glowing red. He looked at the group of fishmen who decided to follow him. Some had come from Fishman Island, and others he had saved from Mariejois. In order for everyone to be equal, he planned to use this sun emblem to cover the celestial dragon slave brand. Once everyone's marks were stamped, Tiger loudly announced the establishment of the Sun Pirates. Congratulations. I have an unknown devil fruit here. Consider it a gift. Waving her dragon wings, Nero landed on the deck of the ship. Who said there was nothing in the big fire? It turns out that Nero really found something good. Judging by its shape, it should be an ordinary zoan-type fruit just right for use. Lord Nero, it's great that you're okay. Tiger's attitude was very respectful. He had noticed Nero that day in Mariejois, so he knew that the reason they could successfully escape from Mariejois was largely due to Nero's effort. I need to hurry to Water 7, and I happened to run into you to take a break. Nero waved her hand, and everyone on the ship recognized Nero, the street rat who often ran to Fishman Island. The terrifying 10,000-meter deep sea. Nero took a stroll around every time she went out, and surprisingly, she had never encountered any danger. By the way, is your group okay? Nero scanned the crowd, a ragtag bunch, with only Jinbi being somewhat presentable. No problem. Catching fishmen in the sea is not an easy task. Tiger patted his chest to show there was no issue. He was now quite famous, and many were willing to lend him a hand in secret. Nero thought about it too. Fishmen indeed excelled in mobility, but there was still one person to consider. Admiral Kazuru, Bartholomew Kuma, the user of the Pika Pika no Mi. If he intervened, it would be troublesome. The damage Nero had caused him back then was probably almost healed by now. Kazuru, I really need to lie down for another month. Nero's attack also inflicted mental damage. I'm afraid I'll need more time to recuperate after a month. After sharing the intelligence about Kazuru with Tiger, his expression indeed became much more serious. We need to find a way to avoid him, and your subordinates need to get stronger. Although this ISNT, the New World, they are too weak. I was just thinking of training them well. Going to sea without hockey is indeed not enough. Nero and Tiger chatted as if no one else was around, successfully making the faces of the other fishmen increasingly grim, but no one dared to say anything due to Nero's strength. Lord Nero, a shark fishman, stepped forward from the crowd, interrupting the conversation between Nero and Tiger. I heard you are a powerful being who reigns supreme. May I witness your strength? Arlong. Tiger frowned and stopped him. No witties. I actually quite like these little entertainment acts in life. Nero said playfully, looking at Arlong. So how do you want to witness it? I can do it without weapons. With a relaxed posture and a cheeky smile. Nero clearly did not take Arlong seriously. Don't get me wrong. Lord Nero, I just want to see the arm strength of a top-tier powerhouse. Arlong felt a stronger sense of displeasure towards Nero's attitude, but he also knew that Nero's strength was definitely not something he could provoke. So he proposed an arm wrestling challenge. Fishmen's arm strength is 10 times that of humans, And even if she is a Yonko, she is just a little girl by human standards. He thought he still had a chance of winning. Thinking of this, Arlong even resorted to provocation. Of course, if Lord Nero refuses, that's okay too. After all, fishmen indeed have an advantage in arm strength over humans. No problem, I accept. Nero pretended to think for a moment. How about this? I will only use one finger. No matter what, if you can move it, I will consider it my defeat. How about that? One finger? Arlong's smile twisted, his sharp teeth grinding noisily. Isn't that a bit too arrogant? No weddies. No weddies. Nero smiled and wiggled her index finger from side to side. After all, you are very weak. Nanny? Arlong's blue skin flushed with an abnormal redness and an anger. He laughed. Then let us wait and see. Arlong, don't be foolish. Jinbi, his nemesis, stepped forward to symbolically stop him. But Tiger intercepted him. Forget it. That idiot. It's not a bad thing to suffer a bit. Here it comes. Arlong shouted, but his body took a quick step forward, crossing his hands and charging directly at Nero's finger. He wasn't really an idiot. With Nero's seemingly overconfident demeanor, something must be wrong. How could someone who often went to Fishman Island not understand Fishman's arm strength? But since she proposed such a request, it seemed suspicious, yet for his own dignity. Arlong had no choice but to proceed. With all his weight and momentum, it felt like he had crashed into a piece of hard metal. Arlong's palm hurt from the impact, but Nero's finger didn't budge at all. Then, coming back to his senses, Arlong started to pull on Nero's finger with all his might, but no matter how much strength he used, the outcome remained the same. How is this possible? I don't believe it. It's just a finger. Arlong roared. Arlong bellowed. Arlong exerted all his strength, but the results still did not change. I understand now. Remember to train well in the future. Go cool off in the sea for a bit. Nero, seeing that she had played enough, lightly moved her finger, and Arlong's body was flung into the sea. Splash! This strike wasn't forceful, but Comrade Arlong probably would be coming up anytime soon, as he had died a little bit. Chapter 71. The New Generation, City of Seven Waters. Today is a special day. After years of research and development, the sea train has finally succeeded. Smoke Tom will officially run on the sea today. For many years, many have scoffed at this, believing it was just a pretext for Fishman Tom to delay his crimes. But Tom has truly accomplished this groundbreaking feat as the train buzzes across the ocean. People on the shore express their admiration. It worked. Mr. Tom, even the usually calm iceberg, can hardly hide his excitement at this moment. This is not just an invention. It also relates to Tom's guilt for building ships for the Pirate King. With this achievement of the sea train as a counterbalance, there should be no problem. Ha ha ha. So let's hold our heads high. The Smoke Tom is a creation completed by the three of us. Tom laughs heartily, very pleased with his two apprentices, Iceberg and Frankie, who have inherited all his skills. At that moment, a shadow suddenly falls from the clear sky, and a massive red beast descends, quickly shrinking to land gently on the shore. The visitor is Nero, who, upon seeing the smoke-emitting train, cannot help but exclaim, "What an incredible invention! Tom, ha ha ha! Nero, I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Of course, always pay attention to you." Tom is very happy. Nero's regard for him has never changed. Even after 10 years, although he did not agree to go to sea with Nero, it feels good to be valued. The promise from back then? Both Frankie and Iceberg have become outstanding men now. If you go to Nikos, I still suggest you take both of them with you. Tom nudges the two in Nero's direction, believing it would be good for the young men to see the world together. Mr. Tom, I don't want to. Compared to Frankie's outright refusal, Iceberg's reluctance is less obvious but still evident. What do you two think my country is, a flood or a beast? Nero rolls his eyes and then looks at Tom. Tom, do you really not want to come to Nikos? I can offer you the best treatment, and I trust you even more. Ha ha ha. My answer remains unchanged, Nero. Trust Iceberg and Frankie. They're my proud disciples. Tom shakes his head, giving the same answer as 10 years ago. Moreover, the sea train has just been completed, and there are still many things to take care of. Then I want to push it. This is my exclusive transponder snail. Contact me if you have any issues. Nero is not surprised. His earlier inquiry was just a formality. and he had no real hopes. Ah, thank you. Tom does not refuse this time and takes the transponder snail, knowing that his troubles are far from over. Having Iceberg and Frankie following him is not a good thing. Under Nero's protection, they will have a better future. Although I want to chat a little longer. I have to leave in an hour. I will clarify things with these two idiots during this time. A light punch lands on Iceberg and Frankie's heads as Tom nods at Nero. Meanwhile, far away in the Nikos Empire, Holio picks up the latest intelligence and begins to sort through it. Hawkeye Mihawk, the great swordsman, was once defeated by His Majesty. He has come to the New World, probably looking to take revenge on His Majesty, right? I heard he was humiliated by His Majesty back in the day. The secretarial team below quickly recalls the past of this great swordsman upon hearing Holio's words. Oh, a lone wolf, huh? You don't see many of those on the sea. Holio is somewhat surprised. Despite being a pirate, he has no crew, yet has made quite a name for himself. A great swordsman who has challenged His Majesty and lived. It seems His Majesty has a good opinion of him. I'll leave it for His Majesty to deal with later. Holio marks a large S on the document, which is a special file to be submitted to Nero. Crocodile? Oh, right. That kid who lost a white beard? Now, yes, huh? In the first half of the Grand Line, in Alabasta, Holio strokes his mustache. A desert country? That's quite embarrassing, but as a user of the Sansan fruit, it's probably a good place for him. He casually tosses aside such information, considering it unworthy of his personal annotation. This is Shanks? A lackey of the Roger Pirates? I see. He has also gone to sea. His Majesty should be very interested. An S is stamped on the document as Holio picks up Shanks' photo. This guy is aging quite fast. If I remember correctly, he is just in his early 20s, right? Recently in the first half. This guy hasn't reached the New World yet, just wandering in the first half in the Four Seas. He is probably still in the recruitment phase. One member of the secretarial team also looks at Shanks' information and says carefully, this Shanks, if we remember correctly, His Majesty said he also has the three-color hockey? That is quite bullying in the first half, right? Shaking his head, Holio puts Shanks' information together with Mihawk's and picks up a new document. Bartholomew Kuma. Is this the pirate who overthrew King Sobel 2 years ago? The tyrant? What an arrogant title. A user of the pawpaw fruit, possibly connected to the Revolutionary Army? Monkey D. Dragon? Quite a restless family. Shaking his head, Holio does not pay much attention, thinking some potential still needs observation. What is this? Holio picks up a new document, frowning slightly. Surgery fruit? The one rumored to have the ability to perform eternal life surgeries when awakened? Interesting. There are quite a few targets of interest. CP, Navy, pirates. This is Don Quixote Doflamingo, a discarded celestial dragon, a mafia-type pirate crew. Ridiculous. However, I heard this guy's been doing well in the underground world recently. He might become a new source of income for Nikos in the future. So let's observe for now. Holio takes out the supplementary page of the document and starts looking at the personnel information of the Don Quixote family. A lot of good things here. Stone fruit, weapon fruit. And he himself has a string fruit? Wow. He has a biological brother who also came down from Mariejois. They've been separated for many years and just recently reunited. Let me see. Corazon, Don Quixote. Fruit, ability. Silence fruit? Holio swallows, carefully tearing off this page of information and slipping it into his pocket when no one is watching. Chapter 72. Holio's call Moses. Moses, Your Majesty. It's Holio, what's the matter? In Tom's studio, Nero sat on a stool waiting for Frankie, Iceberg, and Tom to say their final goodbyes. Do you remember that set of porcelain vases in the collection? Every piece in the collection is in my heart. How could I forget? Nero immediately visualized the vases. When she bought them, she replaced all the vases in her house with this set of porcelain. They're from Fervans, the only place in the world that sells them. Plus, they were specially made by a master, truly rare treasures. About Fervans. There was an outbreak of porcelain disease recently, which contains a slight toxicity. It's similar to silver. Unless there's long-term exposure to the dust or it's used as tableware for a long time, it won't cause poisoning. That's a little secret of Fervans. Nero said this matter-of-factly. She had known it for a long time. But Holio was genuinely confused upon hearing this. Fervans is currently under complete lockdown. And the world government is promoting porcelain disease as a highly fatal infectious virus. Based on his understanding of the world government, there must be something fishy about this. But upon hearing Nero, he suddenly understood. He originally thought Fervans was unfortunate to encounter the world government, but it turned out the royal family inside was equally despicable. They're all a bunch of pure beasts. It's truly a match of equals, talented generals. How embarrassing. His own intelligence department knows less than his own majesty. Indeed, after Nikos lifted the lockdown policy, there are still many shortcomings. Haven't you read the newspaper lately? Fervans is currently locked down, and the world government's claim is that porcelain disease is highly contagious. Nanny, is Fervans going to be annihilated? Nero keenly sensed that the world government intended to kill and silence them. At this rate, it's highly probable. Julio nodded heavily. A country could just fall like that. Then are the prices of the vases going to rise? Yes, they probably will. Julio blinked. Rise in price? Your Majesty, a country is about to be destroyed, and you're still thinking about your broken vases? Not broken vases. Those are my rare, super rare, high-end vases. Nero realized something mid-sentence and quickly corrected herself. Besides, what does Fervans' annihilation have to do with me? Am I supposed to go support them? That's not the case. I am. Mainly the science department has also tested that porcelain disease is not contagious, and Fervans is rolling in riches. So everyone is planning to cash in. Is our country already this poor? Nero fell silent. Everyone is evil. Isn't it because you announced that you would buy high-purity gold without limits? The gold piling up in the city is enough for you to build a golden city. Then we can stop the purchases for now. All we need to do is let it fly. Julio gasped, and when he spoke again, it was with a serious tone. The country's income was once again in the red last year, Your Majesty. You need to keep an eye on the expenses. Mahahaha. Julio, you really know how to joke. I am one of the 4 emperors. How could I lack money? Just the tributes from those rats are astronomical, right? Julio's serious tone was too absurd, and Nero laughed heartily while holding her stomach. Silence. On the other end of the phone bug was a dead silence, and in the room, only Nero's laughter gradually faded. Red bean paste? Really? Red bean paste. Embezzlement? No. There will always be 1 or 2 big corrupt officials in a country. I command you to find him immediately. It seems the big rat is well hidden. No worries. When I return, I will definitely investigate thoroughly. Your Majesty, it may be difficult for you to find the big rat, but I have a book here, last year's expense catalog, which is about as thick as a dictionary when combined with the previous 2 years. Unroutable. Unroutable. I am the emperor. What's wrong with having a little hobby? So what if I spend more? Isn't it normal to live a bit luxuriously? Nero pounded the table, covering up her guilt. I am the face of the nation. Of course, I need good things to match me. Isn't it normal for good things to be a bit expensive? Let's not mention giving birth between women, Fishman Island, the sea train, and the underwater transparent tunnel for now. On the other side, Julio's breathing became heavy. Why did one of your paintings cost 1 billion berries? And 500 million for the wine? And what about that 300 million meal? Did you eat golden meat? There is indeed such a dish. Nero murmured softly. Anyway, now I need to select someone to go to Fervans. I might need to borrow your Majesty's name. Julio emphasized again, almost speaking word by word. No problem. We are all on the same side. My name is free for you to use. Nero forced a smile and took a sip of the red tea on the table. A cross appeared on the forehead of Nero's phone bug, and it was clear that Julio was still a bit upset about her response. I have already notified the finance department. Your Majesty, your daily allowance will only be 100 million from now on. Upon hearing this number, Nero immediately shouted, Nanny, what can this amount of berries do? Do you want to starve me to death? Anyone who could starve to death with 100 million berries a day should have died long ago. Julio also shouted back fiercely and then hung up the phone bug angrily. Moses? Hello, bastard. Nero slammed both hands on the table, causing teacups and teapots to fly a bit. Behind the bedroom door, Tom and the other 2 moved their ears away from the door, looking at each other in silence. After a while, Iceberg was the first to speak. When we get to Nikos, I will definitely work hard to build the sea train for Lord Nero well. The Frankie series as well. Frankie quickly added, See? I told you Nikos must be a good place. Tom said dryly. Heavens, I never knew that one day could equate to 100 million. If you had shown your financial power earlier, I might not have been able to handle it. Tom felt a bit of pain in his heart. This little detail had made these two kids eat well. Iceberg and Frankie, at this moment, were also no longer feeling uncomfortable. Bad news, outbound exchange, far from home. Good news, all expenses covered, unlimited budget. The first lesson in broadening horizons, the Emperor's pocket money. Chapter 73. Pre-war mobilization. How much longer do you two idiots need? You, am busy every day and have no time to watch your melodramatic misery. Nero kicked open the door and impatiently looked at the three of them. Is this venting anger? Yes, it is venting anger. Indeed, it is venting anger. Tom and the others muttered softly. What are you saying? The tyrant glared sideways. In nothing. X3, then let's set off now. You will take you back to NI. Vite, The original plan was to return to Mermaid Island first, bring everyone back to NICU's, and then deal with the negotiations with the world government. But if Stella and Hathaway return with the mermaids, you could fly directly over the Red Land, saving a lot of time. Holio mentioned he was going to make a fortune somewhere, right? Thinking of this, Nero's face brightened instantly. Now, immediately, march towards Fervans. Tom, Frankie, and Iceberg all had twitching eyes and were covered in black lines. They all knew the 180-degree turn in Nero's attitude was for a reason. At this moment, far away in the New World, Holio in NICU's side. That idiot king, not paying attention to such big news, Fervans had already been destroyed months ago, and the treasures inside had long been looted. Placing the hung-up phone bug on the table, Holio's expression showed no anger. Coupled with the reduction in pocket money, Emperor Nero would definitely go to the North Sea for Vans to make some extra cash. To be honest, as a minister to scheme against one's own monarch, it truly should not be. Holio clenched his fist and shouted at the nobles below. But this is all for a greater benefit. Oh, Exen, do you still want to hear that damned concert? No. Exen, recalling that locked door, the occasional torment, seems like a hellish painting. Do you really think this can go on? No. Exen, very well, comrades. Such things are about to become history, our redemption. The legendary god-level fruit, the silence fruit, has appeared in the sea. Oh. Exen, all departments, take action. It's time to show the strength of NICU's. This operation must be kept completely secret from the Emperor. Otherwise, that Emperor would absolutely not allow the user of this fruit's power to appear in NICU's territory. The morale had reached its peak, and the eyes of the crowd below were burning with flames. Now, the Minister of Science at the front was tearfully excited. Finally seeing hope? My zero-degree earplug version 9.7 can finally stop being developed. Clearly, there are still 26 research projects piled up, and I have to keep researching this idiot earplug. Old man, sob, wah. The Minister of Science pulled off his wig, the reflected light blindingly bright. Others looked on with sympathy. Who among them was not a victim? Remembering that cycle of hell, after the concert, I don't know why I sat at my desk, with a stack of documents. Someone cried out, "This isn't anything, it's a normal phenomenon." Then I spaced out, and when I came to, I was back at the Golden Theater, with the Emperor's singing in my ears. Then I opened my eyes, and it was the office again. I was in the office. Concert. Office. Concert. Office. That person covered his face, tears seeping through his fingers. Someone next to him patted his shoulder, expressing sympathy. This situation was indeed a serious case among everyone. That old hag, Doriel, said when she was running away, that the secret to living long is to stay away from the Golden Theater. How can I not know? It's all you idiots who spoiled that idiot Emperor. This remark instantly aroused dissatisfaction among the crowd, and they began to blame each other. Is it wrong for royal people to learn art and vocals? Then it should have been stopped in time when the Emperor first sang. You old thing, back then you and Duke Livward praised it the most. I still remember. Your Highness, only a small number of geniuses can appreciate the charm of art. Didn't you also say that the prince's voice is truly celestial? Rare in the world. I wish I could hear it every day. Has that wish been realized? Now, we can only mourn. Back then, the little prince only sang for a few minutes. Who knew it would now last for days? I'm getting old. My energy is really not what it used to be. I want to retire and make way for the younger generation, but can't. After retiring, I just want to enjoy, drink tea, walk birds, listen to music. Sobi sobi. I matey. I have to let my grandson read my documents to me. The nobles of NICUs have suffered from Nero's singing for a long time, pouring out their grievances endlessly. 3 days and 3 nights wouldn't be enough to finish. In the end, it was still Holy U who stood up to stop everyone's complaints. All right, our time is not abundant, and we must leave some room for error in case of accidents. If we fail this time, then there may not be another opportunity like this for the next 10, 20, or even 30 years. So, I announce that the operation to capture the user of the silence fruit officially begins. XN. Corazon has been very troubled lately, as the former celestial dragon and the current marine admiral Sengoku's adopted son. After witnessing the madness of his brother, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, he resolutely infiltrated the Don Quixote family, sending intelligence to the Navy. However, he has been having a hard time recently, as a new kid named Law joined the family, suffering from Lee disease and only has 3 years left to live. Having experienced the Frevans incident, this kid's mind has completely twisted, wanting to drag more people to hell before he dies. As a Marine, Corazon clearly cannot ignore this, but his current identity is still that of an undercover agent, making his role in such matters quite limited. He can only pretend to dislike the kid, trying to push Law away as much as possible. It would be great if he could leave like that. But with the news of the surgery fruit appearing and learning Law's full name, Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, Corazon had a new idea. He made a decision. He planned to let Law eat the surgery fruit, which would cure his Lee disease. But if he did this, he would have to betray the Don Quixote family, and his undercover mission would fail, as they were also targeting this fruit. Not hesitating for too long, he made up his mind, but he hadn't acted yet. Over there, Corazon with the silence fruit. Hurry up and catch him. Corazon hid behind a wall, tears streaming down his face. What on earth is happening? Chapter 74. Corazon goes to see he. Are you all right, Corazon? Doflamingo asked, suppressing his anger as veins spread from his forehead after all the pursuers had been killed. There was no reply. Corazon, who played the role of a mute in the Don Quixote family, merely nodded. Doflamingo didn't mind this, looking at the brother he had recently found, his expression somewhat complicated behind the red sunglasses. Having risen from the underground world, he had inadvertently learned that the NICU's empire was offering a bounty for the silent fruit or its user, which had reached 7 billion berries so far. And this long-lost brother was indeed the user of the silent fruit. As long as he handed him over, he could establish a connection with Nero among the 4 emperors. This would bring numerous benefits to the future of the Don Quixote family. Nero, the queen of NICUs, who held power and authority, did not value her influence in the underground world and only collected some symbolic protection fees. If he could become Nero's representative in the dark world, he would gain unimaginable advantages. Doflamingo was also very tempted by this brother, but as the young master of the Don Quixote family, he couldn't actively sell Corazon. So at this moment, Doflamingo's gaze towards Corazon was quite complex. Corazon, however, was completely unaware. Calmly, he took a lighter out of his pocket, lit a cigarette, and after successfully igniting his black feather cloak, he began to roll on the ground. Doflamingo was left speechless seeing his suddenly found brother. He didn't trust him much either. He kicked out, extinguishing the flames with a gust of wind, and saw Corazon, who had just stood up, fall flat on his back again. But after all, he was his last blood relative, and Doflamingo felt a bit complicated inside, memories flashing through his mind. His father, who had brought the family down from the Holy Land, oppressed by those around him, rummaging through trash bins for food, and their deceased mother. In the end, Doflamingo reached out his hand to Corazon, who was lying on the ground. After a moment of silence, Corazon placed his hand on Doflamingo's, stood up, and then they quickly released each other. Doflamingo did not look at Corazon and said, just stay in the family for now, don't run around. Someone has their eyes on you. Corazon looked at Doflamingo's profile. Still silent. He. It's nothing. Just out in a while, there might be a long-term task for you to complete, so be ready. Seeing his brother's complex expression, Corazon frowned slightly. Could it be that his identity was exposed? No, Based on his understanding of Doflamingo, if his identity as a Navy officer were exposed, he would definitely be dead by now. I have some matters to attend to. I need to go out for a while. Glancing at the still silent Corazon, Doflamingo turned his back and instantly disappeared from sight. Corazon watched Doflamingo's silhouette in the sky, beginning to ponder who had their eyes on him. Even Doflamingo now couldn't deal with it, and it seemed he had no intention of getting involved, coming from a force that could absolutely crush the current Don Quixote family. Forget it. No need to think about it. The most important thing right now is law. I need to find a way to cure his amber-lead syndrome. Corazon shook his head, as if trying to shake off these thoughts. 3 days later, in the Don Quixote family, Corazon secretly set sail on a small boat with a large amount of treasure. Frivance, a red giant dragon, violently landed on the ground. The earth shook, and a deep pit was smashed into the ruined city. A city just perished? Nero's dragon head peeked out from the pit, uncertainly looking around, feeling as if he might have gone to the wrong place. This doesn't look like a city that just perished, does it? The iceberg in his claws and Frankie were trembling and also uncertainly looking around. Don't worry, let me ask. Transforming into human form, Nero tossed the two onto the ground and pulled out a transponder snail from his broad chest. Julio? It's nothing. I just happened to arrive near Frivance and can help a bit. Nanny? You got it wrong. Frivance perished months ago. Then your pocket money. It's nothing. It's fine. I just happened to pass by, and it has nothing to do with Frivance. Red bean paste. Red bean paste. Mahahaha. Then remember to strengthen the training of the intelligence department. Don't make such a low-level mistake. Rest assured. How could I think of intercepting your achievements just because of lack of money? Okay, I understand. After hanging up the transponder snail, Nero calmly put it back. Looking at the country full of ruins, not even a scavenger could be seen. Wipe this worthless place off the map. Hey, Lord Nero, that is going too far. The iceberg hurriedly stopped him, while also calling out to Frankie. Hey, Frankie, don't you think so? If possible, I actually want to see such an attack. Frankie scratched his head, looking somewhat expectant. Idiot, is this the time to talk about that? The iceberg was speechless and had a black line on his forehead. Then you guys will have the pleasure today. Anyway, this place only produces toxic, or if it completely disappears, my vase could become even more precious. Nero puffed up his cheeks in anger. No. To erase a country from the map just for a vase is too childish, right? The iceberg persisted, but his tone was no longer as firm as before. Moreover, there are other surrounding countries bordering here, even if you can destroy this place. What if it accidentally affects other areas? Listening to the iceberg's earnest persuasion, Nero furrowed his brow in thought. Then it's their bad luck. Is that something a person can say? The iceberg's eye twitched, finally realizing that the person in front of him was one of the 4 emperors, a notorious pirate. Talking about collateral damage with a pirate indeed felt rather foolish. Enough. In any case, I've already decided. You all hurry to the nearby deserted island. I'll sink this place in 10 minutes. Lady Nero. Frankie raised his hand. What is it? Can I get a bit closer to watch? I promise I won't disturb you. Denied. But I guarantee you'll be able to see it clearly even from the deserted island. Frankie made a disappointed face. Chapter 75. Intelligence on the surgery fruit. The timeline and some subtle details may vary slightly and will not strictly follow the original timeline. The theme is daily life and combat, which will not affect reading. P.S. Asking is the butterfly effect. What is that? Frankie looked incredulously at the dark sky in the distance, where a striking red was particularly eye-catching. Hey, this is too exaggerated. Iceberg swallowed hard, sharing the same expression. The sky over Frivance was completely shrouded in dark clouds, with a heavy rumble of thunder resembling a prelude to the apocalypse. Crimson Dragon, Flame Bagua. In her half-dragon form, Nero raised the primordial fire, not swinging a sword as usual, but as if smashing down with a blunt instrument. The red flames intertwined with the unique thunder of Conqueror's Haki, rapidly descending from the sky. This was the roar of the sky, the horn of doom. As lightning and fire struck the earth, the ground began to collapse, and the high temperature accompanying this strike scorched the ruins to ashes, while continuing to heat and melt the land and rocks. Landslides and tsunamis The crimson flames surged towards the sky. I haven't wanted to try this for a long time. I never had the chance. Nero's face lit up, as if she had just finished a spa. Her previous unhappy expression completely gone. So comfortable. Drawing a long arc of flames in the air, Nero landed on the deserted island, happily saying, "So amazing. Big sister. Super amazing." Frankie danced with excitement. "In the future, I also want to build a ship as super amazing as Big Sister's." An unimaginable strike. Big Sister is indeed one of the 4 emperors. Iceberg also applauded in praise. "That's right. Show more respect to me. I am quite an impressive person." Raising her head, Nero always accepted compliments without reservation, and this time was no exception. "However, Iceberg, why are you also calling me Big Sister?" "Well, how should I put it? Seeing this scene, it just feels better to address you like this." Iceberg scratched his head awkwardly, feeling that this change might leave the impression of being sycophantic. "Muhahaha. Iceberg, you guy, I didn't expect you to be so perceptive." Nero laughed heartily, patting Iceberg's back, indicating that she liked such talented people. So shall we head straight back to NICU's now? "Big sister, aren't you in a hurry?" Iceberg smiled awkwardly, quickly changing the subject. There are priorities. I need to earn some pocket money first." Nero's head sank, pretending to ponder for 3 seconds. "But Frevans has already." "Where to next? Frankie and I are being carried around by you. It feels a bit." Iceberg expressed that while the sight of the Emperor transforming into a dragon was cool, being carried around like this was really embarrassing. "Don't worry. Just hang in there. I'll take you to Summer Island to see bikinis later. There are plenty of beauties playing by the sea all year round." Nero shot a sidelong glance, looking as if everyone understood her. Iceberg lit a cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke. "Frankie and I are carrying Mr. Tom's expectations. We set sail to experience a broader world. How could we refuse Big Sister's request? Bikinis don't matter. Mainly, we want to explore more. As for being carried around, a man can easily overcome this little difficulty." That's how it should be. Then the next plan is the surgery fruit that has been causing a stir in a small area recently. Is it a devil fruit?" Iceberg asked curiously. "Although it's called a treasure of the sea, isn't the price around 100 million berries? This is not an ordinary fruit. It's a high-end commodity that the world government is willing to pay 5 billion berries to acquire. If it falls into my hands, that price could easily multiply tenfold." Nero's eyes sparkled. Even for her, this was not a small sum. 500 billion berries? X2, Iceberg and Frankie's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as they exchanged glances, realizing that the surgery fruit was essential. Based on what they knew about Nero, they were sure she wouldn't treat them unfairly. Even if they did nothing, Nero would casually give them a hefty tip after the job was done. "Let's go now." The two went from being reluctant at the start to now being full of momentum in just a minute. Very good, but there is still a small problem." Nero nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with their attitude. "Just state the small problem directly, Big Sister. To avoid any accidents, we should set off as soon as possible." Nero scratched her head a bit awkwardly. "It's just that I don't know where this fruit is right now." Iceberg and Frankie instantly collapsed to the ground, shouting in disbelief. "Is this a small problem? Don't worry. I don't have 0 clues." Nero waved her hand quickly. "Currently, the Navy, the world government, and pirates are all eyeing this fruit. Among them, the most prominent group of pirates surely knows the whereabouts of the surgery fruit. It's relatively easy to gather intelligence on a pirate crew." "What is the name of that pirate group?" Iceberg held his head in pain, suddenly feeling that this plan was becoming unreliable. I think they are called the Tang. Candy Drink Family?" Nero crossed her arms and rested her chin on her hand, uncertainly saying, "It can't be that name, right? How could anyone have such a strange name?" "It sounds like a third-rate company selling cheap health products," Frankie interjected sarcastically. Anything can happen on the sea." All right. Do they have any other characteristics? Like the captain or a nickname?" Seeing the topic about to drift, Iceberg quickly stepped in to mediate, trying to confirm this pirate crew from another angle. The captain, I seem to remember, is called Diaphil, and the nickname is King of Cards? Little ghost. Nero clasped her hands around her head, trying hard to recall the intelligence she had heard before. It shouldn't be such an ostentatious title as king. Could it be Little Ghost Diaphil? That name sounds a bit feminine. Iceberg frowned and analyzed. Upon hearing this, Nero suddenly seemed to remember something. Right? I heard she loves to wear pink clothes and red sunglasses. So my reasoning should be correct. Iceberg nodded, continuing to think. I think so too. Nero nodded in agreement. And Diaphil has blonde hair and loves to wear high heels. With so many characteristics remembered, why is the name and pirate crew such important information? So ambiguous? Hey, Nero stuck out her tongue and lightly tapped her head, acting cute. Chapter 76 Minion's Birdcage on the snow-covered Minion Island in the North Sea. Corazon, who successfully acquired the surgery fruit, held up the small heart-shaped devil fruit. Be happy, Law. This is the fruit that can save your life. Law's expression was grim. Most of his body had turned white, and his face was flushed with an unhealthy color. With his body at its limit, Law struggled to say, even if I eat this fruit, it might not cure me, right? What are you talking about? It will definitely cure you. Without regard for Law's wishes, Corazon forcefully shoved the fruit, worth 5 billion berries, into his mouth. Come on, eat it, quickly. Law kept struggling. Wait, it's so disgusting. What are you saying? If you eat it, you'll get better. Corazon held his chin down. Chew it and swallow it. Eat it. Swallow it all. Law's struggles were in vain, and finally, under Corazon's insistence, the entire fruit was forced down his throat. His eyes bulged as he nearly choked, pounding his chest continuously until the surgery fruit was finally swallowed. A strange sensation washed over him as he looked at his white hands. Mr. Corazon, I'm not ready to become a user yet. You just... Before he could finish, Corazon's tall body collapsed with a thud. Mr. Corazon? Law approached in confusion, only to see blood seeping from under Corazon's black cloak, staining the white snow. It was then that Law realized something was wrong and quickly turned Corazon over, shocked to find 7 or 8 gunshot wounds on his body, bleeding profusely. Get better. Get better. Stop the bleeding. Law cried out desperately, but it had no effect. Haha, didn't I say? This fruit isn't magic. It doesn't work like that. Corazon smiled contentedly, noting how much Law had changed since they first met. At least he would never have shown such an expression before. Listen to me, Law. Here is some information. Deliver it to the naval surveillance ship stationed at the west coast, and you can save a distant country called Dressrosa. But Mr. Corazon, I hate the Navy. Don't overthink it, Law. Just hand it over to the Navy and leave this island. Corazon struggled to grip Law's hand, managing a faint smile. Then we can travel the world together. But Law did not smile, looking worriedly at Corazon, and eventually agreed. Watching Law's departing figure, Corazon smiled and leaned against the wall, barely managing to sit up. Not long after, he saw Law, accompanied by Don Quixote, going out on a secret mission, and Virgo, dressed in a naval uniform, returned. Virgo wasted no time and immediately tore open the confidential information Law had given him. Then he kicked Corazon in the face with tremendous force, collapsing the wall behind him. So you're the traitor, Corazon? Virgo, enveloped in armament hockey, transformed into a purplish-black figure. You dare betray the young master? As he read the information, Virgo's expression grew increasingly grim. Give it back. Give me the information. Corazon still attempted to reclaim the information. It was too important, crucial to a country's fate, and he instinctively wanted to take it back. I see, if you really let this information get out, the family might really be doomed. After finishing the information, Virgo's tone was laced with relief. What a rare coincidence. Give it back. Corazon continued to shout. Another kick landed on his chest as an enraged Virgo unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on Corazon, venting his fury. Corazon, mister? Hey, Virgo, let go of Mr. Corazon. Law, witnessing this scene, tried to intervene, but it was futile. Virgo recognized Law, who had already joined the Don Quixote family. Since you've joined the family, you must show respect to your elders. Call me Mr. Virgo. The two turned from one punching bag into two. Quickly, both were left gasping for breath, lying in the snow, unconscious. Virgo took out a din mushy. Moses, is that you, young master? Here's the situation. On the other side of Minion Island, the Don Quixote family had also landed. So that's how it is. This guy Corazon. Doflamingo held the din mushy, the veins on his forehead deepening. I hope Corazon and Law are okay. There is only one breath left. Maybe half a breath? Virgo looked at the two lying on the ground, the surrounding white snow stained red with blood. That's good. They absolutely must not die like this. Especially Corazon. As Doflamingo spoke, he unleashed threads into the sky as a precaution. Bursting like fireworks, they neatly enveloped the island, forming a birdcage. The surgery fruit and Corazon. They both have immense value. Doflamingo laughed, thinking this might be the best outcome. He could use the pretext of justice to trade Corazon as an item, and the expansion of the birdcage meant the surgery fruit would soon be his. Ha! This double blessing made him laugh uncontrollably, while the others around fell silent, too afraid to make a sound, thinking Doflamingo was merely laughing out of anger. Yes, young master, I'll take my leave now. My current condition isn't suitable for disappearing for too long. Virgo nodded, oblivious to the situation. Just tie them up. In this birdcage, they can't escape. Virgo turned back, surprised to find Corazon and Law had vanished. Frowning, he was about to search for them when his dissatisfied clicking was heard by Doflamingo, who immediately guessed the situation. Have they escaped? No matter, the outcome won't change. He smiled nonchalantly, knowing that in this birdcage, no one other than the Don Quixote family could survive. So you're Doflamingo? Just then, a man appeared ahead, clad in dark armor, carrying an exaggerated giant sword on his back. This man, whose face resembled that of a fierce beast, grinned to reveal sharp teeth, yet spoke with unexpected politeness. Hello, I am Lord Lorky Gearenfield of the Niku's Empire's Winter Island. I heard the user of the Silence Fruit is here with you, right? Chapter 77, the transaction of the user of the Silent Fruit. A big shot has really come. Don Quixote Doflamingo's forehead was sweating. This guy in front of him was terrifyingly strong. Do you know me? Ha. I didn't expect I had some fame outside. Lorchy felt a bit proud upon hearing Doflamingo's words. Although NICUs had been established for many years, due to the nature of noble work, it was always tied to the land. Therefore, very few outsiders knew about NICU's intelligence, even for a general like him. Cough. Don't flatter me. The user of the Silent Fruit is called Rosinante, your brother, right? Lorchy laughed a few times, but quickly realized something and stopped laughing. Well, it might cause you brothers to part, but I guarantee, as the Winter Lord of NICUs, he will absolutely not suffer the slightest grievance in NICUs. Seeing the anxious look on the man in front of him, Doflamingo secretly understood. It seemed that the Silent Fruit was even more important to Nero than he had imagined. This general in front of him clearly looked like someone who wouldn't negotiate. Lorchy, noticing Doflamingo's silence, began to feel anxious. He really didn't want to resort to force unless it was the last resort. This matter was truly unreasonable, so he directly revealed his final bargaining chip. Additionally, we are willing to pay 5 billion berries. How about that? Hey. So generous? Doflamingo's mouth stretched into a grin. However, Rosinante, also known as Corazon, is currently on the island carrying out a mission. Let us talk again after he finishes, all right? What mission? I can help. Lorchy interrupted. What mission? Is it dangerous? Don't let anything happen. He was now NICU's hope. You might not believe it, but 20 minutes before I left, everyone managed to gather 5 billion. Not even counting the 7 billion from the underground bounty pool. Just a small task, no danger at all. Doflamingo waved his hand to reassure Lorchy. As for the 5 billion, we don't need it. Our Don Quixote family hopes to obtain a pirate flag of His Majesty Nero, and we also need time for a final farewell among brothers. His words made sense. In such a short time, Doflamingo had already planned everything. That guy Corazon didn't care much about that little brat Rosinante, right? Then let us use Rosinante as leverage to make Corazon obediently go to NICUs, to strive for greater benefits for the Don Quixote family. As for Rosinante's lead disease, it can be treated with the surgical fruit we will obtain later. As long as we secure Rosinante as a hostage, everything will be fine. A seamless and perfect plan. That, the pirate flag. However, Lorchy, who was unfazed by the 5 billion, unexpectedly hesitated when he heard Doflamingo wanted the pirate flag. This attitude made Doflamingo's heart tighten. This condition was already generous enough. Yet obtaining a Yonko's pirate flag was so difficult? That's right. Just a pirate flag of His Majesty Nero will do. No need for 5 billion. and the Don Quixote family will also provide generous rewards every year. Upon hearing this, Lorchi realized he misunderstood and quickly waved his hand. It's not about that. Nikyu's is richer than you think. It's just, may I ask what you intend to do with His Majesty's pirate flag? Doflamingo fell silent, unable to gauge this person's intentions. After thinking for a moment, he decided to speak frankly. I heard that the Nikyu's empire has vacancies in the Dark World, and I am willing to fill that void for His Majesty Nero. The Dark World? Lorchi was a bit confused, but quickly reacted. Are you talking about those rats? Ha ha ha. The Dark World? No problem. Probably no problem. I can't make the decision alone. I need to discuss it. But there shouldn't be any issues. Lorchi threw an arm around Doflamingo's shoulder. The pirate flag, in the end, should also only be used for the underground. Dark World. Feeling Lorchi's disdain for the Dark World, Doflamingo for the first time truly sensed the might of the Yonko as he planned to march into the New World. The things he had spent years laying out, even having to lower his head to obtain, were just garbage in the eyes of others. It wasn't a vacancy of power. It was that they didn't look up to it at all. He. Doflamingo chuckled in a low voice. If I have the chance, I really want to see what kind of person His Majesty Nero is. Hearing this, Lorchi laughed. If there's a chance. If there's a chance, definitely. Then I should go find Rosinante. Lord Lorchi, please wait a moment. It's fine. It's fine. After a pause, Lorchi added, but it's best to be within 10 minutes. For some reason, he always had a bad premonition, but this was the North Sea. After thinking about it, Lorchi didn't pay much attention, but still set a time limit. Hey, that's enough. Doflamingo laughed exaggeratedly, and the members of the Don Quixote family quickly dispersed. Then let us see each other later. Nodding slightly, Doflamingo took to the air, searching for Corazon and Rosinante's figures. Meanwhile, the escaping Corazon had already mentally prepared himself. In his view, he felt that he was unlikely to escape death today, but Rosinante still had hope. The question he was contemplating was, if Rosinante remembered him in the future, it would be better if he had a smiling face, right? Thinking of this, he looked at Rosinante in his arms and decided that for the time being, he would face him with a smile. When Rosinante opened his eyes, what he saw was Corazon's comical smile, which immediately surprised him. Patting Rosinante on the head, Corazon activated the silent fruit ability. This is a special use of the silent fruit. From now on, any noise you make will not produce any sound. Putting Rosinante into the treasure chest, Corazon explained. Those pirates' personalities will not let go of these treasures because they are just that kind of people. Then what about you, Mr. Corazon? Rosinante opened his mouth, but did not make any sound. Corazon understood his confusion. It's okay. We might sever ties this time, but Doflamingo won't kill me. In the end, Corazon made a V sign with his hand, rolling his eyes upward, and with his comical clown makeup, his smile appeared very amusing. I love you. Rosinante. After saying that, he closed the lid of the treasure chest, and in the distance, he could already see the figures of the Don Quixote family cadres. He needed to attract the attention of others to buy more time for Rosinante's escape. Chapter 78. Navy Corazon. No, Rosinante. I never expected my own brother to betray me. Don Quixote Doflamingo aimed his gun at Corazon, the veins on his forehead bulging. He had always known that he and his brother were not on the same path. The other's personality was just like that damned father, sickeningly gentle, but ultimately, such a blatant betrayal ignited a nameless rage within him. He raised the handgun slightly, aiming at Corazon's head. His voice filled with suppression. I never thought I would kill my own blood relative for the second time. Corazon, with a cigarette in his mouth, leaned against the treasure chest where Law was hiding, reaching into his inner pocket. He stared at Doflamingo, pulled out a handgun, and slowly disengaged the safety. Memories of being adopted by Sengoku flooding his mind. He grinned exaggeratedly. Codename 01746. Navy Headquarters, Lieutenant Colonel Rosinante. Don Quixote Pirate Crew, Captain Don Quixote Doflamingo. I infiltrated to stop the tragedy you are about to cause. I am the Navy. The veins on Doflamingo's forehead spread to the corners of his eyes. And though he said nothing, everyone could see his anger. Seeing his reaction, Corazon scoffed, and bumped the treasure chest behind him with his head. Sorry, Elite. I didn't want to be someone you hate. It seemed like he was speaking to Doflamingo, but in reality, it was his last words to Law inside the chest. You think that after all this, a few words of apology will make everything fine? Beside him, the Don Quixote family's officer, Gladius, a Paramecia-type exploding fruit user, roared in anger. Doflamingo also thought Corazon was speaking to him, as if something was gradually slipping out of his control in a place he couldn't see. Stop with the boring jokes and answer me 2 questions. Where's the Op know me? Where's Law? A smirk crept onto Corazon's face. Law has already eaten the Op know me. He has now become a devil fruit user and has successfully escaped from the cage. Bang! A gunshot made Corazon gasp as Doflamingo shot a hole in his calf. But Corazon still forced a smile. Now he has escaped, protected on a Navy ship. Doflamingo. Law. He has already escaped your control. At that moment, in the sky, Buffalo flew over with Baby 5, young master. The Navy just sent word that they are protecting a young boy. Why didn't you say so earlier? This is already the fastest speed. TCH. Doflamingo's expression darkened. Prepare to set sail. We must capture Law at all costs. Then he looked at Corazon, a wicked smile forming at the corner of his mouth. As for you, cheer up, Rosinante. I won't kill you. A big shot has taken an interest in your devil fruit ability. Your identity as a Navy officer will become my greatest leverage. And as for that brat Law, I will definitely get my hands on him. What does it matter if you have the Navy identity? If you offend the big shot you speak of, you won't fare any better, will you? At this point, do you really think I still care about a life? Corazon's eyes began to blur as he looked at Doflamingo. It seemed that things had taken a new turn. And Law, what do you still need him for? For you to do your job without worry, Law. The chip you are willing to give your life for is a good choice, isn't it? Doflamingo put away his gun. Next, you will work hard for me. And also, don't aim your gun at people if you can't shoot. You are just too much like your father. Hey, Doflamingo, what do you mean? Corazon shouted. Try to gain more information. Well, you'll find out soon. That big shot's minions have arrived here, and you'll see how to speak. Doflamingo's words were interrupted, and his expression became serious. What's going on? He rolled up his sleeves, exposing a section of his forearm. Is the hair standing on end? Hey, Doflamingo. My heart is racing for some reason. Toripole, the Paramecia-type sticky fruit user, said anxiously. And the slime is dispersing, as if trembling. Others also began to express their discomfort, as if their bodies were afraid of something. Take Corazon with you, abandon all treasures, and retreat at full speed. Retreat to where that Law guy is. Doflamingo decisively issued orders. At this moment, on the distant shore, Loki looked at the red comet streaking across the sky. His face also darkening. Hey, is this for real? Wait, what happened? You all. Only Corazon still didn't know what was happening. But hearing that Doflamingo and the others were unwilling to take their treasures, he breathed a sigh of relief. Law was really okay now. Huh? Can't you feel it? This chilling. Gladius impatiently shouted at Corazon. Before he could finish speaking, a wave of heat hit them, and everyone from the Don Quixote family turned to look at the source of the heat. A burning figure had unknowingly descended beside them, a long tail of flames shooting into the sky, and even the birdcage in the sky had unknowingly melted away. Is this the place? The remaining 500 billion? The little dragon man Nero stood up straight, looking around. Is this the Emperor Nero? No way. How could such a big shot appear here? I can't breathe. What kind of monster is this? We're going to die. We're going to die. We're really going to die. This is really bad. I never expected Corazon to have attracted the Emperor Nero. Doflamingo's body trembled as the stark difference in life levels was laid bare before him. This kind of monster was not something humans could defeat. How could this happen? Of all times. You are the leader of the Don Quixote family? Don Quixote is quite a mouthful. Nero looked at the flamboyantly dressed guy, with a pink feather cloak, red sunglasses, and blonde hair. They all matched, and this easily misunderstood feature had thrown the iceberg off course. Meanwhile, Corazon was overjoyed. Is this the big shot Doflamingo spoke of? What a surprise. If he could connect with such a big shot, then Law would really be fine. His identity as a Navy officer surely wouldn't matter. Corazon immediately prepared to speak. Seeking help from Nero. Doflamingo noticed Corazon's change, and felt a sense of alarm. He should have killed this guy earlier and searched for the silent fruit in the sea again. Now everything is over. If Nero gets angry, then his Don Quixote family would probably be no different from ants in the eyes of this being. Just then, Nero spoke. Then where's the remaining no me? Huh. Chapter 79. Adventure Wait. Wait. Surgery fruit? Corazon covered his head. The story was full of twists and turns. How did it seem like Luo was about to die? Doflamingo also covered his head in the same manner. If the surgery fruit could bring Nero's protection, he would be willing. But what about the surgery fruit? Oh, right, Corazon just said Luo ate it. So where is Luo? The Navy is protecting him. Even if he is not with the Navy, can a fruit turn into a little ghost? And would Nero accept that? Doflamingo turned his head. Next to him, Nero was pointing at Pika's head. Wearing a mask in front of the Emperor is so disrespectful. Take your head off and give it to me. Huh? Pika was confused and instinctively looked at Doflamingo. And this sharp voice made Nero burst out laughing. Moo ha 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 ha. Don't worry, I'm just joking. But your voice, it's completely different from your body shape. Moo ha ha ha. This one do. Doflamingo felt that even if he handed over Luo, there would be problems. Sweat was beading on his forehead as he asked, "That Lord Nero, aren't you looking for the silence fruit? Nanny? What's the silence fruit? You want it? Can you tell me more?" Nero frowned, realizing things were not simple. I misspoke. Doflamingo immediately realized the problem. The person wanting the silence fruit was not Nero, but that man, the general of NICU's, Lorky, personally took action, so it seemed that the one wanting the silence fruit should be someone high-ranking in NICU's. No, it could even be a group of people. But Nero was completely unaware. Was this matter being kept from her? Rebellion? Surprise? Or something else? Doflamingo was unclear, but understood that he and the Don Quixote family had been drawn into this vortex. Every word spoken next would determine the future of the family. Imperial power or nobility. Rosinante is my brother, and he is also... Doflamingo pointed at Corazon, carefully choosing his words, speaking slowly. Wait. Suddenly a rough shout came, and a figure rolled and crawled like an out-of-control wild boar, rushing towards them. You? Lorky? How'd this guy come here too? Nero felt a jolt in her heart upon seeing the newcomer. Yo, your majesty. What a surprise to see you here. Dust flying and sweating profusely, Lorky finally stopped in front of Nero. Indeed, it's quite the coincidence to run into you here. Nero's response was a bit stammering. This guy, he wouldn't be here to snatch the silence fruit, will he? Lorky wouldn't be here to steal the surgery fruit, right? The two exchanged glances, but didn't notice each other's panic. Muaha. Apologies, we will never give up this fruit. X2 laughing. Both made up their minds simultaneously. Lorky, have you finished your business? If you're done, hurry back. Claney just got rescued and needs you as her father to take care of her. Nero took the initiative, hitting Lorky's sore spot right away. G.U.H. Lorky covered his heart, his body seeming to be struck by an arrow. Indeed, as Nero said, he should be with his daughter right now. But what I have to do is also for Claney, to protect her future. Let the foolish emperor's tyranny end in our generation. No, it's fine. Your Majesty, you personally taking action makes me feel very at ease. For a straightforward man, the insincerity in these words seemed ready to overflow. Nero naturally noticed his unusualness, furrowing her brows and stroking her chin, looking at Lorky with suspicion. There is a suspicious smell here. Where's it suspicious? Ha. Lorky scratched his head and laughed, unable to meet Nero's gaze. Everything about you is suspicious. You must be hiding something from me. Nero took a few steps sideways towards Lorky. Look me in the eye. Lorky turned his head awkwardly to look at Nero's eyes. His flickering gaze embodied the phrase, not a single silver in this place. Stop it. Your Majesty, what are you saying? I can't understand it all. Your voice even turned into a monotone. Come clean. Nero grabbed Lorky by the collar, and it seemed that there was more than one culprit in this situation. I said there is nothing going on. But why are you here, Your Majesty? Lorky broke free from Nero's grip, trying to change the subject. Nero suddenly realized her own motives were not pure either. The surgery fruit is obviously an income for NICUs, and this emperor came over early to intercept for pocket money, which absolutely cannot be exposed. Lorky looked at Nero's reaction and sensed something was off. Like this? Are you planning to hide something from us again? Your Majesty? Nanny? How can you slander me like that? I'm not planning to do anything. Shush. Now it was Nero who didn't dare to look Lorky in the eye, turning her head and whistling two off-key notes, feeling guilty. This look, so suspicious. Role reversal. Now, it was Lorky looking at Nero with a strange gaze. I have nothing suspicious. Your Majesty, how long do you think we've known each other? Since childhood, every time you lie, you end up like this, come clean. Otherwise, I might just trade whole Leo. Lorky narrowed his eyes, pretending to take out a din mushy. No. Nero stretched out her hand. You have things you're hiding from me too, right? Lorky paused, his expression changing. Then let us make a trade. I want to pursue it, and you want to either. How about we rely on our own abilities for the rest? Nero proposed a compromise, and Lorky pondered for a moment before agreeing. Your Majesty, it seems our goals are the same. Let us compete fairly. I'll count to 3 and we'll strike together. No cheating afterward. Of course. But is that okay? Nero revealed a smug smile. What's not okay? I'm so much stronger than you. In any competition, I have a much greater chance of winning. Lorky grinned, showing a mouthful of sharp teeth, his smile confident. Fool, do you think I taught you my swordsmanship? Every teacher will keep a trump card hidden for moments like this. Stubborn as a dead duck. Chapter 80 Individual Goals, then 321. With the words falling, the figures of Nero and Lorky instantly vanished from their original spots. The ground suddenly began to collapse. 2 cracked pits appearing where Nero and Lorky had been standing. Dust flew up, and the snowflakes in the sky were blown back up by the raging storm. Got it. X2, the fluffy sensation in their hands, made both of them smile simultaneously. It seems you have won. X2, the two, turned around at the same time. Looking behind them, Doflamingo and Corazon felt a wave of dizziness, their vision being violently pulled. It felt like their heads were falling from a height. And at the last moment, they had an emergency brake. If it weren't for the power supporting them from behind their collars, they would definitely have fallen to the ground. What happened? Corazon said in confusion, breaking the silence. He raised his head and made eye contact with Doflamingo in Nero's hand, surprisingly seeing a lifeless expression on the face of this inherently evil brother. Is that what you wanted? Your Majesty, weren't you here to capture Rosinante? Mwahaha. Ha. Awkward. An indescribable awkwardness. It felt like a row of crows flew by in the sky, cawing idiots. Well, if your Majesty has nothing else, I'll take my leave. Lorky lifted Corazon, smiling like a fool. It's fine, but that guy in your hand seems to be dying pretty fast. If there's anything to do, I recommend doing it while it's hot. Nanny? Lorky looked at Corazon and, just as Nero said, it seemed he wouldn't last long enough to get on the ship. This is trouble. Do you guys have a doctor? The members of the Don Quixote family looked at each other, and in the end, it was Doflamingo in Nero's hand who spoke up. I am a user of the string fruit, and can temporarily stitch his wounds with strings, enough to prolong the time until we find a suitable doctor. Yeah, you can do that? Then get to it. Nero let go of his hand, wanting to send Lorky away quickly. Yes. Doflamingo tidied up his clothes slightly. Feeling that the eaves were too low, he felt not only was he lowering his head, but also bending his back and knees. However, thinking of the humiliations he experienced in childhood, Doflamingo felt that lowering a bit more was not unacceptable. His 5 fingers moved slightly, and white threads intertwined with Corazon's body and internal organs, soon halting the deterioration, and his complexion improved significantly. Not bad. Now it's fine. Lorky, like weighing a piece of pork, raised Corazon to his eyes with a satisfied expression. Wait, I want to take one more person. Please. Just as Lorky was about to leave, Corazon grabbed his collar again. Hey, kid, don't push your luck. Lorky firmly grabbed Corazon's wrist, his expression unfriendly. Do you really think you're a philanthropist? Making wishes here? But on Corazon's comical clown face was a determined expression. Otherwise, I want to cooperate with whatever you guys want to do. You brat, are you threatening me? The beast bared its fangs, and the pressure from the predator loomed over everyone except Nero. Do you think I am who? Lorky's expression hardened, planning to show this ignorant guy a bit of color. After all, thanks to Doflamingo's stitching with strings, he wouldn't die immediately. Forget it. Is it that little ghost in the treasure chest over there? Let's take him and hurry. Nero waved his hand impatiently, signaling them to take him away while emphasizing, but the treasure is not allowed. That belongs to you. To the Don Quixote family. Yes. Lorky nodded slightly to Nero and then smiled wickedly at Corazon. You, once we're on the ship. Suddenly recalling Corazon's ability. Lorky changed his tone. Once we're on the ship. You better take care of yourself, little ghost. The members of the Don Quixote family were all dumbfounded. Corazon then released the power of the silence fruit, and Ro pushed open the lid of the treasure chest and crawled out. Mr. Corazon. The oppressive feeling from Nero and the current scene made Ro appear somewhat timid. Is that little ghost suffering from lead poisoning? Nanny? That infectious disease? Lorky placed his hand on the sword hilt, glaring at Ro. Smelly brat. Stay away from your majesty. You guys dare to. Wait. Lead poisoning is not contagious. Corazon quickly explained. Doflamingo, standing nearby, also spoke up to help explain. That little ghost has lived with Corazon for so long without any problems. Shut up. You damn pathogens. Turn to dust for me. Lorky, hearing this, still showed no signs of change. There are priorities. As long as there's a slight chance that it could infect Nero, that's a death sentence. Don't worry. Lord Lorky, what they said is true. The so-called infectious disease is just a lie from the world government and the Fravan's royal family. Nero's hand pressed on Lorky's sword hilt, not allowing him to draw his sword. Let go, your majesty. This is one matter I cannot compromise on. Lorky's expression was serious. Please step onto the ship to let the royal doctor check you thoroughly. As for these pathogens, I guarantee they won't leave a speck of dust. Calm down. You has eaten the red dragon fruit. There is no germ in this world that can survive and use flames. Nero raised his voice, stopping Lorky, joking that use 50 billion could just be thrown away like this. This shout also successfully brought Lorky back to his senses, and he quickly knelt on one knee with his head lowered. I'm sorry. It was my rudeness. It's okay. You were just worried about you. So you acted this way. Nero waved his hand dismissively. By the way, I have another task to assign to you. I brought back 2 excellent shipwrights from Water 7, and they're nearby on Niku's ship. You can take them back directly. At your command. Lorky nodded in response. Originally, to save time, he had come alone half a day early. He didn't expect that afterwards, the ship would run into His Majesty again. Glancing at Corazon, Lorky felt a sense of emotion. This really is quite lucky. Lorky was carrying a big one on his shoulder and holding a small one in his hand, his figure gradually disappearing. Nero finally let out a sigh of relief and turned to Doflamingo. So what about the surgical fruit worth 50 billion? P.S. I kindly request all the big shots to raise your hands and click the little yellow button. If you can watch an ad and give a power of love reward, that would be even better. Duong, Duong, Duong. Chapter 81. Successful deal, counting the past of Don Quixote Doflamingo. It can definitely be considered legendary. Born as a celestial dragon, he stood at the pinnacle of all things as a god since childhood. If it weren't for his father insisting on living among ordinary people, he wouldn't have ended up like this, being beaten, scavenging for food in garbage heaps, and even losing his mother because of it. Even after killing his father and holding his severed head, that group of celestial dragons still rejected him. So Roger truly created a wonderful era. Freedom, slaughter, chaos. One day, this world will undergo even more earth-shattering changes, and those celestial dragons who rejected me will eventually be pulled down from their pedestals. I will not fall until that day comes. Bang! A tremendous pressure hit his right cheek, a red beast claw stepping on it, causing his skull to emit a strange wail. Did you say the Op Nomi was eaten by that little brat just now? Nero stood on Doflamingo's head, the scarlet magic patterns flickering, and the pressure emanating from her body was infused with a deeper, malevolent magic. Were you asleep just now? Did you really let him go just like that? Or do you find his actions amusing? Absolutely must not be angry. The one who survives is the victor. The conqueror's haki within Doflamingo began to surge uncontrollably, attributing everything he was experiencing to the evolutionary nourishment. This is only temporary. before that group of celestial dragons experiences the same hell as I did. His unwavering belief made the conqueror's haki within Doflamingo surge even more. Oh! Nero tilted her head, intrigued by Doflamingo, while the dragon tail behind her swayed, seemingly restless. However, in the next moment, Doflamingo's aura of dominance completely fell silent. He. Of course, I wouldn't mock Lord Nero. The reason I didn't stop Law is also because Lord Nero doesn't value the op no me, right? Trying to show off your cleverness in front of Law, but it's just a devil fruit, after all. It's dispensable. Then, Lord Nero. What you want is probably berries, right? The heavy pressure on his head made Doflamingo tremble slightly as he spoke. I can offer you a large amount of berries. All I need is for you to grant me a pirate flag, allowing me to operate in the underworld. Underworld? Are you talking about those sewer rats? You really can't get on the stage from start to finish. Nero lost interest in the underworld as soon as she heard it. She had no desire to understand those cockroaches lurking in the shadows. Just as Nero was preparing to end him, the name Doflamingo abruptly stopped her action. 50 billion. Nanny? Nero's ears perked up at his words, vaguely understanding his intent, and she asked with some uncertainty. As long as you grant me a pirate flag, the Don Quixote family can submit 50 billion berries annually as a usage fee. Even a moldy sewer needs someone to clean it regularly, right? And there are quite a few devil fruits that only circulate in the black market. Feeling the pressure on his face lift, Doflamingo realized he had made the right bet. The op no me wasn't important, nor was the op no me. Nero simply wanted to find her own wallet. Even a lucrative underworld wouldn't catch her eye, which created this opportunity for him. At the same time, Doflamingo confirmed that Nero was not someone who would overturn the seas. She was as lofty as the celestial dragons. No, even higher than them. However, the only thing that puzzled him was the aura he felt earlier, a chaotic malice akin to the end of days. A devil fruit? And 50 billion. Nero flicked her tail. This condition indeed intrigued her. How will you prove your worth? There are plenty of third-rate pirate crews all over the sea. Someone like you could be crushed by a brick thrown in a new world. 1 month. In 1 month, I will present corresponding results, and the Don Quixote family has about 200 billion in savings, which can be considered the deposit for the first year. Doflamingo sat up, but did not stand. Instead, he knelt on one knee, bowing his head deeply. Nero nodded. This guy had some substance, so it wouldn't hurt to take a look. In 1 month, you must show your results to you in Nikus. And about the devil fruit. You is only interested in the Gomu no Mi right now, if you can obtain it. I might even acknowledge you as a subordinate pirate crew of the Rose Emperor. Yes. Doflamingo lowered his head even further. He had temporarily passed this hurdle. Whether he would soar to great heights or sink from here depended on the subsequent plan. Nero walked to his side, her dragon claw gently resting on Doflamingo's shoulder. Don't let you down, Doflamingo. I will definitely satisfy you. Doflamingo took out a black card from his pocket, holding its edges with both hands, and respectfully handed it to Nero. 200 billion will be deposited into this card within 3 days. Please accept it, Your Majesty. Nero took the black card, her expression finally relaxing. Now this trip wouldn't be in vain. Work hard. You is an open-minded emperor. As long as you demonstrate sufficient value, use rewards will be unimaginably generous. Doflamingo bowed his head again, quickly pledging his loyalty. Nero ignored him and furrowed her brows in thought. Her recent changes seemed increasingly evident. Her earlier words had almost come out instinctively. The Nero before setting sail years ago would never have spoken like that. Nero looked at her palm. The hidden qualities beneath this shell made even I'm fearful. But should she delve deeper into development? Nero was somewhat uncertain, but ever since coming down from Mariejois, her changes, or rather, that quality seemed to have increased. Evolution? Even she couldn't quite understand it. She glanced at Doflamingo and closed one eye. A new era. You all will be heading to the new world next, right? You needs a good night's rest. Today, let's take a favorable wind ship. Shaking her head, Nero dismissed the thought from her mind. Those matters had nothing to do with her. She had basically gotten everything she wanted, standing almost at the pinnacle as a human, lacking neither power nor wealth. The era that Roger spoke of, the revolution, she had no interest in it now. In the following time, she just needed to enjoy herself. The world government, the 5 elders, let Roger and the person waiting take care of them. Chapter 82. Vice Admiral Cranum. That person on the ship must be Little Crane, right? Nero sat on Doflamingo's Flamingo ship, looking back at the relentless pursuit of the Navy. Yes, Ms. Crane said she has been chasing us. Monet, who recently joined the Don Quixote family, nodded behind Nero. I am impressed. Just this small group can be chased by Little Crane. Your intelligence department is doing pretty well. Thank you for your compliment. Monet bowed her head in gratitude, seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm in Nero's words. However, Nero ignored her as the distance to the warship closed, and she saw Vice Admiral Crane at the bow of the ship. Crane-chan, it's you. The Emperor's majesty instantly diminished as Nero jumped up and waved her hands at the stern of the ship. Crane at the bow also saw Nero's figure, covering her face with one hand while raising the other to signal to stop firing. Cease fire, don't waste any more shells. Seeing Crane's helpless expression, Cheyenne looked at the bouncing figure and asked uncertainly, Crane, is that person Nero from the 4 Emperors? Ah, yes. She really looks young and lively. Cheyenne found it hard to express, as Nero was also quite famous in the swordsman circle, especially in recent years. Her title as the world's #1 swordsman has gradually gained wide recognition. The mystery of the dragon not showing its tail, combined with the title of emperor, gave Nero a very high reputation. Moreover, it is said that another strong competitor for the title of #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, was once defeated by Nero. Sigh. Crane sighed helplessly. Encountering Nero this time meant the mission was a failure. Then, Crane, what should we do next? Cheyenne knew that this mission would likely be abandoned, but still felt a bit unwilling. We have an undercover agent embedded in the Don Quixote family. We must at least get the person back. Crane closed her eyes. Let's go forward and try to negotiate. Inform Admiral Sengoku of the current situation as well. Yes. The Pink Flamingo pirate ship sailed parallel to the warship on the sea. The 2 sides on the pirate ship were clearly divided, with Nero and Crane sitting opposite each other on the white square table sofas. Crane-chan, how about leaving the decaying Navy and coming to Niku's to work under you? Nero took a sip of red tea and forked a piece of strawberry cake in her mouth, asking somewhat indistinctly, Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty, but I have no plans to leave the Navy for the time being. Crane's reply was formal and even a bit respectful. She knew a little about the internal intelligence regarding Nero from the world government, understanding that this emperor was about to become very different. So in terms of details, she held a mindset of hoping to avoid mistakes. Muahaha, pretending to be serious. If Little Crane could be 20 years younger, no? Even 10 years younger, I would marry you. Nero admired Crane, who, although aged considerably, still showed traces of her former beauty. Don't joke around, Your Majesty. If Princess Stella hears about this, she would be angry. It's fine. Stella is very generous in this regard. Even you sometimes thinks she is too generous. Nero puffed up her cheeks, angry. I've heard that sometimes Stella treats me like a child. Clearly, I've already become a qualified adult. Both sides were filled with black lines on their foreheads. How did it suddenly become a family discussion? Just as Nero was about to go on endlessly, Crane quickly interrupted. Wait, we came here to discuss important matters. What you said is also very important. Then, Your Majesty, can we discuss my important matter first? I will accompany you no matter how long it takes after this. Well then, Crane maintained her composure on the surface, but inside she already felt a sense of exhaustion before the negotiation even began. So, Your Majesty Nero, we hope you can return Colonel Rocinante. Crane got straight to the point, knowing this was the most efficient way to deal with Nero. Rocinante? Greek milk unknown. Nero thought for a moment, confirming she did not know this person. It's Corazon, Cheyenne reminded. Greek milk is Greek milk. You has never heard of this person. Nero shook her head, her silly hair on top swaying as well. He is the younger brother of Doflamingo behind you, who likes to wear clown makeup and dresses in the same black feather coat as Doflamingo. Doflamingo? Where is he? After some time together, Doflamingo had learned how to respond to Nero. So, facing Nero's question, Doflamingo directly replied, Your Majesty, Rocinante is the one taken away by General Lorky. I see. Then Crane-chan, you might as well consider him dead. Nero's nonchalant attitude made Cheyenne behind Crane widen her eyes in shock, reflexively placing her hand on the blade. You say that again. Before she could take any further action, she was pressed down by Crane. Your Majesty Nero, is there any possibility of negotiation left? Sorry, Crane-chan. You know, I never interfere with these matters. Nero's expression was indifferent, although she admired Crane. That little bit of admiration was far from enough for her to personally harm the interests of the nobility. Is that so? I understand. Crane closed her eyes, realizing that despite Nero's usually friendly demeanor, the positions of both sides had always been very clear. Since Nero said so, there was no room for maneuver. In that case, we won't disturb you any longer. Then see you later. Nero waved her hand without retention, intending to take a break and fly directly back to Niku's. Crane, are we really just going to leave like this? Cheyenne frowned and lowered her voice. Shut up. Do you know who you're dealing with? The 4 emperors. If we go to war with such a person, even the admiral cannot act recklessly. Crane surveyed the area, finding that most others shared the same thoughts, and shouted sternly. Perhaps Nero's demeanor was too approachable, causing her group to lose their sense of awe. These were not just any random people they could capture. If a real fight broke out, they would all perish, and Nero would remain completely unharmed. In the distance, the pirate ship gradually disappeared from sight. Cheyenne stood beside Crane, still feeling unwilling. Crane, do we really have no chance at all? Crane fell silent for a moment, seemingly recalling something. I once used my fruit ability on Nero. Do you know what the result was? I remember it can create an impulse for a fresh start in the mind. Did it not work on Nero? Cheyenne asked curiously. Crane's eyelids drooped, still feeling a chill to this day. It had no effect at all. Nero didn't even use hockey. What I touched then was something deeper than darkness. Corruption. Corruption? Cheyenne frowned at the mention. Chapter 83, Encounter Yo-ho-ho-ho. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Bing sake, delivered to your side. The sea breeze is carefree, riding the waves. A red giant dragon bursts out of the pure white clouds, with an endless ocean below. Have we finally arrived in a new world? Speaking of which, singing a song in the clouds really has its own charm. Nero makes a 180-degree turn, his belly facing the sky as he begins to glide. Next time, I want this effect at the Golden Opera House too. And the singing from a sea seems pretty good as well, Siren Nero. It might be worth a try. Turning around and diving straight towards the sea, just before hitting the water, Nero's dragon wings flap fiercely, propelling him back into the sky. The surface of the sea splashes up in huge waves, splattering against his dragon body. It's so cool and refreshing, I've decided. I'll have the Minister of Science start researching this when I get back. At this moment in Niku's scientific base, the minister suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. However, turning to look at the fully automated origami machine he had just completed, the Minister of Science chuckled and rubbed his nose. Now, there are only 21 piled-up projects left. It seems that the little request from His Majesty is just that. This genius will soon finish them all. Coo-hee-hee-hee. Coo-hee-hee-hee. What the hell? What is this fully automated origami machine? Did I waste my time on such a stupid invention? Kicking the machine that was as tall as himself, the Minister of Science let out an angry roar. Next time, I will never make such a useless, stupid invention again. A sneeze. On the other side, Nero suddenly sneezed for some reason. Why is my nose suddenly itchy? I should be catching a cold now, right? Rubbing her nose, Nero muttered to herself. And suddenly she saw a black appearing in the distance on the horizon. Her dragon eyes narrowed as she spotted a large whale. Is it Newgate? I haven't seen him in years. Let us go say hello. On the other end, Whitebeard also saw Nero, pausing his drinking hand and showing a look of disdain. Old man, your body needs to be well taken care of now. You must limit your alcohol intake. Marco was still chattering away when Whitebeard interrupted him. Shut up. Where is there a pirate that doesn't drink? Also, prepare for the impact that is coming. Nanny? Marco was confused, but he tensed up and prepared for the impending impact. It wasn't until he followed Whitebeard's gaze that he noticed a red meteor had appeared in the sky without him realizing it. When he finally saw what it was, his face turned green, and he immediately turned back to shout to the others. Everyone, hold on to something secure. The impact is coming. Be careful not to get thrown out. Whitebeard put down his flask, picked up his polearm, and stood up to get into position. In the sky, Nero transformed back into her dragon form, and upon seeing Whitebeard, she couldn't help but laugh excitedly, clenching her fists and shouting, "Whitebeard!" Whitebeard also showed a knowing smile, just about to respond loudly to Nero when he heard the latter half of her statement. "Hand him over. Hand Whitebeard over to me." The smile instantly vanished, and Whitebeard's mouth turned down. "Why did you suddenly call me by my nickname? So you're still thinking about my beard, huh? Damn brat." The polearm clashed with Nero's fist, causing the giant whale ship Moby Dick to plunge down sharply, and then the shockwave from their attack spread outwards. Many people managed to dodge the first impact, but couldn't escape the second, getting thrown out and falling into the sea. The two didn't exert too much force. They just held each other off for a moment before stepping back. "Mwahaha, Newgate, where's your golden hair? Why are you wearing a bandana?" Nero suddenly pointed at Whitebeard's forehead and burst into laughter, as if she had just noticed the change in him. "Nero, what are you doing here?" Marco said with a deadpan expression, lowering his eyelids. It's a pineapple. Sashi doesn't care. Who's a pineapple? Marco, after all these years. Shouldn't you remember my name by now? Next time for sure. Marco Pineapple. Damn, you didn't remember at all, did you? Marco transformed into his sharp-tongued form, ranting wildly. "Nero, what brings you to me? Are you here to challenge me?" Whitebeard's polearm shook, interrupting their conversation. "Challenge? That is quite a lofty way to put it. I just happened to pass by and ran into you as soon as I returned to the New World." Her tail slammed against the deck with a thunderous bang, the alluring magic gradually filling the surrounding space. The red gem-like eyes surveyed Whitebeard's body, noting that his physical capabilities were starting to decline. At 60 years old, he could already be considered an old man. Moreover, there would no longer be a battle between you and me, that kind of so-called equal situation. "What are you talking about? Damn it, are you underestimating me, old man? This is the Whitebeard Pirates." Before Whitebeard could react, the others behind him erupted in outrage. Whitebeard himself lowered his head, the shadows on his face obscuring his expression. But the suppressed anger was evident to anyone. "Are you saying I can't even be your opponent?" Conqueror's hockey erupted, scattering the clouds in the sky, causing monstrous waves on the sea, and cracks appeared on the wooden deck. "Answer me, little girl." "Mwaha, don't be angry, Newgate." Nero waved her hand dismissively, laughing nonchalantly. In an instant, Newgate's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked Nero, "What did you do?" Nero revealed a mysterious smile and shrugged. The reason Whitebeard was so surprised was that the Conqueror's hockey he released had instantly vanished. This was the first time such a thing had happened in his long pirate career. Most of the incredible abilities encountered at sea could be attributed to the powers of devil fruits, but hockey was different. It was the nemesis of devil fruits. That is why Whitebeard was so shocked at this moment. Could it be that Nero had developed a special ability over fruit? Can even hockey be influenced? Or perhaps, thinking of the second possibility, Whitebeard's expression suddenly became serious. Rather than believing the second guess, he preferred to believe the first. It's very simple. This phenomenon is not the first time you've seen it, right? Nero shook her tail and tilted her head, smiling like a mischievous child. "The Conqueror's hockey between you and me will never clash again in the future, so there is no need for us to fight again to determine a victor." Whitebeard tightened his grip on the polearm, falling into silence for a moment. Chapter 84. The Death of Odin. What does it mean that there won't be a hedging phenomenon? Marco's mind took a moment to catch up, and he instinctively blurted out. Nero didn't answer, and Whitebeard remained silent, staring blankly at Nero. After a while, Whitebeard spoke up. "Nero, what on earth happened to you?" Is that the question?" Nero was a bit surprised. She thought Whitebeard's emotions would be more intense. Conqueror's hockey represents a person's spirit. Although I've lived quite comfortably these past few years, and my Conqueror's hockey has declined somewhat, it hasn't reached the point of breaking. Whitebeard's expression was serious. The force that just broke through the suppression of my Conqueror's hockey couldn't possibly be just ordinary Conqueror's hockey. "What kind of devilish power have you been carrying from before?" Have I been seen through so quickly?" Nero scratched her head. "Actually, I'm not too sure either. Ever since I came down from Mariejois, Some potential within me seems to have been fully awakened. When did you go to Mariejois? Whitebeard asked, puzzled. It was during that time with Tiger. I just want to join the fun. You, really or something? Whitebeard found it hard to express himself after hearing this. So you have thoughts about the world government now? No way. I really just wanted to join the fun. I just want to enjoy life freely now. After all, in terms of class, I'm different from you guys. I'm a true emperor. Nero waved her hands, indicating that she had no intention of overturning the world. Besides, I'm about to become a celestial dragon. How could I possibly smash my own rice bowl? Celestial dragon. Wait, are you saying you want to become a celestial dragon? Whitebeard reacted, looking at Nero in shock. You want to become that kind of trash? The other members of the Whitebeard pirates also lost their composure. The idea of becoming a celestial dragon was unheard of on the seas. How rude. I won't become that kind of trash. It's just an added identity, and some things will be much more convenient, Nero said angrily, expressing her dissatisfaction at being called that kind of trash. Huh, aren't you one of the 4 emperors? What else could possibly be inconvenient for you? Marco still hadn't recovered from the shock. There are plenty. For example, I can drink tea brewed by Sengoku in Marineford, eat snacks made by Garp, and have Tsuru massage me. Can you do that, Newgate? This. Marco was speechless. Even their father couldn't possibly do such things. But if Nero obtained the identity of a celestial dragon, it seemed like she really could. Even so, you would still be bound by the celestial dragons in the future, right? Whitebeard frowned. If things developed this way, he would have to consider what would happen if he ever faced off against Nero. Impossible. I will become a celestial dragon in NICUs. Nero pointed to the sky. Those guys seem to be afraid of this strange power within me. Although Nero referred to those guys, Whitebeard knew who she was talking about. The celestial dragon rulers sitting on their empty thrones, whom he had heard Roger mention before. Does your full name really not have a D in it? Whitebeard asked curiously. To him, no one seemed more like a D than Nero, the so-called enemy of the gods. Nero Claudius. My name doesn't have that strange letter. Nero crossed her arms, clearly uninterested in the D. I see. Then let's skip this topic for now. I just want to ride the seas with these idiot sons of mine. Whitebeard sat down with a thud and took a couple of swigs from the nearby jug. By the way, do you know Odin? I heard he died, and it was pretty pathetic. Nero showed little reaction. Pathetic? Gwaha. It really was very pathetic. Too pathetic? Whitebeard laughed heartily upon hearing Nero's evaluation, tears sparkling at the corners of his eyes. Nero had regained her composure, her expression slightly cold. I once warned him that when he returned to Wano, it would still be possible, whether it was Rayleigh or Jabba, they should be willing to lend a hand, right? But he chose the only dead end, ending his life in the most ridiculous way, and the country fell into Kaido's hands. Nero, how dare you? How dare you insult Lord Odin like that? Captain Aizu of the 13th Division stepped forward, looking angrily at Nero, as a retainer of the Odin family. He couldn't tolerate Nero's words. It's Aizu. You still look as good as ever. Nero didn't pay attention to his words, and instead blew him a kiss as a tease. You, this guy. Aizu's forehead was filled with anger, and he trembled as he reached for the gun at his waist. All right. Whitebeard raised a hand to stop Aizu and looked at Nero. It seems you didn't mention yourself among the candidates just now. Because even if you send me a distress signal, I wouldn't help. Nero's eyelids drooped, and she casually sat down on the ground. Because I am the emperor. Odin was also the heir of a nation, and on the pirate ship, Rose Nero was his partner. But once off the ship, we are both leaders of our respective countries. We should both be responsible for our own nations. Newgate, you should know this, and you must think the same way. So even after learning this news, I didn't let the Whitebeard pirates attack Kaido. Whitebeard fell silent and took a few more gulps of strong drink. Odin was once my sworn brother, and later he went with you guys on Roger's ship to Laughtail, and then returned to Wano. With a dark expression, Whitebeard took another couple of swigs. Just as you said, that guy made the dumbest decision. Not only did he not seek your help, but he also didn't seek mine. By the time we received the news, that idiot Odin had already been dead for years. Putting down the jug, Whitebeard wiped his mouth and looked into Nero's eyes. I am a pirate. Responsibilities and obligations have nothing to do with me. If Odin were still alive, the Whitebeard pirates would not abandon any family. But he has long been dead, and I will not allow my family to die in a war of revenge. Old man, Izu, with tears streaming down his face, looked at Whitebeard, unable to speak. Others also comforted him, patting Izu's shoulders and back. A true pirate wouldn't act like this. Newgate, children need to stand on their own. Nero also stared unflinchingly into Whitebeard's eyes, her words striking at the painful spot in Whitebeard's heart. Chapter 85 Reputation under the pressure of UMU's Conqueror's Hockey. Among the people on this ship, it seems only the division commanders can remain clear-headed, right? Nero scanned the disgruntled crowd, her gaze lingering momentarily on each division commander. She couldn't recognize everyone, so she could only judge based on strength. Thus she paused and added, some division commanders. What did you say? Bastard. Don't think that just because you are one of the 4 emperors, you can dictate to the Whitebeard pirates. Then come and try. Let's see if your so-called Conqueror's Hockey can defeat us. Nero no longer looked at them, but shot a meaningful glance at Whitebeard. Without you, they would just be a mob. Whitebeard was left speechless, equally worried about the future of the Whitebeard pirates. However, he was still alive, and during this long future ahead, he believed his group of foolish sons could stand on their own. Whitebeard's silence led others to misunderstand, and the atmosphere on the ship suddenly became strange. Noticing this, Whitebeard suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. Gururara, so what? I am Whitebeard. Idiotic sons. Carry my name and have fun on the sea. We're not just a pirate crew. We are family. Old man. The atmosphere perked up again, and Nero squinted her eyes, feeling a bit speechless. Well, that's not a problem. Considering your physical condition, you should have a long time ahead. Nero raised her chin. At least this, coconut pineapple has great potential. The Phoenix is a top-tier mythical Zoan. It's Marco. I can't stand you. Marco was somewhat reluctant to retort. It was one thing to misname him a few times in a few minutes, but to call him wrong every time, and each time differently. MMHM. Next time for sure. Nero grinned mischievously and casually replied to Marco. In truth, she could remember Marco's name, but every time she saw his strange head, she couldn't help but want to call him Pineapple. Let's put aside the boring stuff, kids. It's time for the feast. Whitebeard looked at Marco with a satisfied smile, but it quickly vanished as he shouted loudly. Upon hearing that familiar line, Nero felt a moment of disorientation, a sense of nostalgia washing over her. Then hurry up and bring out the good wine and dishes. Today, let you all witness the drinking capacity of a giant dragon. Raising her hands high, Nero shouted along, showing no awareness of being an outsider. This statement left everyone somewhat speechless. You really have no manners. Yeah, the atmosphere was just tense a moment ago. However, if I can get the giant dragon drunk, I could brag about it for life. Don't say that. If it really happens, I should engrave it on my tombstone. I feel a bit fired up. I'm already fired up. A real man should reclaim his honor at the drinking table. The topic gradually shifted to a strange place, and everyone looked at Nero with eyes that held 2 blazing flames. Nero responded with a disdainful smile and firmly waved her thumb downwards, causing the atmosphere to reach its peak. One more. It's just rinsing my mouth. I can still drink. With the last person collapsing, only Nero and Whitebeard remained conscious on the deck. Mwahahaha. Gurura. Newgate. At your age, is it really okay to drink this much? Nero's face was flushed as she held the wine bowl, looking at Whitebeard with a sly smile. Yellow-haired girl, this amount of wine is just to moisten the throat. Whitebeard wiped his mouth and nodded at Nero, indicating that this was just the beginning. You really dare to say that? Where their gazes met, it seemed as if sparks were flying. Let you see the truth in your words. E.M. Whitebeard. After a few more barrels of wine, both of their faces turned even redder, and Whitebeard drunkenly spoke up. Speaking of which, that intern from your pirate crew has started to show his talents. Intern? Hick Nero spat out a fiery dragon's roar, leaning against a barrel, somewhat confused as she looked at Whitebeard. That kid with Roger's straw hat. The red-hair brat. Whitebeard spoke haltingly, with a bit of slur. Is it Shanks? I see. Has that guy finally made a move? And Buggy. I wonder how those two are doing now. Upon hearing the familiar names, a silly smile appeared on the drunken Nero's face. Gulyalu, Buggy is that red-nosed brat, right? I haven't heard of him, but I heard that red-haired brat robbed a ship from the world government recently. Whitebeard took a couple more swigs before continuing. But you don't know this news? It was all over the newspapers a while ago. You is the emperor. There's so many things to be busy with every day. How could I pay attention to the newspapers written by those birdmen all the time? Nero lay sprawled on the deck in a carefree manner, her cheeks flushed, gazing at the starry sky with a dazed look. However, that Shanks kid going to rob a world government ship? That's really unexpected, given his personality. I heard some rumors. It seems he did it for a special devil fruit. A devil fruici. No way, no way. Shanks is a traditional swordsman. He wouldn't touch these things unless there was something special, let alone go out of his way to rob. Nero waved her hand with a smile, indicating that it was impossible. But there are indeed exceptions. Newgate must have heard Roger mention it, right? What do you mean? Whitebeard propped himself against a few empty barrels, the sea breeze sobering him up a bit. It's that legendary fruit, the mythical Zoan, human fruit, Nika. Nero raised her hand towards the sky, as if trying to grasp the stars above. Reputed to be the fruit of a god. Shanks and Roger believed that the so-called liberator, Joy Boy, would bring true change to this sea. At this point, Nero scoffed and lowered her raised hand, seemingly dismissive of this legend. The liberator, Joy Boy, Whitebeard leaned against the ship's mast, his eyes glazed over, non-committal to the topic. Chapter 86. A few things about NICUs, what? Your Majesty, what do you say you want to become? Horio's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he looked at Nero in disbelief, feeling that it was utter nonsense. Originally, he had been happy to attend the long-awaited court meeting today, but for some reason, the talented Rocinante arrived even before the Emperor at NICU's. Given his understanding of His Majesty, after being out for so long, a concert was probably unavoidable, but Rocinante's appearance seemed to save the day like a savior. So, until the morning court, almost all the nobles were in a good mood, until the foolish emperor announced the new news. Celestial dragons? When did that happen? As he aged, Horio's migraines grew worse, especially when he saw the foolish emperor sitting on the throne with a nonchalant expression. Regarding the time Tiger freed the slaves, well, that wasn't an important matter. It would be better to help you consider whether a milk bath or a rose bath was better when soaking with Stella later. Nero's expression of not wanting to waste time on trivial matters completely enraged Horio and the other ministers. Wasn't that just a while ago? Facing the furious roars of the ministers, Nero fell into deep thought. Didn't I tell you? Forget it. It's not an important matter anyway. Very important. You fool. How can I explain that those guys from the world government are blocking the palace gates every day? The problem lies with you. Horio rolled his eyes and roared at Nero, showing his sharp teeth. Got it. You don't have to shout so loudly, Lord Horio, Nero said as he dug in his ears, wearing a face full of indifference. It's just the identity of a celestial dragon. Why make such a fuss? It's giving me a headache. This is not just a simple identity of a celestial dragon. It will not only affect NICUs, but also cause a huge uproar worldwide. Do you understand? Nero wrinkled his nose in disdain. Is there any downside? Horio paused. Well, there isn't really. But are there any benefits? There should be some, right? Then I clearly did a good thing for the country. Why do I have to listen to you criticize me here? After asking 2 questions, Nero immediately perked up, pounded the armrest of the throne with his small fist, and looked at Horio with a displeased face. This. Horio was at a loss for words. It seemed that this was indeed the case. But such matters were like when his daughter silently received an acceptance letter from Tsinghua University, and even when the admissions team came to their home. The old father was still half clueless, until the daughter returned after 2 months of travel, casually mentioning that she was the top student in the province, and then asking how the conditions from Tsinghua were. It was a good thing. Indeed, it was a good thing. But by the time the old father found out, he was already so confused that he could only vent his emotions through roaring. However, he couldn't say such things directly, so Horio could only look at Nero with a resentful expression. Nero turned his head away from him and happened to make eye contact with the eager Minister of Science. Minister of Science, do you have anything to report? The Minister of Science took a step forward, held his head high, and spoke in a slow, noble tone. Of course. Your Majesty, our fully automatic origami machine and the wood that ignites and produces 7 colors of flames have been successfully developed. What is that? It all sounds like a pile of useless junk. Nero tilted his head, unsure of the purpose of these things. Calm. Calm down. Minister. After all, Nero was now the emperor. Hitting the monarch is a great disrespect. Nero's words easily severed the last thread of rationality in the Minister of Science, causing the already slightly insane old man to go into a rage mode. Old. This sight made Nero on the throne shrink back, blinking in confusion and asking, what is wrong with the Minister of Science? How can you still ask that? Faced with Nero's complete lack of memory, everyone was speechless, trying to hold onto the Minister of Science's rampaging body, but unable to stop his tears of fury. Ugh, this is so troublesome. Anyway, I don't care anymore. That's it. Court dismissed. Court dismissed. Between comforting and understanding, Nero chose to let it go. After all, everyone would forget about it in a while. As for why the Minister of Science was like this, he could ask Heather later to find out. If it really was his problem, he could just treat tonight's concert as compensation. After saying that, Nero didn't care about everyone's reactions and slipped away from the backstage. Stella was still waiting for him. He didn't have the time to argue with this group of people. Nero bounced away, while the Minister of Science was still in a fit of explosive rage. Mr. Corazon. Rose suddenly woke up with a start, drenched in cold sweat, sitting up in bed, gasping for breath. Hey, Ro, are you awake? Rocinante, who had removed his clown costume, greeted him with a normal expression. Did you have a nightmare? After calming down, Ro realized their current situation and, frowning, relaxed his expression. I recalled some unpleasant things from the past. Don't worry, we are free now, at least relatively. Rocinante lit a lighter, and amidst the swirling smoke, his expression was also relaxed. That day, you saw the might of Emperor Nero. Even 100 Doflamingos tied together wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Mr. Corazon. Don't call me Mr. Corazon. Call me Mr. Rocinante. Ro, we have left the Don Quixote family. Rocinante held Ro's shoulder and gave him a big smile. Okay, but I wanted to say, Mr. Rocinante, your clothes are on fire. Ro squinted, speechlessly pointing at the thick smoke rolling off Rocinante, whose half-body was engulfed in flames. It's so hot. So hot. Help me quickly. In an instant, Rocinante was rolling on the ground. Okay, I'm coming. Good. Mr. Rocinante. Fool. Is this really the time to worry about these things? Chapter 87, The Seven Warlords Pulu. In the office of Admiral Marineford. The din-din mushy had rung several times, but Sengoku had not answered for a long time. This encrypted contact method, after a long while, he finally trembled as he picked up the din-din mushy, his voice shaking just like his hands. Moshi is a Shamigwa? Sengoku could easily feel the passage of time. In that 1 second of waiting for a response, his thoughts were swirling, feeling both too long and too short. He suddenly wanted to hang up, fearing that the voice on the other end was not the familiar one. Fortunately, a familiar voice came through. Dezambe, this is Xiaomigua. Everything is fine at the moment. The boy suffering from lead poisoning has been successfully rescued. Then there was silence. Both sides did not know what to say, their hearts turbulent yet silent. Finally, it was Rocinante who spoke first. Sorry, Dezambe. I worried you. And the undercover operation has completely failed. Idiot. It's just great that you're safe. After those 2 sentences, both of their emotions calmed down significantly, and the conversation became smoother. By the way, there's one more thing. Do you remember a Navy officer named Virgo from this operation? Virgo? Sengoku recalled the Navy officer who always had strange things stuck to his face. He had a pretty deep impression. What's wrong? Does he have a problem? He is an undercover agent from the Don Quixote family, embedded in the Navy. Nanny? Sengoku slammed his fist on the table, surprised that Don Quixote Doflamingo had actually placed an undercover agent in the Navy. That guy had disappeared since the Minion Island incident. It seemed he must have known he was exposed. Frowning, Sengoku's expression darkened. As for Doflamingo, he should have completely hooked up with Nero by now. What about Dressrosa? Rocinante clenched his fist, crumpling the newspaper in his hand. The most prominent part of it was that the Don Quixote family had occupied Dressrosa, and Doflamingo had become the new king. It was unclear what means Doflamingo had used, but the world government intended to recruit him as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Sengoku seemed hesitant to speak, his words carrying a sense of difficulty. The 7 warlords of the sea? What is that? Razanandi asked in confusion. They are 7 legally recognized pirates with notoriety and strength, promoted by the world government to restrict other pirates. Sengoku's tone grew increasingly somber. The existence of the 7 warlords was a significant blow to the morale of the Navy. Sure enough, Razanandi exploded upon hearing this. What do you mean by legal plunder rights? How can that possibly restrict pirates? Doesn't that just encourage those pirates' arrogance even more? Sengoku listened quietly as Razanandi vented, and eventually, Razanandi also calmed down. Sorry, Dezonbe, you must have worked hard for this too, right? It's fine. Once the Navy becomes stronger, these pirates will ultimately be brought to justice. The situation had already been set, and Sengoku's words were uncertain whether they were meant to comfort Razanandi or himself. But you are now in the territory of the Yonko Nero. Can you still come back? That's not a problem. I've already been exposed here. Razanandi scratched his head, looking at Lorchi in the distance. Nanny, isn't your situation very dangerous then? Not really. Rather, the treatment here is beyond my expectations. Aside from not being allowed to leave, there's no issue with regular communication. Aren't they afraid? Sengoku sighed halfway through, thinking about the unimaginable vigilance and exclusivity of the capital city of Nikos. Aside from nobles, even agents sent to collect intelligence could only buy newspapers that circulated internally. Each one costs 20,000 berries, and most are already outdated. To buy the latest ones, one must enter the city. But outsiders are charged 10 million berries just to enter. The Navy can't afford that. These are just some basic trends. And Sengoku couldn't help but feel irritated as he rubbed his forehead. Razanandi and that boy suffering from lead poisoning should be the first outsiders to settle in the capital of Nikos. Since that's the case, you should stay in Nikos. Just report some local basic trends. No problem. But is basic trends enough? Since we've come here, it's a rare opportunity, should we? No need. Nero Claudius's identity is about to change significantly, and such actions are not very appropriate. Identity? Razanandi was puzzled. How could Nero's identity change? This matter is currently under strict confidentiality, and only a very small number of high-ranking officials know about it. You just need to know that Nero will soon be leaving the ranks of pirates. With the conversation reaching this point, Razanandi had no intention to continue asking. Since Ro was still young, growing up here could also be a good choice. After ending the call and returning the den mushi to Lorchi, Razanandi suddenly felt that directly borrowing the den mushi from him, although he had the silent fruit, was somewhat. How did it go with your family? Did you report your safety? Lorchi patted his shoulder. The observation hockey that could predict the future couldn't quite make out what this kid was saying. So it seemed that His Majesty's concert would really depend on this kid a lot. You really don't care about my identity as a Navy officer. Your emperor is still a pirate, right? Ja-ha-ha. It's fine. It's fine. Nothing to hide. Lorchi laughed heartily, patting his back again, recalling the time he saw Nero in Minion. Nero, who had fallen from the sky to the ground, was completely different from before. That seemingly world-devouring demonic aura sent chills down his spine. Doflamingo and his crew were still not strong enough, so they didn't feel it deeply, but he was different. If it really came to a fight, Lorchi was uncertain whether he could last 3 moves against Nero. After all, he was a master who could contend evenly with Rayleigh, the Dark King. Even the pressure from Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido combined probably wouldn't match what he felt for Nero back then. He could be certain that Nero had reached an unimaginable realm, especially after the recent Celestial Dragon incident. It wasn't about granting the Celestial Dragons this identity. Rather, the world government had taken a step back. Lorchi had a vague sense that with Nero in charge, the Nikos Empire might already be on par with the world government. Razanandi looked at the indifferent Lorchi and suddenly felt a renewed interest in Nero, the most mysterious emperor among the Yonko. Chapter 88 Prelude to the Ceremony. Isn't it a bit too extravagant to change clothes specifically for this? In front of the dressing mirror, Heather was combing Nero's hair after a bath, responding skillfully to Nero's complaints. Does your majesty dislike this new outfit? That's a different matter. I still like the clothes. The white silk feels very comfortable, and the golden and ruby collar matches my aesthetic perfectly. Oh, then isn't that great? Your Majesty likes the new clothes, and the minister's efforts aren't in vain. Your Majesty, please lower your head. Picking up a red satin ribbon from the table, Heather began to braid Nero's hair. I already said it's a different matter. Wearing this outfit for such an occasion is too wasteful. At the very least, it should make an appearance at my concert to be perfect. I really like the new clothes, but I'm quite unwilling for this occasion. Don't move your head. Nero, shaking her head, finally drew Heather's displeasure. She pressed down on Nero's head, slightly increasing her tone. Yes. Nero immediately quieted down, obediently waiting for Heather to busy herself on her forehead. Seeing Nero like this, Heather softened her tone. Moreover, your Majesty's becoming a celestial dragon this time will surely be seen by the whole world, right? That should be the case. Oh, then compared to your usual heroic attire, your Majesty's beautiful side is more suitable for such an occasion, right? Nero lowered her head, pretending to ponder, trying her best to suppress the corners of her mouth, attempting to be humble. Muhaha! Indeed, previous newspapers and bounty notices only showcased my brave side more. Nero raised her hands, letting Heather help her take off the bathrobe and change into the silk gown. It's time for the world to understand my side as the goddess of beauty. I'm very satisfied with this gown that symbolizes prosperity and passion. After changing, Nero lifted the red cape behind her, which had the golden emblem of the NICU's kingdom. And this, your Majesty. Heather took out the last pair of golden leg bindings and tied them around Nero's thigh. Then she saw that Nero, who was initially reluctant, was now posing wildly in front of the mirror. As expected of me, I'm starting to fall in love with myself. Heather, do you think I can add some headpieces on top of my head? Shaking her head in front of the mirror, Nero now felt that her outfit was not grand enough. Oh, wait, I still need to wear the crown. Other hair accessories would be inconvenient. Then my wrists are still bare. I think I can add a pair of golden bracelets. The one with emeralds embedded in it is quite nice, and it closely matches the color of my eyes. Nero pointed at her own eyes with her index fingers, looking at Heather's helpless eyes, pointing again. Your Majesty's beauty is already enough. Too many accessories would detract from your Majesty's charm. Only this relatively simple outfit can present your Majesty's original beauty. Heather refused Nero's request to increase her workload and switched to flattery mode. Only a dazzling jewel like your Majesty can support this outfit, letting the world understand what beauty is. The grand release made Nero extremely satisfied with this statement. That's right. My beauty is already enough. The goddess of beauty doesn't need extra adornments to prove herself. So I don't need the crown either. As long as I make an appearance, it will be enough to astonish the world. Nero happily spun in place, while Heather felt like hitting her. TSK, really hard to deal with. Heather, did you say something? Oh, nothing, your Majesty, although the crown still. There is still enough time. So Heather began a new round of coaxing. Persuading. She told Nero about the importance of the crown and how it was a couple's item with Stella, and finally managed to convince Nero. Minister Holio, your Majesty Nero, is it already this time? Lord Satan asked me to inquire how much longer you need. Spandane rubbed his hands, looking humble as he asked Holio. It is well known that NICU's is a family business, and the relationship between the nobility and royalty is inseparable. Facing Nero, who was about to be crowned as a celestial dragon, he dared not have even the slightest sense of superiority. Didn't you see that even Lord Satan from the Five Elders came out specifically for this matter? Such a thing is simply unheard of. The bounty notice for Nero Claudius Palace is as if it never existed. The pirate kingdom of NICU's is about to become the homeland of the celestial dragons. For someone like Spandane, who mingles within the world government system, if anything goes wrong in such an occasion and he offends someone he shouldn't, then he can basically forget about his future. So his attitude was exceptionally humble, as he clearly did not understand the relationship network here. As a woman, what is wrong with your Majesty taking a little more time to prepare for her crowning as a celestial dragon? Holio stroked his mustache, exuding noble temperament. He glanced sideways at Spandane, snorting lightly. Doesn't this show that my Majesty values this ceremony? Can't you wait this little bit of time? Or do you think you can treat my Majesty with indifference? Then you can go back. I will report your attitude to my majesty later. No, no, how dare, how dare. Spandane quickly lowered his head, wishing he could bow to this gentleman right on the spot. Just asked a question and almost messed up this ceremony, and the blame would fall on me. This familiar speech confirmed that he was indeed a true noble. Where's the problem? I was just worried that your majesty might encounter some trouble. Since Lord Holio has said so, naturally, we can wait this little bit of time. So I was wrong about you? Holio stopped stroking his mustache, clasped his hands behind his back, and spoke in a calm tone. Hey, what are you talking about? Clearly, I was the one who said something wrong, wasting Lord Holio's time. My fault, my fault. Spandane lightly patted his mouth twice, smiling with a flattering face. Is this the caliber of world government officials? Their tongues and faces are quite remarkable. Holio appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly he couldn't help but mutter, looking anxiously at the door that had not opened for a long time. That foolish emperor. Does he not have any sense of time? He clearly had given such instructions before. His eyes inadvertently glanced at Lord Satan, whose dark face made Holio feel a bit intimidated. Ever since he came to NICU's, he had sat there motionless, appearing aloof and disdainful of communicating with others. By the way, isn't that old man getting tired of this posture? Holio couldn't help but have this thought flash through his mind. Chapter 89. The Coronation Ceremony, Part 1. A series of tooth-aching sounds rang out as the tightly closed door finally opened slowly. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath as a stunningly beautiful figure walked out from within. The figure wore a golden laurel crown on her head, draped in white silk, with a red and gold-trimmed mantle flowing behind her. Each step she took exuded an air of nobility and elegance. The beautiful face, with its striking emerald green eyes, resembled the most exquisite gems, deep and calm like a clear lake, possessing a power that instantly brought peace to those who gazed upon her. The figure emerging from the Golden Palace looked like a goddess stepping out of a painting, the scene frozen in time, truly artistic from every angle. If she didn't speak, Muhahaha, how about that? Are you stunned by my perfect beauty? Nero looked at the frozen crowd, and her satisfaction was evident as she lifted her head and laughed heartily. Instantly, that elegant aura was completely shattered, and the beautiful goddess transformed into a playful girl. She remained beautiful, of course. Her appearance had not changed at all, but the initial sense of awe was gone, and the ministers began to regain their familiar feelings. Her Majesty's beauty is truly unparalleled in the world. This outfit perfectly highlights Her Majesty's charm. I, Minister Holio, feel incredibly fortunate to witness this. Holio was the first to regain his composure, and with his noble Niku's skills activated, a stream of compliments flowed naturally from his lips. The last time he saw Nero in women's clothing was probably during the Emperor's coronation ceremony, right? He really hoped Her Majesty could change her dressing habits. Always wearing those androgynous clothes, looking wild like a country girl. Others soon reacted as well, showering her with flattery. Elegant, truly elegant. Her Majesty's beauty is as dazzling as a bright pearl. Nonsense. Her Majesty is clearly a star from the heavens. This brilliant radiance would outshine even the sun and the moon. The goddess of beauty is nothing compared to this. 30 minutes later, like the bright moon in the mountains, the flowers swaying in the spring breeze, Her Majesty's charm. An hour later, Your Majesty, how can you be so beautiful? How can we capture your beauty? Even the most skilled painter cannot achieve this. Saint Satan's staff was nearly crushed in his grip. Is this the mysterious Nikus? Is this what is called nobility? A bunch of treacherous sycophants. His face darkened, making it hard to read his expression. The ceremony, which was originally planned to last around 2 hours, had now already surpassed 3 hours. Even the reporters from Morgan's had stopped taking photos at this point. They initially thought it was a show of authority, but Saint Satan looked at the enthralled Nero and began to feel uncertain. In previous reports about Nero, there were mentions of her liking praise and indulging in luxury. But who would have thought it would manifest in this way? Watching as this group of treacherous ministers continued to speak, Saint Satan could no longer sit still. He grabbed the collar of Spandane next to him. The force was so strong it nearly crushed his collar, and his bushy beard obscured his mouth's movement. However, Spandane could clearly sense the murderous intent in Satan's eyes. No matter what method you use, make these damn guys stop. The celestial dragon's coronation ceremony cannot be delayed any longer. Huh? Me? Hi. I'll go right away. Spandane incredulously pointed at himself. But after seeing the cold glint in Satan's eyes, his response immediately became affirmative. However, after agreeing, he felt a sense of impending doom. He had no choice but to steel himself. After all, he still had to mingle in the world government, so he could only go and persuade Nero. As a participant in the O'Hara incident who had once come into close contact with Nero's power, Spandane glanced at the figure high above. He felt it would be better to approach indirectly, so he found Minister Holio in the back row, who was sipping water to soothe his throat. Spandane, with a shifty expression, tugged at his hem and said awkwardly, "Lord Holio, don't you think it's about time?" Time? Holio pretended to look at the sky, then slapped his forehead. "Is it already this time? Oh dear, I got so lost in Her Majesty's beauty that I thought it hadn't been long at all." Whether Nero herself had any intention of putting on show of authority, Holio did not know, but he certainly had one. The communication between the two powers worked this way. The discourse was a means to gradually gain the upper hand. "Sorry for keeping Saint Satan waiting. My Majesty is just like this. When her emotions run high, she doesn't care about anything else, and I often find it quite troublesome too." While he spoke anxiously, Holio's actions were slow, and he began to ramble on. Spandane did not dare to urge him on, only managing to smile while following his lead. Her Majesty's charm is indeed astonishing. Anyone would be captivated by it. However, if this drags on any longer, it might delay Her Majesty's meal. Holio shot him a glance, satisfied with his lowly demeanor, and since the time was indeed getting late, he decided not to make it difficult for him any longer. "It is indeed so. Her Majesty is still growing, and lunch cannot be delayed. All right, I will go remind her." Spandane felt tears almost welling up. He didn't care what attitude Holio had. He just knew he had finally completed Saint Satan's order. Holio did not directly go to remind Nero. Instead, he signaled to her maid, Heather. How ridiculous. Nero was in such a good mood right now. What if she failed to persuade her? That would be quite awkward. The foolish Majesty clearly does not take this matter seriously. When she becomes willful, no one knows what she might do. In this case, it would be best if the head maid, Heather, personally intervened. She has more experience. On the high platform, Heather also felt her eye twitch, speechless at the state of her empire. Other emperors are all high and mighty, but once Her Majesty became an emperor, it was as if a daughter had finally reached school age. Usually, she doesn't take her duties seriously. Her daughter is so exceptional and should enjoy the world to avoid being swept away by bad boys in the future. Occasionally bringing home a high-scoring exam paper, all the nobles would go wild, wanting to praise her to the skies. "Look, I told you Her Majesty's talent doesn't need to conform to the mundane. There's a reason for her uniqueness, even for such a significant matter as becoming a celestial dragon." Once Her Majesty expressed indifference, the attitudes of others visibly shifted to a nonchalant demeanor. Her Majesty's current disposition is entirely the responsibility of this group of people. Unbeknownst to Heather, who internally complained, she too was one of those responsible. Chapter 90. The Coronation Ceremony, Part 2. "Your Majesty? Your Majesty?" Heather whispered in Nero's ear, trying to catch his attention amidst the flattery and praises. What is it, Heather? Do you want to praise me too? Go ahead. Sing my praises loudly. I won't be shy." Nero turned around, thinking Heather wanted to compliment him as well, his eyes sparkling. Seeing the look in Nero's eyes, Heather fell silent, doubting whether Nero had completely forgotten today's purpose. "And even if you want me to praise you, have you forgotten that this outfit was personally coordinated by me? Your Majesty is truly beautiful. Oh, the world's number one." Finally, Heather spoke up, albeit in a very perfunctory tone, but Nero caught the key point. "The world's number one beauty." Indeed, that is the most fitting title for me," Nero said, placing one hand over her chest and raising the other high, preparing for a lengthy speech, only to be interrupted in time by Heather. "Your Majesty, it's almost time?" "Time? What time?" Listening to the voices of the subjects is also an important part of an emperor's work. but your celestial dragon ceremony cannot be delayed any longer. Celestial dragon ceremony? Seeing the dawning realization on Nero's face, Heather knew she hadn't guessed wrong. This person had truly forgotten everything. Have you really forgotten? How is that possible? Anyone who has been an emperor knows that emperors do not make mistakes. What you think is a mistake is actually a long-term consideration. Nero certainly knew this. The mindset of a well-rounded emperor is not something an ordinary person can see through. Nero suppressed her smile, realizing her face was stiff from smiling too much. Which is more important, the celestial dragon ceremony or my charm? Clearly, time is a strong and powerful standard for judgment. Facing Heather's exasperated half-moon eyes, Nero turned her head away. However, by now, it was almost time, and the ceremony was about to officially begin. Let's wait until I hear this, she decided. Once the noble in the audience finished his praise, Nero reluctantly interrupted the praise session. She decided she would wear this outfit from time to time in the future. Heather stepped forward half a step, just trailing behind Nero. Now the celestial dragon ceremony officially begins. Please welcome Lord Jagalujah Satan to the stage. Satan sat still, his expression dark and unfriendly. As a god descended upon the filthy earth, he had already given Nero enough face. However, he had not been given any face at all. First, he had to wait outside, then listen to this boring praise session, and in the end, a mere maid was sent to dismiss him. His eyes were fixed on Nero, thinking that at least Nero should personally announce it in such a situation. Satan remained seated, and Heather called out again, "Please welcome Lord Jagalujah Satan to the stage." The spacious hall fell silent, as quiet as if a pin could be heard dropping, Heather's voice echoing in the emptiness. A strange atmosphere began to spread. The air became tense, and Spandane and others felt their breathing becoming difficult. Seeing that Satan still had no reaction, Heather did not call a third time, but bowed her head and returned to her original position. Satan's eyes were fixed solely on Nero, not glancing at anyone around him. His scorching gaze like black flames, cold, yet possessing a fiery quality. Feeling somewhat annoyed by this gaze, Nero finally lifted her head, a brutal red creeping into her emerald eyes. She followed the line of sight to Satan. Are you deaf? How did you become one of the elders? Can't you hear what Heather is saying? The world government officials looked on in disbelief at this scene. Nero actually dared to say such rebellious words to the supreme elder Satan. This is bad. Will they be silenced when they go back? On the other hand, Satan's reaction was the exact opposite of what they had anticipated. He not only did not feel anger, but instead felt a wave of fear. The demon within him was afraid, frantically screaming to escape, and the experts present noticed that Satan's body had slightly tilted at an angle. Not much, only about 10 degrees. A subconscious instinct to flee, yet his powerful rationality held him back. A closer look revealed that Satan's body was also slightly trembling. He finally saw a glimpse of the iceberg that him had mentioned, the deep, bottomless malice and demonic nature of Nero, like a brutal force that sought to destroy everything, taking on the form of a fierce dragon looking at him through Nero's eyes as if the enemy of civilization. This so-called celestial dragon coronation ceremony was entirely a bargaining chip to win over Nero. He now understood M's deep foresight. Once someone encounters such a monster, no one would want to be its enemy. Sorry, I'm getting old. My hearing isn't as good anymore. I'll proceed with the celestial dragon ceremony for your majesty Nero right away. By not using the term coronation, Satan's attitude instantly softened considerably. Having grasped Nero's importance, he deeply understood that if Nero did not become a celestial dragon, he might even face the death penalty from him, because Nero's importance far exceeded theirs, and was even comparable to Joy Boy. Everyone was stunned by this humble side of Satan, the deity residing in the Holy Land, the highest ruler of the world. Actually had this attitude towards Nero? Incredible. Like a dream. Except for the locals from NICUs, everyone else was so shocked they lost their senses, staring blankly at this scene. Then hurry up. Don't delay my lunchtime. Nero was not surprised by his attitude and urged impatiently. All right, I'm coming. I won't delay your meal time, Nero. Satan changed from his previous sinister demeanor, smiling warmly as if he were a friendly old neighbor. Even the way he addressed her became more intimate. Dropping the title of Your Majesty and directly calling her Nero, the sudden shift in attitude felt oddly flattering. Saying this, he swiftly walked up to the high platform amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Then the ceremony officially begins, bestowing upon Lady Nero Claudius the status of a high celestial dragon. Behind him, a CP0 agent knelt on the ground, holding up a tray with a magnificent platinum medal on it. Nero looked at the uniquely styled medal with great satisfaction. And on this day, a child in East Blue's Windmill Village consumed a legendary devil fruit. The arrow of time had unknowingly advanced a significant step forward. Chapter 91, Afternoon Activities. Your Excellency Satan, you must stay for tonight's banquet. His Majesty will personally host it, and no one is allowed to leave early. Julio wrapped his arm around Satan's shoulder, acting as if they were longtime friends. Satan twitched to the corner of his eye, wanting to chop off the guy's arm. He hadn't felt this way in years. At the peak of the world, aside from Lord M and the other four elders, who spoke to him without the utmost respect, when had he ever been subjected to such humiliation? However, glancing at Nero in the hall, he felt helpless. Well, it wouldn't hurt to endure this once. Julio, you truly capture my heart. For tonight's guests, we are preparing the finest treasures. Nero's words successfully stiffened Julio's expression, but he quickly recovered, thinking, Rosinante, I'm counting on you today. Satan followed up, since Your Majesty Nero has said so, I will look forward to it. After all, it's all about favors. The closer the relationship, the better. Nero's pirate status had been revoked, and he had ascended to the ranks of the world's nobility, coupled with that terrifying trait. Naturally, Satan hoped to cultivate a friendly relationship with Nero. Although he was allied with him, establishing a friendly rapport with Nero would significantly enhance his importance in IM's eyes. Hearing this, Nero finally gave him his first smile of the day, 2 cute dimples appearing on his cheeks. Then you should look forward to it. This reaction further confirmed to Satan that he hadn't made a mistake. It seemed he would have to visit the lower realms from time to time to maintain this relationship. Then, Your Excellency Satan, please enjoy and look forward to the afternoon activities. Julio, standing nearby, echoed the sentiment, though a hint of pity flashed in his eyes. Satan shook his head, thinking he had misread it, and shifted his gaze to a blond man. Rosinante, it seems he's doing quite well in Nikos. Satan swirled his wine glass. At this moment, Rosinante was surrounded by a large group of people, all of whom appeared to be the top nobles of Nikos. The usually aloof Nikos nobles seemed so approachable in front of Rosinante, their eyes soft, as if they were looking at a promising junior. Who knew what tricks this kid had used? Satan seriously considered whether he should restore his former celestial dragon identity. The bloodline was there, but the way his family had left so decisively back then had led to many opposing voices in the Holy Land today. However, for him, one of the elders, this was a trivial matter. His connection with Nero also needed a solid bond. If Rosinante had that potential, he wouldn't mind putting in a little effort. Downing the wine in his glass, Satan's gaze towards Rosinante became more contemplative. Are you all satisfied with today's meal? Feeling that the time was right, Nero wiped his mouth with a napkin and asked loudly, Satisfied? Very satisfied. Praise Nero Claudius. The specialties of Nikos are truly unparalleled in deliciousness. Oh, it's so good that I can't help but want to pack some to take home for my family to try. No one voiced dissatisfaction. Those present were all clever individuals and could see that Nero liked to hear flattery. Some even added a compliment about Nero at the end of every sentence. Whether it was useful or not, it certainly wouldn't hurt. Little did they know, this behavior would later become a sort of catchphrase in the Nikos Empire. Since that is the case, let us move on to the next activity. Welcome to our pride, the Golden Grand Theater. Nero spread his arms, his tone passionate. Oh, the others cheered in response. But for some reason, the Nikos nobles looked a bit stiff, and even more people gathered around Rosinante. Those who were unclear about the situation quickly understood why, witnessing what hell truly was. At the Golden Grand Theater, after 3 songs from Nero, everyone felt a bit dazed, mechanically applauding. Even Satan was no exception, sitting in the VIP section, his gaze towards Rosinante finally becoming more enlightened. The people of Nikos were even moved to tears, touched by Nero's performance. Although they couldn't hear the sounds, The charm conveyed through body language was incredibly elegant and artistic. It was definitely not because Nero's voice was muted. Absolutely not. The thunderous applause erupted during the brief pause between Nero's songs, particularly intense from the people of Nikos, even startling Nero. But once he reacted, he became even happier, pressing down with his hands to quickly quiet the audience. As he picked up the microphone, Rosinandi's fruit ability activated, and the nobles of Nikos enjoyed a peaceful silence once more. Therefore, they missed what Nero said next. Can you all feel the charm of music? Nero lifted his head, full of confidence. Is this art? The boundary between life and death, I've seen it. Is this the whisper of ancient gods? Or the chant of the reaper? Is Nikos's art truly so brutal? A series of thoughts murmured in the hearts of the crowd, yet no one dared to voice them. Only gazing in awe at the expression of the Nikos nobles enjoying themselves. With the passage of time, they too were improving, becoming more perfect. Music is an extension of the soul, a cry of the spirit. Nero began to share his insights on music, and there were similar manifestations in the New World, recognized as a standard of strength. It's hockey. In the past, hockey was used in battles to enhance bodies or weapons, but through relentless effort, it has finally developed a new application. That's right, it's sound. It can express more passionate emotions, allowing the voice of the soul to truly become a shout from the mouth. Watching Nero set down the microphone, Rosinandi once again released the silence fruit's ability. Although he wasn't clear on what His Majesty had said, the nobles knew it was time to applaud and cheer. The applause quickly energized the entire venue, cheers ringing out incessantly. Just as it seemed Nero was about to raise the microphone again, Rosinandi's ability activated once more. Holio changed to a comfortable position, slowly pouring himself a cup of tea. It was indeed a rare moment of leisure, and he found it quite nice to have such an occasion now and then. He glanced around at the other nobles, who were also engaged in harmonious conversations, and the atmosphere became pleasant in an instant. Then, the haunting melody descended, and Rosinandi, the user of the silence fruit, couldn't hold on for even a second before quietly fainting. A powerful sound wave surged, more intense than ever before, causing the venue to become chaotic. One person left their seat, then it turned into a crowd, symbolizing the closing of the gates of despair. And the scroll of hell officially unfurled. Satan woke up suddenly in his bedroom, his chubby face covered in cold sweat. After surveying his surroundings and confirming he was indeed in his own room, he let out a sigh of relief. He picked up the wine on the table to moisten his throat, recalling the anomalies from earlier. Was it the future? A warning from his observation hockey? If that's the case, he couldn't personally attend Nero's coronation ceremony. He needed to think of a way to quickly push this matter aside. Stepping out of the bedroom, he was instantly frozen in place. The living room had turned into a wasteland. He scanned the area and was shocked to discover that the means that caused this destruction resembled his own. Just as he was about to scold the guard, he discovered something that sent chills down his spine. It was a clock with a calendar. A clock that was not only expensive but also highly accurate and had non-adjustable features, which he had been using for many years. Yet he stared blankly at the date on the clock, which was 3 days ahead. Chapter 92 Shanks, is this the peak of the world of sobriety? Beckman took a deep drag from his cigarette, carrying a rifle at his waist like a swordsman. What's wrong, Beckman? Are you nervous? Shanks chuckled as he put his arm around his shoulder, though there was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Idiot. Of course not. Pushing Shanks' head aside, Beckman's eyes twitched. I have no problem with the New World, but you didn't say we were going to the territory of the Yonko Nero, just showing up at her doorstep. What we're doing now is practically the same as provoking her. Well, when we get to the New World, we have to pay a visit to old acquaintances, right? Besides, Nero is no longer a Yonko. The identity of a celestial dragon is even more troublesome, you know? And although Nero is no longer a pirate, who knows if she still cares about the identity of Yonko? Beckman looked at Shanks, his expression serious. Hey, Shanks, are you really ready for this? If Nero still cares about her identity as a Yonko, the worst outcome this time could be a direct war. Shanks' expression also darkened, but he still gave Beckman a smile. Don't worry, it won't come to that. So boss, what kind of person is Nero? Can you tell us about her? It would help us prepare. Jesus Burgess also joined in, curiously asking. What kind of person, you ask? Shanks pondered for a moment, and then revealed a mischievous smile. To sum it up, she's just a kid who loves to hear others flatter her. That is not a very good description. It sounds like a foolish ruler. Ah, but Nero is actually my teacher in swordsmanship. The God Avoid technique was taught to me by her. Shanks raised one hand and casually tapped the sword at his waist. Griffin. Wait, isn't that your former captain's? The Pirate King's ultimate move? Beckman exclaimed, his cigarette dropping to the ground, staring at Shanks in disbelief. Yes, but Nero learned it after watching it just twice and then taught it to me. She also taught me Garp's ultimate move. Looking back, it was really impressive. I was shocked for a long time. Shanks scratched his head and grinned, his words causing everyone present to feel a sense of foreboding. Beckman picked up his cigarette again, fiddling with his lighter, but not lighting it. All right, turn back. Wait. Shanks quickly hugged Beckman's waist. Why turn back? Beckman dragged Shanks 3 meters away without caring. Of course, it's because I haven't had enough of living. If we're going to die, you can go alone. Don't say that. It might not necessarily lead to a fight. Beckman's forehead creased with a cross. Really? Are you sure she feels the same? Pointing at Mariejois, who was calmly reading a newspaper on the deck, Beckman roared. As if just noticing the commotion, Mariejois shifted his gaze from the newspaper. It's just a straightforward ship. If I can't surpass that guy, how can I achieve my ambition of becoming the world's greatest swordsman? Who cares about you? Beckman rolled his eyes in annoyance. Mariejois remained silent, his gaze returning to the newspaper. To this, Shanks remarked, if it really comes to a fight, Mariejois would also be a strong ally. Bastard, you're clearly already prepared for a fight. Well, it's inevitable that old friends will meet with swords drawn. Which old friends meet like this? Is this a pirate-style greeting? Beckman gasped, unable to refute. The crew playfully bantered as they made their way to Niku's, and 2 days later, they finally arrived at the capital of Niku's, the legendary Golden City. Wow, this is truly spectacular. Shanks and the others stood at the city gates, feeling immensely shocked. The Golden City of the Rose, Emperor Nero? It's incredibly luxurious. It feels even more grand than Chambord. I heard the entrance fee is 10 million berries. And that's just for a day's ticket. What? Just the ticket price alone could make someone a top billionaire? Stop talking about that. Do we have enough money? A group of people gathered, like a bunch of country bumpkins arriving in a big city, first checking their assets. You don't need to worry about that. I've informed some acquaintances, and this time entering the city is free. Saying that, Shanks suddenly waved his hand. Hey, Hathaway. Following Shanks' gesture, everyone saw a maid standing at the gate, who slightly nodded in response to Shanks' greeting and quickly approached. Long time no see, Hathaway. Shanks greeted with a big smile. Indeed, it has been many years, Shanks. You've matured quite a bit. Hathaway assessed Shanks. Despite his young age, already looked like a middle-aged man. After all, so many years have passed. Well, I'll take you to meet Her Majesty Nero now. Not planning to chat at the gate. Hathaway intended to invite everyone to meet Nero first. So, the group entered the city in a grand manner, boarding a golden lion carriage heading towards the palace. Is Nero having other guests today? I saw a pink pirate ship at the port. On the way, Shanks recalled another pirate ship at the port and curiously asked. At this question, Hathaway paused for a moment but quickly answered decisively. No, that is not a guest of Niku's. Is that so? Sensing there might be more to the story, Shanks chose not to press further. He was very much looking forward to seeing Nero, even eager to let her see how much he had grown over the years. With that thought, a confident smile crept onto the corners of Shanks' mouth. What a truly prosperous city. Through the carriage window, Beckman and the others also expressed their admiration. Niku's was definitely the most luxurious city they had ever seen. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the center, the Golden Palace. Hathaway, like an ordinary maid, bowed and invited them in. This way, Your Majesty is currently in the small garden at the back. I'm sure she'll be very happy to see you, Shanks. Is that so? Following Hathaway's footsteps, the others couldn't hold back their curiosity any longer and asked Shanks. Captain, your relationship with Nero seems pretty good. That's great. I thought I was going to get beaten up. Finally, I can relax. Back when I was with Captain Roger, I was the only one on the ship who had a good relationship with both Buggy and Nero. Shanks' words reassured everyone, and the atmosphere became much lighter. Only Hathaway, who was in front, quickened her pace even more. Chapter 93. The lost gold passing through the long corridor leads to the small garden where Nero is. Doflamingo, I truly did not expect you to dare come before me. Nero walked towards Doflamingo, who was kneeling on one knee on the stone slab. Is it out of mercy? Does my tolerance make you think that messing things up can be easily brushed off by lowering your head? Cold sweat poured down Doflamingo's face, and he buried his head even lower without saying a word. It was clearly your incompetence that allowed my gold fruit to be stolen by thieves. Yet you brought this thief before me to take credit? The crimson stained the emerald, and Nero closed one eye, playfully saying, Lord Nero, I have discovered the holder of the gold fruit's power. This reason is indeed seamless, isn't it? Sweat dripped onto the floor, forming a puddle, and Doflamingo could not utter a word. He had indeed planned it this way. His body was as stiff as if his blood had frozen. The feeling of life being controlled by others was truly terrible. Nero ignored him and turned to walk aside, looking at a seaweed-haired man who was hanging there with a bruised face. Tizzolo, I didn't expect you to collude with Doflamingo in such a disgraceful manner. If it weren't for Stella, you would have been dead by now. Nero's gaze was cold, and his anger towards Tizzolo was far greater than towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo was an ambitious guy. She knew from the start that those who possess conqueror's haki, even if they are in a subordinate position, mostly endure. Nero didn't care about Joker. Just a clown, a pastime when bored. His greatest expectation was merely to see what tricks this man could play in the end. Nero knew this, and Doflamingo himself also knew it, which was a kind of unspoken understanding. But Tizzolo was different. He thought he had a debt of gratitude towards Tizzolo, yet his actions made Nero feel betrayed. Tizzolo's eyes were so swollen they seemed like a slit, and he looked at the cold-faced Nero in difficulty. This was the first time he had seen such a Nero, cold and brutal, like an abyss. He opened his mouth, but ultimately could not say anything. Indeed, what he did was not honorable. When he stole the gold fruit, Tizzolo did not know it was meant to be a tribute to Nero. However, after consuming it and facing the pursuit of the Don Quixote family, he learned the truth, and later, the cooperation proposed by Doflamingo completely tempted him. Money and power. If he could obtain these from Nero, it would be a decent choice, especially after hearing that Nero had become a celestial dragon. The dark feelings within him drove him to truly make this decision. With the gold fruit, perhaps he could establish a cooperative relationship with Nero, creating an equal relationship and standing on par with the celestial dragons, a step to the top. However, when he and Doflamingo came to Niku's and faced Nero, they were immediately exposed. The fact that he was hanging here was already the result of Stella's plea for mercy. Faced with Nero's questioning, he could only remain speechless. Is this how it is? Letting out a long breath, Nero narrowed his eyes slightly. Hey, Nero! A sudden call came from the entrance of the garden, and Nero looked toward the sound to see an unfamiliar middle-aged man. The red and white sword energy arrived in an instant. Shank's eyes widened as he drew his sword from his waist with one hand. God avoid! The sword energies collided, canceling each other out, but Shanks felt no excitement. Nero's attack, just now, was merely a casual strike. He had to use God avoid just to barely block it, and glancing at his wrist, he realized the force was frightening. The members of the red-haired pirates quickly picked up their weapons and began to stand guard, regardless of what was said in private. When it came to a real confrontation, no one would back down. Meanwhile, Hestia quietly retreated to the back. Shanks arrived just in time. Coincidentally, she also found this matter a bit tricky, not because of Stella's request, but because of such a minor character as Tizzolo affected the relationship between Nero and Stella. It would be too unworthy. In Hestia's view, it would be better to let this person go. She would ensure Tizzolo dies well in a distant land. So this person needed to be protected, but how Nero, in his angry state, would act was unpredictable. If only she could let the Emperor vent some of his anger. Just as Hestia was thinking this, Shanks arrived, and in an enhanced Pro Max version. Hestia originally felt a bit guilty and had even arrived early to greet him at the city gate. But when she saw Shanks looking spirited and directly addressing Nero by name, she sighed in relief. This former little brother was clearly getting carried away, and it seemed he needed this beating. Her already minimal guilt instantly vanished. However, Her gaze toward Shanks softened considerably. This was a moment of mutual assistance. In the garden, Nero picked up a nearby bench and smashed it down. Red Dragon 8 trigrams. Shanks was dumbfounded when facing this move. This intensity feels a bit off. Right now, he was not weaker than Kaido, yet he still felt a strong threat from this strike. He knew Nero well. This version of Nero wasn't even using his full strength, not even using his devil fruit, and was weaker than when he fought Bear back then. Watching the bench unable to withstand Nero's power carbonize in midair and then turn to dust, only a gust of bench wind came rushing in. Shanks felt a sting on his cheek. Is this power reasonable? Not daring to slack off in the slightest, Shanks continued to draw his sword. The Conqueror's haki entwined God of Void, transforming into a red griffin, charging towards this strike. The fierce gusts of wind blew in all directions, leaving the members of the red-haired pirates, as well as Doflamingo and Tizzolo, dumbfounded. Nero looked up at this red-haired uncle again, somewhat surprised. Having attacked twice in succession and still not taking the opponent down made her regard the person before her more seriously. The move had a familiar feeling. It wasn't that she couldn't recognize God of Void, but Shanks had long since turned God of Void into his own technique. Although Nero, Roger, and Shanks were all using the same move, they had long since become worlds apart. Just as Nero was about to continue her attack, Shanks hurriedly raised his hands in surrender. Wait, big sister. It's me, Shanks. Hearing this, Nero stopped her attack, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized Shanks. Slowly recognizing familiar aspects. Her bad mood lifted, and she instantly broke into a smile. Shanks, what happened to you? Have you been cursed? Why do you look like this? Facing Nero's triple questions, Shanks couldn't help but feel a bit doubtful. Is my current appearance really that bad? So much so that Nero would describe him as cursed? Chapter 94. The great swordsman Mihawk haha, big sister, don't joke around. Curses and all that are too much. So many years have passed, and everyone. At this point, Shanks couldn't continue. Looking at Nero, who had returned to her usual state, almost unchanged from years ago. With a twitch at the corner of his eye, Nero indicated that she received his vibes and entered a sentimental mode. Indeed, unknowingly, he was also past that youthful period and turned into a mature adult. Time really is a killer. Nero's gaze was filled with nostalgia, leaving Shanks speechless. So, I'm that pig? Just from appearance alone, Nero was definitely the youngest one present. And her words sounded like a little girl trying to act like an adult. By the way, big sister, this is Mihawk, here to challenge you. Shanks brought in the substitute and refused to delve deeper into the topic. You knows, an old friend. He comes by from time to time to take a beating. Nero waved her hand, indicating that there was no need for further explanation. Is Mihawk here with you? That's right. He caught a ride on our ship. I see, Hathaway. Remember to collect the entrance fee later. He should still have it on him. If not, go check on Shanks' ship. Nero reminded Hathaway at the back of the crowd. Challengers Shu and T get a free ride. Mihawk's expression darkened slightly. Why does he only come a challenge once in a while? It's simply because the expenses at NICU's are too high. Some people think that 10 million isn't much for Mihawk, which is true, but in reality, his expenses far exceed 10 million. So far, he owes a total of 7 billion berries at NICU's, and he is notorious for being a deadbeat here. Medical expenses account for a considerable portion of that. And there was a time when Nero even decided to let him lie down for a few days based on his wealth. Of course, it's not that he doesn't have the ability to repay the 7 billion, but he just can't accept spending that much on a single meal. It's said that it's leftover food taken from Nero's table, and he even claimed he got a discount. How fresh! Mihawk has discounts at NICU's? He has certainly been beaten to a pulp many times, but there's no way around it. He has to come. They have a monopoly, and they can grip you as they please. Mihawk stepped forward, his gaze sharp and resolute. If it weren't for the swordsman's persistence, if it weren't for the desire to be the strongest, he would have no doubt that he would have fought desperately the moment he saw Nero. Mr. Mihawk? Hathaway called out to him from behind. Without turning around, he focused almost all his attention on Nero and casually uttered 3 words. Same as always. All right. Hathaway nodded and took out a din mushy to contact the doctor. Nero turned back to the pavilion to pick up the original flame and impatiently waved at Doflamingo and Treble. Lock these 2 up first, and I'll deal with them personally later. The maid waiting on the side put sea-stone handcuffs on the two and roughly dragged them away. Their fate now depends on how the king feels when he remembers them next time. Sorry to keep you waiting. Just come at me directly. Nero didn't engage in further conversation with the two and walked straight toward Mariejois, gripping the black sword Yuri with both hands. Mariejois realized from the brief clash between Shanks and Nero that he was still far from her level. But swordsmen have always faced challenges head-on. Mariejois silently swung his sword and charged at Nero. Nero raised her sword to block. To be honest, she didn't particularly enjoy fighting Mariejois. In this era where everyone is shouting skills, only Mariejois remained silent, each strike resembling a normal attack. It made her feel like she was just a low-tier character, having to respond with regular attacks. Mariejois actually had similar thoughts. Is this all the strength you have? Can't even match the wrist strength of a hungry girl? Polio making skills are more precise and fluid than your sword swings, which are as clumsy as a bear. No surprises? It's always just a few moves. I'm starting to doubt you can even beat Shanks, that disabled person. Put in some more effort. I'm currently holding back, and it's not any less than in the 4 Cs. Facing this pressure, Mariejois has become increasingly stronger mentally over the years. The battle didn't last long, only about 10 minutes. Both sides fought solely with swordsmanship. Although Mariejois was also a genius, Nero's combat talent was still far ahead. If Mariejois' swordsmanship has been improving, then Nero's swordsmanship could be described as having evolved. It was like climbing an endless mountain. Mariejois often wondered if he would ever surpass Nero in this lifetime. As time passed, this thought emerged more frequently, and he didn't see it as a bad thing. The reason people at sea regard him as the world's #1 swordsman is simple, because his swordsmanship is overwhelmingly powerful compared to others. Therefore, the peak they see is right here, hoping he is the world's strongest. How could such a strong person not be the strongest? But they do not know that there are true monsters above, and even if he desperately chases, the distance continues to widen. A beautiful strike. Finally, Mariejois fell down in a sorry state. The doctor and nurses nearby skillfully checked him and then sent him away on a stretcher. Nero felt like he was an NPC in a game, only speaking a few words when he fell. It was either a threat or a compliment for a beautiful strike. Like finishing a game, Hathaway immediately brought a hot towel and carefully wiped Nero's non-sweaty face. Then Shanks, let us go. I'll give you a proper welcome. As the host, Nero tilted her head at Shanks. She was actually very happy to see her old friend. Even the matters of Doflamingo and Treble were temporarily relegated to trivialities. She didn't want her little brother, whom she hadn't seen in nearly 10 years, to visit her and wait to see her deal with troublesome issues. What to do? Boss, are you sure you want to bring that up? Otherwise, shall we think of a way from the world government? The members of the red-haired pirates whispered among themselves. Having witnessed Nero's strength, they had no desire to face her. What are you whispering about? The banquet is about to start. Shanks, as if he hadn't heard, calmly smiled and greeted them. He was determined to secure the position of the 4 emperors. The current era still needed balance, and had to fight for enough time for Luffy's growth. And the reputation of the 4 emperors, without Nero's recognition, could not be obtained even if his strength met the standards now. Chapter 95. Shanks awakening on the beach beneath the rose garden in the evening. A bonfire was lit. Compared to the formal strolls in the palace, pirates were much more accustomed to free outdoor barbecue parties. Shanks watched this scene with some nostalgia. When he first came to Nikkyo's years ago, he followed Captain Roger to a feast held here as well. The rubberwood cup in his hand emitted the familiar aroma unique to Nikkyo's, just like it did back then. Has it really been so long? Unlike usual, where he would down the drink in one go, Shanks merely took a gentle sip. As the fragrance of the liquor erupted in his mouth, he realized that it tasted much better than it did over a decade ago. The drink remained the same, but he had reached an age where he understood it better. Big sister, have you trained in mind reading or something? Shanks said without turning his head, quietly savoring the aroma of the drink. Behind him, Nilu, now dressed, approached. My observation is not focused on trivial matters. My vision is much broader. She blinked playfully and added, just your little thoughts. I don't need hockey to see through them easily. Truly the big sister. Shanks chuckled lightly. So what about you? You found a Nika fruit, right? And this severed arm? Nilu sat beside Shanks, speaking like a caring older sister. The two sitting together appeared to outsiders like a father and daughter, the weary old man and his lively daughter. Shanks observed his crew, who were laughing and acting foolishly, seemingly lost in some memories. After a long while, he spoke in a low tone. "I've bet this arm on the new era." "Ah, here we go again." Nero sighed. "You're going to inherit Roger's will and wait for that person to appear?" "Ah, so big sister no Nero." Shanks downed the remainder of his drink and looked seriously at Nero, stating the purpose of his visit. "I came this time for the throne of the 4 emperors. You're no longer a pirate, yet you still want to cling to the position of an emperor?" Addressing Nero by her name indicated that he was speaking as the captain of the red-haired pirates. A thick pressure filled the space, as something dark and indescribable, like oil, invaded the atmosphere. "Really? Shanks, do you think you can take the throne of the 4 emperors from me?" Nero's pupils brightened with a crimson hue, her imposing presence dominating the area. Shanks' heart skipped a beat, and then his conqueror's haki burst forth, its power rivaling that of other kings, even slightly overshadowing it. However, compared to Nero, he was still at a disadvantage. Nero took a step forward, her deeper haki expanding, and Shanks' conqueror's haki was instantly dispersed. The others put down their food and drinks, all watching the two with grave expressions. They had prepared to face the backlash of the conqueror's clash, but they didn't expect to see this scene. Is this a joke? Shanks' conqueror's haki was dispersed? Was the Rose Emperor's haki? It doesn't feel like conqueror's haki. Beckman's pupils shrank, equally incredulous. No, that is indeed conqueror's haki. The will of a king is infused into the haki. So even if it is conqueror's haki, it feels completely different. What kind of aura, composed of countless evils, could be cultivated to create such a presence? Is this really a breath that a human can emit? Does this not imply? It implies that this Rose Emperor's essence is 100 times more troublesome than we imagined. Even if the Pirate King were to resurrect, he probably wouldn't have such haki, right? Hearing Beckman say this, some immediately drew their weapons, ready to assist Shanks. But Beckman stopped them. "Don't move, you fools. This is the captain's battle, and if we act, the outcome will only worsen." That person looked around and realized that the nobles of Nikios were also watching them. Beckman pulled out a lighter, intending to relight a cigarette, calmly telling the others, "All we can do now is believe in Shanks, believe in our captain." Yet his trembling hands failed to light the cigarette after several attempts, indicating that Beckman knew this would likely not end well. Now the identity of the 4 emperors can only be obtained from you, right? Even if you defeat the other emperors, it's unlikely to succeed without your permission, right? Though his proud conqueror's haki was dispersed by Nero, Shanks still had no intention of giving up. Even if you gain the position of 4 emperors, what can you do against Nika's enemies? Nero still wanted to dissuade Shanks. She could not accept his proposal now, as it would be akin to stepping on her fame. The fact that she hadn't killed Shanks immediately was due to their past friendship. Balance. The sea needs balance. If the era goes berserk prematurely, you know what will come, right? The 4 emperors, the Marines, and the recently flourishing warlords of the sea seemed balanced but could collapse at any moment. The sea still needed a restraining force. Shanks tried to make Nero see the determination in his eyes. Only by standing at the pinnacle of piracy can one achieve all of this. Only the title of 4 emperors can do that. Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Nero's voice was calm and unperturbed. Blood-red magic patterns spread, with crimson horns growing on her head, her form towering higher, and her long dragon tail striking the sand, causing the ground to tremble. Her limbs transformed into sharp, hard dragon claws, and the last trace of patience in Nero's eyes finally vanished. The overwhelming majesty made Shanks swallow hard. He tightened his grip on his sword, trying to alleviate the pressure within. A bitter smile appeared on his face. "So it really has come to this? You brought this upon yourself." Nero licked the scales on her wrist, her movements seductive yet terrifyingly dangerous. "If you die, don't blame me when you reach another world." Responding to Nero was Shanks swinging his famous sword, Griffin. Divine avoidance. The sword energy reached instantly, seemingly about to cleave in front of Nero. Yet she showed no signs of movement. "Shanks, you really are as foolish as Roger and the others." A sigh brushed past Shanks' ear, and in his fading consciousness, He heard Nilu's red lips part slightly, her barely audible voice saying, "Then farewell, my old friend." And then the world lost its color, as supreme brutality descended upon this place. Chapter 96. Exile Shanks opened his eyes and immediately covered his head, feeling as if his brain had been stirred inside and out, as if it were about to explode. "Shanks, are you okay?" Jesus Burgess quickly supported him upon seeing him awake, leaning him against the headboard. After a moment, Shanks finally regained some rationality, glancing around and realizing it was quite familiar. Wasn't this his own ship? Remembering what he had done before, his pupils suddenly constricted, wanting to ask what the outcome was. But his arms and mouth had no strength at all. "Shanks, you should rest here for a bit. I'll go notify everyone." Not noticing Shanks' expression, Jesus Burgess ran out the door. Left on the bed, Shanks looked at his body covered in bandages, like a mummy, and secretly, thinking that he had indeed been thoroughly repaired this time. A group of people filed in, and, after a flurry of concerned inquiries, Shanks realized that 10 days had already passed, and he roughly understood what had happened afterward. Beckman said in a low voice, "So, although you survived this time, Her Majesty the Empress has issued a death order. The red-haired pirates are never allowed to set foot in NICUs again." Having regained some strength, Shanks also lowered his head, and, "It seems this target has failed." "You idiot. Just surviving is already good enough. The power of Her Majesty the Empress still sends shivers down my spine." Beckman scolded him, recalling that blood-red figure, his body trembling slightly from the memory. However, this time's purpose can't be considered a complete failure. Seeing Shanks still looking dejected, Beckman frowned helplessly and then changed the subject, saying, "At least one goal has been achieved. That's something, right?" Despite this, Shanks' expression remained unchanged. "I meant becoming one of the 4 emperors." "Eh, what do you mean it wasn't a complete failure?" Sure enough, the previously listless Shanks immediately perked up. "To put it simply, she doesn't care what you want to do, whether it's balancing power or stirring the seas upside down. It's all up to you." Shanks' eyes brightened the more he listened. Could it be? "Don't get too excited too soon," Her Majesty's exact words were. Beckman walked to the window, gazing at the vast sea, recalling what had happened that day. After Shanks collapsed, Nero still had no intention of stopping, but her slow movements indicated her inner struggle. Beckman had knelt on the ground, prostrating himself. "Wait, Your Majesty, I know Shanks did something foolish. Even if you kill him, no one could say anything." With his forehead heavily hitting the ground, Beckman pleaded loudly, "I know this is extremely shameless, but for the sake of your friendship with Shanks, could I use my life to calm your anger? Get lost." Nero's voice was flat, coldly uttering 2 words. "Please have mercy." Beckman's head was almost entirely buried in the sand. Without using hockey, the force of his kowtowing was so great that the fine sand turned red. "Do you think pirates are children playing house? Or do you think your life has any value? Without the resolve to die, you shouldn't have come here in the first place. Or do you think I would easily turn the page?" Nero mocked, recalling that during her time as a pirate, the sea was even more brutal than it is now. "Well, since you brought it up, then considering past friendships, as long as you can guarantee that Shanks will never utter the foolish words of wanting to become one of the 4 emperors again, I can treat this incident as a joke and let it pass." Shanks will not, hearing that there was a chance for a turnaround. Beckman immediately wanted to agree. Living meant there would be a future, but for some reason, he couldn't get the words out. Becoming one of the 4 emperors? After meeting Nero, Beckman knew this was just Shanks nonsense. How could humans compare to this monster? And to even hope to be on equal footing? Beckman thought all 4 emperors were on the same level as Nero. This was simply an impossible feat. He had always thought this way. During the banquet, he felt that this journey was just Shanks visiting friends, which wasn't bad. Shanks, he... Finally, Beckman's eyes became determined, lifting his gaze to meet Nero's. "Shanks will definitely become one of the 4 emperors. Are you mocking me?" Nero tilted her head. The pressure intensified. An unfathomable weight from the heavens and the earth bore down, and his heart began to beat slower. However, for some reason, Beckman still had no intention of backing down. A war of words was something only third-rate pirates would engage in. "It seems I'm also an idiot." Beckman stopped kneeling, instead standing up against the pressure. "If I said such a thing, The red-haired pirates would be finished forever, right? Lifting his spear, Beckman aimed the tip at Nero. That kind of thing. I'd rather die. Is that so? Beckman looked at Nero, feeling that the red in her eyes was truly terrifying. Just making eye contact felt like being drawn into despair. His index finger rested on the trigger, and Beckman finally felt the immense pressure Shanks had faced before. His knuckles slightly bent. He knew that under such pressure, if he didn't act now, he might truly miss his chance. Boom! Beckman was left bewildered, his body airborne as he saw his own blood and fragments of his weapon in front of him. What happened? A glimpse of a massive red serpent caught his eye. Was that Nero's dragon tail? With just a flick of her tail, he was defeated? Or rather, he had suffered a devastating defeat where even his weapon was destroyed. How could this be? I thought I could at least exchange a few moves, but I didn't expect to fall this easily. Shanks, it seems I have to take my leave first. Your head is just too overwhelming. Lying on the ground, blood flowed from Beckman's mouth and nose. Leave my country. You are not allowed to set foot here again. If you violate this, I will personally grant you death. The beastly marks on Nero's body gradually faded, and she seemed much calmer than before. She turned to head towards her golden palace, her voice drifting from afar. I have already distanced myself from the pirates. The title of 4 emperors is indeed already a mere formality, but the title of 4 emperors cannot be obtained through coronation. As she spoke, a cigarette had burned out, and Beckman pressed the butt into the ashtray. Everything has been seen through by that empress. Whether it's you coming to sever ties, or the reason for openly becoming one of the 4 emperors, I even suspect the tacit understanding from the world government. Hearing this, Shanks changed to a more relaxed position and lay back down. Nero is truly a true genius, in my understanding. Very few can compare to her in any aspect. She really is someone favored by the gods. Beckman recalled the demonic nature of Nero and added after a pause, perhaps it is also due to the favor of demons. Chapter 97. Relaxation in the pavilion of the Rose Garden. Nero watched Shanks' pirate ship gradually sail away until it disappeared from sight. It's gone, said Heather from behind suddenly. I was just here to enjoy the scenery, not looking at that bastard Shanks. Hey, but I never mentioned Shanks, did I? Damn it. Heather smiled gently. But Shanks really has become a pirate who can stand on his own, hasn't he? Seeing him with so many people, I was a bit surprised. Huh? Where's the standing on his own? He's just a foolish kid, and he pulled this stunt. If he wanted to do something, adding my reputation would make it easy. Nero leaned back in her chair, her feet propped up on the table, looking displeased. It's really boring that he has to use this method to draw a line with me. That said, didn't you end up helping him in the end, Your Majesty? That's different. At least I should wait until after dinner, right? But well, that guy also found a good group of like-minded companions. Nero felt indignant, but couldn't help but feel happy for Shanks finding a group of like-minded crew members. Really, why have these past few days been filled with annoying things? Shall we change our mood and go for a walk? The invitation letters from Lord Claudius have piled up like mountains. Heather suggested, there are still 2 guys locked up in the jail, right? If we could take a walk, and if Nero is in a good mood, it would be perfect to ask for Taisolo's release. Heather pinched her skirt, hiding a pistol and a dagger under her maid outfit. This time, she would definitely make him disappear silently into the sea. And a cold smile curled at the corners of Heather's mouth. Heather, are you daydreaming? Nero blinked, cautiously calling out to her. Heather came to her senses and instantly switched back to her usual demeanor. Sorry, Your Majesty. How about it? Any place you want to go? How about Mermaid Island? Or the Boeing Islands, which is also a good choice. The fruits produced by Baron's stomach are quite good. To relax, I actually have a place I really want to go. Nero tapped her finger on her lower lip, feeling that going out for a walk was quite nice. Since becoming a celestial dragon, she hadn't been out for a long time. Hey, where's that place? Do you really want to know? Nero tilted her head with a mischievous smile. But no, let's keep it as a surprise for now. I promise it's definitely a good place. Well, then I look forward to it. Heather looked at the lively Nero, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Disaster comes from the sea. Look closely. This is the truth of your prosperity. Red tide of blood. Let adorn the finale. The endless flames burned fiercely. The sky was black, and it was unclear where this was. Suddenly, a massive shadow covered the land. What Nero saw when she turned around was the 7-headed dragon of crimson. roaming among the ruins, bathed in fire and darkness. As if sensing Nero's presence, all 7 heads suddenly turned towards her. The eyes of the red moon filled with the magic of all things sinking. On the golden rose, Nero slowly opened her jade-green eyes. She was sitting there in a swimsuit, still maintaining the posture of supporting her head with her hand. The ice cubes and the apple soda on the table had melted a bit, making a faint sound. I clearly came out to change my mood. And it's this dream again? Satisfaction. Did your Majesty have that dream again? Heather, sitting across from her, also knew about Nero's dream, and recalling Nero's special observation hockey. She asked with some concern, "Isn't this really a bad omen? A warning brought by observation hockey? Then I really hope this isn't true. A future filled with scorched earth and raging flames is really uncomfortable to look at." Nero stirred the drink in her hand, allowing the melted ice and juice to mix thoroughly. Joy. It's so annoying. Nero puffed up her cheeks. It's probably not the future. Doesn't Mermaid Island have someone who can predict? Shelley? Didn't she say she couldn't see such a future for me? Will I live happily as an emperor in Niku's? Expectation. 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 Nero's heart rate quickened, and despite her best efforts to suppress it, she could still clearly feel her heartbeat becoming stronger than usual. Her body seemed to refute every word she said, and this contradiction made Nero furrow her brows. Hey, but your Majesty has dreamt of this strange dream too many times. Heather also noticed the furrow in Nero's brow and felt at a loss regarding Nero's current state. The frequency of this dream has been increasing over the years, hasn't it? Heather, can you still see my dreams? Nero was surprised that Heather even knew this, and she asked out loud, "Well, after all, Heather grew up with your Majesty since childhood and has lived together for so many years. I can still notice this." Heather replied confidently, but in reality, it was because every time Nero had this dream, she would have a frown on her face. However, she didn't tell Nero that if Nero consciously controlled her facial expressions after knowing, she wouldn't be able to tell. Is that so? As expected of Heather, Nero didn't doubt it. Sometimes, even her own understanding of herself wasn't as deep as Heather's. She should be the one who knows her best in this world. So it was normal for Heather to know. However, Nero still gave Heather an enthusiastic hug. Heather, it's really great to have you by my side." The 2 chubby cheeks were squeezed and deformed as Nero clung to Heather, affectionately rubbing her cheek against hers. "Your Majesty, wait. If you do this, I can't move." Heather struggled hard, unable to break free from her shackles, and had to let Nero rub against her. Sometimes, being affectionate like this isn't bad. Heather, your hair smells so good." Nero tilted her face towards Heather's hair and sniffed, her warm breath causing Heather's earlobes to turn red. "We all use the same shampoo. So your Majesty's scent should be the same." Nero felt completely relaxed. Is it? It's definitely true. Then, just this once. Heather relaxed her body a bit and hugged Nero back. "Okay." Nero comfortably squinted her eyes and casually agreed. Chapter 98, Arrival at Marineford over there. Pay attention to the cleanliness of the streets. Line up. Line up. The flower should be roses, you idiot. Do you want to lose your life over something like this? Which squad does that warship at the port belong to? Move it immediately. Run, rookie. Don't dawdle. Marineford is bustling today. Kazan pulled up his eye patch and stared with his dead fish eyes. "I really want to take a day off. Did Mr. Garp, Akainu, and Borisolino just happen to escape yesterday?" Glancing sideways at the seemingly calm, but actually furious Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Kazan abandoned this tempting thought. "Well, let it go, Sengoku. Nero is not that kind of villain. As a celestial dragon and a king, he should act with restraint." Zephyr comforted Sengoku, believing that Nero is likely a model of reformation. As a former admiral, Zephyr, besides his infamous black arm, also has a reputation for not killing, and he is willing to give pirates another chance to reform. Restraint? That damn guy can't change so easily. He must have greater schemes. Otherwise, why would he make such a grand entrance at Marineford? Sengoku clenched his fists, refusing to believe that Nero simply came to take a look around. The last time Nero and that bastard Shiki caused unimaginable damage to Marineford, Zephyr seemed to know he couldn't persuade him and could only pat Sengoku's shoulder reassuringly. No matter what Nero's intentions are, she is now a celestial dragon. Sengoku, As Fleet Admiral, you must not let your emotions dictate your actions. I know that. Damn Garp. Of all times to be absent. What if Nero causes a scene? How infuriating. Sengoku took off his glasses and rubbed his temples. Seeing Sengoku's indignant expression, Zephyr was still a bit worried about him acting on impulse, but he soon realized his concern was unnecessary. The Golden Rose docked at Marineford's port. Nero and Hestia walked down from the ship. Bang! The cannon fired, and a rain of red rose petals fell on the long red carpet. Welcome, Lord Claudius, to the Marine headquarters. The cheers erupted, and the naval formations on both sides clapped in unison, warmly welcoming Nero's arrival. As Nero stepped off the ship, she saw Sengoku and Zephyr standing at the forefront on either side, followed by Kazan and a group of naval officers. How is it, Hestia? I told you that Marineford is definitely a great place to be right now, Nero said to Hestia, listening to the pleasant sound of cannons and applause. Looking at the smiling naval officers, Nero felt like she had become some kind of naval hero, because this time, Her Majesty came here as a celestial dragon. The Navy naturally wouldn't dare to show her disrespect. Hestia nodded, delivering a light compliment to Nero. Mwahaha, being a celestial dragon is convenient. Nero nodded in satisfaction. Her head held high, then looked at Sengoku at the front, a playful smile on her lips. Isn't this the wise strategist of the Navy, Fleet Admiral Sengoku? It's been a long time. Not good. Zephyr's heart sank, turning to look at Sengoku. Due to the angle, he couldn't see Sengoku's expression clearly, but he felt that Sengoku must be angry, so he stepped forward to try to lighten the mood. But before he could act, the next moment Zephyr understood why Sengoku, who wasn't the strongest in combat, could stand out among them and become the Fleet Admiral. Ah, Lord Claudius. Long time no see. You still look as charming as ever. Taking a couple of steps forward, Sengoku revealed a warm smile, his eyes carrying just the right amount of kindness and nostalgia. The welcoming ceremony was somewhat rushed, and I apologize for any shortcomings in hospitality. Not only did Zephyr freeze in surprise, but Nero was also caught off guard, staring at the person in front of her and asking in an extremely uncertain tone, You are Sengoku? Ha ha ha. Lord Claudius is truly a jokester. We are old friends, and I'm very happy to see you, so it's natural to be a bit enthusiastic. Nero took a couple of steps back. How about you return to your original self? This version of you is a bit nauseating. Just kidding, Lord Claudius. I've always been this way. Sengoku still smiled cheerfully, but the prolonged cheerful expression began to look stiff and formulaic. Let us stick to calling you Nero like before. By the way, why don't I see Garp and Tsuru? It's unfortunate. They both have missions and R&T at Marineford right now. Your Majesty Nero, would you like to first move to the Navy cafeteria? We prepared a sumptuous feast for you. No need. I want to go to the Fleet Admiral's office to rest for a bit. Sengoku, please lead the way. The Fleet Admiral's office? There is nothing fun there. It's dull and messy, really not suitable for resting. There are better places. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Nero, who noticed Sengoku's unwilling expression, her smile becoming more playful. No worries. Since we're at Marineford, how could we not check out the Fleet Admiral's office? It's decided. Sengoku, lead the way. Saying she wanted Sengoku to lead the way, Nero walked past him and stopped in front of Kazan. Kazan, who had been silently reciting Don't See Me in his heart, kept his head down and didn't look sideways. Even when Nero stopped in front of him, he still acted like a statue. Oh my, isn't this our little girl killer, Admiral Akiji? I didn't expect you to be here. It's been a while. I'm sure you've accumulated quite a few glorious achievements, right? Kazan could no longer pretend to be a wooden man. Who would have thought Nero would start with an accusation? Every time his reputation in the Navy would drop significantly because of Nero. Previously, there were even people who reported him to the military court. This time was even worse, as she directly targeted his human rights. If this isn't clarified, he would probably end up worse than a bug in the Navy. With a sullen face, Kazan raised his eyelids slightly, but still kept them half-lidded. Hey, calling me a little girl killer is too much. Isn't it? Have you turned over a new leaf? I never did that in the first place. Then before. Nero feigned realization and turned to Hestia, asking in a quiet voice, Is it inappropriate to talk about this here? Kazan, Oh no, it's going to be hard to explain again. Chapter 99. The Marshal's Office. Is this the Marshal's chair? It's so hard. Not comfortable at all. Where did all your Navy budget go? Nero patted the chair and leaned back with a disdainful look. What do you think the Navy budget is spent on? Enjoyment? The evil emperor. Sengoku's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and he forced a smile. Do you need me to find you a new chair? He had a smile. Nero had the power to influence the Navy's budget, so when he heard that Nero was coming, Sengoku had started planning how to send her away. Unfortunately, she didn't play by the rules at all, and his preparations were of no use. No need for that, but Nero glanced around the office. It really is as dirty as you said. The office was actually fairly clean. It just appeared messy due to the piled-up documents. Haha, as a man, I can't help but be a little messy in this regard. So, Your Majesty Nero, let us hurry and leave. We VE prepared a splendid welcome banquet for you in the cafeteria. Sengoku was still unwilling to give up, trying to steer Nero towards the original plan. There's no rush. The guest has been here for so long and hasn't even had a cup of tea. Is this the Navy's hospitality? Nero said slowly, tapping her fingers on the table. Go, bring me the high-grade tea from my bedroom drawer. Sengoku felt his heart bleed when he said this, then paused, and the donuts, sunbae, and other snacks from Carp's bedroom. Switching back to a smiling face when looking at Nero, he said, just a moment, it will be ready soon. Since Nero was no longer a pirate, Sengoku didn't mind treating her like a spoiled girl. After all, given her background as the Emperor and Celestial Dragon, being unreasonable wasn't surprising. However, Nero was a bit displeased. Sengoku's demeanor made her feel like a soft persimmon, which diminished her sense of accomplishment. As the Queen of Nikos, she had seen plenty of soft persimmons. They were not appealing at all. So, Nero fell silent, pondering how to make Sengoku break down. Seeing Nero suddenly stop talking left Sengoku puzzled, but he didn't rashly speak, and the Marshal's office fell silent. After a while, Sengoku's tea and Carp snacks were brought over. Watching Heather casually grab a large handful of tea leaves and throw them into the teapot made Sengoku feel heartache to the point of being unable to breathe. Usually busy with affairs, as the Marshal, he was a clean official. He had this small hobby, and yet was squandered by Nero, this wealthy girl. When the tea leaves steeped, Nero didn't mind the heat and directly drank half a cup, finding it a bit bitter at first. But then a refreshing fragrance filled her mouth. Compared to Sengoku's green tea, Nero mostly drank black tea, but occasionally changing flavors felt nice. Especially seeing Sengoku's expression of heartache. A lot of the pent-up frustration in Nero's heart dissipated. This tea from Heather is quite good. Remember to take it all with you when you leave. This tea for a rough guy like me probably doesn't match Your Majesty's taste, right? Almost as soon as Nero finished speaking, Sengoku couldn't help but interject, trying to save his tea. It's fine, I occasionally enjoy the food of commoners, so you don't have to worry about me not being able to drink it. Is that so? That's good. Sengoku's words were obviously forced. Sengoku, I actually have high hopes for you, as the Marshal. You should have a long-term vision and be generous. How can a man of the sea be so calculating? Nero put down her teacup and suddenly became serious. Sengoku felt a bit dazed. This sounded somewhat familiar, as if high-ranking officials from the world government were coming to the Navy to take advantage. But this is Nero, the richest person in the world, with rumors that her daily expenses sometimes exceed Sengoku's entire life's worth. Would such a person come to the Navy to take advantage? Not sure. Let us wait and see. It was already mealtime, but Nero had no appetite at all. This is really a headache. She propped her head and sighed, looking troubled. Behind her, Heather understood and gently massaged her temples. Your Majesty probably hasn't had any pre-meal dessert today. Marshal Sengoku, could you prepare something for Her Majesty? Oh, that's no problem. What would you like to eat? Sengoku frowned, a bit confused about what kind of act this master-servant duo was playing. I'm not picky about this. The more unique the patterns, the better. I usually enjoy these strange fruits. Just say you want a devil fruit. Why go around in circles? It's quite indirect. You, a devil fruit user, still want pre-meal fruits? Do you dare eat it if I leave it here? Sengoku thought to himself. How could such strategic resources be casually handed over to Nero? Did he really think he was a soft persimmon? Sorry, we don't have that kind of fruit, Your Majesty. Everyone is busy maintaining peace in the sea, and doesn't he have time to enjoy like you? Sengoku's tone was flat. Did this little girl really think she could manipulate the Navy Marshal? Is that so? And it seems I'm putting you in a difficult position. Nero didn't argue and nodded in understanding. As long as you understand. Heather notified the 5 elders, asking them how they managed the Navy. Unable to afford a few fruits? Where did the budget go? Heather took out the special transponder snail for 5 elder Satan. Hey, Your Majesty, I'll contact Satan right away. But, coincidentally, when Kuzan returned yesterday, he found 2 fruits with clear patterns and vibrant colors, just meeting Your Majesty Nero's requirements. Sengoku waved his hand at Heather. No need for the transponder snail. This little matter isn't worth that. Who knew? Nero spoke up. Just 2. Have Satan send 1 over. I'll wait here in the Navy office. Look at my memory. 3. It's 3. Zephyr picked 1 up a few days ago. Sengoku slapped his forehead in annoyance, wishing he could knock himself out. What a sin. It's fine. I'll have Satan send it over. You all keep the rest for yourselves. Hey, we rough guys wouldn't appreciate it anyway. Let us leave it for Your Majesty Nero to enjoy. Satan is usually quite busy, so no need to trouble him. Really? Wouldn't that be too extravagant? A few fruits aren't worth much. As long as Your Majesty Nero enjoys them, that's fine. Then I'll accept it? Of course. If you can't eat it all, just take it with you. Thank you, Sengoku. You really are a nice guy. Ha ha, oh ho ho. Mwaha. In an instant, laughter filled the room, and both host and guest enjoyed themselves. Chapter 100. Departure. Sengoku is feeling quite miserable now. In the past, there were people from the world government, and it seems the Navy is abusing its power. In general, such situations would involve others receiving guests. And Sengoku knows this is not a good job, so he will do his utmost to make such people leave. Of course, there are times when he can't avoid it, and he tries not to show up, but he can only hold his nose and accept it. However, this time he really can't avoid it. He looks at Nero in the cafeteria with a sense of hopelessness. Your Majesty Nero is amazing. His eyes are like jewels, and that golden hair is so smooth. His red bean-like face is so tender. What's the secret to his skincare? Haha, this requires long-term training plus maintenance, and also your talent. Looking at Nero, surrounded by female soldiers like a playboy, Sengoku couldn't help but cover his face. It's unbearable to watch. The Grand Navy headquarters now resembles a lively street. And the most important thing is that these female soldiers seem to be quite receptive. Other sailors frequently cast casual glances this way, feeling a bit uncertain about who to envy. Hey, can Your Majesty Nero read palms too? I'm quite the all-rounder. Reading palms is naturally no problem for me. You see, this is your love line. It's indeed deep and wonderful. You should pay more attention to encounters around you in the near future. Nero pinches the hand of female soldier, pointing and commenting, The back of your hand is so smooth and moisturized. Red bean paste. Red bean paste. Red bean paste. I am the Emperor. A king does not speak lightly. Nero promises with a smile. Then, can Your Majesty Nero take a look at me next? Then me. I also want Your Majesty Nero to help me take a look. First come, first served. It turns out that such palmistry and fortune-telling are quite popular among girls, especially these female sailors who train all day. Initially, they were just in a guest-receiving mindset, but now their girlish sides have been fully stimulated. A fragrant and soft yellow-haired emperor, knowledgeable and with a polite and gentle attitude, quickly connects with them socially. It's no wonder these female soldiers succumbed so quickly. He is handsome, wealthy, and holds a high position. Aside from gender, Nero can completely satisfy everyone's fantasies about a Prince Charming from fairy tales. Sengoku is speechless, feeling that if this continues, he and Nero might be the ones who want to leave in the hearts of this group. However, Sengoku soon discovers that among the group of female soldiers, there is one who has not connected with Nero. Tina feels very annoyed. She didn't join the Navy to do this. Even though this former maritime emperor has successfully washed white and come ashore, Tina still holds no good feelings towards him. Aside from those in power, no one likes such games of power. Moreover, the most important thing is that her nicotine craving has hit. Her hands are restlessly fidgeting, and several times she unconsciously reaches for her pocket. But she immediately realizes the occasion and can only relieve the agitation in her chest by drinking water and eating vegetables. Open her mouth, huh? A voice rings in her ear, and Tina turns to find the smiling Nero. She clearly thought she had hidden at the edge, but Nero still found her, making Tina's lips part slightly in surprise. In the next moment, a familiar sensation touches her lips, and she instinctively wants to spit out the foreign object in her mouth, only to look down and find it is her own cigarette. Is this it? Nero shakes the cigarette box in his hand. Although I don't smoke, something that so many people like should have its own charm, right? Tina doesn't need. It's a bit awkward, like being caught goofing off in class by the teacher, and Tina feels somewhat embarrassed. Nero snaps his fingers, and a small flame ignites at her fingertip, lighting the cigarette in Tina's mouth. It's already quite embarrassing to have you come over to entertain me amidst your busyness. If this little hobby is prohibited, I would feel very guilty. Nero leans in closer, and Tina can feel the pleasant warmth of his breath on her face. Her face flushes crimson, and Tina is at a loss. Dazedly puffing on her Lady-S cigarette, but tasting nothing, Nero takes the opportunity to play with a strand of Tina's hair, wrapping it around his fingers. Your pink hair is beautiful. It really matches my aesthetic. And Nero-sama, please don't tease Tina. Lowering her head so others can't see her expression. Tina's voice is as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Sorry, it's my bad habit. I can't help but be drawn to beautiful things. Nero-sama. The voice of the petulant Tina now shows no trace of her earlier annoyance. Sengoku feels very helpless, wanting to send people away more urgently. And other male sailors share the same sentiment. Originally, female soldiers were a rare species, and with these few pieces of prime meat, every piece has several hungry wolves eyeing them. But now there seems to be a trend of internal digestion. What a waste. Class enemies. However, they still failed. Nero continued to have fun in Marineford for 3 days and nights, only leaving amidst the reluctant farewells of the female soldiers. Nero-sama, please come often. That's right. We will all welcome you. Are you leaving so soon? It feels like Nero-sama just arrived. No, I don't want to part like this. Nero stands at the tail of the Golden Rose, waving goodbye to everyone. In stark contrast to the group of female soldiers, the male soldiers are all wearing dark faces, and Sengoku is among them. However, the one with the darkest expression is Kazan. In these 2 days with Nero's presence, the female soldier's esteem for him has risen. And what she said before is becoming increasingly credible in the eyes of some. When he went to eat, the cafeteria lady's gaze and the whispers among other soldiers were quite piercing. A small portion of people have already acknowledged his title of young girl killer. After being lazy for so many years, he is starting to entertain the thought of leaving the Navy for the first time. As his lifelong rival, self-proclaimed, Nero is no longer even a pirate, and he is increasingly confused about justice. Moreover, there are more and more uncivilized guys spitting on the ground behind him. Kazan silently pulls down his mask. Nero's arrival has sparked a trend among female soldiers of idol-like admiration for a long time to come. Chapter 101. The Death of Tiger. Are you saying that Nero spent a total of 5 billion in these 3 days at Marineford? Saint Neizashiro, dressed in a kimono, tightened his grip on the knife. Strictly speaking, after rounding down, it's 146,920,000 berries. The Navy strictly followed the orders of the 5 elders and did its best to meet all the requirements of Lord Nero Claudius, including 5 precious natural-type devil fruits. The phone bug of the Toad Mirror reported more detailed numbers without changing its expression, causing Saint Neizashiro to support his forehead with a hand full of black lines. Buddha, you even gave him natural-type devil fruits? 5 of them? Hey, this is all the stock the Navy has. If it weren't for the task from the world government, the Navy wouldn't dare to use such valuable strategic resources. Buddha seemed unable to hear the dissatisfaction in Saint Neizashiro's words, reporting in a serious manner like a naive, honest man. Choked by Buddha's words, Saint Neizashiro fell silent. Forget it, it's not that much money. Since we've already given the celestial dragons our identities, there is no need to worry about these trivial matters. The budget of 6 billion will be approved within 3 days, and as for the devil fruits, at most there will only be 3. Halfway through his sentence, he was interrupted by Buddha's vehement words. 3? 3 are not enough. Every natural type user can become a backbone of a navy. And this is all for the orders of the 5 elders. Shut up, Buddha, mind your identity. This decision has already been made, and you have no room to refute it. Saint Nazashuru used a firmer tone to stop Buddha. Next time Nero comes, think carefully about how to save some expenses without affecting Nero's mood. Don't think that the world government will always let you Navy handle such a mess. Directly pushing the problem onto the Navy, Saint Nazashuru added a hint of threat. He didn't expect Buddha would lie. After all, Buddha's reputation had been built up bit by bit, making it hard to believe that this big-eyed guy would secretly take kickbacks. But there's no but. The phone bug went silent, which also indicated that the other party had cut off the call. Buddha sat alone in the marshal's office, trying his best to suppress the corners of his mouth that were lifting, telling himself to maintain his demeanor. He failed. The corners of his mouth lifted to a full laugh in just 2 seconds. What a profit! A 300 million bill could actually be reimbursed for 5 billion. 2 animal-type fruits and 1 superhuman fruit really exchanged for 3 natural-type ones. The method Nero taught him really worked. The 5 elders didn't suspect Nero's 3-day expenditure of 5 billion at all. What a wicked emperor. At this moment, Buddha was so inflated that he didn't even want to handle work, just wanted to quietly enjoy a cup of tea and marvel at how impressive he was. On the other side, Nero and Hester did not return to NICUs, but continued to sail toward their next target. Stella preferred to quietly stay in NICUs, reading and having afternoon tea with other noble ladies, rather than going out to sea. And, perhaps because he often spent time with Hester, Nero often felt that his queen was more like a mother to him at many times. He was becoming increasingly adept at being taken care of, which was quite nice. However, it gave him the illusion of being treated like a child, making him feel a bit awkward. Your Majesty, today's newspaper. Hester came over, her steps seeming a bit more hurried than usual. Nero took the newspaper and casually asked, "What happened?" "Fisher Tiger is dead, Nanny?" Nero unfolded the newspaper, frowning. The headline was prominently about the fall of the liberator, Fisher Tiger. Did he die from serious injuries? Fuchsia Island. I remember they seemed to be escorting a little girl back home. Is it here? Although it was a question, Nero's tone was not inquisitive, but rather very certain. Well, considering my face, neither the Navy nor the world government will make a big fuss about hunting him down, which means there was external interference. Hester stood quietly to the side. Nero was actually thinking and didn't need an answer. Well, the lack of information. Is it due to racial conflicts? Having pieced together the truth of the matter to some extent, Nero let out a sigh, feeling somewhat melancholic. On the sea, besides Shanks and Buggy, the one he had the most hope for was probably this red snapper fishman. The curtain falls on a hero, always tragic and regretful. Bring me a bottle of wine, Hester. Nero raised his hand toward the sun, making a toast gesture. Let us raise a glass to the hero, together. Hey, is that bottle of deep-sea ship okay? Hester nodded in inquiry. Well, that bottle is perfect. I should say there's nothing more fitting than this bottle. When the wine was served, the two drank, and then mourned for Tiger for a minute. Nero didn't know if it was the alcohol or something else, but suddenly spoke. Hey, Hester, do you think I should do something for this world? Hester looked at Nero in surprise, seemingly shocked that he had such thoughts. Well, don't look at me like that. It's just a sudden idea. Nero turned his head, seemingly dismissing it as a joke. Then what does your Majesty think needs to change in the world to be good? Hester remained silent for a while before asking such a question. Captain Roger's anticipated Joy Boy. There was also the legend of the liberating warrior Nika among the former Bacania tribe. Well, all races living together happily, singing, drinking, and eating meat. Nero continued. But that's impossible. The once great kingdom also met its demise. The differences in races and thoughts, even peace cannot last. The world needs to be managed, which is order. Even if the current world government collapses, it will only welcome the next world government. Hester nodded. So your Majesty decided to only care about the prosperity of the NICU's empire and choose to remain indifferent to everything else? Well, because I know this isn't an issue of power. Then what is your Majesty hesitating about now? Nero picked up the red wine on the table, pouring it into a goblet, the liquid overflowing the rim, yet held in place by tension without spilling. Because my future might be stronger than the world combined. As the last drop of liquid fell, creating ripples, the surface tension of the wine glass was broken, and the red wine slowly spilled onto the table. Hester fell silent. Chapter 102 Frostmoon Village Idiot. I already said, whether it's sunshine or land, isn't it enough to come to Nikos? It doesn't matter if you believe it. That group of idiots in Mariejois still mostly don't acknowledge you as human and think you're closer to fish. Handing out flyers honestly. Huh? You want to go to the Holy Land? Idiot. Are you crazy? Huh? Neptune agreed to? I said that damn big beard is unreliable. Forget it. I will also greet the elders, and it might be a good thing for you to witness the cruelty there. What are you saying? It's so cheesy. When I return, I will take White Star with me this time. The call ended, and Nero took a deep breath. That idiot Yuki. Heather, remember to mention this to the elders later. Ah, that's no problem, but letting Lady Yuki go to Mariejois like this. It's fine. That woman, although weak as hell, has more willpower than you think. Nero's attitude was relaxed as he lounged on a deck chair, soaking up the sun. I know that too, but that's not what I meant. Heather shook her head, having the same pessimistic attitude towards Yuki's trip to the Holy Land. I think if Lady Yuki comes back from the Holy Land, she will cling to His Majesty even more, right? Nero suddenly sat up from the deck chair, leaving her bikini on the chair, a ray of holy light shining over her white chest. Is there such a consequence? I don't want to be bothered by that idiot. A cross appeared on Heather's forehead as she hurriedly draped a coat over Nero. Your Majesty, please be careful even if there's no one around. Let's not nitpick the details. Now. Looking at Heather's dark face, Nero became increasingly uncertain. Put your clothes on. Sit up straight. Heather, I am. Sitting up straight very well. Nero attempted to refuse, but her actions were more honest than her words. Technically, Your Majesty is already the Emperor. I shouldn't be like this. Heather adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, which she had pulled out from who knows where. Nero cautious probed. But Heather's gaze sharpened. Your Majesty's behavior is truly too rude. Shameless. Isn't that a bit excessive? No lady would expose herself like this outdoors. But isn't there no one around now? I have sensed it well with observation hockey. That doesn't matter. It's not just a matter of whether there are people. A true lady. Yuki's situation was completely set aside, and next came Heather's long-awaited lecture, which lasted a full 2 hours. By the end, Nero had completely forgotten about Yuki's story. Okay, I got it. Where's the next stop? Nero lay dejectedly on the table, feeling as if she was half melting. Heather, as usual, liked to force people to listen to her long-winded speeches without considering the listener's feelings. The next stop? Heather paused for a moment and quickly recalled. It's a small place called Frostmoon Village, and we need to resupply there. Frostmoon Village, huh? Nero tilted her head in contemplation. Your Majesty, have you been to this place? No, it just sounds like a very peaceful village. Sigh. The environment in the East Blue is basically like this. Over the years, only Shanks has emerged, and it has subtly earned the title of the weakest sea among pirates. That does sound peaceful. I heard that buggy fellow seems to be around here too. I wonder if I can meet him this time. Nero suddenly perked up, remembering she had a little brother here. I'm really looking forward to it. Between Buggy and Shanks, who is stronger now? Indeed, it is something to look forward to. Compared to the flamboyant Shanks, Buggy has always been quite low-key, with a bounty of only around 10 million. Heather smiled at the mention of Buggy's name, clearly looking forward to this little brother from Roger's ship. Well, although he seems reckless compared to Shanks, Buggy has always been the smart type. I guess he must be stronger than Shanks now. The chop-chop fruit is also a very promising fruit, and it restrains swordsmen quite well. Perhaps Buggy has already reached the awakening level. Heather chimed in. I wonder what the awakened chop-chop fruit would be like. I'm very interested. The two chatted and laughed, completely unaware that Buggy really only had around 10 million in strength. Because in their eyes, Buggy and Shanks had always been inseparable, chasing each other. And even if there was a gap, it wouldn't be too far apart. In the midst of their conversation, the ship unknowingly arrived at the port of Frostmoon Village. Nero yawned as she got off the ship, looking around at the rather underdeveloped small island. So Heather, you go resupply. I want to wander around the island. By the way, do you know if there is anything fun here? Heather nodded, thinking for a moment. I heard there's a dojo for swordsmanship here, quite famous for beginners. Your Majesty can go there to pass the time. Swordsmanship, huh? Forget it. It's just to kill time anyway. Nero waved her hand and lazily left, hands behind her head. After asking around, Nero learned that the dojo was called the One Heart Dojo, and the master was a very gentle swordsman. Almost every family on the island with some means would send their children there to learn, and many people from surrounding islands came to study there as well. The dojo was quite remote, and Nero didn't look too hard for it. After all, she was just passing the time, so she wandered around casually. Hey woman, are you a swordsman? Suddenly, a dirty little boy called out to Nero. That's right, little buddy, are you a swordsman too? Nero turned to look at the boy who was holding 3 bamboo swords, smiling as she asked. Originally, Zoro was just looking at the peculiar sword at Nero's waist, but upon hearing her question, he immediately perked up. That's right, I'm Roronoa Zoro, a swordsman of the 3-sword style, and I will be the future greatest swordsman. 1 sword. Nero clapped in agreement. Hey. Nero's applause made Zoro feel secretly pleased. Rubbing his nose, he asked again, Hey, what are you doing in Frostmoon Village? I was just trying to visit the One Heart Dojo, but I couldn't find the place. Can a swordsman help me find the way? Nero found the kid quite interesting, so she casually asked. Zoro looked up into Nero's eyes, his eyes burning with flames. Leave it to me. I promise I will definitely take you to the One Heart Dojo. Chapter 103. Kuina, hey kid, are you sure you're not just going in circles with you? The sky darkened, matching Nero's expression. She had long realized that this kid was directionally challenged and wanted to see how long he could spin in place. To her surprise, from afternoon to evening, could this guy really have gotten lost the moment he stepped outside? What nonsense are you talking about? We're moving straight in one direction. Zoro shot Nero an incredulous look, naturally turning left. Nero stopped in her tracks, staring in shock at the kid before her. She had seen directionally challenged people before, but this was beyond ordinary. How could someone like him go out without a rope tied to him? How could his family be at ease thinking he would find his way back? Kid, are you an orphan? Nero asked bluntly, not caring whether it would hurt his feelings. How do you know? Zoro looked at Nero in shock, simultaneously changing directions. Nero glanced at the bushes outside. The dojo at the foot of the hill remained silent. With this sense of direction, if this kid had really gotten lost, he probably wouldn't find his way back in this lifetime. She grabbed Zoro by the collar and tilted her chin. Is the Isin dojo over there? That's right. Just go down from the front. Zoro replied, as if it were obvious, as if to say they had finally arrived. You should try not to go out alone in the future. Strange woman. Zoro tilted his head, feeling perplexed. Enough of this, we've been walking for so long. Let's hurry to the dojo and get some water. Then let's go down from here, Nero said, leading him towards a steep cliff. Are you blind? This is a cliff. If you die from falling, don't drag me down with you. Zoro struggled violently. Although this woman was dressed elegantly, she had a strange vibe about her. And now she wanted to jump off a cliff? Hey. The wind rushed past his ears, and Zoro screamed in fright. Shut up, kid. Open your eyes and take a look. Hearing Nero say that, and feeling like his body had landed somewhere solid, Zoro cautiously opened his eyes. Sure enough, they had reached the ground. He looked up at the high cliff and then patted the firm earth beneath him. Zoro's mouth fell open as he turned to Nero. How'd you do that? Aside from the sound of the wind, he hadn't felt any sensation of falling or landing at all. This woman was indeed extraordinary. Hey, can you teach me? Just that move you did earlier. Seeing that Nero ignored him and walked towards the dojo, Zoro hurriedly jogged to catch up, waving his arms around her. So noisy, you seems like he doesn't want to see kids for a long time. How can this kid be so different from Robin? Nero muttered under her breath, her eyelids drooping. Now that you mention it, I suddenly miss little Robin. The Hannah Nomi definitely ranks in the top 3 of you's heart. Hey, teach me, okay? Or are you afraid that if I learn it, I'll surpass you? Zoro continued to chatter, trying to provoke Nero with his poor attempts at taunting. Ugh, so annoying. You little brat. With your level of talent, you'll never learn that move in your lifetime. What did you say, you foul woman? That kind of trick. I can learn it in just a few tries. Really? Little swordsman with a wooden sword? Haven't you seen a real sword a few times? Of course I've seen a real sword. I've even used one. Although he had only used it recently, Zoro didn't say that part out loud. Even if you're boasting, all you'll get in the end is emptiness. I'm not boasting. By the way, the main entrance to the dojo is on the other side, right? Nero looked at the surrounding wall and felt a bit speechless. Ah, this side is the warehouse. Usually no one comes here. Ugh, I'm too lazy to go around. Let us just climb over. Huh, foul woman. Go through the main entrance. The main entrance. Nero looked down and pinched Zoro's cheeks, twisting them. You little brat. You haven't shown any respect for you along the way. You should use honorifics when addressing adults. Got it? Pinch. Structure. Hanging foot guess fox big. You backstabbing bastard. Zoro glared fiercely, trying to awaken Nero's conscience. Nero's eyelid twitched. Do you still think you're the one leading the way? Zoro struggled to break free from Nero's grip, his eyes filled with resentment, thinking that this scummy woman was taking advantage of him and not admitting it. After releasing him, Nero took a leap onto the wall. This time, Zoro clearly saw that Nero moved with incredible lightness, like a butterfly, as if she had a pair of invisible wings. How about it, kid? You're not really going to insist on using the main entrance because you can't climb up, are you? How could that be? It's just this height. Faced with Nero's taunting, Zoro immediately abandoned the idea of using the main entrance, rolled up his non-existent sleeves, and decided to climb up the wall. Then you better move quickly. Be careful not to get caught. Zoro struggled to climb up the wall and bumped right into a figure on the stairs of the warehouse. Kuina? Zoro? The girl on the stairs looked surprised at the figure hanging over the wall. Who are you talking to? Nero, having jumped down and standing in the girl's blind spot, made a shushing gesture and waved her hand with a mischievous smile, preparing to leave. This action made Zoro blush. Stop right there. Foul woman. What did you say? Is that a provocation? Kuina thought Zoro was talking about her, a cross forming on her forehead as she smiled dangerously. No, it's not. I'm talking about another foul woman, the one over there. Zoro realized that Kuina couldn't see Nero and hurriedly explained. Nero rolled her eyes, tilted her head, and stuck out her tongue, making a face, still not making a sound. Meanwhile, Kuina also realized that there was someone hiding in her blind spot, still responding to Zoro's words. You idiot, who are you calling a foul woman? At the same time, she secretly pulled out a sword, but somehow, she also knocked down the sharpening stone from the top of the warehouse. Just as the sharpening stone was about to smash into Kuina's head, Zoro shouted loudly from the wall. Kuina, hoping to alert her. But the incident happened so suddenly that the only reaction Kuina had time for was to close her eyes and brace for impact. It felt as if time had stopped. Kuina felt herself falling into a warm embrace. When she opened her eyes, illuminated by the moonlight, she saw a stunning beauty with golden hair and blue eyes. One hand supporting her while the other held up the sharpening stone. I told you kids not to climb to high places. Chapter 104. The greatest swordsman 1 week ago, Goena accidentally overheard a conversation between her father, Frost Moon Jinxiro, and an acquaintance. Zoro had been at the dojo for a year now, and his progress was truly remarkable. Given his training volume, it was only natural, but he still couldn't defeat Goena. Hearing the man's praise for Goena, Frost Moon Jinxiro paused for a moment, his squinting eyes revealing nothing, but his words carried a weight. Female swordsmen have a significant drawback. I cannot allow her to inherit the dojo yet. At that moment, Goena pushed open the door, but Frost Moon Jinxiro showed no surprise. Eavesdropping is not a good behavior. Goena looked resolutely at Jinxiro and said, I will definitely become the world's strongest swordsman. The candlelight flickered, and the usually smiling Jinxiro now wore a serious expression. Goena, women cannot become the world's strongest. Goena's pupils trembled violently, and for a moment, she lost her focus. What about Nero? She's now called the world's strongest swordswoman. And everyone says even Mihawk can't match her. Jinxiro was taken aback. He had encountered Mihawk before, during his challenges against various swordsmen. He had exchanged a few moves with him. Strong, purely powerful. Yet, such a man had also been defeated by that empress. Although he couldn't imagine just how strong Nero was, Mihawk had told him that there was a chasm-like gap between himself and Nero. For some reason, Jinxiro didn't want Goena to chase after the so-called strongest, so he changed his wording. Guena, you don't have the talent of that empress. Geniuses like her only appear once in many years. This time, Guena didn't continue to argue and ran away with her head down. After Zoro's 2001st challenge, where he won the real sword match, they agreed to become the world's greatest swordsman. Back in her bedroom, Guena stared at the wanted poster of Nero on the wall for a long time. The person on the wanted poster, the Rose Emperor Nero, was not only the ruler of a nation, but also the world's strongest woman. After agreeing with Zoro, she made Nero her goal, and from then on, Guena trained even harder. Her originally slow progress became even faster, and she no longer felt lost. Now, Guena found herself in the embrace of the world's strongest woman, sniffing and still able to smell the pleasant scent of roses. Little girl, at your age, desiring a beauty like me is still 100 years too early. Nero teased as she watched Guena's reaction. Submitting to my charm is a biological instinct. This is perfectly normal. I, as an empress, never thought this was a problem. One sentence snapped Guena back to reality, and her face turned red. Sorry. Could you put me down first? Zoro watched in surprise as this scene unfolded. Was this really the Guena he knew? Especially since he had already realized that Guena was not only the person he aimed to surpass, but also a girl. Why? Is your body uncomfortable? Nero asked, her reaction cute. She had initially intended to let Guena down, but lifted her up a bit more, bringing her face closer. Comfortable? No, uncomfortable. That's not right. In short, please put me down. Guena's movements became more frantic. Her hands and feet started to lose coordination, and her snow-white neck was tinged with a faint blush. It seemed they had reached the limit. Experienced Nero could tell that if this continued, it would go too far, so with some regret, she let Guena go. Little girl, it seems you know me? Nero patted the dust off Guena and playfully ruffled her hair. Of course, any swordsman would know you, the world's strongest female swordsman, the first crowned celestial dragon in history, the Rose Emperor who reigned supreme. Guena answered without hesitation, her expression instantly transforming into that of a fervent fan. Mwahaha, is that so? Is my fame already spreading this far? Nero laughed heartily, then looked at Zoro beside her. But that statement about all swordsmen seems to be up for debate. Guena looked at Zoro in shock and disbelief. You can't be serious? Shut up. Who has time to get to know this person? Now it was Zoro who turned red, especially since he felt Guena's gaze on him, as if she were looking at a country bumpkin. And that person isn't even the world's strongest swordsman, just the strongest among girls, right? Listening to Zoro desperately trying to justify himself, Guena's gaze shifted back to Nero, her eyes curious yet subtly hopeful. That's wrong. I am the world's greatest swordsman, even without the female label, even without the great swordsman label. A wave of joy filled Guena's chest. If the world's strongest was a woman, then her father's concerns might just stem from his limited perspective. However, to be more certain, Guena still asked, so, do you think someone like me has the chance to become the world's strongest? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, like a wet little chick seeking the protection of a big bird. No. Without hesitation, Nero answered decisively, delivering a firm statement. Nanny? Hey, what are you talking about, you jerk? Chapter 105. Yield Shiro Hei. Kuina, you don't actually believe this guy's words, do you? Zoro anxiously pulled on Kuina's arm. Kuina's expression was dazed, seemingly still processing Nero's words. Kuina, you don't have that kind of talent. A genius like that only appears once in many years. Shiro's words echoed like a curse in her ears, and Kuina's breathing grew increasingly rapid. Unwillingness, anger, despair, dark emotions intertwined, ultimately surging to her brain. Why? Why? Is it just because I'm a woman? Is it because of this so-called talent? So no matter how hard I try, will I always lose to boys? The unwilling roar, accompanied by tears, slid down Kuina's cheeks as she couldn't hold back her frantic questioning any longer. Kuina. Zoro stared blankly at the out-of-control Kuina, no longer feeling the urge to blame Nero. What does talent have to do with gender? Nero tilted his head, feigning confusion. Kuina lifted her disheveled face, looking helplessly at Nero. Can you imagine yourself becoming the world's greatest swordsman in the future? Nero slightly squatted down, bringing his eyes to level with Kuina's gaze. Of course. Don't rush. Now look into my eyes and imagine what it would be like to be the world's greatest swordsman. Kuina stared into Nero's eyes, which were like emeralds, beautiful and deep, with a faint hint of red at the bottom. She began to envision the day she became the world's greatest swordsman, standing proudly atop the highest peak, with the sword she had carried for many years and the character Tao hanging at her waist. Nero then asked her a second question. Is this image the strongest you can imagine? Do you think your future will be like this? The figure in her mind was perfect and powerful, standing at the pinnacle of the world. She was the embodiment of her pursuit of the sword. Yet for some reason, she couldn't see herself becoming that future. Kuina's expression changed. No matter how she imagined, she couldn't envision herself resembling that figure. She looked at Nero with a bewildered gaze. It was just a fantasy, but why? Not asking further, Nero stood up again. You talk a big game, but haven't you already admitted defeat? The figure standing there was not the future you want to reach, just a resistance born of your unwillingness. Every time you encounter difficulties and setbacks, that shadow will become increasingly perfect. The gap between fantasy and dreams is even wider than the distance between heaven and earth. Kuina fell silent, lowering her head, not knowing what to think. Your talent is great. You are also number one in the world. So on the path to becoming the strongest, I have never doubted myself. It's just a matter of time. After hearing this, Kuina spoke in despair. In the end, isn't it still about talent? Even if I can imagine it, you would still say my talent isn't enough, right? You do have talent. Your problem isn't here. A swordsman only stops progressing when they admit defeat to themselves. Nero stopped talking nonsense. As a senior in the sword path, this guidance was already sufficient. Forget it. Let's prepare some food first. Frost Moon Shiro, who had appeared nearby at some point, bowed to Nero. Thank you for your guidance to my daughter. It's no problem. I'm just passing the time. I must also thank Your Excellency Nero. Our little place only has plain tea and simple meals. I hope Your Excellency won't mind. Shiro said politely again. Although he hadn't seen the scene of Nero saving Kuina, he felt very grateful for Nero's willingness to offer guidance. Being the world's greatest swordsman sounds glorious, but he knew what kind of blood and corpses that path entailed. The weight of being 1 in a million was too light. No father would want his daughter to tread such a path, especially since she was still young, even if it would make Kuina feel sad. Shiro felt it was the best time to cut off her aspirations. But it seemed that Kuina was more persistent than he imagined, and his words were more damaging than he thought. It's okay. Just do your best. I'm not an impolite person. Nero waved his hand nonchalantly, surveying the dojo's environment, which somewhat resembled the architecture of Wano country. Father, Kuina looked up blankly at Shiro. Go help prepare the meal first. We have guests, and we can talk about things later. Shiro's emotions were actually very complicated. He needed time to think about how to handle these matters. He had always been strict with Kuina. Her swordsmanship, etiquette, and independence had all been taught very well. But he often felt guilty for Kuina's lack of a mother's companionship. If it were Zoro saying he wanted to become the world's greatest swordsman, he would definitely support him. A disciple should be like that, forging ahead through thorns until the end of life. But a daughter was different. Swordsmanship was meant to help her survive better, and denying her dreams was to ensure she could live safely. Was this kind of thinking really wrong? Shiro's heart was in turmoil. For a great swordsman, this was almost impossible, which great swordsman's mindset wasn't forged through countless trials. Yet his heart was indeed in disarray. If it weren't for his usual squinting eyes and glasses masking his expression, he felt he might not even be able to control his emotions perfectly. Yes, Kuina replied quietly and headed toward the kitchen. I'll help too. Zoro, feeling uneasy about Kuina's state, hurriedly followed her. Shiro slightly led the way, guiding Nero to the guest room. The tatami and oil lamps were present. Shiro respectfully knelt down, while Nero, unaccustomed to kneeling, sat cross-legged casually. Did you come from Wano country? Nero's question interrupted Shiro's thoughts. Coming back to his senses, he replied in a serious tone. My father, Frost Moon Gong-song, once moved here from Wano country. Then do you know Odin, the new daimyo of Wano country? Sorry, I'm not too familiar with that. When my father left, The daimyo of Wano country seemed to be someone named Kazuki Sukiyaki. No worries. I just asked casually. It's not important. Nero supported himself with his hands, leaning back. If he knew, then Nero planned to casually mention the current situation in Wano country. After all, Odin was once a comrade. But if he didn't know, then forget it. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Go prepare food with those two little ones. Once the two sat together, the conversation immediately ceased, and Nero lost interest in being a spiritual mentor. His worried expression was bothersome enough to make Nero feel annoyed, affecting his appetite. Huh? Okay. Shiro, after hearing this, was a bit taken aback, but once he realized, he said nothing further and went to help in the kitchen honestly. On the way, he was still thinking, is this the majesty of the emperor? Chapter 106. Apprenticeship in the morning, before Nero even opened his eyes. Heather's voice came in, as usual. Your Majesty, it's time to get up. Nero turned over. 5 more minutes. No, 5 hours. Come back to call me in 5 hours. Sighing, Heather pulled the groggy Nero up, washing his face, brushing his teeth, changing clothes. When Nero finally opened his eyes and sat at the dining table, he could still feel the steam rising from his body, as if he had just taken a bath. However, Nero felt nothing unusual and picked up his chopsticks to grab a piece of fish that had been deboned. Heather, this fish is so delicious. Give me a few more pieces. His actions were incredibly natural, leaving the 3 people opposite him dumbfounded. Are emperors really such social failures? Guena felt her illusion shattered. Is this really the world's greatest swordsman? She thought he wouldn't survive a month outside without someone taking care of him. And where did this maid come from? Why is she so naturally cooking in my kitchen? As the food on the table dwindled, Nero's appetite was truly appetizing, even making Guena salivate despite just having eaten. Finally, when the food on the table was finished, Guena felt it was time to speak up, despite rehearsing it in her mind several times. She still stammered when she opened her mouth. Nero's gaze was drawn to her, holding an apple with a puzzled expression. Taking a deep breath, Guena suppressed her inner turmoil and pressed her head against the floor. Please take me as your disciple. X2. X2 Zoro and Gung Shiro exclaimed in shock, especially Gung Shiro, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Is your reflex arc really that long? You too. Nero first mocked their slow reactions before rejecting Guena. No way. I have no intention of playing with kids. How can you? You actually have this plan? Too despicable, Guena. Zoro quickly joined in, banging his head on the floor. Hey Nero, take me as your disciple too. I will definitely become the world's greatest swordsman. Did you just call me a stinky woman? You little brat. Can't you understand human language? I already rejected you. Nero rolled his eyes. Please make an exception for me. Guena didn't lift her head, just raised her voice. That's right, Nero. Think of a way. And please let me in first. Zoro echoed. What? Guena looked up at Zoro in disbelief, not expecting he still held such a thought. My strength is stronger. Shouldn't I be the senior disciple? Zoro, who had lost to her in 2001, could only retort fiercely. Then let the title of senior disciple go to you. That is only fair. Guena raised her head, looking a bit proud. Moses, can you hear me? I seem to have already rejected you. Nero drooped her eyelids, interrupting their debate. When the arguing stopped, the room was so quiet that even breathing was barely audible. Please take me as your disciple. Take me as your disciple too. The two fell silent for a moment before banging their heads against the ground again. By the way, didn't this scene just happen once already? Please consider it. X2, if you're willing to kneel, then kneel. I'm not the kind of woman who would soften just because of this. Nero glanced sideways at Gung Shiro. Moreover, this 4-eyed guy is your master, right? He seems to be unaware of this. Huh? The two looked at Gung Shiro, suddenly realizing. 4-eyed Gung Shiro felt as if he had been shot in the chest. He personally had no opinions about the two becoming Nero's disciples, and even welcomed it. But seeing their expressions, he never expected that Zoro, with his carefree nature, and even the usually meticulous Guena would be so clueless. Gung Shiro felt uncomfortable. In the end, Nero's 4-eyed remark was truly hurtful. Father, master, though the words didn't come out, the meaning was very clear from the two little ones. Ahem. If your Majesty Nero has no problem, I don't mind. Gung Shiro coughed lightly, setting aside lofty dreams. If they could learn a couple of skills from Nero during her stay on the island, it would definitely be beneficial. I care. You little brats Haven-T even built a solid foundation. I'm not here to play house with you. Nero turned her head and rejected them again. Gung Shiro then offered assistance. I also beg of you, Your Majesty Nero, while you're on the island, could you occasionally guide these little disciples during your free time? Taking a step back to advance, Gung Shiro knew it was absolutely impossible for them to become her disciples. Not to mention the identity issue, the relationship between Nero and the two hadn't reached that point. However, if it was just occasional guidance during her free time, then the chances of success would be much higher. The rest would depend on personal luck. If Zoro and Guena could truly impress Nero and become her disciples, then the position of the world's greatest swordsman would not be completely out of reach. What a headache. Do you three really not understand human language? Nero felt a headache coming on, pondering for a moment. How about this? I will stay on this island for 3 days. If you can swing your swords 300,000 times in these 3 days, I will stay an extra week specifically to guide you. How about that? Okay, it's a deal. Zoro immediately agreed with his head up, so fast that Gunna didn't have time to cover his mouth. It's naturally a deal. Nero agreed with a mischievous smile. Gung Shiro quickly interjected, Your Majesty Nero, this task is absolutely impossible for the two children. Could you change it? Greek milk. That's your problem. Huh, it's just 300,000 strokes. Watch me show you, Zoro said with an air of self-importance. Guena finally couldn't stand it anymore and grabbed his collar. Idiot, do you have any idea how much 300,000 is? There are only over 86,000 seconds in a day. Even if we don't sleep and swing a sword every second, we still can't make it in 3 days. Zoro finally grasped the concept of 300,000. Looking at Nero in disbelief. Are you calculating us? You're clearly an adult, yet you're using such methods against children. Don't you feel ashamed? Oh, I always thought I was talking to a swordsman. Turns out it's 2 little kids? Then I guess I'd go a bit too far. Nero pretended to scratch her head in distress, feigning a look of having made a mistake. Wait a moment. Let me think of some conditions that are more suitable for little children. No need. Just wait. 300,000 is 300,000. X2, then using a bamboo sword is fine. No, it has to be a real sword. X2 Gung Shiro. Chapter 107. Swordsman Your Majesty, isn't this a bit too much for them? Heather was puzzled by Nero's behavior. Nero was not the kind of person to make such jokes or bully children. Gung Shiro had already gone to the dojo to instruct other students, and in the room, Nero lazily half sat on the tatami, watching the 2 people outside swinging their swords. Heather, think carefully about this number. I still remember it. At Your Majesty's age, the training volume was about this number, right? Heather was not surprised when Nero mentioned the figure of 300,000. She instantly associated it with Nero's training as a child. However, looking at the 2 kids outside, she did not think they could achieve it. A person's will and persistence are hard to discern. Nero's words were also languid. The enthusiasm and recklessness of children hide these precious qualities. Are they geniuses or mediocrities? It's still too early to say. The true talent of a swordsman always lies in the heart. The heart, huh? Heather gazed at the 2 little ones outside, desperately swinging their swords, their movements already lacking form in their pursuit of speed. Quinn was a bit better, barely maintaining a posture, but Zoro's every swing landed in different places. At this rate, they would surely fail and waste the Majesty's time. Well, it seems like unwinding can't be considered a waste. Heather lowered her gaze, treating it as Nero's whim. Are you tired? Want to take a break? I have some chilled barley tea here. Seeing that their speed had begun to slow down, Nero immediately interrupted. No need. X2, is that so? Take it easy. After all, this was destined to fail from the start, and Gung Shiro is also a good teacher. Nero continued to sow discord, but perhaps it was too obvious. The 2 stopped responding, and their silence only made their sword swings faster. Heather frowned, seeing the faint smile at the corner of Nero's mouth, and ultimately said nothing. The morning birds chirped, and Nero sleepily opened his eyes, back at the familiar dining table. Munch, munch. I kind of want to eat daifuku. Heather, can you prepare some? The ingredients were sufficient: strawberries, chocolate, and red beans. Would that be okay? Heather kept her hands busy, handing Nero a crab leg dipped in sauce. Munch munch, 3 kinds are enough. I won't be so picky when I'm out. The crab leg was tender and delicious, and Nero squinted as his cheeks puffed up. After swallowing the food, Nero asked, "What's all the noise outside?" "It's Kuna and Zoro's classmates. They've heard about their trial and are outside cheering them on," Heather replied, casually picking up a napkin to wipe the rice grains from the corner of Nero's mouth. "Haven't they rested all night?" "Oh, they've been persisting." "Is that so?" When Nero opened the door, he saw the 2 little ones surrounded by classmates, with someone feeding them broken food from 2 baby bottles. 100,172. 100,173. Nero nodded, noting that they were indeed counting properly. It seemed Gungshiro had laid a solid foundation for them to reach this point. However, their speed was still a bit slow, and at this rate, they would reach their limit on the 3rd day. Relying solely on willpower would not complete the task. Next, Nero needed to observe their potential in swordsmanship. If they continued to swing their swords like wooden sticks, then 300,000 would be an insurmountable chasm for them. Meanwhile, Kuna and Zoro were mechanically repeating their swings, their arms long since numb. The forearms were particularly severe. What started as soreness had now turned to numbness, seemingly leaving only the upper arms to exert force. Occasionally, they would zone out, forgetting to count, but fortunately, others were helping them. Otherwise, they would have lost track of how many cuts they had made. Their limits were closer than expected. Their brains no longer supported random thoughts, and the sounds of the outside world gradually faded, leaving only the cries of their bodies. Heavy, hoarse breaths sounded like a drumbeat, and for the first time, they sensed the flow of their blood. The physical limit was right in front of them. They could see that boundary. But the sword in their hands seemed to become lighter. The blade cutting through the air was felled at their fingertips. At first, they thought it was a fatigue-induced illusion. But this sensation grew clearer. The dead weight of the iron plate felt like an extension of their limbs. Clearly, their bodies were about to give out. Yet the sword in their hands seemed to cheer, their movements continuously corrected by the sword, adjusting little by little. Compared to their initial swings, their actions were becoming increasingly perfect, and the 2